Welcome one and all here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. I promise our faces will be back on broadcast here in just a moment. There we are, we're back again, and we're gone again. What's going on? We're here anyway. Just listen to us. It's okay. My name's Infinity. I'm on board with Proper Mate. And, well, we've got some good Call of Duty ahead of us when we're actually on screen. Hey, there you are. I can see your face again. Life is good.
Yeah, hey, man. It feels good to be back. Playoffs are here, and we are ready to lock in and ready to see what these teams are going to look like, especially ahead of Toronto. I mean, we got our top teams here as far as Europe is concerned, trying to put the ante to work, man. I'm excited to get this one underway.
Right, yeah, again, I'm going to keep on saying it, mate. We're approaching the end of the season. We're getting to that point now where bad performances really just matter beyond just the event, kind of, implications for the entirety of the European Challenger season, of course, the Challenger season just in general. We'll talk about kind of that in just a moment. Before we get there, though, let's take a look at the group stages. We want to give you guys a reminder about how they finished off, starting off with Group A. This was arguably the harder of the two groups. I think SmackDown coming out here before we can get into the playoff bracket is Nocturne Black and the Atlas Lions, perhaps most egregiously a roster that had been, I think, challenging for the top four of European challengers, now most certainly no longer the case.
Yeah, I think that it's always interesting when we talk about the Atlas Lions, right? Because for so many different seasons in Call of Duty Challengers Elite, the Atlas Lions seemingly always find themselves down 0-2, and we're like, oh, hey, here's par for the course. They're going to make playoffs. But then they don't win a single series, only 6 maps along the way. So the Atlas Lions, unfortunately, will not be in playoffs along with Nocturne Black. VVV, Team Notorious, Clutch Rain, and Affiliation Esports will be the 4 teams out of this group that make it to the double elimination bracket.
Yeah, for sure. VVV, of course, one of the big names there that has shocked a lot of different rosters. They took Team Notorious to game number 5 yesterday, and that was, I think, just a big enough of a shock there, not to be taken lightly. Clutch Rain, also another surprise team, joining Affiliation Esports at 5-0, finishing Group A flawlessly. Let's take a look at Group B then. I implied that, given the Group A was the harder of the two groups, that Group B would be, I think, a lot more clear-cut, and that has been, for the most part, the case. I think Signs, rather disappointingly, not able to make it into playoffs. This go around of 1-4 EFUs, I think, unsurprisingly, 0-5 to finish the season. I think here, if you're going to pick any team that's probably been the surprise, as it were, it's probably Nocturne White, right, at 3-2?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right? I mean, with F-Dot, Aroma, Maestro, Chunk, these are good household names when it comes down to Call of Duty in Europe's history, but it's just one of those things that you can never really count a team out that has F-Dot on it. Again, a young 18-year-old prodigy playing along with Aroma. This team has definitely been slaying out, has definitely been taking it to a lot of these top teams. Of course, Deviant's coming into the mix, as well as a Wubble Bobs back in full force. The French boys are back in town with one Belgian player of Abusa. Definitely looking towards the top of that group to make some shaking happen as far as the double elimination bracket is concerned. Obviously, commiserations to both EFUs and Signs, who collectively only won a single series, 4 maps apiece for their end of the road for group stage.
Yeah, for sure. That 5-0 start here in group stages for Wubble Bobs is absolutely huge. The fact they're back together again, and it looks like they haven't skipped a beat, I think is a real boon of success for them, and we'll see how they get on as we go in towards the playoff bracket, right? Because them finishing first means they get an easy, and let's be honest, things are never really easy here in Challengers, an easier start than most would at the bottom side of the bracket. And for whatever reason, I think you could probably nail it down to the fact, obviously, we had surprises like Clutch Rain and Nocturne White on in their respective groups. It does feel a little bit like this bracket is kind of top heavy once again. Affiliation, the top side facing Strays in winners round 1, but Deviants versus Notorious, those are going to be some banger matchups.
I mean, yes, but also no along the same stature, right? Because if you got Clutch Rain down low, the potential for them to face either a Wubble Bobs or VVV in that winners round 2 matchup is going to be something to behold for itself. Again, Clutch Rain is one of those teams coming out from Group A that caught a lot of players by storm, right? I mean, Nile, Twiz, Genesis, Cruz, they only lost a single series to Affiliation. It was the last one they played just yesterday. And that matchup versus the Wubble Bobs, again, is going to be another big test. But I think that, yeah, a lot of the top dogs, I mean, it's all at the top of the bracket, right? I mean, Affiliation kind of speaks for itself with the namesake. Deviants also has a lot of household names. The Notorious, also your Texas Open champions. Potential to have a Grand Finals caliber match, 2 matches in a row. The double elimination bracket is what's on the docket for them.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of different matches there to talk about, and a lot of surprises potentially on the cards. As we said, I mean, we expect teams like Wubble Bobs to come out on top of their match versus VVV, but who knows, right? Of course, we've got that Nocturne White versus Clutch Rain matchup as well to talk about. A lot of different surprises could still happen as we get further and further in towards the bracket stage. As we've known from early on in this year, Andy, mate, it always is kind of an arbiter of surprises. as it were. But let's talk about our first matchup of the day then. Deviant Gaming going head-to-head with Team Notorious. This is a matchup of titanic proportions. Team Notorious perhaps not having the best start in the group stage, certainly not for a team with their caliber going head-to-head with Deviant Gaming, a roster that made a change coming into this season, and they've actually been looking, I would say, pretty good. They needed to. We'll say that much. After last season, I think it was a top 6 finish for them, Andy. Wasn't exactly where they wanted to be.
Just look at that smile on Journey's face. He's just always happy to be anywhere he is, even snaking in a paintball match. God dang, that smile is infectious. Vortex, Journey, Lucky, Gizmo, that is your Deviants roster. Again, have a very good coaching lineup behind them as well. Let's not forget what Koa was also able to do last season along with that Electrify Steel team towards the end of the year. But even more so than that, I think this team has been a force to be reckoned with. A lot of questions around as far as the back and forth as far as what roster we're going to be playing with. Vortex, of course, moving away from playing with that Affiliation roster, now coming into this roster, seemingly made them a little bit better. Journey's back to the submachine gun. He is going rogue on the map. I am happy to see that that player just completely unchained. It works really well along with the air lineup between Lucky and Gizmo.
Yeah, there's a lot of different kind of ways you can go about this roster, right? Just in terms of kind of, again, seeing that success. Kind of surprised to see them doing it without Brezzy, considering just how good of a player he is. But Vortex has slipped into this roster almost perfectly, and it's a really good fit for this team. So Deviants, they've been looking pretty good so far on their journey to try and cement themselves as a top European challenger. But they do have to take down the Texas Open champions in Team Notorious. That's going to be the biggest test thus far. And this Team Notorious roster, it's been a bit of a weird season. I think we'll say this much for them, right? Because they come out of Texas, they're going to Season 3, and they don't end up winning. They just fall short in second place. Coming into this season, it feels like somewhat of a downhill slide, somewhat. There's only a couple of matches, really, that we can talk about. Obviously, they just had to go to Game 5 yesterday versus VVV. But even beyond that, losses elsewhere. They don't quite seem to have cemented themselves just yet as that clear #1 European team.
Not online at the very least, but I mean, at least on land, and big target on their backs, right? I mean, this is your Texas Open champions for crying out loud. Eric, Maple, Metals, Wee Man, along with Coach Methods. Sick. Welcome back to the Call of Duty community, Methods. But regardless of the matter, I think that what you're looking for Team Notorious is to try to find some ground beneath their feet, right? Because, I mean, you started off this entire season of Season 4 with a Map 5 loss versus Clutch Rain. You also had to go to Map 5 versus VVV like you were alluding to yesterday, and that 1-3 loss versus Affiliation was quite telling for a lot of plot holes what Team Notorious needs to work on. This team is not out of the woods quite yet. You might have been the Texas Open champions, but you really want to cement yourself as the #1 European team ahead of that Toronto Open.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's talk about the teams then in their current forms. Where are they at? Where are their strengths? Where are their weaknesses? A lot of questions to be had. I think generally speaking, Team Notorious, I think in particular here, Andy, we can see it kind of across the board. It has just been reflected in the fact that they finished the group stage at 3-2, not the most indomitable performances. They don't seem to have held the same strengths that they held in previous seasons and game modes like Hardpoint. In Control, it's still there. You know, they're 4-1 as it currently stands. But beyond that, Andy, again, it's that current 50-50 in Hardpoint that probably is the big thing that stands out to me.
It absolutely is, right? Because, I mean, when you think about Team Notorious, so much praise has been thrown their way in between what both Wee Man and Metals has been able to produce for this team, dating all the way back to Season 1, quite candidly. And for them to come into Season 4 and really not having easy goings as far as map number 1 and 4 is concerned is quite puzzling. Control has always been a household game mode when it comes down to Team Notorious, but, I mean, Deviant. Talk about the names on that roster. Their search and destroy has been absolutely gross. If they can just hang on and try to get away with at least a hardpoint win, Control is going to be blase-blah for Deviants, but I think that this is a very uphill battle for Team Notorious from what we got to see between these two teams across the entire season.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's take a look at some players then to talk about for these two rosters. Andy, we've chosen Journey and Metals, former teammates here from the Spanish community, now facing off against one another.
And it's literally just that, right? Former teammates of Old Rocker Academy of last season, right? It's very interesting when you talk about both Metals and Journey in their route, not only just teaming together, but now also against each other. Similar roles, the same exact roles, funny enough. When you have Vortex playing the OBJ for Journey to roam around the entirety of the map, Metals has Eric, boom, and you get to see what both these two players have been able to put together amongst themselves. Obviously, the hardpoint KD, not where you want to be as far as Metals is concerned, but in Search and Destroy and Control, these guys are making continuous plays across the map, trying to cause distress and a lot of space for the team to capitalize on. In Search and Destroy specifically, with an SMG in hand, these two guys are definitely a sight to behold.
Yeah, for sure, right. And I think for these players in particular, I don't think we've had seasons like this, right? I think we've especially talked about it quite a bit in regard to Metals, I think in particular. He's not been the superstar player for a very long time. And it's almost weird to see that be the case over the last couple of seasons. Same thing can be said for Journey now, stepping up to the plate here on Deviant Gaming. So those are the players to look out for. But what does the battlefield look like then for these two rosters? Well, it's going to be, I feel at the very least, look at this kind of at face value, a very back and forth affair as we look over towards Fortress, Hardpoint, Ellasilo, Search and Destroy, a very important Expo Control, a Hotel Hardpoint and a Fortress Search and Destroy if necessary. As I said, Andy, this does look very back and forth. That Expo Control, extremely important given both teams look pretty comfortable.
How kind of Deviant to actually get rid of the Hydra hardpoint for Team Notorious. It allowed them to get rid of the embassy, which then leaves both our hotel and fortress open. And the one thing that is standing out to me is that Expo Control. When you're thinking about a Deviant's perspective, probably did not want to play Ellasilo. Team Notorious not wanting to do it either. We're going to have to do that tango on that map number 3 on a Himalat Expo Control. But in map number 1, as far as Fortress is concerned, you would favor that of Deviants, as they have played it twice in this season so far. They won it both times. They completely shut out E-Fuse on this map mode combination yesterday, 250 to 137, and also beat Signs 250 to 209. For Notorious on the other side, just played it once. It was the map 1 yesterday versus VVV, of which they lost 179 to 250. But it's been a staple as far as their map pool is concerned for Metals and Eric Boom to come alive, as well as Wee Man to try to keep up with the pace that Deviants are going to lay down on the table.
Yeah, those are the key players to watch out for sure. We'll be jumping back into that one in just a moment here. We're going to restart that game, get the players back in towards the lobby, and get that game set up once again. But while that's ongoing, we do have another matchup with observers in. It's Affiliation Esports taking on Team Strays, and this is a very important one for a couple of players, I think, here in particular. Looking over towards Mythics and Furious, the new boys on Affiliation Esports, formerly the Wubble Bobs roster from Season 3. They abandoned ship against Unnamed, the team that won Season 3 of European Challenges against all odds. That had to be validated, and it has been so far. Affiliation, a flawless team coming out of groups, but now they face their former teammates.
Yeah, what did you call this? Litmus tests coming through for both Mythics as well as Furious, that you leave these two players behind, and really want to make sure that this is the stick for Affiliation Esports to really cement themselves as the #1 team out from their group, finishing 5-0, 15-4 for map count. And Fortress Hardpoint, honestly speaking, for Affiliation have been not played throughout the entirety of the year, whether it's been vetoed against or not even picked. This should be a map mode combination, at least on paper, that should be quite favorable for them, but it's Henry that's having his way so far through at least his first set. He's currently sitting at 10-9. Very small lead at that of Affiliation, set themselves up for 4.
Chance here for Affiliation to really start to take a real lead in this game. Mythics providing mid-map coverage there for a double. Not get any more than that. Now Denza going to start to pick up where Mythics just left off, just slaying in and around the top side of this munitions building as Affiliation look to garner control. That's another kill coming through. It will be Harry that takes it away, or rather, as he would like to be known this season, bringing that Lucifer attack back into this game. Affiliation now starting to really take a lead here on this one with a back 20 seconds. Strays will give this one more look as Dizzy flies out towards P1, but I think now they might be better served here, just setting themselves up for the middle of the map, making sure Affiliation do not break out.
Desi is going to try to get up inside top rails. He's not going to pop that silence. So, I mean, if you are Affiliation, you're just going to be looking at this position. Lucifer, a.k.a. Harry's going to clean up 2 on the back end, and that is a very successful P4 when you look at it from Affiliation's perspective. Accrued just about 40 to about 50 points, and now we're setting ourselves up for the rotation over towards 5. And the way that Team Strays try to shake out that last little bit of time over by P4 actually flip the spawns. Allowed Affiliation to spawn over by P3 effectively. They'll be in for the initial time here, Brody.
Yeah, and first wave of kills as well for them. This is a really bad moment in the game for Team Strays. They cannot afford a ton of time to go Affiliation's way, otherwise they will find themselves in deep water. They're a ways back in Fortress, of course, but they don't want to find themselves in that situation whatsoever. A pack fighting desperately for it. We'll pick up a double right back from the forces of Affiliation, make that a triple between all of those players. Mythics now looking to get yet another one. Denzel will pick that kill up. The coverage is sublime, just looking across the board. And Strays, I mean, they're sending players in, but the AR coverage from Affiliation has been so good, they don't even get to look at this hard point. Mythics will now have to face Rafi, as the coverage from Furious will not be there. Rafi flies out, picks up at least 2 kills, and Strays will get that scrap time. But those last 2 hard points, Andy, as we jumped in, extremely damaging to Strays.
Yeah, I mean, Team Strays over the past 2 hard points only got, what, about 7 points, and that all came at the back end of P5. It was almost just flawless for Affiliation coming away from P3. We'll give you the conclusion of that matchup as our main focus is underway. Grand Finals caliber match, keep in mind, you, between Deviants and Team Notorious. Let's get on.
All right, this is a big one. You can see it right there again. The head-to-heads when it comes down to hardpoint in Season 4. Notorious have not been able to follow up on the promise of what they've delivered in Season 3. And, of course, over towards Texas as well in hardpoint. They need to start doing that now, especially against a roster of the caliber of Deviant. And this has been a good start so far. Wave of gunfights here in their favor. They've got a 13-point lead over Deviant, and they have control of P2. Things are looking up if you're Notorious.
Big rotation going in over towards P2. Is anybody going to check in towards the back? Lucky just gets back here for free. He has the read on to both, and nobody was watching the back pallet truck, and the pinch from the front is sublime. The only player that's in a position to maybe try to make a good argument for that is the SMGs, but Lucky is having his way. Quick 4 spree to come through from Lucky, and the break for P2 to follow.
A big break coming through, and if Lucky can really start to heat up and earn that cruise missile, it would be good to try and hold on towards the next one. We're seeing the Lackman. We saw it a little bit last night in the North American region from orbit. Gizmo saw that clearly. Thought, you know what, I'll have a piece of that action. Good enough for the gunfight, though, and it won't be good enough for Deviants as they do not hold control of that rotation. Big kill being made by Lucky as he continues his spree over towards ult. Now Notorious needs to get themselves involved and towards this next hardpoint, and there is not a trophy system to save Eric Boom, from that nade from Vortex. Now Journey tries to follow up on what Vortex did, but the kills just frankly are not there. Notorious, they are having a battle early on for this control of P3, but they're in.
Oh, Lucky again. I mean, he just constantly finds himself in positions like this, gets the 7 spree, immediately calls in the cruise missile. Doesn't break up the spawn. Player number 6 of Wingman will spawn out, but what can Lucky get along with this?
No.
It's a 2-team kill. Oh, Lucky, not like this. I mean, he might just be able to gun Wingman. No, he can't even find that kill at all. Talk about a Herculean spree for such a flat turnout. As far as the cruise missile is concerned, that should be the Team Notorious soaking up the last 30.
I mean, you might as well have just thrown the cruise missile in the bin. That was how effective that was. Just the worst case scenario for him there. And got to imagine in the kind of intensity of the comms in the moment, probably weren't happy with how that one went down. But it's okay. Got to put it just the back of the mind now. Team Notorious, they've only gotten to themselves about a 10 or 15-point lead off the back of this hard point. That will extend to about 20 to 30 as Maple gets those 2 kills. But now towards the rotation we go. Metal's already over here challenging. Has to deal with both Vortex and Gizmo, and that is just too much. But their job is far from over. Vortex needs to do some more damage here. Try and keep these guys at bay. Notorious will continue to spawn towards the middle of the map. They push this one through the gallows side. Couple of kills now starting to come through. Vortex knows he needs to try and play his life as much as possible, and down to a very low amount of HP here. His screen is extremely red, will be overwhelmed by Team Notorious. Within 15 seconds, Notorious are in.
Yeah, again, I mean, the only space that Deviants really had for themselves was a player over by P1 Truck, so at least watch that mid lane. That you had Maple just kind of really just move his way through the open archway, and that's where that break mostly came through. But close spawns for Deviants meant that they can reinforce his hardpoint. Team Notorious not spawning too far out, but the kills are going to speak for themselves. Top rails control is still here as Deviants are trying to soak up more time.
Yeah, Deviants wasn't long before they got right back in, right? So still looking to fight for this time, and garner a lead away from Team Notorious. Eric Boom looking to deny, will pick up 2, but overwhelmed there. Was not really going to be able to play his life much longer than that. Deviant should be back in for a couple of seconds of time, and that will give them the ever so slight advantage over Team Notorious as we go back and forth in towards this game. Players now starting to heat up once again. Notorious want to get themselves in towards this hill. Maple providing that coverage from top maps. A lot to do here. Has already picked up 1, but he needs to be the player, if anybody, for Team Notorious that keeps these guys away, and he is doing that at this point in time. That's 3 for him. The shot's good against Lucky, but not good enough. But it is okay for Team Notorious. His coverage gives them space to get in towards the kill, but Deviants, now that he is gone, are knocking at the door. Journey already in, and there's still players around.
And those first few kills that came through from Journey was just so big for Gizmo just to fully roll out for buy stables and just meet Team Notorious at the main archway. And now you're going to kind of find yourself in a little bit of a spawn trap situation. The way that Deviants have themselves set up, you got player number 4, Gizmo. He's actually blocking spawns over by the gallows. The Team Notorious, they had to fight their way out from the P3 side. They'll be successful in just that. But it's just about 7 seconds that they will accrue for themselves at the end of P5, Brody. It is going to be just about a dead-even game going into the second set.
Again, so back and forth with this game. Gizmo now 1 kill away from getting a streak, and hopefully if he does get it, which there it is, no score streaks to be said about Gizmo, he uses it a little bit better than Lucky did in that first set. At least they've got it. Ready to go. Gizmo still on this streak as well and continues to tear through players. That's 8 in a row for Gizmo. Now getting aggressive here, picking up the classic AR in the form of the tack. Will not be good against the fast left of Eric Boom. Up close and personal. Big kill for Eric to Mate, but now it's Vortex picking up the slack. He cannot do anything as Maple will double up, but ultimately the trade's in favor of Deviant. And they've garnered themselves about a 30-point advantage at this point in time. 25 seconds left on this hill now, Andy. Notorious starting to get themselves in towards that rotation.
This is going to be a big one at that, especially for player number 6. You can see Wee-Man on the minimap as well. He's all the way to the backside of the pallets. Going to get scouted out for Deviants, who are going all in for this rotation for P2, but kind of got away from them. That South Street lane is going to be consumed by Team Notorious. A lot of Deviants players so focused over by P5 and Blacksmith that they are scrambling to at least find these kills. It is scrappy on the backside of munitions, and, well, it's going to be Deviants that actually come out on top of it. Good Semtex to come all the way through, and Deviants will be in for the initial time.
Yeah, this is a big moment here in this game. If they manage to garner all this time away from Team Notorious, they will find themselves in a very deep hole. Notorious need to find their way through. Nades are pretty good on the initial. Metal's going to follow up the kill against Gizmo as well. And Deviant's now pushed back towards close. Wee-Man with the coverage, just putting shots through those doors. It's going to keep Deviant's bay momentarily. Eric Boom now knows as Wee-Man goes down that he needs to get involved in the action, and indeed he will for 2. Vortex does trade things out, and that's the streak coming down from Deviant. They recognize just how important getting this time is, and unfortunately they will not.
20 seconds for Team Notorious to at least keep this game very, very close. Tough gunfight. The nade smoke was just covering Vortex continuously, but the trade's going to be in. I mean, the way the Deviants are setting themselves up all in for this P3 rotation, but Team Notorious, they're already through maps. That's going to cause Vortex to spawn all the way out. I don't think that Team Notorious are going to be aware of this. I think some shots already came through from Vortex's gunny. They're going to turn and burn for him. Now it's a 4v3 to try to break the hill.
Big moment again here in this game for Deviants to get this one done. Journey lines them all up and will shut every single player down. Gizmo has dessert over by the archway. As all these players backed away now, Notorious going to spawn on out, and they will have to waste, they will have to burn about 10 or 15 seconds to get back on through. Once again, Deviant looking to put a dent in this game, and Lucky over the top will be a big part of this play. Continues to heat up here. Gizmo on the other side looking pretty good. And for Deviants, they've done such a good job on the initial at just keeping Notorious away. A 50-point lead now for the Deviants boys, and it continues to grow.
I mean, the stat line speaks for itself when you look from Deviants from top to bottom. The only player that's not positive is Vortex at 18 and 21, but he almost has a minute of OBJ time. 24 and 18 for Lucky, 21 and 18 for Journey, 20 and 17 for Gizmo. These players have been streaking out continuously. Need an answer for Team Notorious sooner rather than later, especially with this rotation over towards 4. Team Notorious is going to find a late break for the junkiest of times there at P3. Nobody's in a position to try to threaten P4 early. Deviants again for the initial time.
Yeah, you cannot let this happen. This has been, what, a third or fourth hill in a row now where Deviants have been the first team to touch. But at the very least, have got a significant amount of time away. That is so detrimental for Team Notorious, and it feels like at least it's getting worse as well, as Notorious cannot find their way through. Maple knows he can't really afford to waste any more time trying to bait players out. That's just not going to work. Deviants, again, now starting to really heat up. Eric Boom has filtered on through, and he needs to be the player that blows this play wide open. Already picked up one. Removes a player momentarily in towards the kill, but a player will get in towards those cages. That is going to be Lucky. Eric Boom still going huge inside. And Eric does enough at least to unearth Deviants into this back 20 seconds, but he still needs to do more. His teammates are just not there.
Yeah, I mean, Eric was in a proverbial, like, 1v6 because of the close spawns and towards the back 4 Deviants. It's just not going to be good enough. The break is just way too late. The numbers, again, are just not there for Team Notorious, who are now trailing by 60. Going in towards P5. They have the setup. You got players inside of stables, but they're reeling, trying to find where a lot of these players for Deviants are located at. Metals is going to actually be gifted a flank from a delayed spawn, so that's going to be allowing for Team Notorious to get themselves set up rather comfortably when it comes down to this hard point here at 5.
Here we go, Gizmo now actually going to utilize that streak that he earned earlier on. Right time to get it done, and yeah, it will keep Maple away. Creates an effective 4 versus 2 on this point. Eric being overwhelmed. There goes Wee-Man as well. That is a perfect break coming through from Deviant. A great utilization of the streak. And now for Notorious, you are sent scrambling at this point. Just got to go. You got to find your way on through. That is a good start coming through from Metals. Now looking to find their way through, but they haven't quite accounted for the fact that Journey was around the corner. Journey for 3. Not going to be able to get a full clean house as Eric Boom comes through for the double. But again, Journey just does enough.
I think that's just enough to put this game a little bit too far out of reach, because Lucky picks up where Journey left off. 31 kills now to Lucky's name, up on a 4 spree. Journey off the respawn finds kill number 30. Team Notorious are reeling. Nowhere to be found. They're on for the initial time, but it is just scrambling. 1 1v1s across the board, and it's all Deviants in the kill feed.
Yeah, feels like this one might be done and dusted in the books as Deviant starting strong with a hardpoint victory that Notorious frankly really desired. Again, we discussed those really important hardpoints this season for Notorious, just how integral it has been to their performances in seasons past. And coming out like that, Deviants just really took the ball by the horns in the second half of the game, just full charge of the game.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean, when we hopped in, even through, like, what? Like, the end of, like, the first set, it was just about a dead-even game, but then you just saw the flip of the switch come through from Deviants. I mean, the Spaniards for Deviants just absolutely showed up when it mattered most, and hey, that's why we wanted to talk about Journey at the top of the broadcast, man. This guy's back with the Vaznev with a submachine gun in hand, looking like old Phase Academy Journey, if you ask me. Hell, you can even date all the way back for a lot of different Call of Duties when Journey is playing that roaming SMG. Not saying that he was bad on the AR flex. Nice to see that flexibility coming out from Journey, but I mean, man, you got to see what this guy was piecing together. 3,500 damage, keeping pace with Lucky, who had an AR in his hand. I mean, like, come on. That's a lot of engagements, and 23 of those kills of 32 were non-traded, by the way. It always felt like that Journey, regardless of where he was spawning, was always an influence on the map to constantly set up Deviants for a continuous amount of success for both Gizmo and Lucky to be in those very annoying power positions and never really allowed Team Notorious any sort of entry to fully break a lot of these hard points.
Yeah, for me, a lot of it was just coming down to, I mean, again, the second half of the game from Deviants was sublime. Every single time that Notorious got an early rotation in, Deviants were like, nope, you're not having that. Notorious just kind of had to settle for 10 to 15 seconds of scrap time, very much every single kill. And a lot of that was just down to AR coverage, again, from players such as Lucky, as you say, 28 non-traded kills. That is stupid. That is insane for a stat line when you get 30. That's like a, what is that, like a 97% NTK rate or something like that. It's dumb. Yeah, it shouldn't happen.
Do the math.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not good at maths, as you well know. That's why you're the color caster. Anyway, Ellasilo Search and Destroy, mate, that is up next. This is always a good time because this is where we get those wonderful snipe-offs.
Yeah, and again, this entire conversation when it comes down to Deviants and Notorious, right? We got to actually see Team Notorious on this map mode combination just yesterday against VVV, and I mean, Shift and Austin, we're just absolutely having their way as far as the conversation is concerned for this Team Notorious roster, because there's one of Jack Maple, Siggy Maple, on this roster. Historically has been a force to be reckoned with when it comes down to the pistol and sniper rifle combination. That honestly, when it comes down to Ellasilo, I was sitting here just having a little bit of a laugh with myself. I was like, this almost feels like Singularity Maple back in like Arklog Peak, Modern Warfare 2019, where he's just getting away with highway robbery, finding these first bloods, getting away with picks, finding kills with a pistol as well. However, the conversation needs to be flipped on the opposite side, because Lucky is doing that just a little bit better, at least for this season is concerned. He is boasting such a high KD. He's winning so many different opening duels. He's winning the mental chess games continuously when it comes down to search and destroy. You don't know what weapon he's going to roll out with. You better hope that you see that glint to confirm it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Again, it always, my mind always draws back to like a clip or something. I think it was Lucky, like pulled off a 1 versus 3 clutch in Mikado. I can't remember against what team. It might have been earlier on in the season. It always just draws back to like, well, the sniper's just so easy. That's what he tweeted out. That was like the caption that he tweeted out that video, that clutch with. Lucky feels pretty confident with the sniper rifle, and it's kind of funny in a way because I think sometimes that name eludes us when we always talk about who are the best sniper rifle players in challenges. Maple is always on the tip of our tongue for that conversation. Gizmo is also another player that you could have in that, and Harry as well, when they've both been running the sniper rifles in the past. But there is kind of that conversation to be had. I think teams, we noticed this, right? I think teams are starting to get a little bit more used to working against Maple with the sniper rifle. I think teams are not falling foul to that first blood as much as maybe they used to be. And we'll see whether those adaptations do follow from Notorious, as they might have to rely a lot more on SMG pressure. But here's another Search and Destroy ongoing. Affiliation Esports, it would seem, quite handily did win map number 1 against Team Strays into towards the Search and Destroy. And again, this is another game mode where this team has just looked so hot.
Yep. They won that opening Fortress hardpoint 250 to 157 casually for Affiliation. And when it comes down to the Search and Destroy, especially for Strays, I mean, again, you almost feel like their best bet is to win the series in a 2-3-5 fashion, but the namesake for Affiliation Esports, Mythic's Furious, last 2 players alive versus at least one of their former teammates of Henry and Dizzy, who are playing rather patient. Got Henry that's waiting for a couple of exits. This bomb is yet to go down.
I don't know if they want to before actually getting a frag here. Maybe they can get away. And, oh, no, never mind. It's going to be a kill coming through from Furious. Dizzy goes down. And now Henry probably has an inkling of an idea that some rotation is occurring. It's about how he approaches it, though. The bomb will go down. Henry cannot stop that. That's fate. Post plant. Running right above. He's probably just alerted at least the player right below him in the form of Furious as to where he is located. Furious is just keeping an eye on that stairwell. Yep, the stun will connect, and Furious actually gets some bad timing, flies away at the wrong time. But fortunately enough, Furious does get away with his life. Henry now still needs to go on the hunt for these kills, and time is very quickly running away from him in this scenario. 23 seconds, and he's waiting for one of these players to come to him. I think the big problem is, though, as soon as Furious approaches him, even if he loses the 1v1, which he will, by the way, yeah, Mythics is just going to do the right thing here in this situation and peak the bomb at 7.5.
Yep, the right call. Henry's checking every single angle. There's the peak. Mythics finds the kill. Wonderfully done there in the 2v2 after, well, Dizzy at least forced the 2v2. I should say that much, but upon the exit, I mean, that's where things get a little bit more wonky, right? For Affiliation to make that gut check call. They were inside of the B bomb site. They at least knew where Dizzy was located at over by the side door, but they had no idea where Henry was located at. He was on the pinch all the way to the backside of Restaurant leading towards Jules, but give you the update on that one as our main focus is underway. Ellasilo search and destroy between Deviants in Team Notorious. Lucky's going to roll out first with attack 56.
Yeah, interesting. Didn't want to pull it out straight away. Oh, Lucky. Normally it's Notorious that do these teammates. Lucky, what are you doing? That's not you. Lucky now has to be him. 1 versus 3 on the cards. First few shots go out to Wee Man. That's just the confirmation they needed. That's where Lucky is.
So much to do. Not even close to getting dead silence either. This is going to be a brute force 1v3. I'm going to Eric. Just crab walking his way inside of billiards. Lucky is just checking every single corner. Hello. Dirty floor to be laying on for Eric. 1v2 now. Still has to recover the bomb.
And these players, not exactly in a position to stop that from happening. They are playing together. That's the right thing here for Wee Man and Metals. Just sticking together like super glue. And Lucky doesn't know where they are, so he has to approach every single corner, every single crevice with caution. Dead silence now activated. Across the middle of the map, did he just get spotted out there by Wee Man is the question. 15 seconds left. I'm not too sure. Wee Man has just seen him now, though. Lucky with the first shots out. What makes Wee Man weak enough for 31 HP. But Wee Man has no, or Lucky has no choice, excuse me, here in the situation, but to just chase red dots or chase nothing, because we don't have those here in Modern Warfare 2. He's looking for some kind of kill, and he just will not find it.
Kill chasing for sure. I mean, that's really the only thing you got going for yourself if you are lucky in that unfortunate 1v-odd situation. Again, the team nade isn't exactly going to help out any of your virtues when it comes down to that rollout. Again, first round, early days in the Ellasilo. Search and destroy, no trophy systems, keep yourself safe from nades, so you don't really want to take all of your focus on the indoors or maybe try to go across the soccer field. But I think that if you're Deviants, that you're not going to lose too much sleep over. Probably laugh it off if you are Deviants, but Team Notorious is going to be winning that first round pretty darn comfortably. Now, what does their offense look like? Eric's going to have the bomb. Metals is going to cause a little bit of a ruckus, maybe by this fence line. He's just going to wait for the call of any information the Team Notorious get on the inside and expect Metals to maybe flank.
Initial stuns and nades being thrown out towards Notorious here, and that's he was an island. Eric Boom was just completely on his own there in that plant. Maple, the sniper rifle does get shut down by Vortex, and this is worst case scenario here for Wee Man and Metals. They're once again the last 2 players left alive.
Yeah, Metals is now going to start pushing over towards that flank. Didn't like that rollout at all when it comes down to Team Notorious, but now Metals is quite literally on an island by himself. Wee Man going to try to clear top admin. There's going to be a lot of isolated 1v1s to try to bring this round back.
He's going to pick up 1. His teammate does fall, though. This would effectively be 1 versus 4 if he could pull it off. It's a lot to ask for. Dead silence is there, but do you even really want to utilize it in towards this round? Might find better usage elsewhere, and he's going to run right into Vortex. The shots actually do connect, pretty much every single one, but Vortex does get the better of him.
In that entire rollout is hindered off of Maple being able to hold the mid lane of the building with the sniper rifle. That it mostly comes down to timing. For Eric Boom to trust Maple to hold that angle, who was trying to plant the bomb very quickly, Maple gave up the angle, and that side door just got popped open, and Eric Boom got caught with his pants down, and the bomb opened, so he just did not really get anything done. And the moment that Maple tries to go for the reach out, he gets eviscerated with the boomstick in hand. Very easy for Deviants to be able to dissect that round. Now adaptations are what's going to have to be called for. Deviants going straight towards this A bomb site. Into the building we go.
Traded rounds early on. Deviant's now looking for a path in towards the A site. They're not going to find it just yet. Utility being thrown out. Just going to check that nobody sat inside the A site. There is a player around Kegs, though, and Eric Boom won't even reveal himself. Well, now he finally will, but that comes after the kill from Metals on towards Vortex. Any path in towards A now has been mostly shut down.
And that bomb is now in a very precarious spot, so much like how we saw from Wee Man and Metals, the same thing could be said for Gizmo and Lucky. The only issue is that both players have ARs. You can just hold your irons if you are Team Notorious in that 4v2. They take down Lucky. Gizmo's got dead silence, but again, the conversation starts and stops. Do you even want to use it? Gets the angle onto Maple, who throws a shoulder. He's got a boomstick as well. Gizmo's not going to probably be able to clutch this one up. Goes for the knife, and yeah, Maple's just going to take him down scot-free. And what was a very standardized setup, I will say this much for Team Notorious, works out in the end. Because, I mean, Deviants didn't necessarily offer anything too crazy. Again, the way that they set themselves up for the early days of that round, it was just all top admin, maybe bottom as well, just to make sure that they could try to find that pick. But the defensive team of Team Notorious were there first, holding their irons. They found those first 2 picks very quickly and kept their numbers intact.
Yeah, it's just very often how quickly these rounds do boil down to, can you get yourselves into A? Yes, all right, or no. And if it is no, got to find a way to clutch up. Just not able to there. Great round coming out from Team Notorious on the defense now for an offensive push. Heavy in towards the left side of the map are Deviants, looking to get the players up top in the red tower, and it has created the space here for Lucky to push through. Gets caught off guard by Wee Man, though. Good trade from Gizmo. And again, it's early pressure coming out from Deviants here. They don't lose a lot.
Yeah, going 1 for 1 there is perfectly fine, because now Gizmo can activate that silence. Oh, Eric, I don't know if he was trying to dive over top, but either way, Gizmo's going to find that kill scot-free, and that's the bomb drop top admin.
These 2 last players, what do they have? Maple with sniper rifle, dead silence, ready to go. The way that Metals is slowly progressing across the map, I don't think he's got his. Or at least he doesn't want to use it, particularly in that scenario. Maple has got the TAC 56 now. Dead silence now going to be utilized for the reposition. Needs to get away with 1 kill here, and Vortex goes down. Gizmo wasn't looking for Maple whatsoever there. He was more concerned with Metals getting aggressive up top and how quickly the tables have turned here. Notorious now find themselves in a 2v1, but Journey might still catch these guys off guard, and the slow roll out of the door is the thing that stuffs them in the end.
Yep, no WD-40 on that door for sure. That thing made a lot of noise when it was getting creaked open, I'll promise you that much. Metals, again, when we were stuck down there in that 2v-odd, from Team Notorious' perspective, you heard the shots cracking out when we were watching Maple's position. Metals had an AR that entire round, so to try to brute force your way for that round if you are Metals, you kind of had to play it pretty respectable-like if you're thinking about it, because he has an AR. You can try to brute force and barrel stuff with the TAC 56, probably not as comfortable compared with the shotgun stature that you can get with the Vaznev in hand, but wonderful stuff there for Maple. Dead silence included. Combined 5 spree between Metals and Maple.
Notorious and now put a dead in this game early on. 3-1 lead. Gets even better as well. There's a big gun fight up by Red Tower. It's going to be won by Wee Man. Now for Deviants, that's going to funnel themselves in towards this mid lane push. And Journey just saw the glint on Maple's sniper rifle for absolutely not. Did he get some shots in, but will not be enough for a frag. Now you're going to try and brute force your way in towards this A side. Journey goes for the left corner check, and Eric Boom takes that every day.
Oh!
Okay.
Okay. I mean, what was the first round that we saw from Deviants? Them to be able to win it, it has been all Team Notorious, man. I mean, their understanding, their dissection of the map is just absolutely sublime, and you would never expect, especially for Deviants throughout their entirety of the stage. They are 6-1 in Search and Destroy, comparatively to Team Notorious, 4-3 in the game mode itself. Hasn't exactly had a good going of it here in the final stage of the Elite. But here in playoffs, they have come to play. That buff hits a little bit different. 5-2 for Wee Man. 4-1 for Metals. 4-1 lead as far as the round count is concerned. Maple's feeling himself. Goes for the quick little flick. Won't be able to find it, but that bomb in the hand of Eric, I mean, he is going towards the A bomb site. It's that round 1 loadout all over again.
And Maple already facing some aggression, though. Needs some help. It won't be long before it comes through. And yeah, you're right. Eric Boom is isolated here. He needs to maybe get at least 1 frag before trying to plant this bomb. And he knows it as well. The call is good, but Journey is a little bit better. And now again, it is that same situation we saw before. Team Notorious have to retake the middle of the map. Journey's still a lasting threat inside, but is he going to be looking in the right direction? No. Wee Man does catch him off guard.
Wee Man has to recover the bomb. That silence is about to expire. Picks up the Bazinet from his friend's corpse, and, well, he's actually going to get the read on towards 2. Now, again, it's isolated ones across the board. Metal's on a force spree, makes a lot of noise bursting open that door. Unbeknownst to him, Gizmo's right above him. Maple, 1v2, forces out the 1v1.
Maple, yep, that's the first objective done. Getting a weapon off the ground. Dead Silence, though, about to be all the way down to 0% here. Vortex, I think, was keeping an eye on the bomb. Potentially. I mean, now the fact that Dead Silence is gone, Vortex should know where Maple is located. Vortex just playing the time perfectly here for the scenario. Just going to fly down. Does he get the timing off the bomb? Yes, he does. Oh, it's a few more milliseconds away from maybe Maple escaping, but Vortex will not allow such an outcome.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people are probably sitting there questioning, like, why did Vortex pop Dead Silence? It's because Maple had no idea where Vortex's last position was at. So it's a good call, whether you love it or not, coming through from Steve Vortex. And again, when you think about it from this namesake alone, this is Vortex's wheelhouse in Search and Destroy. Just understanding that he has to play rather passive off of his teammate's death from Maple finding that kill. Just play the retake. Just play what little information you had, footsteps included down low. Want to make sure that you can give yourself the best possible outcome to win that round. Uncharacteristically, Lucky finds himself up at 1-5. Gonna roll out this round with attack 56. Haven't gotten a lot of sniper duels between him and Maple so far. Deviant's trying to claw their way back, still trailing by 2.
Still a long way to go before we can talk about this being potentially a Deviant's game. So they don't have to worry about any streaks, right? Maybe that's the kind of the one saving grace from the 3 rounds on the bounce that Notorious were able to earn. Deviants, though, looking pretty good here. They've managed to achieve what most teams have not so far here in this Ellasilo Search and Destroy, which is actually just get themselves in towards the A site, but that's only step 1 of a very long process. There's still a number of players from Team Notorious swarming around. The first of those, Eric Boom, looking for the kill up top and will catch Gizmo off guard. It's a simultaneous fight with Maple on towards Vortex as well. The numbers looking hot for Notorious. They fully sweep out Deviants.
Yeah, Deviants just go for a very quick plan over at A, and,
Oh, no.
Where have you gone, Lucky?
I was thinking they were losing a player. I was like, I saw that was a 4v4.
The quick plan over at A happens, but I mean, Team Notorious just quick to swarm all different angles of the bomb site, just completely retake the entirety of the building. So it's going to be looking pretty darn good for as far as Deviants at a post plant does not work out. As Team Notorious just win all of the gunfights, and yeah, they're missing a player. So not too sure what's going on with that one. Apparently Lucky's having a mini-map glitch, so not too sure. We'll give you the outcome of that one and what the admins decide as far as that round count is concerned. But elsewhere, Affiliation Esports versus Team Strays going through their hotel control. And, well, Affiliation just completely mollywopped Strays as far as that map number 2 is concerned. Also on Rebrook Hotel. Brody, they won that search 6-1.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
No, it's not.
At this point? Just like, we discussed the vetoes before we got into this one, and it's just like, when you look at it across the board, I'm not sure Hotel Control was the right choice against Affiliation. That would be the first map I'd get rid of in the veto process. I don't even know if there are any good choices, to be frank, but still. We'll discuss that afterwards. Right now, Affiliation Esports looking like they're bringing the hammer down on Team Strays, and I'm not sure they've got much in a way of alleviating any of that pressure. It's currently a 10 versus 6, 13 seconds on the clock here. Furious looking to get aggressive from behind, and even that is just unsettling these last couple of Strays players. Henry manages to briefly escape, but it is only but a brief respite. There's one last player now looking to find their way on towards a point. Raffy does go down.
And keep in mind, you, that because of Affiliation, of course, being the higher seed, they were able to veto the control. They got rid of the Ellasilo. So, Expo was in, and theoretically, if you are Strays, I think I would much rather take it to Expo, if I'm being candid with you. I mean, you are 2-0 on Expo control throughout the group stage, with wins over Signs as well as E-Fuse, and say what you will about the stock for that one. I think comparatively to Affiliation, have not played Expo at all, whether it's a hard veto against them, knowing that they are godlike on it or not. You took them to Hotel, where they have only lost a total of 3 rounds at 3 times playing it in the groups.
Yeah, it's just
weird,
isn't it? Yeah, no, I agree. I just think it's one of those moments where sometimes people can like criticize casters for being like too negative. I think this is just one of those situations where the negativity is warranted. To be frank, just a weird decision all around. Regardless, Affiliation will be feeling pretty confident coming in this round. Already haven't lost a single life yet, and that looks to be translating into a B here. Team Strays need to find a way to get themselves on the board right now gets something in your favor, because Affiliation, they've even got some modicum of map control. At least Raffi gets that 1 kill around the backline.
Yeah, I mean, Team Strays, they had to chalk that B zone. You didn't find any kills as far as that opening rip is concerned, so now you got to set yourself inside the kitchen. Henry, lots to do here as the AR gets the better of his former teammate of Mythic, so kitchen control will remain here, at least for Team Strays, but Affiliation looking to flood them out.
Just players being frustrating, players like Furious that can do exactly this. There's not a situation in a million years that Raffi expects Furious to get in his face that quickly with that kind of route. Now the players stacking the point. Yep, this is an experienced team coming on through here. Affiliation Esports just really putting the hammer down on towards Team Strays. You don't have any time to just try and think about this. You've got to go right about now. Players approaching from all sides, and the capture is in. That's why we always say here on the casting desk, Andy, stack the point when you have the chance.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Affiliation, they understood the homework quite well, didn't they? I mean, they knew, especially from Mythics being cut down inside a kitchen, much less off of that B control zone. If you're not getting any sort of resilience, you're not seeing any exits come through from Strays, you know that their setup's mostly going to be inside a kitchen and maybe a player over by Chandelier Jewels, but just a little bit too easy when you're looking at it from Affiliation's perspective. I mean, Dizzy is triple negative, 5 and 15, double negative for Pack. Lucifer, devilish as he may be, Harry is having his way, has a decent streak to speak of. Just got to have it here if you are Team Strays. You know, make it respectable. Take this offensive round and give us something to work with. But the first blood is going to go way of Furious. And, well, now they're just going to fly all the way through. A lot of players for Team Strays still lurking around the A control zone. And the trades are going to be good. Team Strays could touch this A zone and stall the clock early.
Yeah, that's always step one, though. TA is the easier, the 2 points to get. I don't know if Affiliation are actually going to invest any resources in it. Just going to wait for Team Strays to try and hit for the rotation. Pack loses a crucial one already in the middle of the map. Trade's looking pretty good if you're Affiliation. And now this A point, I mean, it hasn't exactly been captured yet. Technically speaking, if they really wanted to, Denza and Harry might be inclined to give this a hit. But instead, they are going to be focusing once again on just making sure these transitions do not occur. Furious down in the middle of that, trying to pick up where Harry left off, but he's not going to be able to do that quite successfully just yet. Still, though, if your Team Strays, you got to deal with Denza. You cannot allow him to double up like that. There will not be a triple at least.
22 plays up against 23. You got a lot of time to work with if you are Team Strays. Middle of the map coverage is there, and well, you should understand by proxy from where your spawns are at that Mythics is, in fact, holding bottom valet, and he's going to get a car explosion onto Henry, gets the shots onto Dizzy as well. He will remain in this position, which means that all of Team Strays have to take their focus through the old captured A zone. And Affiliation are more than aware of it, but they're not winning the gunfights in the middle of the map, so this mostly just comes down to players in the back to hold the line and make sure that Team Strays cannot get onto this B zone for free.
Yeah, got to make sure you get somebody towards bedroom right about now. Yeah, you've got Mythics pushed all the way through, but he's probably going to want to come back sooner rather than later, to be honest, because these players are getting aggressive. Izzy and Henry have already translated that into real kills. They know that somebody's in from behind as well. You can see with the way that Henry is playing, they're keeping an eye out for it. Yep, there goes Denza. Now it's all on the backline here for Affiliation Esports. They'll be spawning over towards Spa. 2 players starting to stack on towards the point, and Henry will be that player that pushes through. Tagged up down to 15, he goes. The cruise missile, I believe, I think we just heard the sound cue. It will not connect, so Affiliation not able to use that just yet to close on towards this point. Second ticket progression coming through for Team Strays. They're trying to at least get a round number 4, but Denza through the middle of the map, and Mythics from the other side will not allow it.
Nope, they will not. Third segment's going to get depleted, and Furious is going to take more space away from the map. That is so damning for Team Strays. Had a really good look to maybe get this B zone converted for their favor, and now, again, they're looking from the outside in, trying to at least maintain bedroom control, but Furious is here. Dead Silence popped as well. He is just running routes.
And he's still continuing on this as well. It's just a constant annoyance, and it's just going to turn these players around. It's going to turn their attention at the worst possible time. You're in a 6 versus 12, now a 6 versus 11. That's not that much better. Furious should be able to take Dizzy out of the plate, and indeed they will. Team Strays have to be perfect, and they haven't even got much time in this situation to set up anything of actual note. 30 seconds is not enough time to install yourselves in the backline. Affiliation now, mid-map coverage also looking pretty good. Furious continues on this spree inside bedroom as well. Everything that could possibly go wrong for Team Strays is going wrong, and now it all falls on the shoulders of Raffi to stop themselves from going towards the losers bracket in round number 1. I don't know if this is going to happen with 7 seconds. He doesn't even have enough time to touch the point.
He's going to run out of ammo before you get him and probably take down all of these players. And yeah, everybody's watching him back of the block. And Affiliation make a statement in their opening winners round 1 match versus Team Strays. Again, you know, criticism where criticism is due for Team Strays. The way that they did their veto process was more for their comfort rather than against of strengths of Affiliation. It was an uphill battle regardless the way you look at it. I mean, Affiliation were the #1 team out of Group A regardless, but you gave them 3 of their best maps for the first 3 maps in this series. Regardless, Team Strays not done quite yet as far as playoffs are concerned. They will be knocked down the lower bracket.
Yeah, and again, I think a lot of it was down to the veto process. I think we can certainly criticize to a certain extent so some of that decision-making from Strays, just maybe not playing Hotel Control should have been step 1. Regardless, they're going to go down the losers bracket now. They've got to try and survive in there. Over towards a Wubble Bobs and VVV. This match is currently 2-0 up now for a Wubble Bobs, and they're looking to take control. That has been their bread and butter the 2023 season thus far, and it's looking pretty good as far as this B hit is concerned.
VVV have not played Expo all season long. Comparatively to Wubble Bobs, they played it twice, they've won it 3-0, and they've also lost it 0-3, so take that as you will. But Wubble Bobs are just absolutely frying. This is what we expect from this roster. The boys are truly back in town. Double positive for Abusa, Cobra as well. 11-5 up on this 4 spree. FB zone is so chalked. But at least VVV are finding themselves a couple exits to try to set themselves up for this A defense.
Yeah, it's just making sure that you don't allow any Wubble Bobs players to transition through around the backline. Those kills, though, are actually starting to come through. There's only one player in the elevator. That's Vital. He might be able to disrupt this play. Indeed, he will with the first kill. Hasn't quite sniffed out the second player just yet. Linz is still hanging about, and Abuser's now going to bring this cruise missile down. Trophy system will stop that from connecting on towards Joker. So VVV keeping themselves alive in the play, but that is good information nonetheless here for Abuser, and now they need to work off it with some more kills.
Just trying to at least clear away from the restaurant, but trades are still good for VVV to at least maintain positioning. Player number 3 of Joka is in a great spot to try to keep Abusa at an arm's reach. The nade might have gotten Joka down to half HP, but he'll still win the gunfight versus Abusa. While his teammates are actually picking up a lot of good kills around Globe and around the bar area. Great 3 spree coming through from Keza. Will stabilize the middle of the map as the Wubble Bobs are sent back to spawn.
Yeah, Linz is still here, but I don't think he's died, right? I think he's still been here from the earlier play. Finally reveals his location. Hey, I'm still hanging around, by the way. And as Cobra picks up another frag, actually, this is still possible from a Wubble Bobs. It's more than that, actually. It's probable, especially as Linz has continued to do damage around the backline. Brezzy should land that Semtex up there, release for a tag. Keza will jump away from it. But nonetheless, Linz still active around the backline. Linz is still not been dealt with, by the way. He's been here for an eternity. 5 in a row now for him. He will be denied the 6th, so no streak. But nonetheless, he does his job. He's created the space now for a Wubble Bobs to get themselves on the point. And now they just need a few more frags and they will be able to capture it. Kessler will deny at the very least the first. Joker for the second, but Abuser still needs to be dealt with inside. And he does pick up 1 frag. Somebody kill Abuser, for heaven's sake. He's just playing. He's toying with these guys at the moment. And finally, he goes down.
Now, before the second segment was already locked in, 30 seconds remaining. Wubble Bobs just need 1 good hit. They're leading by 3 lives. We're mostly looking at that segment. But the biggest issue when it comes down to Himmelad Expo is that you have so much space you have to clear. You got to somehow get through Diner, and Vital's picking things up back over towards the bar. This looking like a good defensive round win coming through from VVV, albeit a Wubble Bobs had a really good shake to maybe try to get that A control zone. And Linz, I mean, yeah, he was alive for quite a long time, all the way over by the B control zone. He was waiting for Dead Sounds to try to make that push happen.
Yeah.
The pinch finally comes through. Could not get the stack fully as VVV, off the returning gunfights, will walk back in towards a defensive round victory. That would have been a scary one to go down 0-2 on an Expo control versus this Wubble Bobs roster, but VVV, they hold on.
Yeah, I was actually keeping an eye on the minimap there for like the last 20 seconds or so, and you can see Brezzy like trying to make a route, trying to channel his inner Linz for that play towards the end. But just could not get it done. Got shut down, and there wasn't really any help around the front line too. So that is a great defense coming out from VVV, a necessary one as well on Expo, which is a map we generally speaking expect to see offensive victories on. The plate over towards that A zone, just keeping the Wubble Bobs at bay for basically what was a full like a minute and a half, 2 minutes or so. It felt like it pretty early on that B fell by the wayside. Nonetheless, though, in towards now, and a Wubble Bobs defense. VVV now coming in towards this one with Joker on 4 in a row. Looking for some more now as Linz over towards the bar side. Well, he'll pick up 1. Joker goes down as part of a double from Abuser. Wubble Bobs now feeling pretty good here on the defensive side, but they haven't quite cleared house just yet.
Yeah, Lens has to encroach forward over by these boxes, try to stop that A zone from being tacked all the way over, and he forces Keza to try to chow out, and Abuser will take him down. I will say this much for VVV, you gotta respect it, at least going for the one of two difficult zones when it comes down to Expo. They don't get that first segment, it could be depleted, and now they're spawning parallel over towards B. But you gotta check all of your corners. Cobra's waiting for these challenges to come through.
Team shots will be taking down Keza. VVV, they look a little bit disjointed at this point in time. They don't feel like they're that unified in terms of the pushes that they're trying to make. Maybe just trying to be disruptive across the board. But that does need to actually translate in towards these individual one-on-one gunfights, and at least some are being utilized. Keza and Co, they're creating space now as Keza and Joker now going to pick the kills required here to start to get some progression on towards B. Wubble Bobs will be happy with the amount of time they've taken off the board, but to get back in towards B, this is going to be a hell of a task. A couple of kills do come through. Now that's isolating Twisted and Joker here, but as Joker extends himself out towards this reception area, now Wubble Bobs will be questioning how much they want to go for this.
It's just one player that's on the B control zone. They don't want to go for it at all. I mean, Brezzy, he's thinking about maybe trying to get a couple more kills around the lounge, around the globe area, but that B zone is going to be completely tacked all the way over, and that's the right call whether you love it or hate it when it comes down to Wubble Bobs, because now you got to look towards their A control defense. Brezzy's still alive top glass here in the projector room. You also have Cobra playing for a couple exits inside of the lounge, but most importantly, Linz is past the blue tarp. And you also have Abuser down outside of the diner. That's going to constantly force all of VVV to spawn parallel towards the B zone continuously, but they got to find the kills to force such an affair.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you don't do what Linz just did to VVV in that prior round. Even if it didn't result in a victory for Wubble Bobs, you cannot allow players to push all the way through. But as free kills do come through now, Wubble Bobs might find themselves in a situation where they're able to set up one of these crazy spawn traps that you do see relatively often on the defensive side. Linz shut down, as he's now the only one in position to actually put this spawn trap into effect. There is also, of course, Cobra not that far away too, and VVV might well find themselves struggling now in an 11 versus 15. They have to very quickly get themselves out of this situation. Brezzy now going to be down for the count. They know where Cobra is located as well. This is okay for VVV. They've broken out of the spawn trap, and now they're starting to send players through.
But you can't let too many lives escape you when you're trying to battle back out from this spawn trap, because now you're down by a whole set of respawns. 14 plays up against 10. You have players still hitting routes around the back of the blue tarp. That's going to be Cobra up on a 2, 16 and 15 towards his name. He can also pick back up through the middle of the map to help out his teammates as well. 28 seconds remaining, and VVV, I mean, they might just be stuck in the spawn trap for the rest of the round.
Yeah, at the very least, that life differential is just daunting, isn't it? 6 versus 12. 19 seconds of the clock here. Twisted going down. Not going to remedy the situation whatsoever. And for VVV now, their options just starting to trickle away from them. As maybe just trying to get out of the spawn trap, trying to take some of these players down at the end of the round, take them off any protective sprees. Cobra is going to close the round at 3 in a row, but that is great from the Wubble Bobs. And honestly, Andy, I really feel like the early round was probably the most damaging aspect of that all from VVV. Just the initial pushes just look so disjointed that Wubble Bobs were able to just trickle so much of that time off the clock.
Well, like, they were finding a lot of good trades, at least for their opening breaks, but then they tried to go back over towards the A control zone to help out what Joko or even Keza was that last player that was over by the A control zone. At that point, you're spawning parallel over towards B. Just send more of your numbers over towards B instead of just giving such easy gunfights for Wubble Bobs for such a demanding life lead that they held towards the end of that round. So Wubble Bobs will have a 2-1 lead. Again, we're 1 segment shy from closing out the previous offense. Just want to give everybody the update as well. Team Notorious and Deviants, they did play through that round number 9. It was a 5-3 lead that Team Notorious had. They won the Ellasilo search and destroyed 6-3.
Big round, or big search and destroy, excuse me, coming through from Team Notorious to take that one away from Deviants, of course. Between the Wubble Bobs and VVV hit. See whether or not Wubble Bobs can close this one out. Initial trades now looking pretty good here as it's a 4-for-1, or 6-for-1 rather. It gets even worse for VVV. They've only got 1 frag to the 6 for the Wubble Bobs, and the Wubble Bobs now look like they're going to capture B. At the very least, Keza does sniff out Abuser and stops him from making that immediate transition towards A.
Pretty much all you got going for yourself. You are VVV again. It's another successful opening break coming through for Wubble Bobs. Keza is backstage, at least playing for a couple of exits, but that's 60 seconds down on towards the board. But these are great kills to find for yourself. You are Keza, 23 and 25. Now up on the 3 spree through the elevator shaft he will go. The only player that is unaccounted for is Brezzy, and of course it's Keza to take him down. 4 spree now for him as he's going to take away the top bar positioning. Now VVV looking to cinch their teeth into the spawn trap.
Yeah, this is what a Wubble Bobs did set up in the last round, right? And it held them there for, held VVV there for about, what, 30 to 40 seconds or so. It really did take a lot of time off the clock. Need to find a way out if you're a Wubble Bobs. They've already got 2 players through towards that B side, and it's still Brezzy trying to butt heads with these players pushed all the way through towards the spawn trap, but he's doing a really good job at the moment. He's distracting these players. Finally, Brezzy does get one before going down, and now it won't be long here before Joker and Vital realize, hang on, guys, they've escaped. They are out of the asylum. In from behind, they go. Linz is already starting to cause some panic towards the reception area. Now Abuser from up top here and towards Bar. Wubble Bobs now trying to install themselves through with a couple more frags. VVV, they've turned around. They're already starting to pick up those kills.
It's a chess match right now for a Wubble Bobs. They're trying to flip the map, but VVV still have the superior map positioning, especially with Vital controlling that blue tarp area. Keza is still around the bar area as well. You really have to start flooding your way out from the lounge if you are Brezzy and Linz to try to help out your teammates to try to deal with some of these defenders that are lurking around the blue tarp, lurking around the diner as well. Finally, they start getting activated. Brezzy, Cobra, able to find 2. A control zone not open up quite yet, but we're down to 30 seconds in the round.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem at the moment. Again, VVV, they held the Wubble Bobs in a spawn trap. Brezzy, at the very least, will trade things off. That's a great team kill, at least for a Wubble Bobs. Now it's going to be 3 players down. It is just the one left alive, and Twisted goes down as well. Not looking so hot if you're VVV anymore, and Abuser somehow finds a second from long. Linz up close now and personal against Keza. Vital being held off. These players can't even get past their spawn, with Linz finishing things out on 5 in a row. This round is done and dusted, and Linz is just snapping from player to player. What is that?
That's Linz. Rookie season, by the way. Oh my god. And again, you know, I know that Shift and Visions kind of like hinted at this yesterday, but just like you really start considering like the question marks, like why the hell did the team even break up in the first place for a whole stage? I mean, come on. Stage 2 champions, they come through as far as Season 3 is concerned. It broken up. Linz and Cobra, they play on that, Clutch Rain roster. Brezzy was not playing with Abuser, who was over towards Wubble Bobs. That was no shade of what they look like, what they are right now. But Wubble Bobs won that series 3-0. It will punch their ticket into winners round 2. VVV down to the lower bracket. Over towards our main focus, Team Notorious and Deviant. Again, off of that round 9 win for Team Notorious. Even Stevens coming into this swing map mode combination of Expo Control.
And already here early on in this round, Team Notorious looking pretty good on the defense. They've got a 16 versus 7 life advantage. It gets worse as well as Maple and Metals will triple up between them. Deviants, I don't really even think have enough time to make these long flanks happen. Journey's still going to attempt it regardless, and he is looking for long-range kills with the Vaznev. Will he find anything? That's the problem. Deviants at the moment just trapped in their spawn with 2 seconds left. Now nobody has any chances to touch this point.
Not at all. Again, when it has to be a conversation all the time when it comes down to Team Notorious, let's not forget through 2 seasons of what? One getting top 8, one getting top 6. They were undefeated through the first 2 seasons on Control. Struggled with it when it came down to Texas Open on LAN, but I mean, Control has always been the wheelhouse when it comes down to this Team Notorious roster. The only Control that they lost was to Affiliation. That was on a hotel. But here on Expo, they are looking pretty damn good. Went to round 5 versus the Atlas Lions, completely shut out, knocked them black. And, well, Eric Boom and Maple definitely out in their way. Maple's only died 2 times.
Just Maple things. Right here in Control, we talked a little bit about how Control has been a big thing for him this season, and, geez. It happens elsewhere. Eric Boom will take himself down. I'm not sure how that happened, whereas like a barrel explosion or something, but Eric Boom with these nades been pretty detrimental for Team Notorious this season for whatever reason. Here towards this offense, though, Team Notorious now looking to get some trades in their favor as Weeman does double up. This A lane has started open.
Oh, that was just a cool rollout for Team Notorious. So we'll put a pin in it and talk about it at the end of this round for sure, because Team Notorious now found the picks all the way through Diner. They're on the A control zone, and Eric was trying to cause a little bit of distress over by Globe. Vortex is just going to start picking things back up. Finds a 2 spree over by the top bar area. That stops the A zone from being converted a little bit further. Not before the first segment was locked in, and now where map control was there for Team Notorious, Deviants has now flipped the script. They are finding all the kills.
Yeah, this has not gone the way that Team Notorious wanted at all, has it? Deviants now looking to put themselves in that position where they can spawn trap. Fortunately, that was lucky goes down. Now Team Notorious will be able to put a stop on the clock here. Eric Beam will be the only player on B momentarily. Metals is in close proximity to provide some coverage, but not a lot. Eric Beam still has a lot to do here. As we come down from that lower area, it is going to be number 7, I think. There we go. Lucky going to take him down. Lucky going to go down. Excuse me. Metal's going to be the one to pick up that gunfight. And now Notorious. Again, it is slow, but it's sure, right? Notorious, they are capturing this B zone. And Deviant, they're sending individual players to try and deal with the threat, but they're just unable to get them out.
You should just chalk this if you are Deviants. Just let the whole B zone be converted because your map control through the middle, especially with Lucky picking back over by the blue tarp, is just so good. Vortex is going to get caught out inside a globe. I mean, Wee Man had a good shake to at least find a 2-piece journey, at least for the trade, but... And B-Zone is going to be chalked over a 6-life lead in Deviants' favor. They can really start just stepping on their heels in the snow and just keeping this map locked down. It just mostly comes down to what these 3 players of Team Notorious can develop on the flank. They've already found 2.
Yeah, these trades are fine. If you're Team Notorious, just you don't exactly have the numbers in terms of those just trades in a raw perspective, but at the very least, you are getting yourselves on towards the point, and those kills from Eric Boom and Maple are everything, and they get rid of Lucky as well. So that's a lot of pressure now alleviated around the spawn trap. Notorious now about to get the second tick of progression through, and there it is, the third, not that far away. Deviant's trying to encroach from all sides. It's going to be trades in favor of Team Notorious, but his journey picks up metals, and Eric Boom falls to Lucky. Deviant's now looking to reinstall themselves in towards the spawn trap, and that is a perfect play call from Journey to take down Wee Man.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Journey made the play continuously, just running routes around Team Notorious. You thought that they were able to get themselves on the A control zone, but just because you cleared all of Diner doesn't mean your flank is at least secure. Not when Journey's still alive on the map. Third segment is all you need if you are Team Notorious. They just have a single respawn.
And Journey just still continuing on this spree. Gizmo made weak. Journey should be able to trade that one out. And there you go, 5 in a row now for Journey. What a way it would be to win this round if he's able to find himself on a 6 and get that cruise missile. But Team Notorious, they are done regardless in this round. There is nothing they can do. And I think Journey just got that final kill as well. So that is a lovely cherry on the icing on the cake.
5 segments for Team Notorious, though. And again, that opening rollout was so cool when it comes down to Team Notorious. They actually split the map up. They only put Eric Boom over by Globe to maybe try to threaten over by that B control zone. But the way that all of Team Notorious rolled out, we're expecting for Deviants to go all in for the A control defense. They found the opening 2 picks, Brody. And they were able to at least have a good line of sight as far as the A control zone is concerned and maybe try to tack over some segments early because it is the more difficult of the 2 zones to capture. But the returning gunfights, the trades in that round specifically, just too strong for Deviants. And as you say, Journey just doing pirouettes, swan diving down the stairs. Got himself a cruise missile for this round.
Yeah, big kill for Journey to get. Big cruise missile that might come in handy later on down the line as a lifeline for Deviants. We'll need it early on in this one, as Team Notorious going to batter away the pressure that Deviants have been putting down over towards B, and they're already starting to install players in from behind as well. Set up that prospective spawn trap. Step number 1 still needs to be completed. You still need to get Deviants out of this B zone. Lucky in from behind might be the player to catch Wee Man off guard. I don't know if they're necessarily going to be expecting a player on the flank. I think the way that Wee Man is positioning himself at this point in time, he has an inkling that somebody has gotten past him. Perhaps he's heard Lucky in the play. But while that particular engagement is going down, again, we're seeing this spawn trap starting to come together. Maple was piecing up by the steps.
And Lucky needs to do something over on this flank. And it just really does feel like that it's all for naught. He can't help out his teammates, try to work out from the spawn. 3 dead goes the feed in favor of Team Notorious once again. Metal's up on a 4 spree. And, I mean, you're still counting names. Like, we have still not killed Lucky. You know he's still backstage. He keeps on touching this B control zone. And even before they chow it, they're going to let that first segment come through. Team Notorious cannot be bothered. What a commanding lead they have in this round alone.
They just don't care. Yeah, they're not even bothering. I think they're going to send maybe 1 player, Eric Boom's fighting to deal with him. And yeah, that has a lovely nade from Wee Man to take him down. Wee Man also gets a double. Make it a triple, because why the heck not? This has been an indomitable round from Team Notorious. The spawn trap and Lucky, the only hope really for Deviants in the play, just could not do anything. Wee Man looking to close this round out with a streak. Would be nice to have an answer to Journey's. But still, what a round this has been. Can anybody do anything? I thought maybe Journey could touch the point towards the end, but no, this kill feed has been a blizzard. It's been all white.
Dear God. I mean, they won that round within, like, what, like the first, 15, 20 seconds. They barrel stuff Deviants for their opening rip. The only player that goes unnoticed is Lucky. He was doing some IT work backstage, just trying to work on some of the audio equipment, and Team Notorious said, yeah, you can continue to work on that because we're just cutting your teammates off the spawn relentlessly. And even when Lucky was able to at least get that first segment. That's the only thing that they allowed him to get for himself. Notorious were not too bothered about it. I mean, they knew Lucky was back there continuously. He wasn't fully flanking. He couldn't help out his teammates get out from the spawn. And by the time that first segment got locked in, Weeman laid a Semtex right in his lap. Now Metals also has a cruise missile. The same for Journey on the opposite side for Deviants.
Yeah, big thing to have on side if you're Team Notorious after that round, and it feels like they're just swinging straight in towards this one with exactly the same measure of momentum. Eric Boone now with an AR in his hand. How abnormal is this? Looking to just continue on the spree. Please, somebody kill Eric Boom. He's down to 5 HP. It's an easy frag to get. Metals is going to bring his streak down. Things just not looking good for Deviants whatsoever. Finally, Eric Boom falls, and Journey answers back from the streak with Metals with a streak of his own. Now picks up 2 kills just with a fast nev. And things will settle for Deviants, but not after we see some utilization of those streaks.
Yeah, what's the old cardinal phrase? An eye for an eye or a cruise missile for a cruise missile. Both Metals and Journey use theirs in synchronization to try to find value across the map, but it's actually Deviants to come out mostly on top, at least for the kills. They stabilize in the middle of the map. 2 segments were at least earned there for Team Notorious on the A control zone, but now the spawn trap is fully set in. I mean, Lucky's gonna watch all these guys just narrow their way through these very tough choke points, going back through the globe area. He shrugged Vortex away from that blue tarp, but you can see Team Notorious trying to develop this push around the snow path on that west lane, and they will find those 3 kills. They want this 3rd segment today.
Yeah, again, B is just the easier point to take, right? So if we can get out of the way, it will be huge. They've already picked up a couple of kills, and now they're going to be stacking up from towards the point as well. Journey's putting some shots towards Metals. You need to find some way to try and contest this one. It just isn't working. Gizmo is here, as is Vortex. They do save that point, but the clock will stop once again. Team Notorious, they had some presence on B. It is a slow but sure capture starting to come through. And I think as a player, Maple does lose his teammates in and around this point. He steps off momentarily, but now more kills starting to come through for Team Notorious. They feel a little bit more certain here that they can get this capture through.
You just got to chalk this if you are Deviants. You're down by 2 lives, 26 seconds. Adding on to the 60 seconds, you know that even if it goes to a round 5, you're probably going to have offense off of only getting a handful of segments through your last 2 offenses. So you just got to hold on for this last segment over at A. And the setup is a good one as well. Vortex playing around the snow cliff path. You also have at least Gizmo waiting over by the blue tarp. If any kills come through, Gizmo's going to try to pounce on that along with Vortex to try to reenact the spawn trap.
Still got the streak as well, right? I'm pretty sure Weeman still got his streak ready to go. I think that was used in the earlier joust, but never mind. Journey just going to clear point anyway. And there is that they could use, right? They can use that to try and locate some of these players, maybe capture them off the point if they get a couple of kills on through. It's a good way to use that streak. But nonetheless, they might not need to. A couple of kills now starting to come through. They've got themselves out of the spawn trap momentarily. Vortex finally going to fall, and now it's certainly the case that they can move. They've got some room to maneuver. Lucky Trap just runs headfirst into the wall in an attempt to escape Weeman in the play, but will not be able to. Again, Notorious trying to find a way out, and they are being stopped mostly at square one, to be fair. Vortex and Gizmo, again, applying that pressure in all the right places. Notorious still can't get out.
Gotta get Gizmo out from this restaurant, man. And he's still alive, and where you thought that you might be able to get a gunfight if you are Weeman versus Gizmo, Journey picks it back up over by the staircase. Now the call has to be for Eric Boom. No dead silence. Needs to make a play around the back. Gonna be looking to at least take down Vortex. Need to find this trade, but it's the only kill that Team Notorious have found in the last 4. 14 seconds remain.
If they would have got like a 1 more kill off the back of those 2, they would have been fine. But Team Notorious, I don't know if they can finish things here anymore. Certainly not the case now, as Deviant's really starting to streak out. It's 3 kills for Lucky, Journey, and Gizmo to close out the round. What a way to send us to a round number 5. And I was dead set, to be honest, at least in my mind, as we sort of set ourselves into a situation there where it's only 1 tick required for Team Notorious, that we would just be seeing the end of the game right then and then.
I honestly thought that we were. It just mostly comes down to how good both Gizmo and Vortex were around that restaurant side. And even when Vortex got cut down, Gizmo was continuously getting a lot of assistance from Journey through the staircase, through a lot of different respawns to come all the way through, just always making sure that Team Notorious were rather costly as far as how they were trying to get out from their spawn. It's now 2 rounds back-to-back that we've seen such an affair occur, where Team Notorious only needed that last segment over at A. Regardless, enough work has been done. Deviants, if they want to take the swing that mode combination, gotta win an offense.
And you got to have a better start than you did in that prior offensive effort, right? You have to make sure you win this initial joust over towards B. Trade's looking pretty good so far. Weeman still left to be dealt with around the back line, and you located him as well. That stun has connected. Unfortunately for Journey, I mean, obviously still wins the gunfight. I was going to say, I mean, that Stemtex preemptive from Weeman connects on towards Journey. But still, Both they and Gizmo now going to be stacking on towards this point. Players on both sides to be contesting with Metals on one, Maple on the other. And they are not just going to run headfirst in towards this point. They have to do it constructively. Second tick now about to go by, and indeed it does. Metals flies through, though, and will clear point. That is a great way to defend B.
And that's a big kill to find for yourself, because Journey was on a 5 spree, so that shuts down what was going to be Journey's second cruise missile as far as this Expo control is concerned. But one more segment are all Deviants need. They're still spawning parallel over by that B control zone. They clean up Metals. That 2-player stack should be the end-all, be-all, at least for this B zone control. At least you would think. Weeman still trying to make an argument for it, but I mean, pick your poison, brother. What angle, what couch, what fixture do you honestly think Journey is behind? He guesses wrong all the right times, but good exit kills coming through from Deviants. 23 plays up against 21. Uh-oh. The only player you got to worry about is Eric Boom, and he will triple down and will shut down the conversion from B to A. Wonderfully placed by Eric.
Yeah, and now for Team Notorious, again, it's this spawn trap scenario, right, where Eric Boom has already got 3 in a row after clearing that point, wants to get some more kills as players look to aggress around this backline. Deviants haven't quite been spawn trapped just yet. They've been able to filter players through to what was formerly that B control zone. Team Notorious well aware of it. You can see Metals and Maple well placed to deal with that threat if it does come to them, and indeed it has. Journey, the first player to approach their FOB. Metals goes back to deal with the pressure up top from top bar and does go down. Still, though, trades in favor of Deviants in this particular moment here. And Maple just going to have to hightail it away from the point here momentarily. Will not be able to assist Eric Boom in this play. And Eric Boom, his position was just keeping these guys away from the spawn, making sure they don't even get out. Now he needs to come back and help his team. But as Metals and Weeman do pick up those frags, they'll have a moment of calm here, a moment of relief.
Yeah, I mean, that has been a suggestive kill feed continuously coming through. Finally, Maple gets cut down, but you still have Eric on this 31 kills to his name. Weeman also just playing around the A control zone is going to keep Journey at bay. Now Eric Boom, you can see over by the blue target, he's going to find a free kill on a Gizmo, so that's a cruise missile earned here in a very pivotal round number 5 with an 8 life lead at that.
Also definitely stacked against you if you're Deviants hit. They've worked well enough to even get themselves to this point, but still tenuous for sure. You've lost Journey, so if your Vortex around this backline now, I don't really know if you've got the luxury of waiting at this point in time, but he will just fly out on towards Metals. He needs to at least find value for a second frag, and Eric Boom just going to bring this streak straight down. Again, you find so much value just off the information. You've got to know that Vortex might well be located in the corners, though. And as he takes down Metals, now looking to double up on towards Weeman, Eric Boom not going to allow either of those two things to happen. The kills looking so good. Lucky last-ditch effort to find their way on Orza Point, and they will be denied a huge game in this winners round 1 matchup as Team Notorious take it.
Yeah, again, a grand finals caliber matchup in between Deviants and Notorious. Notorious will win maps 2 and 3, as was suggested, at least for Team Notorious' stat line when it comes down to Expo control. You just really felt like that any control map would have been at least good for Team Notorious. Not saying that Deviants have been bad on the game mode throughout the entirety of the stage, but it was their weaker out of the 3. So, yeah, wonderfully done there for Team Notorious. I mean, to be completely candid, Deviants were just a few moments away from converting that offensive round. It just always comes down to these very annoying and lurking members, which is why Expo Control, much like how, funny enough, Fortress worked very well for this Team Notorious roster, because you had so many different avenues for a lot of these lurking players, like Eric, like Metals, to always be in these very annoying positions. And while you're trying to at least deal where either Eric or Metals are located at, you're getting beamed across the map by either Weeman or Maple to overwatch these SMG plays continuously coming through. It's just wonderful cohesion to be exemplified by Team Notorious as Eric Boom drops a 30 bomb side by side with Maple. Almost had 4K damage, did Jack, in that map number 3. And it was just really the AR show coming through from Team Notorious, just keeping all the SMGs just really suppressed from Deviants.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Because even you talk about being like an AR show, and Eric Boom was picking up an AR more often than not in that one, just trying to keep these guys away. And it was round number 3, at least for me, that really just kind of pad the stats, right? I can't even remember what it was. I was kind of 25 versus like 5 or 6 lives towards the end of the round. Like, the Team Notorious just whittled away the time. It was pretty despicable, to be honest, to see a spawn trap just as well put together as that from Team Notorious, and there wasn't really much that they could do in that scenario. Of course, the stats for Deviants Gaming also not looking that hot at the end of it, as Gizmo finishes at 16 and 32. Not the Gizmo that we normally expect to see here on Expo Control.
No, it's not. Just unfortunate, especially for Deviants. I mean, the way that the veto is completely played out, you'll see here again, as far as the specified map set is concerned, it's kind of like a pick your poison if you are Deviants, right? You get rid of the hotel control, that leaves the Ellasilo open, has not also been favorable for them. They wanted to go to the Expo, they try to force it out, but Team Notorious are more than obliged to take it to an Expo, where, again, they have a fantastic round count, and that will get boasted once again with their round 5 win here. Now we set ourselves up for this hotel map number 4, and again, Team Notorious, when it comes down to hardpoint, somehow not been all too good throughout the entirety of this season, Brody, but Hotel is one of the better out of the 5 that we have as far as the map set.
Yeah, for sure, right? They're 2-1 in it. It's been arguably their second best hardpoint map this season, but just behind Mikado. So to get it in the series, I think, is probably the right play call, right? I mean, it's just the right call to have it here. For Deviants on the other side, I don't believe we've seen them play it once, right? I don't think we've seen a single Hotel hardpoint from them. That can sometimes work in your favor if teams don't really know what to expect against you, especially with this kind of new look Deviants gaming as far as Vortex joining the ensemble is concerned. But I think for Team Notorious, just generally speaking, right, their hardpoint has been, at least in my mind, a struggle for this season. I can't really even pinpoint what's going wrong, per se, for this team. I think teams just around them might have just gotten a lot better at hardpoint, just generally speaking.
Yeah, I think it mostly just comes down to maybe a couple players maybe getting a little bit too fast for where the rest of the teammates are located at. I think that was pretty apparent when we go back and we look at the second set of hardpoints when it was on that fortress. Yeah. It always felt like that you either had Eric Boom or Metals in a position to where they can try to enforce over by the spawns for these very big money hills, like 2 or maybe 3 or even 4 for that matter. But their ARs were not in a position to try to help them out. It just felt like that is a very stark difference in comparison to other seasons for this Team Notorious roster. However, on Hotel, you really do feel like that this has to be a bread and butter. We've been playing this map mode combination all year long. If you are Team Notorious, and on the same side for Deviants, again, in and out for a lot of these different members around Elevate. A lot of time spent with one another. Hotel historically has been really good for these 4 players, which is surprising that they have not played it at all throughout the entirety of the season. Could be a veto against them, maybe for the strength, understanding how good they can honestly be on a map like Hotel Hardpoint. But regardless of the matter, I think that if you are Team Notorious, you really want to showcase some semblance of a hardpoint victory when it comes down to some of these top teams. Has been a struggle for them for sure as far as the season is concerned, Brody, but if you can close this out 3-1, that'll be your heads held high, especially for the winners round 2 matchup.
Yeah, and we just talk big picture here for the moment, right? Just for Deviants Gaming as on the whole, because that has been their story this season thus far, right? It's been a case of just trying to cement yourselves as like the team to look out for. And granted, they were not able to top the group. I don't think that was necessarily going to happen. There's still a ways to go before we can kind of consider this Deviants Gaming roster to be the team that we need to look out for from European challengers. But certainly it's been a case of, after last season, I think it was a top 6 finish in season 3. They bring Vortex onto the lineup in place of Brezzy. They wanted to really say, look, you know, we are one of the top teams here in European Challengers, where maybe that wasn't so much the case in Season 3 of Challengers Elite. So far, that's been pretty much the case. And to take down the Texas Open champions would be a really successful thing to do. But they do fight an uphill battle, I think, for the remainder of the series. Hardpoint, they look solid in the map number 1 towards the back half, as you said, Andy. The second set of Hills and Fortress, pretty good in favor of Deviants Gaming. But then, of course, we go for the second half. They go towards the second Hotel Hardpoint here, and I don't know, man. Team Notorious, there's one thing that I've learned about this roster over the course of the season. I think we knew that anyway, just given the history of these players in European challenges. Just don't count them out, man. They'll fix their problems in an instant. Especially
through playoffs. It just always feels like it's a very hot and cold moment when it comes down to Team Notorious or Hardpoint, for playoffs specifically. You know, they placed top 8 first season, top 6 second season. Make a very deep run as far as Season 3 is concerned. Season 4 is just the one that beckons. I don't know. I mean, this is Texas Open champion. You never want to cut them out. But regardless, I think that Deviants are going to give them a real good shake. I think that's honestly, we'll probably go to a map number 5, unless Team Notorious are somehow able to clean up a lot of their break attempts, a lot of their setups to try to keep Deviants out. But enough speculation. Let's get on into this map number 4. Starting off on the favorite side, of course, will be Team Notorious, but Deviants completely okay and content with playing through the atrium, finding themselves a couple picks to accrue some early time.
And a good start coming out from Deviants. You can see there, Wee Man, a big player, coming over towards Hotel here. 1.1 KD on this particular map mode combination. NTK at 72%, so really needs to try and step things up to the plate here for Team Notorious if they do want to garner control of this game. As it currently stands right now, though, yeah, and the Deviants, they've got full control over this point, and Team Notorious don't really look like they've got any chance of trapping themselves over towards the next point as well.
Yep, and again, Deviants quite content with how they had that opening roll. Found themselves a couple kills. And the opportunity to flood all the way back in towards the back parking lot where Lucky could just lock down this so tough head glitch. Eric Boom's gonna push a very weak Lucky out from that back staircase, but it's the only kill that Team Notorious have found on this side of the map. Deviants cementing themselves here for the initial time.
Yeah, you got to find your way in pretty quickly here if you're Team Notorious, and you got to get it done. Crossing that spar, ideally. Eric Boom finds his way through the front. Journey going to shut him down, though. Lucky's able to find two, not before being taken down by Wee Man, who is now starting to aggress in towards this point. He is that player that we said we really wanted to see step things up for Team Notorious. Unfortunately, he will be cut down before he can be any more effective. Vortex, Journey, Gizmo, all of them going to contribute here. Lucky contributes probably a little bit too much there with the team nade against Vortex, but nonetheless, it is okay for Deviants. They have taken a commanding lead early on to this one, and I think more worryingly for Team Notorious here is those spawns come in towards P2. They might even have a really solid shake at the next hill or two.
Dude, Journey, the route man. I mean, he is just making these guys look absolutely lost. Trying to at least create some space for Deviants to get from 2 all the way over towards 3. And you can see the minimap. Spawns flipped at the utmost wrong time for Team Notorious. Deviants gotta be inside of the kitchen hardpoint first for the initial time as their lead will grow.
Yeah, this is not good for Team Notorious whatsoever. You have to get your way in towards this time. You can't even afford to try and just give this up at any given point. You have to get every single second you possibly can, and it's just not going well. Lucky is going to be denied the double at the very least. Vortex snaking his butt off inside. Up and down he goes. It's like a roller coaster ride. Looking for more. Gonna get it. Not surely a number 3. Gizmo will take both of those kills away from him. Regardless, it is okay. Team shots or not, they are kills in favor of Deviants. Vortex over the top he goes for yet another frag. I would love to see his damage at the end of this game, because every single kill that Vortex is going for at the moment is just being snatched away.
I mean, he's still got 10 engagements, 7 and 3. He's probably laying down a lot of good damage as well. That's what makes this Deviants roster just so deadly, so diverse as well, is that both Vortex and Journey, your SMGs are more than content to pick up an AR and just constantly layer in the pressure for Team Notorious, because their biggest success when it comes down to finding these breaks, finding these setups, it's around the SMG lineup of Eric Boom and Metals trying to find these routes. Eric Boom, uncharacteristic start, 2 and 9. Into the double desk, bar P4 hardpoint, we will go. And finally, Team Notorious will get themselves in for the initial time.
For the first time in this game, this needs to be a good hold from Team Notorious if you just even want a shake at this game, to be honest. Deviant's now starting to encroach. Maple was providing coverage from up top, and still will be, to be fair. Lucky gets some unfortunate timing, but ends up winning the engagement anyway. Now he needs to get more than that alongside Vortex. Neither player able to produce anything towards statue site. For Deviants now, any chances of getting in quickly, just running away from you now as Gizmo goes down. Yeah, the rest of this kill time, I was going to say, should be in favor of Team Notorious, but Vortex going to go for a late double, and we'll be picking up that scrap time. So that's still a big 20 seconds for Deviants to grab. There's still an entire hard point between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, even losing that 10 seconds, Team Notorious is going to feel like that dagger in their back, is that they cannot just encroach a little bit further towards this lead that Deviants have over their heads. And as you were saying, there's still a whole hard point more or less in between these two teams. Gizmo flies forward. 12 and 8 now for Joey, up on this 3 spree. Will find the last kills required, but it's just him and Journey versus the entire yellow wave that is Team Notorious, and last player might just be Wee Man along with Maple, and the pinch is going to be good, at least for the break, but that 5th player of Gizmo's trophy system will at least take down Maple for the trade, but a much needed break for Team Notorious to look at this 30 seconds.
Right, and this is huge as well, because Notorious are now on the right side of the map for the next till too. So if they chain together this last 30 seconds and the next as well, they will be right back in towards this game. That is just the way Modern Warfare 2 works sometimes with the map design here. Deviants now 30 points up over their opposition. They just cannot find a way to brute force their way through. Wee Man finally goes down after a long spree. Eric Boom now looking for some more damage. Will only pick up 1. It's going to be back 10 seconds that will be going in Deviants' favor. Or maybe not, as even Metals is just really putting the final nail on the coffin for this particular hardpoint. Notorious find their way over the century mark at 100 points. And now just 28 points shy of Deviants. They're in control next.
Yeah, they got that money rotation like you were talking about. Just control over on the west side of the map here of Greenberg Hotel means that they can touch this top rooftop hardpoint first. Maple just has to stay alive while the rest of his teammates are just cutting down players, especially over by the pond, over by the kitchen as well. The biggest issue is going to be Lucky. He's going to find himself in a 1v1 engagement when he tries to challenge for this time, and maybe buy some space for his teammates to come out of kitchen, but easier said than done. Vortex Lucky at least able to find 2, but the trade's that much better. Team Notorious looking to flip the lead.
Vortex from afar, actually, just rips the head off Wee Man. And we'll give Deviants a look at the back 20 seconds here. But still, look at the way that this lead is completely dissipated. Notorious very happy with the current situation, even if they do not hold a lead. Gizmo looking to hold control of top bedroom, but will be denied that. Journey now going to have to face down 2 players from the front, and more than happy to take all of those players on. Gets all 3, and will hand Deviants the last 10 seconds of scrap time. So as we exit the first set here, Randy, Deviants, they hold. It is a lead, but I don't think it's the lead that they wanted, as Journey will continue on this spree into the second set.
No, but if you are Team Notorious, at least you brought this back from the depths. That was going to look like a complete snowball out of control for Deviants. Journey looking for kill number 6. Metal's going to give the Chow. Cruise missile has been earned by Journey. How electric has he been this entire series for Deviants and all season long, quite candidly speaking? Going in towards the second set, though, it needs to be said, Eric Boom, that is a very unfortunate stat line, 9 and 16. He's getting in engagements, but you feel like you're just a few kills away from Team Notorious to dictate more pace in the middle of the map, and it's all Deviants coming up with more kills galore as they are looking to cement themselves with a bigger lead here at the last 20 seconds of one.
Yeah, but the rotation is better this time around from Team Notorious. You can see those white arrows already position themselves for the next, and the first few gunfights in their favor as well. Gizmo flies out for Spartan Metals. Is just getting the better of these players, though. Picks up both Gizmo and Vortex in quick succession, and as Wee Man takes down Journey towards restaurant side, there will be a moment of peace here for Team Notorious, but look at the difference between these two teams, Andy. 60 points once again, a whole hard point. Team Notorious need to hold every single second off the back of this. And this first wave of gunfights has to be glorious. Wee Man ready for it. Looking for it against Gizmo. Going to win that first engagement. Is he prepared for Vortex to fly out from Jewelry? I don't know if it's the case, but at the very least, Wee Man is going to retreat here. And now those players starting to come in from both sides. It's Lucky on one side, it's Vortex on the other, and it's just not good enough for Notorious.
That's just such a bad read for Team Notorious, where a lot of this hit was coming from. I mean, you're almost forced to go for that setup if you are Team Notorious, to space out players over by Jewelry and over by Spa. And they thought with Lucky finding a lot of kills through Spa, that's where the majority of hit was coming from, but you gave up that whole positioning for Wee Man, and the flank was able to come through just a little bit too easy for my liking, as Deviants over the double century mark. Gonna be about 222 to 140 as Team Notorious are scrambling for this rotation over towards P3 again, but Deviants are threatening it. You have members for Team Notorious. They gotta find these kills and towards the back, and they will deliver. They gotta get a good setup here.
And they absolutely do. Team Notorious now. Again, we've been saying it over the last few hills, really, to be honest, and that hill, they're just not able to get it done, despite the fact that they pretty made it pretty close at the end of the first set. Have to have it here. Deviants, they are knocking at the door. Vortex will be the first player to enter. Wee Man's going to bring this streak down, and it's just a little bit late because Deviants, I mean, it's already happened. Wee Man's going to get a player coming off the spawn here, but Deviants now just 26 seconds shy of victory. Maple still trying to hold on towards this hill. Back and forth we go, but Vortex gets the better of him.
Breaks in. 230 to 155. Need these trades to really come through. And Eric Boom, Wee Man, they will deliver. Yeah, not the sexiest KD ratio for Eric Boom, but what an important few kills he's able to find for himself. Here's advantage for Deviants. Not going to try to break back in towards P3 and close it there. It would be mathematically impossible. They just got to rotate, go over towards P4, and Metals is flying out from bottom bedroom. 3 players here for Team Notorious trying to break P4 fast.
Kills in favor once again of Deviants, though. Gizmo will be the first player to touch here, just 19 points away from victory. A Team Notorious got to find a way through. Eric Boom with the first blood. Vortex still sitting in the corner, and Eric Boom deletes him away. Kills looking pretty good. Deviants now 14 seconds away. They still can't touch.
Can't touch, no, and most of the setup is actually coming all inside of P4 itself on the double desk. Metal's gonna get cut down, and by Journey, who finds 2, one with the Semtex, one with the Gunny. It's gonna be good. Spawn's still in towards the back for Deviants, but Team Notorious still have numbers here at the hill.
Yeah, and they've got their numbers even more so now as Journey will double up, looking for number 3. The 3-piece denied as Eric Boom finds a double of his own. He continues to be that annoyance. One player into the scrap time, and Vortex has to be dealt with, and indeed he will be, but that distraction is so good for Deviants. They can just focus on this rotation and look at number 7, Vortex. Just as he dies, he spawns right up with his teammates to try and close out this game.
7 seconds are all you need if you are Deviants. They already cut down Maple, who was trying to go for an early rotation. Next player is going to be Eric Boom, trying to pinch us from the opposite side, along with player number 4 of Metals.
And Eric Boom's still inside as well. He's just been that annoyed. He's already picked up 2. Why not number 3? And he is just wasting time right now. Lucky still needs to hunt him down, but the trades are still good. And somehow Team Notorious still holding on in this game. It's another 2-piece coming through from Wee Man. Deviant spawning up by kitchen side. Wee Man still a ton to do. Finally will be overwhelmed as Vortex find 3. And that should be all she wrote. Vortex with the clean wipe to close out this game. No chance for Notorious to touch. But goodness me, They held that towards the end of the game. That scoreline should be not that close at all.
Hell hath no fury, like a giant yellow wall team of Team Notorious when their backs are against the wall in a hotel hardpoint, I guess. But goodness me, I mean, Team Notorious just bringing themselves back from such a steep scoreline alone as Deviants were just setting the pace so early and never really let off the gas. It was really Journey for me personally, Brody, and I'm sure you'll probably agree along with it. I mean, 31 and 25 for 3,500 damage. A lot of these kills not only inside of the hill for a minute of OBJ time, but he was also running routes continuously around Hotel. Right. It is a map mode combination that will favor for Journey when he can be that route man trying to play for those spawns. It was emphatic when you go back through that first set of hard points. How many times did we sound like a broken record just talking about, well, Deviants are in for the initial time. Okay, they're setting themselves up for scrap. They lost the gunfights for about 10, 12 seconds, and now they have the rotation over towards new. It always felt like Team Notorious were looking from the outside in. It got rectified slightly going in towards the second set where you got to see a little bit more proactivity coming out from Eric Boom to help out Metals, trying to push in towards these break attempts, but man, you felt like that leader's advantage as early as it was set in for Deviants. It was truly their map to lose.
Yeah, I'll continue to say it, mate. This scoreline should not be that close at all. That was a Deviants game through and through, right from the rip. The only reason it even looks that close is because towards the end, a Team Notorious were just holding on, and we saw Eric Boom go huge with a couple of 2 pieces, 3 pieces, and even Weeman getting involved in that play as well. And as you mentioned as well, that money rotation from, what was it, P5 to P6, that Team Notorious managed to get, I think, a 90-second or so hold off. So Team Notorious coming out below Deviants there in that game, as Deviants looking pretty hot. Journey at 31 and 25, man. Just what can you say, man? Journey it's just been that guy.
I just love to see Journey back on this role. I mean, again, when he was playing on Elevate and when he was playing that AR flex, it wasn't bad, but I've always just been missing this Journey gameplay where, again, the leash is off, man. He is not in the dog park anymore. This boy is just roaming around the city. He is in the streets, and he is having his way as far as respawns are concerned, but not out of the woods quite yet. Of course, in this Grand Finals caliber matchup, it has to go the distance. We're going to try to get it done on a Fortress map number 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Game number 5 coming up very, very soon. Quickly, though, we're going to go to a very brief break. On the other side, a Game 5 between Deviants and Notorious continue their hopes in the winners bracket. Alright guys, you know what's up. It's time for a cheeky game 5 here between Deviant Gaming and Team Notorious. It could only end this way, right, Andy? We said this was going to be a titanic matchup to kick off winners round 1. It is probably the best of the lot, and would you Adam leave it, mate? It is.
Again, I mean, I know I've said this about 5 times at this point as far as the series is concerned. This is a Grand Finals caliber matchup in between Deviants and Team Notorious. For both of these two teams to meet each other in winners round 1, you feel like it's criminal or a blessing when you look at it, because we got some great Call of Duty for you all in our first winners round 1 match, going down on a Fortress Search and Destroy, which historically for Team Notorious through the entire tenure of Modern Warfare 2 has actually been really good for them. They actually have a deep bag of tricks. Are Deviants going to be ready for it?
Yeah. A lot of questions to be asked here of these two teams. Deviants, of course, their Search and Destroy has improved phenomenally since adding Vortex to the lineup. It was a big thing in Season 3 that they needed to get better at, and it seems like they have done so far, but Notorious can never be underestimated here in this mode. Things off on the defense. Notorious have not got full eyes on the A site just yet. I believe they're looking for a long cross coming out from Maple.
The biggest issue is that Metals has a Vaznev in this position, right? Wallbang it, but it's not going to be as potent comparatively to an AR. Maple finds first blood. What a jump chow. The heat check journey from Wee Man. 2v4.
Yeah, and Maple still hasn't moved from this position, by the way, so as soon as Vortex peeks out, he's dead. There's no way. Surely not. Oh, what? What? And that must have happened in, like, slow-mo. I don't care that they won the round. That must have happened in, like, slow motion for Maple. Because Vortex, the fact that he even gets out and then gets the kill is just like that. Yeah, that's how bad are things that shouldn't happen.
Especially with Metals playing in that close staircase, right? I mean, you saw Eric there in the final play that he was more focused on top single. It was a great defensive rollout for Team Notorious. Again, no trophy systems. Nades through the doorways are only going to find so much information, but once that first blood comes through, it's just by proxy finding all the information. You can see here, both teams 1-1 as far as game 5s are concerned. Need to make that 2-1, you would feel, especially in such a potent match here in winners round 1.
Maple getting in a very different position with the sniper rifle this time around. This is a reaction to an early push from Deviants in towards P1. Doesn't get better for Team Notorious as they've already lost Metals in the play. And now this gives Deviants the right here to just push further in towards A. Notorious need to find some kind of answer pretty quickly, and I don't think Maple's being given anything. Eric Boom now going to peek out towards the middle of the map. At the very least does take Gizmo down.
So don't have much munitions control. Comes down for Deviants, but I mean, you're just looking to really rely on Lucky just to play this line of sight and cut them down as soon as they're trying to get over towards the A bomb. But I mean, Maple just will not be denied with the boomstick. Finds the first. Eric's on a 3 spree. Will double on back to plant that bomb. Lucky for a 1v3.
At the very least, this 1 versus 3 has gone swimmingly so far, right? I mean, he's found the timing to elude these players. The problem is no dead silence to utilizing the situation, and not really much more to speak of beyond that. Notorious flip around that was not favorable to them on its head entirely. They lost that first blood, but somehow managed to make it work.
Yep, and again, it all comes through from munitions control, right? I mean, Fortress Search and Destroy, like, it doesn't need to be as deep as a lot of teams try to crack it up to be. That is, so long as you have munitions control, you can deny the defensive team any sort of entry inside of that main building here on Fortress. You're still going to be in a good spot. And you're even going to have a nice little safety blanket by one of Decimate, just with that sniper rifle in tow, just watching these longer lines of sight. Just a force to be reckoned with.
Team Notorious having a great start towards this one. Wee Man and Eric being both from 3-0 apiece. Deviants have to find a way to shut down those players before they can heat up even further. And Vortex, this is an audacious play. I think the moment calls for it, to be honest, though, as the bomb is not even fully planted. Did he think he was finished with that bomb, or maybe just wanted to get off before he was taken down? Nonetheless, though, any progress made now going to be reset here as Vortex now going to the other side of the bomb for this plant. Wee Man, he was thinking about peeking out, but the coverage is good from Gizmo. And the kill as well.
Wow. I mean, that is so massive for Vortex to at least get out with his life. Metals will find that trade, but it's the SMG lineup versus the 3 players of Deviants. Team Notorious not exactly having a comfort for this. Eric doesn't even have dead silence. He's going to pop up. He's going to see a player top boat. Hey, how's it going, Steve? You almost feel like this has to be brute force through the double archway.
Mayor of caution about this one. Vortex not going to allow that whatsoever, though, as he flies out not just for 1, but for the double as well to close things out. Deviants, that looked like a really tenacious round, I think, right from the rip, right? As soon as Vortex was kind of going for that early plant, out of position, and then somehow manages to get away with his life to a reposition for the bomb plant, and the numbers from there on out, things look just so good for Deviant's huge round early on in this S&D.
Yeah, again, I mean, just with Vortex staying alive the way that he did, even through the beginning of that round, just whether or not he was thinking that he fully committed to the bomb plant, just him being able to stay alive and the trust that Joey's going to hold backstage, just so massive. With Deviants can at least maintain numbers, getting themselves on the board. Wee Man's going to stun this door open. He's going to see some players cross. Oh, he can't lock down any shots, but that's good info to have.
Yeah, what do they do with it, though? That's the question. No, Maple. Not positioned at all to deal with Journey. And Journey, oh, it gets worse as well. Somehow he gets away with murder. Now medals for the 1v3. Already been spotted out by his former teammate Lucky. Should have him down. Okay, I was going to say should have him. That's right. And Metals even gets a good look at Vortex for the second, but just not going to have it.
No. You know, typically when you see like an aggressive hold defensively, you're on Fortress Search and Destroy, you get an SMG just to play in that very close corner or around the backside of the stage. Journey says never mind about that. I'm just going to fully push all the way in towards the offensive spawn, catches Maple off guard, and then somehow walks away with 2. Yeah, that's some highway robbery type of level coming through from Journey's gameplay. Clutch GG, you can see right here, knocked him, will defeat Clutch Rain 3-2. I guess, technically speaking, from the group stage, that is actually an upset. Wonderfully done for Noct and White to send Clutch Rain down to the lower bracket early.
Yeah, of course, that coverage available, and we'll still continue to have coverage available at twitch.tv/weareclutchgg. You just saw the link there. Regardless, though. Deviants now off the last couple of rounds. Want to make it 3 rounds on the bounce. Looking for some kind of first blood here. Maple going to slap a trophy system down. Stop any incoming utility that might put him out of position. And now the player's just jumping across. Not going to be able to land a snipe. And simultaneously with that cross, Journey peeks out from bottom art and takes Maple down.
I mean, that is just poetic as hell. Bomb gets planted. Journey finds first blood. 2 players cross. Now the retake's mostly coming through the archway.
Trades galore. Still having some modicum of control over this site. New Team Notorious, but now no longer the case. Journey will double up. And how about this for a flip of the script in the last few rounds, right? Andy, we saw it, and Team Notorious coming out of the gate swinging those first 2, but the last 3 has been all Deviants.
And that round in particular was just so cool coming through from Deviants, right? I mean, you probably are more than aware whether a shoulder was thrown that Maple, somebody was going to be holding that closed doorway because everybody can wallbang that, honestly, and can stop that play from coming through. But, I mean, the double chow comes through. Maple can't find the snipe. And then that works wonderfully for Journey, who's now on 3 in a row, 6 and 4 for his KD ratio in this map number 5 to peak bottom single, find that first blood as the bomb goes down simultaneously. Deviants never gave up map control.
Al's already getting his teeth sunk into munitions. There's threats to be dealt with. Journey, that's a terrible nade, and it will take him down. At least he gets a kill before going down, but it's one of those nades that is just not helpful whatsoever. At the very least, Metals has already started his journey in towards this 1 versus 3.
That's silence invested. Those are not easy shots. But holy, did Lucky just get eviscerated off that stage head glitch. Now 1v1. Gizmo's all the way over by maps. Bomb still needs to get collected, and Gizmo has no idea that the bomb is even down over inside the stage. And well, you might just find a free engagement on the Metals, who just narrowly tries to hit too many inputs at the same time, drops down, melees the door. Out of frustration, maybe. Deviants gonna win, what is this now, 4 rounds in a row. All off of the trade game continuously coming through, and even Journey, even gifting Team Notorious the trade of their own, saying, you can't take me down, only I could take me down via the Semtex.
Yeah, Metals is kind of fortunate in a way to even get in a situation where that's winnable, right? It's just like, Journey, if he stays alive in that moment, would have been a much more annoying situation to face, but still 4 rounds here in a row for Deviant. This has been out of the back half of this search and destroy. Notorious needs to get something going right about now. Stun check and nade check should be good against Journey, and yeah, lovely. Every bit of utility probably that they have, and the kitchen sink thrown towards Journey to take him out of the play.
Notorious don't have to move. Got Metals playing the close P1 cannon. Lucky's expecting for the pusher to come out, but not going to be the case at all. Trophy systems are bountiful. Eric Boom just challenges, and now it just comes down to Vortex, who just gets spammed through the wall. Lucky for a 1v4. Look, we've seen this guy do some pretty crazy things in Search and Destroy through his illustrious Call of Duty career. One might just be out of the realm's possibility. Let's find the first.
Yeah.
That's all he's gonna get. And that's just a really good adaptation coming through from Team Notorious, like, candidly speaking, is that the biggest issue for them defensively has mostly just been Journey, just in and around munitions, right? So you get your stun to open up the door, the Semtex to at least cause some space, and to at least keep Journey at bay. You just have to be able to meet that pace one way or another from a handful of other players. And again, we go back to the two players that we highlighted at the top of this show, and it's Metals that is stepping up to the plate to try to deal with Journey. He's now 7-5.
Yeah, at the very least gives them a chance back in towards the Search and Destroy, right? And it's that fast-paced pattern of aggression from Metals that you love to see. It's a big reason why he's been a real talking point for Team Notorious. Now needs to go huge here up top. Has two players to contend with. Journey, one of them, over towards top single. Vortex, the other, and should be able to take the latter of the two out. Unfortunately enough, their teammate on the other side does not fall foul to Vortex. This has been a brilliant round for Team Notorious thus far.
The fact that Metal stays alive there is just insane. You find those first two kills, Bomb goes down simultaneously here at A. Lucky, Gizmo, you'd assume both have ARs in their hand. Maybe trophy systems as well. Doesn't really matter. The round's over. Team Notorious. What a hell of a response these past two rounds. Will even things back up going in towards round number 9. And again, it's all about munitions control. The fact that Metals is able to stay alive top single, albeit having Journey inside top boat. Gizmo did the jump up to B top single. He even got stunned, was stuck in the mud. Journey couldn't find the angle to be able to get that kill. He also got stunned from the delayed throw out from Metals. And then Eric Boom is right there to pinch it from top tree. It is just harmonious as far as adaptations are concerned coming through from Team Notorious. Metals now stretches his spree to 4, up to 9-5.
And so back and forth as this Search and Destroy been. Now Deviants are back on the offense once again. Notorious have Maple and Eric Boom in the usual positions, overwatching this A site. Journey looking to take down a player right below him. He knows that Metals is here, and that nade just will not connect whatsoever, but the call should be good enough perhaps for Lucky to take him down. He's got eyes in a lot of different areas.
Yeah, Lucky just has to hold his flank. Metals is at least maybe waiting for some information to pop dead silence and maybe fly around the flank. Eric Boom will even things back up. 3v3. Bomb dropped there on the A bomb site itself. Needs some more kills. Journey will deliver on that. Now looking to plant the bomb a day.
Eric kind of gets a little bit greedy there. In my mind, just going for that second kill at all. It's a vivacious play. And we man for the 1v3. Can't get the jump up. Not feeling confident enough to take it. Surely doesn't get past Gizmo here in the play. He will be met by Journey on site. And somehow gets away with his life. Might even hit the regen here before he clashes with Lucky. Depends whether Lucky just saw him there on the cross. And I think the reposition indicates that he did. At the very least, no, he didn't. Lucky walked straight past him. Now 20 seconds. This is plausible for Wee Man here in the play. Just has to locate Gizmo. Gizmo cannot give this one away for free. Wee Man checking every single corner now. Time running out very quickly. He's just spotted out Gizmo, but he knows it is too late. Gizmo, his job is done. If he can walk away with a kill in the round, it'll be nice, but Gizmo doesn't even give him that.
I didn't even see him through the closed doorway, whether a teammate didn't even see him as well. That is such a tight line of sight to even have for yourself. And, I mean, Gizmo didn't even see Wee Man as he missed the jump for Wee Man to go up top boat. Somehow still found his way through the closed archway. Won a very crazy upfront gunfight versus the first on the Journey. But, I mean, gets dead silence reset a handful of times. Is just slowly just maneuvering around the line of sights that both Lucky and Gizmo had over Wee Man. Had a really good look to maybe try to get that round in Team Notorious's favor as we have ourselves a little bit of a lobby issue. So I'm sure that things will probably hold as Deviants will be up 5-4 up on series point. Too sure what's going on here. These guys in their Search and Destroy really testing my mettle as far as resilience is concerned in this first match.
Guys, we have a schedule, okay? We're going to end up far behind it if we keep on restarting these Search and Destroys. Not too sure what's going on. We'll keep you guys updated when we know. But so far, so good. What a weird S&D, just generally speaking, though, right, Andy, mate? Because we started off, and I was pretty convinced, especially going to that round number 3, where Team Notorious looked like they might take it, that Team Notorious had figured out their Search and Destroy's woes. They looked pretty solid. But then those 4 rounds on the bounce, that's probably been the most devastating thing so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if it was quick adaptations coming through from Deviants in the early stages of the Fortress Search and Destroy, it was mostly around Journey, who, again, is just running around like a chicken with his head cut off around munitions continuously. That then gets adapted by Metals and a handful of other players coming through from Team Notorious in after those 4 rounds came through. Keep in mind, to start stunning, nading, all these very usual places to keep Journey at bay, Then you can start flipping the script to be able to find those first bloods. And even in the 2v3s, the 3v2s on all different sides, it's always such a toss-up depending on who has that silence, who's in the right position to be able to make the play. The Notorious might be able to bring it all the way back, but they are still trailing by a single round. The next few rounds, especially when the replay comes through, keep in mind you, no dead silence, no trophy systems as well. That one's going to be a strange one, to say the least.
Oh god, yeah, I forgot about that. We always forget about that on the restarts, right? It's just like, because obviously,
I
like...
obviously didn't, I just said it.
Well, alright, look.
You forgot it. That's a you thing. Don't rope me into that evil, Ricky Bobby.
Sometimes that, I just... Anyway, look. It is a bit of a weird situation, because it's funny, because I think when we look over the world's other maps in particular, like Mikhailo is always the one that stands out to us, right, when trophy systems are particularly important. Just kind of how those round number ones always change up, the different strategies that teams come out with. So it is going to be intriguing, right, to see kind of whether or not we'll see aggression coming out. In a situation like you're in for Team Notorious, can you really afford to do that, right? Because whatever play you make has to be the right call, otherwise you lose this one and you're down to the lower bracket. And just by the way, generally speaking, right, I mean, Team Notorious in this situation, imagine this, round number one, already in the lower bracket here, the Texas Open champions, runners-up, technically speaking, the highest seeding team, the highest placing team left fully together from Season 3 in lower bracket after round number one. That would be quite something. Yeah,
no, it really would be. You know, we even got to see that coming through from Team Notorious back in Season 1, right, where they got DFR'd in the playoff bracket. They got knocked down, I want to say, like the lower bracket in their winners round 1 match back in Season 2 as well. Ended up placing top 6, but I think regardless of the matter, that this is a different Team Notorious in Season 1 and Season 2, and they constantly find themselves going up against these top teams, whether it's on LAN or online, that it's just one of those things that you legitimately just have to have it, as you see the little pop-up below our ever so beautiful faces. 5-4, we're awaiting the restart. Apparently a player had lagged out from Deviant's side, so we'll be getting that replay starting in towards round number 10. Whether or not Team Notorious can force it into a round number 11 as far as round count is concerned, much less take this map number 5, would be a big one. And honestly speaking, I would think it's tough to even say that it would be an upset for Deviant's side to be able to take the Search and Destroy off of Team Notorious.
Right.
It's just going to be such a toss-up to see what is going to be almost a replay of a round 1.
Yeah, for sure. I think, like, we talk about Deviants just generally speaking, right? And so far this season, it has been a very good team in Search and Destroy, right? 6-1 coming in towards this particular series. It's been the strongest game mode across the board for them. And that's been a big talking point for Deviants. Last season, when they had Brezzy on side, I can't remember exactly what the end of the season would have been Search and Destroy. I can actually quickly check because I've got the magic of doing that here. I don't think it was good. I'll say that much. And it was a 2-7 finish is what they finished Search and Destroy. It was by far and away their worst game mode. It wasn't good. And I think there was a big thing coming into towards the season. You add a valuable player like Vortex onto side, and we've always talked about Vortex being a Search and Destroy kind of god in a way, that even if maybe in raw statistics that doesn't necessarily show out all the time, certainly his experience in Search and Destroy adds a lot of value to the team. I don't know if that's what it is, and maybe they have just strictly worked out on Search and Destroy issues over the course of the last season or so. Of course, we did have a very long wait in between Season 3 and Season 4 with no LAN, but still... they've very clearly fixed their issues, and I think that's a very good thing for the Deviants roster. Maybe that's kind of the missing piece of the puzzle for them to get themselves towards that kind of upper echelon of European talent.
I think it's mostly just important to deny any sort of growing pains for Deviants, again, who have gone through so many different roster changes, role changes out the entirety of the Modern Warfare tier year. It just comes down to it, with Vortex coming in towards any team, honestly, could make your Search and Destroy so much better. Now, speculation, let's get back into it. Team Notorious here in this round number 10, trying to force a round 11 there on offense.
So there's the score, folks. 5-4 now for Deviants. One more round, they send a Team Notorious to the lower bracket. And we were wondering whether we'd see raw and patented aggression with no trophy systems and no dead silence to kick off the round. That has not been the case. Going over the top. Oh, and it is perfect. Vortex is immediately out the play.
Sun's going to come through from Journey onto Metals, who gives up that top bow position. How about this from Weeman? Actually taking more space away. He'll get traded out by Journey, but numbers still intact, 3v2.
Yeah, I really like the play for Eric Green. I really thought for a second that he was going to go for kind of a crack shot kind of trade. Does not happen. Oh, lucky. That would have been disgusting. Been despicable things with the sniper rifle, and now he does actually pick up that kill. And this is not good for Team Notorious now. They seem unsettled here in the 2v2.
Bomb's going to get collected immediately by Maple. Metals is still top boat. Dead Silence has been invested. He drops down, takes down Journey. This is looking like a round 11. Lucky's got a sniper, can't find the exit as well. Even has Dead Silence, but he's doing this again with a sniper pistol combo. Does find a Vaznev on the ground. They just saw him exit, probably assuming he's going to come through the side door.
Dead Silence is already utilized, so he's got no choice but to run headfirst in towards the site, and that is not going to work out in their favor. So Team Notorious, it's shaky. There were a couple of shaky individual one-on-one moments there between all that jousting around the site, but they do end up sending us to a round 11.
Regardless of what the round count and the KDs look like, we are indeed going to a round 11 off of the restart. And again, it was a great opening round coming through from Team Notorious here in the replay. Again, nades, angles being held. They knew that Deviants were probably going to try to go for a broke play of just trying to get maybe Journey top boat, if not try to get themselves inside a bottom single. It's those nades again, that adaptation that Team Notorious were able to suggest that keep Deviants at bay.
All right, round 11, all or nothing. For a chance in awards winners round 2 and to stave off a lower bracket run. Our first stun will connect from Journey. The nade should also as well. Metal's going to be down to 40 HP or so off the back of the plate. And that's good for Deviants, but they haven't exactly gotten any real estate for it.
Trophy system's going to come across. Maple does have a Semtex left, and that trophy system's going to get eviscerated. There's one all the way into the backside of Gizmo, but nades aren't going to exactly keep you safe, especially towards this front plant. And look at how Team Notorious just had themselves spread out entirety of the map. Metal's just waiting down low. The go call for the rest of his teammates.
Not looking good if you're Deviants now, maybe a little bit more so, as Gizmo has traded things out. The kill, not there for Earth Boom, and runs out in the middle of the map with a knife. Fortunately enough, he is traded off, but once again now Vortex pushes all the way through. Could well be the playmaker in the situation and does catch Wee Man off guard. And now the map has completely flipped. Deviants will traverse themselves over towards B. Metals knows what's going on here. He can't stop it.
He's going to be close to Dead Silence. And that's really going to be the only thing that Metal's going to have to at least try to clutch up this play. But Gizmo's going to be playing around the bomb site with the AR. Vortex going to be playing close.
Gizmo's seen him. Gizmo's seen him, and that's it. The final nail on the coffin here is Team Notorious are sent to the lower bracket. A round 11 victory for Deviants. We said their search and destroy had improved, and what a time to show it.
And you saw there in the final round, right? We got to see Metal's position. He was just playing in bottom art. He was expecting for the challenge to come through from Journey, who was top single, not bottom single. And by that point, with Journey just playing in that angle, you know damn well there's always going to be an AR or maybe even a sniper in Maple's hand to watch that close archway. But talk about the stones of Steve Vortex just to push through the open archway, not knowing where Metals was last located at, not knowing where the rest of these players were positioned at, just to push through and re-wrap around what was that Wee Man in the final few moments, just to make sure that you had the 2v1, and then the gut check call again. No information whatsoever, maybe barring some sound cues that Metals was around munitions itself, just to fly over towards B. That is the Steve Vortex special in Search and Destroy of what we can expect. These gut check quick calls to come all the way through, to put themselves in the winningest position possible as Deviants will take down Team Notorious. Commiserations to them losing their winners round 1 matchup, but now they got to try to make a deep run happen in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and they've been in this situation before, right? Where I think it was all the way back in Season 1 where they got double first rounded, I think it was. They ended up in top 8. I don't even know if they got there, to be frank. It wasn't a good season of Challengers Elite for them. And they had been struggling considering just how well they've done in Challengers Cups in and around. Just not just that a Challengers Elite season, but also beyond that point too. This is not the outcome that Team Notorious would have wanted, especially against Deviants Gaming. They would definitely feel like they should have won this matchup and just not able to get it done. That Fortress Search and Destroy goes the way of Deviants Gaming. And I'll be honest with you, Andy, I think this is the dagger here, and I know it sounds pretty obvious, was the hard points for Team Notorious, considering just how much of a hardpoint demon they were back in Season 3, how important that was to the run all the way down to second place, even back in Season 2 as well. They just have not had it, especially against Deviants here. I don't know if it's just like against a Deviants thing, but there are very clear, not necessarily errors, but pitfalls, I think, in the gameplay against Deviants that they need to patch up moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of that hotel map number 4, we got to see Team Notorious really work the map quite wonderfully to at least bring it to a respectable scoreline of 250 to 212. But I mean, these late wake-up moments are just not going to be good enough for Team Notorious. Again, hardpoint has been just neglected, you really do feel like, for this final season of the Elite from Team Notorious's perspective. Their control, their search and destroy, definitely always something you could write home about, but man, I gotta say, the consistency for this team from start of the year to end has just been so up and down. This Deviants roster, though, nothing to play fire with, man. They are definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, for sure. Big victory there for Deviant Gaming as they move forward in towards the winner's bracket, although the journey doesn't exactly get easier, does it? As they go head-to-head with Affiliation Esports for a place in the top 3, and of course in the upper bracket final as well. That is going to be a banger matchup with Vortex taking on his former teammates. And then over towards the lower side of the bracket, it was Wubble Bobs who were able to 3-0 VVV. They go head-to-head with a Noctum White roster that beat Clutch Rain 3-2. Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think this is the first time this has happened where Clutch Rain have surprised a lot of people in the group stage, have done pretty well for themselves, and then they go to the bracket and end up losing the first round of play. I don't think this is the first time it's happened. Maybe I'm confusing it with somebody else, but still, that's not the outcome they wanted.
Well, I mean, as far as namesake for Clutch Rain, yeah, you're not wrong, but it's such a different roster. Is that you're comparing apples to oranges, and even watermelons might be thrown in there as well, brother. But you're not wrong. Clutch Rain is starting off with a very good group stage. They will lose to Noctum White. Now they have to face against VVV in their lower round 1 match. Team Stray's going up against a very upset Team Notorious, I'm sure of it, in their lower round 1 match. This bracket is starting to flesh itself out for some banger matchups to come your way.
Yeah, for sure. It's always the case right here with European challenges. As challenges, generally speaking, when you get to the bracket stage, obviously you've filtered out kind of the less than desirable teams, and now you're starting to get all the good stuff here. Moving forward now, we're about to eliminate some teams in lower round 1. Catch us off the break with more Call of Duty action live from Call of Duty Challenge. What's up, you beautiful people? It's time for more Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We're down in the lower bracket now, and we're about to eliminate some teams for contention for the final time this season, Andy. It's going to be sad to wave goodbye to some of these teams, but you know, that's life. Sometimes everything just ends.
Hey, man, the grass can always be greener on the opposite side, or I guess depending on how much blood is going to be shed here in the final double elimination bracket for Challengers Elite, especially for Europe, between Team Strays and Team Notorious. I mean, you already know it's going to be an uphill battle continuously for Team Strays no matter who they go up against, especially from the ending of the group stage. But, man, it's just you never want to see teams fall, man. But, hey, that's the nature of the double elimination bracket. We got to send one of these teams back. And
Yeah, indeed. I don't know, man. For Team Strays, this is going to be a real battle, I think, for them as we go in towards this series as it currently stands. They lost their winners round one matchup. I think unsurprisingly so versus Affiliation Esports. That's been kind of the big thing. Is just like I think when they went up against Affiliation Esports, they already were facing an uphill battle, but I don't know if they made the right decisions in the Veto process. I think you and I both identified that as soon as we saw the maps that came through.
Yeah, look, I mean, Team Strays, Rafi, Pac, Henry, and Dizzy. This is a shadow of the former unnamed roster in between with Rafi and Henry when they were playing with Mythics and Furious. That was the 4-player roster that actually won Season 3 of the Elite. They pick up Pac, obviously did not have the outcome that they wanted with along with Falcons and other rosters. Dizzy, of course, was playing along with F-Dot previous to this Team Strays roster in... Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, this is a last-minute squadron. When you're thinking about it going in towards this season of the Elite, they're going to try to get their best maps going forward continuously. So expect a lot of Hotel to come from them, something that they have not played continuously all the way until maybe this final few moments, trying to keep that in the shadows, trying to catch teams by surprise, but easier said than done when it's such a staple map mode combination, no matter which way you look at it.
Yeah, for sure. Team Strays, they've got an uphill battle, as we've said. We've said that quite a lot now. And, facing Affiliation Esports wasn't the nicest way to go about things in Winners Round 1. Doesn't get much easier in Lower Round 1, does it? As they go head-to-head with Team Notorious, a roster that we did just see struggle versus Deviant Gaming. Look, they sent it into a game number 5, but I think we saw some glaring holes in gameplay across modes that we wouldn't normally expect for this roster. After all, this is the Texas Open champions. They're currently the reigning champions on LAN here in Challengers.
Yep, Eric Boone, Mabel, Metals, and WeMat trying to at least have an immediate bounce back after that unfortunate round 11 loss versus Deviants. Went all the way the distance in their winners round 1 matchup. Arguably a series that they honestly could have won depending on how hot they came out at the beginning of that Hotel Hardpoint map number 4. It just feels like that this team is still struggling to find that ground underneath their feet. Ever since winning the Texas Open, this season of the Elite so far has been a little unfortunate one, to say the least, for this Team Notorious squad.
Yeah, for sure. Team Notorious, they've been fighting, I think, for a very long time to cement themselves as the #1 team in European Challengers. They haven't exactly done that despite the Texas Open championship, which they got. I think you described it right as having a target on their back moving forward towards Toronto. It still does kind of have questions over them, I think, that the fact that they haven't been kind of considered the #1 European team just yet. Let's take a look at why then, because there are answers here to be talked about. And again, it comes down to the glaring thing that their hardpoint now worse, considering they just lost the last 2 against Deviant's Gaming. It was a big reason why they were so successful back in Season 3. Yeah, just not able to replicate it.
Yep. Again, that hardpoint for Team Notorious, again, it's just such a looming thundercloud over their heads, but you can get the 2-3-5 done, then it's going to be in a pretty good spot, though. Arguably, versus this Team Strays roster, it's not exactly a winning record, no matter the way you look at it. They have a negative differential across all 3 game modes, winning 50% of their searches and 50% of their controls. It's just about coming out of the gates absolutely swinging. That, honestly, if Team Strays come out and they come with the heat, especially in this map #1 versus Team Notorious, might catch them off guard, but it's definitely no team to bat an eyelash at for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, right, where, like, it doesn't exactly look great for you that you've got yourself a 25 win percentage in hardpoint, and yet it's still, that might be your way into this series, perhaps, right? Maybe you can take away a hardpoint from Team Notorious, who have also been struggling in that game mode for Search and Destroy as well. Maybe that's another in towards this one. Let's take a look at the maps then and see if they have done better in the veto process this time around. And we had a very brief discussion about it, I think, before we got into this. We don't really know if there is a way to have a good veto process if you're a Team Strays here, because there are just so many different kind of ways in which Notorious will just beat you out just in terms of kind of raw win-loss on all of these map mode combinations.
Yep. I mean, you can see it right there. Team Notorious with the targeted veto onto the Mercado Search and Destroy. That has been probably one of the better ones, especially for Team Strays across the entirety of the group stage. They were 2-2 on that, but getting rid of the Fortress Search and Destroy as well did Team Strays. I think that this one's going to be interesting because the Mercado Hardpoint was coming through off of the Hydro veto and the Embassy veto for both teams respectively. This Mercado map #1 is going to be interesting for a lot of different circumstances. You played it 4 times for Team Strays. You've only won it a single time. You lost to Wubble Bobs by a whole 5 points. You lost to Knocked 'em White by a whole 12. They've kept it really close and competitive against some top teams on this map mode combination where Notorious are undefeated, especially in this season, beating Clutch Rain and Knocked 'em Block on Mercado HP.
Yeah, just a quick correction as well. I believe, as it currently stands, because you can't have 2 Ellasilos in a series, that it is Hotel for map #2. So while it doesn't show it right there, That is going to be Hotel for Notorious. You have that kind of... Yeah, imagine playing Ellasilo twice against a team that's 3-2.
Get 5 hotels just on the best of 5 matches. Oh, man.
Oh, we love it, man. That's a really long haul stay. Very expensive, it would seem, in Greenberg Hotel. I don't actually know how much it costs. How much does Greenberg Hotel cost?
A lot of money. A lot more money than I'm willing... Yeah, I have. It's a lot more money than I'm willing to shovel out, for sure.
I'm not. Why not? Why not? Just for the experience, like the Call of Duty experience of just staying in a hotel for 5 nights straight. That would be lovely. 5 maps straight is not what we're going to get, though. We're going to get 3 maps in the middle of this series, so there will not be an Ellasilo until that game number 5. But yeah, you're right to point out the Mikado hardpoint again. It's going to be interesting for sure, just speaking generally on the hardpoint here for Team Notorious. We look over towards that last series that we just saw versus Deviant. And I know it's a whole different kettle of fish, right? Deviants and Strays. 2 very different echelons of teams, I think, with the current kind of context around where they sit as it stands. But nonetheless, I still think we kind of see those things that need to be fixed as we go in towards this map number 1. Need to make sure you hold the power rotations, because there were a couple of moments, I think, going back towards the first map, I think, in the hotel. They did it once. I think it was against P5 to P6, where it actually gave Notorious an in. But beyond that, you need to make sure that you hold these important money rotations moving forward, because they did slip up a couple of times, and that gave too much control to defense.
I mean, look, let's call a spade here, brother. Mercado hardpoint is 7 hardpoints within the system. If you're just, this is your first look as far as competitive Call of Duty is concerned. 7 hardpoints comparatively to the normal 5, what we get for a hardpoint map in Call of Duty's tenure. But nonetheless, this is a map mode combination that can quite literally get away from you very, very fast, depending on how a lot of teams do play out this map, especially for the SMGs. They're really enforced through the middle of the map. That's where you can start seeing teams get a lot of time off of P2, enforce their way through B cuts, through the garage, get themselves into the elephant room, and bada bing, bada boom, they're also in for the initial time over by 3. By the time that a lot of teams, especially in Europe, find themselves playing off the back foot on Mercado hardpoint, they find themselves down by almost by about 80 points because they're simply being outpaced as far as mechanical skill is concerned. Not saying that one team has the edge over the other. I'm just simply saying that this Team Strays roster needs to be careful, because what we got to see towards the tail end of that Hotel hardpoint, map number 4 for Team Notorious versus Deviants, and even in that Search and Destroy for Fortress, they were getting really, really hot as far as their gun skill is concerned. Specifically, Wee Man and Metals, 2 players you definitely have to watch out for and try to meet the pace with if you are Team Strays to keep up with the legwork that they're going to lay down here in this map number 1.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Mikado. It is just a map that can get away from you very quickly, especially considering kind of the setup that we always start off with one team starting off on the better side towards those P2 spawns. You can very easily collect like 80 to 90 to 100 points off the back of those first 2 hard points alone. And that lead is kind of daunting. And for Team Strays, again, it's kind of a question for me of whether or not they'll be able to answer back if they were even put into that situation. And it is worth noting, I think, generally speaking, that I believe in the past that this has been a pretty confident map mode combination for Team Notorious, going all the way back towards the early seasons of Challengers Elite here in 2023. So, yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? It's going to be an uphill battle, I think, for sure, for Team Strays. They've got a lot to do here. And to start off a lower bracket run, they've got to try and take down a Team Notorious roster that have been, at least recently, the team to watch in European challenges. So, we'll be getting into the game here just momentarily. And just like that, would you believe it? It's bloody magic. Mikado Search and Destroy, or Mikado Hardpoint, excuse me, is loading up.
You're getting a little bit ahead of yourself there, brother.
Yeah, man. I just want to get in there. I just really want to. You have no idea how much I really want to.
Mikado Search isn't even in the series, man. It got vetoed by
I
Notorious.
want one. Well, look, we had 2 Ellasilo Search and Destroys. I thought maybe I could put my own choice in there, just get involved in the veto process personally. I might do a better job than some of these players sometimes, so who knows.
It's not dealer's choice, brother. Mercado hardpoint coming into this one. Again, no matter the way that you shake it, this is a uphill battle for Team Strays for every single map in this best of 5 map set. It just comes down to getting the gunnies hot very, very early. Looking for Dizzy, for Rafi. Realistically, all 4 players can pop off at any given moment of time. Team names might be flipped on 2 different sides, but we know which team is actually Team Notorious. They're going to be in for the initial time, especially starting off the favorite side of the bet.
At least the colours are correct, so we don't have to worry about any colour shenanigans. We know what's going on here. Team Notorious, as you say, starting off on the better side of the map, and they're starting off just better, generally speaking, as the kill feed has been almost entirely theirs. Pack the only player on the side of Team Strays to actually pick up a kill in the first few engagements. Got to find a way to cross this middle of the map. Not able to get it done. Wee Man, Maple just going to combine for 3 between them once again, and it is those players at the start. 9-0 to start off this one, Andy.
Casual stuff. Team Strays only have 2 kills to speak of, by the way. 40 points off of P1, and they're already setting themselves up over by P2. Okay, so some kills start to develop for ourselves here. Team Strays are going to completely over-embellish this back alleyway. Trades to speak of. Just Eric Boom inside the hardpoint you got to be worried about.
This has actually been really good. I think just generally speaking from Team Strays, right, to find their way through. They still haven't actually got a lot of time off the back of this. They need to fully clear house before they get in, and Eric Boom is just not going to allow that at all. Already picking up a double. It will have to be more contention now coming through, and Pac does combine with Rafi for a double. I'll give Team Strays some time off the back of this hill. Back 30 still left to fight for here. Team Notorious with the close spawns around the back alley. It's going to be Eric Boom and Weeman approaching from that area, and Eric Boom just flies on through. Addis's Weeman, they're going to pick up 2 kills between them. And now Team Notorious knocking at the door once again here. Dizzy flying through the window there to take Eric Boom down. And even that is not enough. Dizzy almost gets a really good look at Metals for the scrap time. But Team Notorious, they do what they needed to do. They get the vast majority of time at the back of the first 2 hills.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming through for Team Notorious. Again, just dictating the pace in the middle of the map, albeit not walking away with the majority of the time that they wanted over by P2 because Team Strays were threatening it. Now this is where you got to start sinking your teeth in if you are Team Strays. You need at least 40 seconds here to at least meet the pace for Team Notorious so far. And the setup's pretty good. I mean, Metals is going to find Pac seemingly for free, trying to watch this back in the alleyway. The kills inside the hardpoint going back and forth every which way. Team Strays can at least try to hold on for the last few moments of time. They got reinforcements right around the corner.
Got to make sure you get in here. This is a big rotation coming out from Team Strays. They haven't got in so far. Eric Boom now going to be able to double up. Surely not number 3. Oh, Eric Boom makes it look so easy. He will not be getting the 4th. Henry, though, now under fire from Weeman. And Eric Boom just does enough. Gives Weeman an in for the back 25 here. Team Notorious looking pretty strong for it. Weeman now going to be aggressed on by a couple of players. As Rafi does pick up 2 over towards the rotation. That's fine for Team Strays. Those kills over towards Barbershop from Rafi give Team Strays a really good look in towards this game. That would not have been good if Team Notorious took that time away, but yet still now they're aggressing Rafi down for the count. And again, Team Notorious, they are already banging this drum that is Barbershop.
Maple trying to find any sort of wallbang that he possibly can, getting some good damage, getting players relatively weak, but he's just running out of bullets. Again, just trying to spray and maybe pray that he can walk away with a kill. Eric Boom's right there to collect on the damage, and Weeman there as well. That's a great few kills to find for yourself. You are Team Notorious going to try to get themselves inside this hard point. Team Strays knocking out the door.
Already those kills starting to come through from Team Strays. 35 seconds left to fight for here. Pac now on 4 in a row. We're starting to heat up, looking for streaks. Would be nice if they could get them. There's number 5 versus Eric Boom. Hits the reload, though. Has no other choice but to do so. Fortunately enough, Rafi is good for the trade. Team Strays will look for the back 20 seconds here. Metals is looking for it to try and take it away. Could be crucial time to grab if you can, if you're Metals. And yeah, indeed, we'll do exactly that. So Team Notorious feeling pretty hot in this situation. They jump over the 100-point mark. Now moving forward towards the Elephant Room or in the alley for the next hard point. Team Notorious have about a 40-point lead or so.
Yep. This is where things can really start to get away from you if Team Strays don't have an answer. Only 40 points, but if Team Notorious break it up again, Team Strays are really going to be from the outside looking in. Henry's going to find some really good timing. 6 and 11 so far, but on this 2 spree, he is going to work for this pinch. The rest of the players for Team Notorious will break on in towards the hard point, but they are just trapped in the middle of the courtyard. Wonderfully done for Team Strays to hold on to the hill.
Yeah, Team Strays right back in now. Big 30 seconds would put them level with Team Notorious. Henry now starting to heat up inside. He will finally go down though by Eric Boom to the middle of the map. Lovely for him. Weeman going to simultaneously hit it as well. And now Pac, the last one in close proximity to actually grab. Let's pick up 1 for this transition. So Team Notorious will be happy they grabbed the back 15 to 20 seconds or so. But these kills now being made by Team Strays over towards Cantina for P6 are absolutely monumental, but Metals just comes through and ruins their day once again. Will isolate Henry in towards the new hardpoint. Won't be long before he's joined by his teammates, but Maples are going to cut these guys off.
Oh, Maple.
Oh,
okay,
no.
I was about to say, if Rafi doesn't find this kill, I honestly lose my mind. Eric Boom will double down, at least towards the back alley. And as you were talking about, Henry was that last player, top Cantina for Team Strays, will be dealt with quite some time ago. So what was about to be a 40-point lead, Team Notorious looking to build that ever more so past 140 points.
This is dangerous for Team Strays. Cannot allow this to happen. Need to get in right about now. Team Notorious here, now being aggressed on. It's Weeman and Maple, though, still holding on, and they do indeed pick up 3 kills between them. Team Notorious now looking to put double points on the board against what Team Strays have, and it might get worse as well. Team Strays here now need to hold on towards this rotation. There's 25 seconds left to make sure that they keep these guys away from the hill, and already now these players starting to aggress through. Weeman through the barbershop, Eric Boom for the middle of the map. The kill's looking pretty good, but as Eric goes down, now Weeman needs to go huge. So it won't be long before Metals joins the ensemble, and that is a close spawn for Eric Boom over by Warehouse side. Team Strays spawn out now. It's an effective 3 versus 2 on the point. Henry and Pac, they hold strong, and as Weeman goes down, that is fine for Strays.
Yep. Just got to be able to walk away with at least 40 points here, you feel. Otherwise, this game one might just be done and dusted. A lot of time left to be fought over, and to be quite candid, the spread for Team Strays is really good. Henry's going to clean out Maple from the barbershop, and that was really the only player to maybe try to get a threat to look in towards P7. Team Notorious still spawning over by the forklift side. Team Strays finding some more kills.
Things looking great if you're a Team Strays. I know just generally speaking in this game, they're still very much on a hole, but the back 30 seconds would give them an in to get back in towards this game. They could get some streaks maybe here. Maybe that would be good as well, but Henry was on 3 in a row. Metals will shut him down from afar. 6 HP he goes. We'll have to be cautious about the next gunfight that he does take. Yet still, it will be a calm now at the back of this hill. Metals is going to look for this scrap time. Has a couple of different directions to look and will fall to Henry at the end. So as we go to the second set here, Andy, it is Team Notorious with the lead again from those earlier antics. They have about a 60-point advantage or so. The Team Strays, though, we know there's a path back into this game.
There sure is. I mean, it just comes down to keeping it scrappy over by P1 and try to maintain this side of your map, but one step at a time. If you are Team Strays, players really starting to heat things up, specifically the SMGs for Henry, 13 and 16 now, Dizzy up to 17 and 16. ARs are doing a great job of just trying to keep these SMGs of Team Notorious at bay. I mean, Metals is only at 13 and 17. Eric Boom might have a minute 36 worth of OBJ time, but he's not that player that's trying to hit these routes continuously. And as soon as Eric tries to pick things up on the back end, Dizzy's right there to shut it down. The rest of his teammates spawning all the way across the map over by the elephant room, trying to stretch across the map to assist Dizzy to maintain the side of the map.
Yeah, big rotation here for Team Strays. Even if they give that scrap time, they can still garner a full 60 off the back of this hard point. Henry doing a great job around the outside of Cantina, picking up those supporting gunfights. No, Dizzy's going to lose the first against Metals, though. That is not good news. And it really ups the ante for Henry down low. He's not going to be able to get anything done. Raffi falling inside the tunnel now. And everything starting to fall apart as Metals finds himself on 3 in a row. Pack now next up on the kill list. Metals not able to get it done as Pack will double up. That's not the greatest of stuns, and a nade coming in his direction as well. Team Notorious now in a great spot.
Yeah, Metals went huge there, of course. I mean, you got to be feeling yourself if you are Metals in that situation and take a heat check versus Pack over top of the hedges, but just as soon as Metals break things up, Team Notorious over 200 points. Team Strays are still battling for this 30 seconds, and they're going to get it. Team Notorious, they have this leader's advantage, so they can just chalk, rotate over towards New. Dizzy's trying to be that route man once again. Also has 60 seconds worth of OBJ time, but it's a good setup around the back alleyway here for Team Notorious to keep all Team Strays at bay to maintain this rotation to New.
Team Strays, again, on these initial trades, at the very least, things not exactly going that well. Back around the back line. Yes, he's picked up that kill versus Maple, but they're going to know where he's coming from. Gotta hit this all at once if you're a Team Strays. Everybody has to be in the right positions at the right time and get the kills required to break on through. This has to be now. Metals and Weeman open up proceedings with the first couple of buds. Good trades coming through from Pack and Dizzy. Pack will double up. Dizzy's still hanging around though. Needs to do more damage here. Huge 1v1 to close things out, and Maple comes out on top.
Yep, that's a big kill to find for yourself in a dagger. If you're thinking it from Team Strays' perspective, Team Notorious just need 20 points to close it all out, and they're finding more kills across the board through the middle of the map. Weeman is just anchoring down over by the yellow van, finding damage. As soon as Team Strays even try to get close to the hard point, they're already weak.
Yeah, just 10 seconds away from victory now. They can get it done here unless Henry can do something special, and he's just not got anything cooking in the oven. Team Notorious coming out strong here in map number 1 as they will take it in convincing fashion here on Mikado. We said it going into the game, Andy, mate, didn't we? That, again, Mikado can very much run away from you just so quickly, and before you know it, the game is out of your hands, and it does definitely felt like that's what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, even going through P7 from Team Strays' perspective, they got what, about like 40-something points, closer to 50 maybe from P7. They were still down by 60 points at the end of the first set. That just really goes to say how well Team Notorious were constantly just maneuvering through the middle of the map, always making sure they were cutting down Team Strays upon the rotation over towards New. And even when Team Strays did have what looked like to be a very good rotation towards the upcoming hard point, they got broken up within like the first 10 seconds before it even popped. So yeah, that's just Team Notorious coming out with the heat, just understanding Mercado hardpoint to a fine tee as they had all season long. That is now the third time they played it, the third time they've won it.
Yep, great team here on Mikado Hardpoint. Again, I mean, it's not a surprise. We talked about it before, right? That Mikado Hardpoint has, historically speaking, been a great game mode for Team Notorious. And I think a big reason for that is they just know how to be annoying, how to kind of just continually flank in around these hardpoints. Metals is one of those players that's so frustrating to deal with in the play. Even Eric Boom is capable of it, even though I think his role on this team is much more certified to being kind of the hill guy at 1 minute 54 inside the hard points, but just so many crucial rotations where Team Notorious are able to take time away from Team Strays, where they just were not happy with the fact that they let it go. And again, that does show out in the end of the game when we look at the stat lines. That Weeman coming out with the AR pressure at 28 and 21 of his kills non-traded, almost 3k damage on board with just over 60 seconds in heal, having a great moment here for Team Notorious.
Yep, and again, it's just really got to speak volumes about how well Weeman actually does really work, along with Eric Boom and Metals. Say what you will about Metals not having the sexiest KD ratio at 20 and 24. He's still got 12 assists with 2,800 damage, 13 of the 20 kills non-traded. Keep in mind, you was just always trying to meet Dizzy as far as these routes are concerned, and was just setting up his team for continuous amount of success. There's the updated best of 5 map set. No double Ellasilos, because that just never happens in Call of Duty best of 5s. Get ready, get your bags checked in. It's Triple Doza Hotel if it goes to map 4.
Yeah, I actually did ask, I asked the question jokingly earlier on, how much does a 3-night stay in a hotel, Greenberg Hotel, actually cost you? Our good friend Seymour actually gave us the answer. Now, he gave it in Canadian dollars, mind you, because he's Canadian, so obviously, this is like, those are like buckaroos, whatever. Like, I don't know what kind of currency you guys living. It's a terrible
CAD.
currency.
It's Canadian dollars, all right?
It's Canadian dollars. It's 1,600 Canadian dollars, I think, for 3 nights in the hotel. That's pretty good, right?
That's like for a 323
like
square foot
quid.
bedroom too. That's Eesh. Miss me with that. That's all right.
Well, anyway, BVV having a pretty good time here on Embassy. 3-0 start from them. 3-1 start overall for Keza in those first 3 rounds as he closes things out against Nile. And VVV, we discussed them, I think, quite a bit coming in towards this playoffs, right, Animate, didn't we? Because they are just that roster, I think, this season in particular, that can be super frustrating to go up against. I think they've got a lot of talent on side, especially for players that have history, especially Keza, who has been quiet, I think, over the last few months, but he's come in now and has been a real silent killer this season at Challengers Elite.
Really has been. I mean, 3 kills across the board for all VVV for 3 rounds worth of play. And this Embassy search and destroy after losing that map number 1. Not too sure what the scoreline was, but able to get the job done. Work clutch rain. VVV roster is just a force to be reckoned with when it comes down to search and destroy, no matter what the way you shake it. Vital big kill onto Genesis for first blood. Immediately traded out. Bomb nowhere close to getting its way over towards B.
Yeah, it's very far back at the moment. VVV want ideally another frag before they start to move this forward. What they don't know is their resistance isn't actually that great, to be honest. Twiz is the only player over here at this point in time, so if he goes down, the entirety of the B-bomb site would open up, but Twiz, great trigger discipline coming through, doesn't choose to immediately go for that frag versus Keza, tries to see if he can get anything else beforehand, but then figures the time is nigh to actually pick up that kill. For Vital up top in administration, down to 17 HP he goes. At least he's got the sniper rifle, right? I mean, he can maybe catch a player off guard trying to cross over that top bridge, but I don't know if Clutch Rain are going to give that.
Play for a pick. And even if they try to rotate over towards A late, Nile has been over here since yesterday just watching it. Big snipe potentially for Joka, but the round was Clutch Rain's to lose. All off of the trade that came through. Off the initial first blood, quite candidly, from VVV. When Clutch Rain were able to find that trade, middle of the map was just way too open for my liking from VVV's perspective. It just allowed too many different avenues, too many angles of opportunity for Clutch Rain to get that round on the board. Well, at least bring this within 2.
Clutch Rain going to find themselves on the board here. Start. At least. Now as they make their way over towards B, can they get there unscathed is the question. VVE putting a lot of pressure through the middle of the map here. Vital with that first blood on towards Cruz, and that should slow things up significantly. Clutch Rain now, ideally, I think, would want to frag before getting this bomb down, but they are going to go for it now, reliant on the coverage from Nile from afar, and that's good coverage as well.
Now the bomb needs to hightail its way out of there. I mean, Twiz, even with the bomb in hand, pushes inside a server, finds the kill. Why wouldn't you feel confident? Nile's been layering down the pressure over by Potts for quite a long time. And a well-placed nade will take Twisted out of the round. Keza, 1v3.
Has already been tagged up for the first. Yep, no more than that. Clutch Rain. They were down a man right off the rip, right? And again, it's just kind of the coverage, the trust in one another for Nile to get that coverage for the first frag. Well played from Clutch Rain to find their second round.
As far as Embassy Search and Destroy is concerned, the only time that Clutch Rain have played this all season was actually in their first playoff match versus Noctum White. They lost it in round 11. But I'll give you the update as far as that's conclusion to see if VVV can even up that series in towards our main focus. Team Notorious find themselves rather down as far as this opening round. Metals 1v3.
See the overall records here. The only map mode combination in this best of 5 that will favor Team Strays from a purely statistical perspective. Will that be enough to save off a Notorious victory? Metals now. Those 2 shots going out on towards Raffi from afar will not be enough for the frag. I mean, Dizzy's up close and personal. As soon as Metals gets this bomb down, he should be dead to rights. If he even does that, yeah, no chance.
Yeah, I mean, we hopped into it super late. Metals in a 1v odd situation, AR in hand. Get some opening shots at least towards pack and bottom luggage, but I mean, Dizzy was just laying prone over here, just is the guardian of the info desk. Waiting for the confirmation that Metals was indeed on that bomb site, just for the easy kill there to take round 1 for Team Strays. And the way that we kind of framed it up, even for Team Strays in their opening matchup when they were going up against Affiliation, they're going to be playing for comforts. You really do feel like 2-3-5 needs to be the name of the game. That's a great first round to have for themselves to keep their heads held high going into their offense.
Team Strays making the conscious decision to drop that bomb down just outside a statue. So if they go down, it wouldn't be in a bit of a precarious spot. Initial joust over by the restaurant. Metals gonna walk away to make a complaint to the manager. Not walk away with a frag. Instead, though, as the trades go down over by A, it is Maple who opens up proceedings with the first snipe, but Dizzy is good for the trade.
The stun doesn't go all the way in. He knows that Eric is going to be down here. Spidey sense is absolutely tingling. You're going to double chow this? Stun comes in. Eric's not hit by it. Gets some good damage on the first. He is getting the hell out of dodge. And the assistance from Weeman is great to take down Dizzy in return. 2v3.
And the fact he gets away, to be honest, is just like, that's going to be like the slowest ladder climb Eric's ever experienced in his life. He does get away. Raffi and Henry now need to pull out something special to win this round. 2 versus 3. Weeman's been spotted out. It would be nice for Raffi if Henry were to play his life, but Weeman just lands a Semtex right in where he was, and then re-aims the door for the final frag. Looking pretty good here. Team Notorious trade things out.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the way that round shook out, it was a 2-2 split for both teams, funny enough. And the only information that Team Notorious got was there was just one player, was Raffi, all the way on the backside of Jewelry. But it wasn't enough to try to scathe away the defensive members for Team Notorious over by that B bomb site. You already had 2 players over there for Team Notorious. Weeman comes back out to help over by the A bomb site once Maple goes 1-for-1 with a boomstick kill on the pack. Just reinforces that A bomb site, all off the information from the double chow that Eric Boom narrowly walked away from.
Look at that. Aggression coming out from Team Notorious here in round number 3. Try and get early control of Bedroom's side. It will not work out in their favor. Eric Boom has already lost his life for it, but at the very least, he did get Weeman in towards top Bedroom. I have traded things out as well, down to a Maple snipe, who apparently his arrows just disappeared.
That's because he has the bomb. Yeah, it's the mini-map glitch.
It's fun.
Metals is still top dead. They're able to at least take down Pack. Are they aware that there's still another player down there? Dropping the bomb, calls for Metals to drop down from the elevator shaft, takes down Dizzy. 2v3 retake.
That's a huge kill coming out from Metals. Secures the entirety of the bomb site, and Team Strays, of course, the last remaining players, are so far away. And Weeman, I mean, he's just going to eviscerate Henry. God, he makes it look so easy with the A up. Now Raffi has to pull a 1v3 out of nowhere, going head-to-head with Maple in a sniper rifle. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Even with Eric going down initially, I mean, the play call was to go for that 1-3 split. If Weeman can cause a lot of distress over by the restaurant, if anything, you're going to pull defenders back. Maybe you could find that pick, of which he was in a very elongated fight inside a pantry versus a player from Team Strays. But, I mean, the play call was still to try to get Metals top bedroom. Metals gets in there, but they lose Eric to try to plant that bomb very quickly. But it all becomes rather weird for Team Strays, the way that you have to hold that angle, knowing damn well that Maple is probably going to slow peek that with the sniper, finds the headshot on the pack, and it again calls for Metals to drop down to find the next pick. Just never losing numbers for Team Notorious, winning these 2 rounds in a row.
Notorious currently with the advantage here. Early on in the S&D. Stray's having a good go at things here in round number 4, though. Short kill going by way of Henry, moving forward now, trying to garner control of B. Team Strays, their objective still seems to be centered around A, but maybe if they make enough noise, they might be able to draw some of that pressure back over towards the middle of the map at the very least, and that seems to be what's happened.
Yeah, they're trying to play point of contact, right? I mean, you had 2 players for Team Strays that were pushing over by the B bomb site, and the bomb was dropped over by Statue, so it could have rotated any which way. Maple's the only defender over here, realistically, sees one player. He knows this is going to be an A execute now. He is under immense pressure. He's going to be Dizzy trying to push up through the luggage staircase. Nobody really in a position to try to stop this plan from coming through. Eric Boom eats his nade right over to Pack. Will get the damage, but can he find the kill on the exit? So far, no.
And not really in a great position, to be honest. I think just generally speaking, even if you're in a 3v4, Eric Boom's going to take that child every day. Not going to give him a free kill. Now going to get the second as well. Eric gets away with his life. Down to 16 HP and he's all good. Wee Man's the player with him. He's located down bottom luggage. He's going to make the call that, hey, Rafi's moved all the way back towards back spot. Boom going to act on that information. Big kill, and Rafi going to win that 1 versus 1. And now Wee Man finds himself in danger. Stuck between both of these 2 players. Even if he gets 1 kill, there's just not enough time to win out that round. So Team Strays coming out on top.
Love that call coming through from Dizzy as well. He was that player that was trying to get up through the luggage staircase. And whether he made the call or whether his teammates made it for him, just do not go through that doorway. You go through that threshold of the door, Maple's already holding it with the boomstick. We know that Maple rarely loses those close snipes versus any weapon, candidly speaking. Talk about Dizzy. 6-2 through 4 rounds of search and destroy here on Hotel. The kid has come alive. We'll even out going into round number 5. Team Notorious going to be taking the virtues through the middle of the map. Keep in mind, your Team Strays are all around the atrium.
Yeah, this is very aggressive coming out from Team Strays, overreaching in towards the middle of the map. Henry has to get something for it, and he's already been tagged up by a stun. So Metals has some inkling that a player has crossed the threshold. And Eric Boom's just going to come in from behind and work off that so perfectly. Again, great call for Team Notorious to deal with these players systematically. And Eric Boom, I mean, off the back of that play, he goes backwards here. He doesn't just overreach, doesn't want to be annoying in behind the back line. He's now moved all the way back, and it works out perfectly as Metals and able to pick up another one.
Where are the bombs at for Metals? You thinking about maybe pushing through over by B? I mean, Wee Man's also there to at least assist on the rotation. I don't think it's really going to matter anymore. This round's probably going to be done by kills. Rafi's just going to spam some shots through bottom luggage. That more gives away his position than anything. Damage, at least onto Maple, but bomb being planted at A. Flank coming through from Eric Boom. Just the map just got taken away. Quite literally yoinked underneath the feet from Team Strays off the early get-go. And all of their defense, again, was around the atrium. It's a very standardized rollout when you're looking from Team Notorious' perspective. You're always going to expect for Wee Man to be over by the restaurant side to either try to find that 1v1 by the pantry, maybe the bomb can rotate over towards B, or if not, try to double on back to the double archway, where he just was able to pinch it up quite wonderfully, along with Eric Boom, to shut down Team Strays' numbers that they had in the atrium. It's made that round so easy for Team Notorious to take a 1-round lead.
Yeah, great mid-map control from Team Notorious in that round. Again, it's down to early actions by players such as Eric Boom. Comes into this one on 3 in a row. And look at this, mid-map aggression coming out from Team Notorious. It is not answered whatsoever from Team Strays. And they're pushed all the way back now. Rafi could perhaps draw some of these players out and get some free kills. I don't know if they're going to be free at all, though. Eric Boom punishes for his 4th in a row. Will be shut down there before he can earn any streaks, I believe. So Pack now for the 1v3 off back of a 1v4. No,
oh, the read. No. Oh. He was going to go for the jump tower. I thought he was just going to lay prone and just expect for the child to come through. But in the name of the game for Team Notorious is to not relent as far as the mid-map pressure is concerned. Even when you have players in a position to at least try to deny mid-map, Metals is playing so far back in the lobby that you have so many different head glitches and so many different corners that you have to even check before you can even think about trying to get that side of the map in your favor for Team Strays. 2 rounds in a row for Team Notorious. Take a 4-2 lead.
And Team Notorious starting to really take the lead here in this search and destroy. Team Strays, they need to take a map somewhere in the series. Search and destroy was one of their strongest across the board. Need to find a response now through the middle of the map. There we go, lovely. Wee Man and Eric Boom overwhelmed, and there goes Metals too. Maple for the 1v4 with a sniper rifle. He's done some stellar things in his career here in Challenges. That's not going to be one of them.
I mean, we just had quite literally a replay of what we got in the previous offense for Team Notorious. The difference is that Team Strays were more than aware where a lot of these players are going to be located at. I mean, you can't really fault Team Notorious. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This time it did break, as all of Team Strays were just surrounding the atrium, just watching the double archway, expecting for Wee Man to go for that check, as he always does. Gets gunned immediately. The focus over by the single archway through statue. So good for Team Strays to keep this within one.
Team Strays, at the very least, as you say, they are going to keep themselves pretty close here with Team Notorious. Yes, 3-kit going over towards B. Team Notorious have changed strat just a little bit by sending 2 players in defense. Metal should be tagged up by the stunt. Yep, double hit coming on through now. Wee Man now going to have to produce at least 1 frag, and he just can't get it done. And Eric Boom now. He's in close proximity at the very least, but what he could actually do here in this situation is pretty limited.
Planted a
great
beat.
coverage.
The majority of that hit was going to be a pinch from 2 different sides. Even Eric Boom, he's up creek without a paddle. Ooh. That was some crispy shots. Good centering onto the player through the atrium. But, I mean, Team Strays just hit that 6th gear. They reach a whole different level and just quite literally bull rush their way through restaurant and through the atrium. Just found so many quick gunfights. By the time you blink, the round was over, and Team Strays just maintained so many numbers.
And 2 rounds now in a row here, and that is a great play call, I think, just generally speaking, right from Team Strays to just battle themselves straight towards B. I mean, you have to win the gunfights ultimately, and they do exactly that. Both overwhelming players individually. Pack now coming into round number 9 here on 4 in a row. Team Notorious, what strat do they go with on the defense? Just being cautious about what middle map pressure Team Strays might be coming out with, but as a matter of fact, there's not a single player in the middle of the map at all but a phantom threat. They'll quickly realize that.
Not finding any information. Team Strays aren't exactly giving them anything, though. Eric, you will now join the likes of Wee Man to try to push over towards this B bomb side. No dead silence. Speaker for Eric Boom. A lot of corners to check.
And the thing is, I never want to count out Eric Boom in these situations, right? Dead silence or not. He's that guy that can flank you in S&D. Team Strays will be aware of that. Notorious have a few other options, ways to try and clear some space. Maple is one of those. Snipes going out through the bedroom side, but over the top of this chest, his cabinet. As he peeks out, Maple should have his number, but Metals knows he's round this corner. This is a big kill to get to unlock control of the site, and that's why they double stack it. Eric Boom for that kill, and now for Team Strays, they've lost control of the site.
Yeah, double chow coming through. Eric Boom gets away nearly unscathed. 4v3 for the retake in this defense for Team Strays. Wee Man off of this shoulder throw should know that this defense is mostly around the back, but he doesn't get any information off of Henry, who's quickly flanking.
Got to deal with him. Paramount to keeping this play open. Eric Boom now can utilize his dead silence. And yeah, Henry has not been dealt with instead, so very quickly this round has fallen away from Team Notorious here. At the very least, they've got time on their side, and Maple gets an up-close and personal swipe against Henry. Look for the second one, will not find it. And now Eric Boom from the other side here just needs to try and play his life. Rafi has an idea of where he's located. Pack as well, you can see him through the X-ray. He's pre-aiming this top side. He's stunned. The shots need to be good. He'll stick one. The shots for the second as well. Eric Boom will clutch up. The stick was good on the first. And I don't know who it was. I think it might have been Pack that he does get the first time around. But he actually transitions over towards the site. It's Rafi with the stick. If he doesn't do that, that doesn't happen.
I mean, the nade damage was going to be good enough. I mean, both these 2 players were stacked on top of each other. There was no get down, Mr. President, for that Semtex explosion. I promise you that much, but goodness me, did Eric just make that play. 10 in 6 now for Eric. And I can just already see he was probably just smiling from cheek to cheek off of that play alone. Invest that silence, gets top bedroom. Rafi thought about clearing it. Did not push for it. Had a late Semtex in the round. Map point here for Team Notorious to go up 2-0.
Huge. So back and forth as this search and destroy bin. Team Strays have kept it close. Team Notorious want to close things out, and this is again that exact same strategy that we saw previously, but Team Notorious on the defense here have changed ever so slightly. Dizzy's made weak in the initial engagement. Why are you even challenging that? And Metals is just more than happy to take them down 1 by 1.
I think Dizzy is like forcing himself to try to make these plays happen. Remember last time we were talking about his KD, he was 6-2, now 7-7. Not exactly the steep turnaround that you're wanting for Team Strays. Now found themselves down in numbers 2v4. Eric Boom is just snaking his little butt off on the backside of the jacuzzi, and Eric will take down Pack seemingly for free. Henry, 1v4. Good lunch, have fries, brother. take your food to go in the restaurant. I don't really see this one happening, Brody.
I get it. It's other food jokes. I understand. I love food.
Got you.
As you know. I don't know if Henry's going to be eating much, to be honest, at this point. Starved for kills. And yeah, at this point, it's just like you maybe just run around with a knife to try and close out the search and destroy round to force round number 11, but that's just not going to be the case. Team Notorious, I think, in the early engagements, great adaptations there in the final round to what Team Strays are putting down in that prior successful offensive effort. They win the search and destroy, a huge game in the series. That is where Team Strays have been strongest.
Yeah, absolutely. And Team Strays, again, they started off so hot. Again, Dizzy was 6-2 through what, like 4 rounds of play. And then through the rest of the search and destroy, just kind of, I wouldn't necessarily fell off, but he definitely kind of slowed down a little bit. And that's just from the adaptation that Team Notorious were able to suggest for those later rounds. Instead of always just having Wee Man try to push over towards the pantry, it was either the buddy system along with Eric or Metals who had the AR to assist either Maple over by that B bomb site or to assist what Eric Boom was developing in the middle of the map. Not just defense, but also offensive, like where Team Strays were putting a lot of focus in towards the atrium, just did not work out in their favor in the latter half of the search. 1,400 damage for Eric Boom, 11 and 6 to speak of, and 7 of those kills were non-traded, by the way. Had 2 first bloods to boot, even as far as first bloods are concerned between these two teams, but I mean, it's just the way that Team Notorious are just so good at just playing the trade game continuously. It's that trust, that cohesion that we've come to expect from this Team Notorious roster so late in the season.
Look, it's rare because Eric Boom's role on this Team Notorious roster is ever so slightly different, I think, from what he's played in seasons past. But it's nice to see kind of that just not given a heck. Eric Boom coming out, just flanking, just doing Eric Boom things again. When it happens, it's lovely to see. And he did it there in Search and Destroy, just being so frustrating round after round for Team Strays, just coming in from behind, causing those problems that Team Strays just didn't really have much of an answer for. So, yeah, massive reason why Team Notorious are able to take that Search and Destroy. Granted, it was pretty close. I think we saw some great plays coming out from Pack and Dizzy in particular there in the S&D, showing that they are valuable additions. Just when certain things do go wrong, I think the team does tend to fall apart in those rounds. And that shows out in the final scoreline as Team Notorious take the Search and Destroy 6-4 now. They're just one map away from taking this series. And this is where we get into control, and this is Team Notorious's strongest mode, historically speaking, as mostly always been the case.
Yeah, and look, you never want to count out any teams when it comes down to Challengers Elite. Look, they are a top 8 team here in Season 4 of the Elite, but we already knew it was going to be an uphill battle. That hill becomes that much steeper when it talks about for the last 2 times that Strays played Hotel Control. They lost both 0-3, so as soon as we get into that one, we will let you know. Over towards the Ellasilo control. Big swing map mode coming through for VVV and Clutch Rain.
Yeah. This, again, fighting for survival. Another losers round 1 matchup. One of these teams about to go home. Towards this offense for a Clutch Rain. Things going pretty well so far, but 45 seconds to make this A happen. They've got no real map control, to be honest. Twizzing from behind, it would have been nice if he could produce 1 kill at the very least, but not able to do that. And his cruise goes down to Clutch Rain, sent back towards the respawn point here. Joker move forward. Has to be careful about how far wide he's actually swinging here, because nobody was covering his left side, and Niall's able to exploit that.
Sure is. Now you're going to be taking your focus into the middle of the map, just trying to at least scathe away what you could possibly find over by this A control zone, but do not pass go, do not collect more kills. Clutch Rain are out of respawns. This is looking like a VVV hold here on the A control zone.
It certainly feels like it, doesn't it? Cruising from behind will at least give this one last stop. He needs to go now, though, and actually gets the coverage from Genesis. That needs pretty terrible, but it doesn't matter anyway. He's just got to play his life. Force Joker down from that power position. Genesis tries to aggress onto him. Not going to win that 1v1 is Joker against Vital in the end. And VVV, they will hold strong. And we've only get to see really, a glimpse at the end of that control round. But it's still going to be, I think, pretty frustrating when you've got the harder of the 2 points out the way that you were not able to capture A.
Yeah, and also hopping into it as late as we did, right? I mean, you saw the life lead or deficit, depending on which side of the screen you're looking at it for. But, I mean, what that would mostly suggest is either a fantastic opening rip for VVV or just that that player that was top tower just never gave it up to only allow a single segment to come through over at A. Again, we're all into the unknown. We didn't get to see too much of it. Into round number 3 we go, tied up 1 apiece.
UV off the start of this one. Feels like they're bartering for a B push right off the rip. And their options open, though, with players through the middle of the map. As a following up kill against Twiz will very much do more so than open just the door. They'll have an actual chance here at capturing this B zone. Genesis trying to play his life, gets doubled up on by Vital. Now VVV finding their way on towards the point. One more player to contest with is going to be Twiz, who actually not just gets one, but gets a second as well on towards Keza. It's so frustrating, and yet still, despite those kills coming through on the defensive side from Clutch Rain, they have not done enough just yet to install themselves in towards a spawn trap. Players have gotten past, and off the back of that, Keza and Twisted, they're also finding frags on the point.
Oh, it's chalked. Just give it up. I mean, Twiz might be able to find a couple of exits, but this 3-player stack is in, and there's just nobody that's going to be close enough to try to get this back in their favor. And I love this call coming through from Twiz. Off the B zone being captured, he actually ends up going towards top admin. Just tries to maintain that position because it's going to be really tough for VVV, you would feel, to try to maneuver between the B to the A zone, especially with how Clutch Rain are kind of manipulating this map. You got player number 7, Genesis, but he was top tower. He gives a free kill over to Vital for some reason, and now you just have to hope that Nile can hold that top tower position.
It's these power positions that teams do have to consistently worry about, right? Especially, as you say, Nile in top tower needs to be the player that VVV do deal with. Also got to deal with Cruz as well. Cruz is just being really frustrating at the moment. He's utilized his dead silence to just run around and mop down low. He hasn't actually found anything for it, though. Finally takes out Vital, and even that, I don't know if it's necessarily that advantageous, because now you've been tagged up in from behind. You haven't gotten yourself in any kind of spawn trappable position. Retreating back towards the point, will hit the 100, get some windy shots against Keza from down low, and Joker following up with another kill on his own, and another one as well. And hold on for a second, Nile still might be up there, but VVV now in a great spot to move forward.
Oh, Joker definitely feeling himself, didn't wait for the full regen to come through, thought he can get the better of Cruz just busting out through that door. Cruz got all the information he needed. Big kill for Vital. Cruz Missile also invested to come on in. The map positioning is all favorable for VVV. They have a 4-life lead. Twisted is beaming them off of head glitches as well. First segment surely locked in.
Absolutely. VVV looking to close this one out. You haven't got to deal with Nile up top anymore in that power position, but you have got to deal with him moving forward up top anyway, and Twisted reads it like a book. No problem, says Twisted as he picks up that double. Keza will trade thing out as Twisted goes down, and now Genesis, the only player to touch this point, got a few players to tangle with, and somehow plays his life enough to at least give another player a look in, but they will not touch VVV. They get the cap.
A way of segments as well. Again, it is no easy feat to be able to win offensive rounds here on Ellasilo control, but VVV are getting the job done, again, off of a very good opening rip. They found themselves over by the B control zone very quickly, and then the conversion over towards A, just making sure that nobody from Clutch Rain can maintain presence on that top tower position. We'll give you the conclusion of that one. Again, that matchup is tied up 1 apiece in the other lower round 1 match. However, Team Notorious with a 2-0 lead. Team Strays, I mean, they're on the B control zone, but the pinch is going to be good for Team Notorious to hold on.
Yeah, we really did come into this just as Team Strays were about to get the capture through, and somehow the backboard, Team Notorious will save the round, and yet still, we know how tenuous these kind of positions can be, right, Andy? It's very easy to lose control of players around the backline, players inside bedroom, and both of those things are happening at once here. Weeman and Eric Boom have a lot to do. 2 individual clutches need to go down. Eric Boom going to help from afar, but he is not really dealt problem in his own house over towards bedroom side. Weeman now going to go down. Hack will at the very least be dealt with, but still, Team Strays, they've got presence in and around this bedroom side. Metals needs to get at least 1 frag here, not able to do that. Now Team Strays flying over towards the point. Mid-map pressure contest with, that's going to be Eric Boom, and he will fall to Team Strays. This is going to be the capture they wanted.
Yep, absolutely. That's a big round coming through early for Team Strays to be able to win an offensive round versus... I mean, I think we can go ahead and guarantee, like, this is the #1 control team, right? Can we agree on that? Is that I think Team Notorious, especially through the elite seasons, have already gotten themselves the name for the #1 control team. If anything, they're the most consistent. But regardless, Team Strays coming out with the fire, the heat, being able to win that off of segment progression. Again, we didn't get to see the early stages of that round, but I mean, the stats kind of speak for themselves. So you're Rafi 7-4, 8-5 for Henry as well. It's just really good workings for Team Strays to find the kills required and the map positioning soon to follow.
The only team that I would think about would be a Wubble Bobs, maybe.
Yeah, but that's just that's just a complex team.
Yeah, it's hard to contest, right? But yeah, for sure, I'll give you that one, bud. I'll give just this once. I'll give you it. Yeah, Team Notorious, best control team. Okay. Anyway, looking pretty good. And here's why. Weeman Metal's going to combine for 3 right for the start of this one. Rafi's the only one to provide any resistance whatsoever, and he falls pretty quickly too. Team Strays, they'd be foolhardy not to at least give this one good shake to try and capture the point, to try and hold on to it, but they have to be cautious because Team Notorious, not only are they getting the frags here, they've also set themselves up with some mid-map pressure to transition over towards A. That mid-map pressure will fall apart as Metals does fall. Back towards the respawn point he goes. But Team Notorious, I mean, that is just something they would have liked to have had because B is just there. They're fine with that.
Not too sure where Henry thought he was going there. Going towards D1 the way that he did him. He's 10-7, definitely going to be feeling himself, but he was dead to rights. Of course, now he will spawn up over here inside of Jules, where he's going to get a lot of Team Notorious members looking his way. Wee Man spawning up, parallel, back over towards A, trying to pinch this along with his teammates off of that A zone, or off the B zone capture, excuse me. Kitchen control is everything. Wee Man aware of it.
Eric Boom going to double up here. Great start for Team Notorious,
Wow.
and Wee Man following up one. Yeah, everything is just going right for Team Notorious right now. Team Strays. Oh, God, Dizzy gets decimated as well. Stack the point. Come on, folks. Come on, come on, come on. Make your customers happy. Get on the point as quickly as you possibly can. Yeah, there's a through stack coming on through. Eric Boom reads Henry like a book as well. And would you look at it? Hack's going to go on the left side. Eric Boom predicts him perfectly, but does not get the kill. Fortunately enough, Wee Man and Metals are able to pick up exactly where Eric left off. And that is an almost flawless offensive round of control.
Someone started a stopwatch? How long were we in that round of control? I felt like that was like a sub 1 minute control round coming through for Team Notorious. What the hell? They won the opening engagement, swarming mid-map like you were talking about, get themselves past the B control zone on the display cases. That was just a crazy turn of events, honestly speaking, where we were singing the praises for Team Strays about how they were really layering in the hurt for Team Notorious. Eric Boom and Wee Man get the job done. A combined 20 kills between the two. Evened up in segments, even up offense for offense.
Team Notorious want to have a good start here on the defense to take the lead away from Team Strays here in this control. And things looking pretty good if you're Strays. That's 3 kills straight. Eric Boom now the only player coming on the flank, and he will be shut down. So this should be a capture coming through from Strays. There'll be one good effort from Team Notorious. It's about how quickly they can put this together, though. Team Strays, they're not silly. Dizzy's already keeping a look over towards the middle of the map to try and take down Metals. Not a single of those shots will land. So Dizzy has a lot more to do around the front. And somehow, some way, Team Notorious have installed themselves right back in towards this point. Metals now looking pretty good to move forward. Only 1 tick given up.
And it's like you said, I mean, the B zone, you would almost feel like off that opening engagement that Team Strays should have been able to get for themselves, but Team Notorious off the respawns, they played that so well. It's map positioning first, and then if you can find the angles and for the kills, then you can work your way back over towards the B control zone. But just because you wipe the slate clean over by the B control zone doesn't mean that Team Strays won't be spotting parallel over towards the A zone. Nobody from Team Notorious was in a position to deny this first segment. It's locked in.
Notorious scrambling to do something about this, but both of those kills happen at one time. And this is dangerous now, actually, for Team Notorious here, because they've lost players. It gives them a chance here, Team Strays, to go straight over towards B. Dizzy opens up proceedings with this first kill. Rafi now looking for another one, but Eric Boom picks up 2 in and around this bedroom side. He's just been so frustrating at 14 and 10 in towards his control, but Henry has a response in kind. That is a double off their own. And for Team Strays now, this should be the B capture, pretty much guaranteed. Team Notorious, do not put anything more into this.
You got to try to get a player inside of Kitchen. The only player that's really in a position to try to get closer to that would have been Wee Man, but Rafi, he's already over by the cuts. He has some assistance by way of his AR duo of Pack. Trophy System's going to keep Wee Man relatively safe, and just by being here, Team Notorious can't just fly in towards Kitchen. The only player that's going to be able to get there is Maple. Kills around the back, all through the double arches. It's looking good for Team Strays to not only hold the life lead, but also to have numbers going into the A zone.
Yeah, they've got the points. Players on the point, excuse me. Players on both sides to contest with. It has to be Maple. It has to be Wee Man. Wee Man going down. Maple now able to pick up 1 at the very least, but he still needs to do more. These players will just stack the point, and even better, Rafi will pick up the kill. Now those spawns will no longer be blocked. Pack gonna spawn up over towards the Kitchen side. Henry, though, unable to do any more. That's a trophy system kill, I believe, that does come through from Team Notorious, and they're able to hold on here. But a life advantage in favor of Team Strays as we go into a 6v10. Not looking good for Notorious.
You just need one good wipe, a good series of gunfights, and Team Strays should get this last segment locked in. Never count out that 5th player for Team Notorious. That yellow trophy system. But look at the positioning all across the A control zone itself. Team Notorious have a good spread, but they got to win the first few gunfights.
Team Strays can take their time with this. They know that life advantage is the biggest pressing matter for Team Notorious. They are just going to slowly but surely move around the point. The first kills, though, are not going their way. And that is the gamble that you take when you take so much time and making this one happy. Raffi opens up proceedings with the kill. Trades are so good for Team Notorious, though. And again, Team Notorious, they drove about 15 to 20 seconds off a clock that wasn't exactly favorable to Team Strays anyway. Now they have to find their way through. Kill coming through from Dizzy here. There's still a shot. 5 seconds, though. You've got to make things go. And right about now, that team kill is just not going to help. And Wee Man and Maple more than happy to get the drop shot down to close out the round for Team Notorious. Strays will be heartbroken that they just did not get that one.
And the team kill was forced regardless, but when the opening gunfight starts to ensue, when you're looking at a 10v6 in favor of Strays, the clock isn't necessarily the biggest problem. It's the trade game that needs to be better for Team Strays in that push to come through. A 4-for-1 trade is just not going to be good enough because, well, you lose 4 lives, that's 4 dead. There's only 4 players in your team, for heaven's sake. So Team Strays had to go back to the drawing board. At that point, you were down to 15 seconds. Nobody has enough time to hit a route. It was all going to be coming through the middle of the map. Team Notorious, 1 round away from the 3-0 sweep over Team Strays in lower round 1.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? Again, best control team in European Challenges, Team Notorious. This is why. 2-1 up now. Wee Man starts proceedings here in round number 4 with a pretty favorable way. Let's put it that much, right? Does go down, but Maple and Metal's also going to combine for 2 now. Notorious starting to move forward. Pack does have a streak, and this would be a good chance to use it. You can splash damage it against the wall to try and save this one, and it is going to be the case. Has to hit it. Does he get anything for it? No is the answer. Team Notorious, they just completely dodged it by moving forward in towards Spa, and that's advantageous for Metals at the very least, who does pick up 1. And I really thought for a second there, the way that he was just weaving and dodging around, that he would get away.
Ooh, Wee Man, it gets some assistance by way of Eric Boom. They're not done assaulting this B control zone quite yet. Okay, well, now they're going to be done, for sure, after losing both Eric and Maple over by luggage. So back to the middle of the map we go. Henry is here to at least pick up the slack. Wee Man, at least for a couple trades, does fine, too. That's going to open up the A control zone quite wonderfully for Team Notorious. And now Team Strays, you really got to pick your poison. Do you want to try to go for this again? I mean, Dizzy's on the very long route. I think you just chalk this and try to defend the last segment over by the B control zone, but some picks do come through. Last 2 players on the A zone.
Second tick now, looking pretty good. If you're Team Notorious, A feels like it might have gone, but never mind. Still looking here for Pack and Henry. Pack taking the long way round towards this point. You've got to go now. This point is about to be captured. Henry on the other side will go in for the contest, and outplays Eric Boom. He just did not know where to look in that scenario. Now Pack and Dizzy in from behind, who will pick up those frags, and it felt like a foregone conclusion that A was gone, but B still is in favor of Team Notorious here. 1 player towards luggage to contest with. That is going to be Raffi. Needs to exit. Wee Man has his number. Maple should be good to clean up the shop, and this tick, just a couple of seconds from going all their way. They still can't get it done.
Can't get it done at all. 4 life lead in favor of Team Strays. That last little hit over towards A is causing a little bit of distress for Team Notorious's camp. They are struggling to try to find themselves some semblance of map control. Player number 8, Metals, he's on a 2 spree. He's flanking all the way around the back. Wee Man's gonna step on this A control zone. You gotta chalk this if you are Team Strays. Nobody's in a position to try to deal with this, but most importantly, you gotta take Metals around the flank. Pack will deliver in such a cause. Now you gotta look towards Dizzy, bottom bedroom. Has to deal with Maple, you would feel, coming around from the luggage staircase. 10 plays up against 7, and Team Strays are just looking to hold on to this last segment of B.
Yeah, I know the flip sides here, Andy, but again, I've got to remind everybody it was a 10 versus 6 in the last round, and we know how that went.
Oh, no.
A little bit different. I mean, does saying it work against still for Team Notorious? I'm not really sure at this point, to be honest. But
for you, it could go either way.
Yeah, who knows, man. Anyway, it's now a 5v10. Team Notorious have lost a man. They'll be back towards the respawn point. 55 seconds, though, is a ton of time to position themselves. Team Strays, they've got all players in all the right places. Control of bedroom, control of the flank. Big gunfights to be won. Here's the first. Dizzy to take down Eric Boom. Would have been good for Eric to pick up that frag. Not going to be able to get it done. And it really puts a lot more importance, I think, on Metals, especially around his flanking gunfight. Henry just making sure, waiting for somebody to approach. Could hear a pin drop. Moment in this lobby. Finally, Metals makes that move, and he's going to lose his gunfight. Eric Boom and Maple, they lose theirs as well. This round is gone.
Shock.
Oh, maybe not.
I don't know. Wee Man. Little 1v8 action. He gets tagged with a nade. Surely he's dead to rights. The second he crosses back over, Pack should have him here inside of Spa. Well, the angle. Okay, I was gonna say. Man, I never want to count Wee Man out of anything. I got to see him do what was like a 1v4 versus like what was the old Omit roster back at the Texas Open. You and I were casting a different match on main screen, but that was like against like Standy and Co. And that pop-off was immense. I just never want to count Wee Man out of anything. But Team Strays, they hold on. That last little effort to try to get themselves back into the A control zone was so tight as far as timing is concerned. To find the kills required for the pinch to come through between Dizzy and Henry as well as Pack were so influential to hold on to that last segment of day as long as they did. It also meant that numbers were there continuously for Team Strays there to the final few moments as the round will be settled by way of kills. Because of all the segments that Team Notorious were able to get for themselves, they are actually going to find themselves up on offense, surprisingly. I think it was just about evened up across the board. It came down to kills, of which Team Strays, they had the majority of them. They'll have the round 5 defense.
Dizzy ending that round on a 9-8 spree, making it number 9 as he finally goes down there. Means that he does have a cruise missile ready to go. Let's try and save this round. Team Notorious gonna focus their efforts on B to kick things off. Eric Boom trying to get aggressive over towards D2. That will result in at least 1 frag, but the trades are good for Team Strays. So Maple has a lot to do here, and it would be nice if you could get 1 frag to walk away from that, but will not be able to. Things are not great here for Team Notorious. They are continuing to spawn up over by that bedroom side. Wee Man at the very least is creating space. And actually, to be fair, Team Notorious, against all odds, have actually won pretty much every single gunfight to clear the entirety of bedroom.
Players in the B zone, it's the SMG duo of Eric Boom and Metals. Now has Maple there for the 3-player stack. And if you are Team Strays, you gotta be careful with how you try to recontest this. Wee Man's already playing over by check-in. Metals takes down Henry. Dizzy brings in the cruise missile, cleans up house over by the P control zone. It was a Mustachio's hair away from being tacked over, but Team Strays hold on.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, Team Notorious, they fly straight towards A to try and regain control of the map. They do not get it. Well, now they do, as Metals will double up there. Henry, Dizzy, excuse me, just looks away at the complete wrong time. So Team Notorious, as you said, Andy, very close to capturing B. They'll be frustrated that they couldn't make it happen, but it's okay. Got a backup plan. It's called Plan A. Bit confusing, I know, but it means that they're going to A. That's how this one works, but look at this play coming on through. Notorious getting a couple of frags. Metals thinks this is the time to try and apply some pressure on towards this B control zone. He's got the coverage from Eric Boom as well. A is slowly but surely being captured here. Metals will go down, but Eric Boom now will find his 3rd in a row. Players now starting to come in from behind, but it will be Team Strays that regain control momentarily.
Life lead now flopped. Notorious have a 3-life lead. Maple is chasing ghosts, trying to find where these players are located at top and bottom bedroom. But one good wave of gunfights are all Team Notorious need to get on that B zone and force Team Strays to spawn over by Jules.
And there's the first 2. Dual players on both sides to contest with. Wee Man knows about it. That's why he was looking inside bedroom. It did not look in the right place as Henry was sitting around luggage. And even Pack just playing his life in this scenario is just absolutely everything. Team Notorious cannot get these players through in the right positions, and they might well have a 3-life lead at this point. It's tenuous. It just doesn't take much for that to disappear, and the time is just not on your side here.
In the last few gunfights, Eric was actually still over by Wine in that carpet hallway, so that was actually blocking the spawns and forcing all Team Strays to still spawn parallel over by the P control zone. A little bit of a misstep, if you ask me, for Team Notorious. Now he's going to call in the cruise missile, going to get a lot of information for Team Notorious to try to get this last segment.
Oh, it hits. Oh, sometimes you just can't see how wide that cruise missile is. It hits the roof as he tries to bring it down. So not going to get anything for it beyond information, but it's okay. Maple, he's going to react on that information for 2, for 3 as well. Completely clears the point. It's got to be a go time for Henry, who can only pick up 1. And Maple slams the door closed there on Team Strays with a 3-0 for the former Season 3 champions. It's bye-bye.
It is sayonara, at least for 2 of the forts for the former unnamed roster from Season 3 of Challengers Elite of both Rafi and Henry. And, man, I gotta say, both Pack and Dizzy really had lights-out performances, specifically even in this control. Dizzy, 3,200 damage, 22 of those 27 kills were non-traded. Keep in mind you. Keep your eyes on Dizzy in the upcoming years. This kid keeps on getting better and better, and it keeps on turning heads. So Team Notorious, they will win their lower round 1 matchup in a 3-0 fashion over towards Clutch Rain and VVV. The other lower round 1 matchup, you see on your screen, Clutch Rain with a 2-1 lead, but VVV with a commanding lead here in the Fortress Hardpoint.
VVV want to send us to a game number 5. Pretty good to get it done. Clutch Rain, though, still fighting tooth for nail to make sure that does not happen, and Tweer's a big part of that. Currently at 14 and 22 is struggling, but that 2-piece will give them an in. But you have to imagine this rotation is absolutely everything. As Twiz can catch Joker off guard, there is no way you should lose that gunfight if you're Joker. I'm unsure if Cruz was actually maybe putting extra bullets into the body. It doesn't matter anyway. This is a huge rotation.
Yeah, it's a massive one because now if you are Clutch Rain, you can set yourself up around P3. This could be the full 60 seconds. Twisted actually invests the Cruise pistol, and there was no trophy system there to keep Twiz alive over by the current hardpoint. And that means that this setup is a little lacking in numbers. VVV aware of it. They smell blood in the water.
Yeah, and absolutely for good reason. Cruz is only able to produce one gunfight very quickly. What was a very favorable situation for Clutch Rain is now almost certainly not. VVV now looking to put an 80-point game then in this game. Got to catch these guys off guard, keep them away from the hill. Kez is doing exactly that now, and 5 in a row. That's going to be a 3-piece for Kim. VVV looking pretty cut now. Serious dent in this game now as the back 25 looks to go their way, and for Clutch Rain it's just such an awkward moment. At the very least, Twiz will stop that streak from coming to fruition, and Joker does go down as well. So big back 20 for Clutch Rain to grab, but now they have to kind of put that back to back with the rotation too.
Yeah, you need to get a little bit more space. I mean, everybody's just dying around you if you are Nile, but he's still taking gunfights over by the back street. Kez is trying to at least play for the trade. He's going to be bottom tree. But still, if you are Clutch Rain, you are from the outside looking in, still trailing by 60 seconds, and P4 is about to pop with VVV in firm control.
First kill being made there by Twiz. Trades, I mean, I would say favoring, to be fair, VVV as they look to make their way through, or Clutch Rain, excuse me, but Genesis going to pick up the first kill. Now it's Clutch Rain in. VVV just 31 seconds away from victory here. Keza and Joker around the hard point, picking up the frags. Cruz has a lot to do, and down to 24 HP was just not ready for Keza in that gunfight. So VVV could still finish things here.
And Nile is the only player that's maybe trying to make an argument for this, and you can see everybody else from Clutch Rain still spawning over by Ring. Player in our raid, Joke is just going to watch them try to cross. Nile can't come up with anything. VVV looking to close this map here.
They might get it done as well. Nile for the front, going to get shut down. Twiz over by the gallows. Well, he is absolutely gonzo. VVV, oh, well, I thought they might get it done there. 1 second away, finally. They have to jump back through and take a gunfight to get it done, but indeed they will. A game 5 is where we're going for survival.
And that was, I mean, as emphatic of a win as you could possibly ask from VVV's perspective. We hopped in. It was a crazy scoreline that VVV already had over Clutch Rain's head that I felt like that, albeit that we missed the majority of this Fortress HP, that, I mean, we got to see it fully come through. I mean, the streak gets invested. The break inside P3 was just so quick and so snappy from VVV that it just felt like that they were just kind of a cut above the rest for what Clutch Rain had been offering in that Fortress hardpoint. Again, we only had such a small sample pool, but those guys were absolutely shooting on VVV. And Clutch Rain just really had no answer against their setups and their crossfires.
Yeah, the big moment for me, I think, was the P3 rotation, right? As you say, there was no trophy system to stop that cruise missile coming on down. It was the moment where Clutch Rain, and again, as you say, we only get to see like 30% of the game overall, but it was the moment of the game where I think it just put out a contention for Clutch Rain. You were already like 80 points down. You were fighting for scrap time, 20 seconds, and that gave away the rotation too. There are no good decisions, I think, for Clutch Rain in that scenario. You really just have to kind of pull out a miracle out of the hat, and that's just not going to happen. Look at the stat lines at the end of the game, and everybody is going huge. Keza, Vital, Twisted, Joker, all of them reaching 20 at least, all of them sitting pretty positive at that as well. And also, almost all of them having a significant amount of time inside the hill too. 1 minute 17 for Vital, 1 minute 40 for Twisted, and 1 minute 11 for Joker. All of them, I think, again, it is proving that this roster at the moment is working very well, just as a full unit.
Good damage across the board. Almost everybody around 3K. The assists being shared across the board. Almost everybody at 20 non-traded kills. Behind his Joka at 15 for 22. But again, that guy, as far as an AR in hand, you can get him inside the hill. You can get him on the crossfire, and he can just absolutely beam players upon the rotation. So what is a pinstripe best of 5 map set is going to get the score settled between VVV and Clutch Rain on Ellasilo Search and Destroy.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. We go back towards that map number 2, and that was a 6-4 victory for VVV in Search and Destroy. Clutch Rain, man, I mean, like, we look over towards that group stage, and to see them potentially not making it out of top 8, again, it's just like, I know I made it a comparison to that older Clutch Rain roster that was, I mean, Twiz is the only surviving member from that team. I say surviving, like, the rest of them are just not here anymore. They still exist, they're just not on the team. Right, that's the point we're going for here. Yeah, it still feels weird to say that Clutch Rain might be out in top 8. Who knows? This VVV roster is not to be underestimated. We'll be back with that game 5 after a very short break. On the other side, it's going to be a banger game 5. Don't go far. All right, folks, time to get underway here with the game number 5, Search and Destroy. We apologize for the very long break there. Yada, yada, yada. Cast to start the game. We're in VVV versus Clutch Rain for this game 5.
And this map 5 favors that for Clutch Rain. They have played this map mode combinations 5 times, finishing at 2 and 3 as far as the season is concerned, even losing to Knock Them White in their first matchup in playoffs, but never count this VVV roster out quite yet. Good trade from Genesis via the pistol will force a 3v3.
And Keza, 1v1 inside sight. Oh, gets decimated by Twiz. Big gunfight there for Clutch Rain. Now the bomb slap bang in the middle of that A site. Well, rather by the couches. It is retrievable. Joker's just seen Twiz transition, though. Information should be good for the frag. Yep, Twiz is getting tetchy inside. Joker more than happy to take shots through the wall.
Bomb dropped. Got to get recovered. Running out of time in the round. Setup, at least defensively, between Genesis and Nile is so spread out across the map. And that's more beneficial for Clutch Rain than anything because Joker and Twisted have to clear so much more space before they can comfortably get this bomb down. It's awkward.
And these players don't have any information, and yeah, that gets even worse as well. So I think Genesis just follows up at the perfectly wrong time for VVV. Sees the knee of Twisted. Joker also going down from Genesis on the other side. Even despite having to fight for a little bit more than they would have liked, Clutch Rain do end up winning.
Yep. Be able to win that round out. Genesis just pops back in through Kegs via the SMG and just finds a kill on Joker. I mean, even finding that first kill on a Twisted right, like that would have been good enough from Nile over by Kegs with an AR, line of sight, drop down from top admin, but wonderfully done there for Clutch Rain to exhaust so much game clock in that round, just finding trades across the board, just causing so much confusion on VVV's camp. Where these Clutch Rain members were located at, splitting the map is definitely a good thing to have for yourself there in the clutch. So early days. Looking for Clutch Rain in their opening offense. Very quickly trying to get themselves admin and billiards control.
Oh, VVV. Now looking for some of these early gunfights. They are at the very least going to trade things off as Clutch Rain get aggressive in towards the A site. So now a 2 versus 2 after all that kerfuffle. Keza not out of danger just yet. There is no chance for a trade. Joker is so far removed from this play. Keza goes down, and yeah, there, indeed it happens.
2v1. Joker all the way on the opposite side of the map. The way that both Genesis and Nile are still powwowing around the arcade machine, bottom billiards, suggests that they have no idea where Joker's located at. And vice versa. They're a pin drop in the midst of this Ellasilo right now, but Nile's finally starting to make some moves forward. Waited for Dead Silence. Now it's going to clear all of this A bomb site. Genesis also pops Dead Silence as well. This bomb's going down.
And Joker still hasn't really moved, to be honest. He was firing for the idea that maybe they could transition over towards B if they felt uncomfortable in the middle of the map. That just doesn't happen. Of course, you know, they're going up against Joker. Attack in hand. Paper Mache is the top of that site. We'll get some shots on towards Nile through, but Nile just lays down and will not fall just yet. Genesis will, though. And the immediate trade is not through. No, peeks out and Joker finds them both! One by one they go, and Joker's more than happy to take them in that order.
I mean, if you're Nile in that situation, he just did about everything right. You would assume he needed to push for that trade to come all the way through because his position was already known from a couple of wallbang shots from the top of the bomb site in that knocked over table, but I mean, Joker waiting over by the football field for about 30 seconds or so for the confirmation. Both Genesis and Nile used their Dead Silence just to get inside the A bomb site and plant the bomb, not knowing where Joker was located at. The Dead Silence play was all in favor for Joker, just to find 3 not only in the round, but to clutch it up for his team, even things up in round number 3.
Great response coming out there from Joker. Great clutch. Now in towards this round. Early peek from Twiz. Not that favourable. Doesn't get anything for it from the middle of the map. Cruz will be able to find some value. Genesis elsewhere has sniped the head off Joker as well. Twisted trying to get involved in the action and somehow gets away with that frag on towards Cruz. But still, Twisted is back as well and truly against the wall here.
Yeah, quite literally. Needs the entire ace to clutch the round. Twiz, Twisted, they know each other are here. Open up that door. You got Nile dancing on the billiards table. That's not fun for anybody involved. That's the favor towards the reload, and well, the clock just continues to tick all the way down. All the Clutch Rain members just encroaching on Twisted's location. Good heavens, that was a horror movie of an ending. Even more of a horror movie as far as the beginning is concerned as well, as Clutch Rain just completely mollywop all of VVV in the middle of the building and just found numbers advantages very, very quickly.
Yeah, just getting aggressive early on there, and it felt like VVV for them just lost control of the round within the first 10 or 15 seconds. Clutch Rain. 2-1 up. Genesis, a 5-1 start for him. Player this season, and really over the last couple of seasons, that has had moderate success. We'll say that much, right? Has been a player that can take away crucial wins versus some top teams when required. Doing that right now versus VVV at 5-1. How this round? Early aggression coming out from Twisted towards courtyard side. Twiz going to read it perfectly. Flank will not work.
Who's in favor of that of the offense for Clutch Rain? Took off the dead silence play, and he's doing this with attack 56. So that door just gently gets closed in his face. Cruz is going to be really pissed at that one. Gets gunned from behind. Bomb dropped in the middle of billiards. Trade still to speak of. 2v3.
Twiz going to take down Joker as well. And Vital again. Feels like this is a consistent problem for VVV. Not in a position to trade things out. Will certainly not stop the bomb from going down. And that nade will connect. It's not going to get anything, though, in that position.
No, not at all. I mean, in such an early numbers advantage to come through for Clutch Rain, it almost feels like that something crazy would have to happen. A good two-piece to come through from one of the players. At least try to clutch the round again for VVV, but Clutch Rain not going to allow that one to happen. Once they knew that Joker was on the flank, you just have to be able to find that trade. Then the majority of your focus can just be over towards the keg store, over on the top kitchen side. Clutch Rain just dissect that round to such a fine tee. A combined 7 spree between Twiz and Genesis now.
No streaks on site just yet. Genesis, of course, using score streaks. Always so fun. Looking for the early snipes here. Vital knows where Genesis is going to be located. Now certainly Double does, because Genesis has taken shots off towards Keza. He has already traversed over towards the site and Twisted. I think maybe just trying to barter around the player that was chasing him in and around the truck. Even so, it's a pretty silly play to make. And now Keza are now in a 1v3.
Now it's an OV3. And again, it's just one of those things that you feel like that VVV are kind of settling into desperation. Maybe it's just lack of time played on this map, but Clutch Rain just looks so comfortable as far as the rollouts are concerned, just understanding where VVV are continuously. Their team shots just always so sublime. It's something we've gotten to see from Clutch Rain continuously through this season of the Elite. These players have really been shining bright. As far as they're concerned, Twiz finding themselves the majority of these kills. Finds himself up on the 6th spree. Tell me he's not on score streaks, right? Like, surely not. Gosh, I hope not.
Possibly. Possibly. We'll jump on with him in a minute and we'll see. Yep, no, it's okay. Oh dear, when players do it, sometimes, man, gets us going. But that decision is not made by Twiz. Genesis was on streaks, it was score streaks, but he will not have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about it. VVV do have to worry about that streak coming down from the middle of the map, and it's not going to connect on anything, but it will send them scarpering away. Right in the not so welcoming arms of Genesis, or the tack rather. Twisted does go down.
Now this map pressure has just quite literally been flipped. I mean, Joka is out on an island over by this back truck. Looks like Genesis is watching it, especially from the mini-map. Keza is trying to clear top party. Genesis is just on the other side of the Breck's head glitch, and that is so frustrating from Keza's perspective. 2v4. Oh, man.
Ah, jeez. Everything is just falling apart for VVV here, isn't it?
Yes.
Would be nice. I don't think Twiz is going to allow that. Oh, okay!
Oh.
Well, he's already utilized the cruise missile, so you've not stopped any streaks with that kill, but it is still a nice little confidence booster here in the play. Genesis around the back line, looking to close things out, and indeed he will.
There it is. And again, I think the conversation needs to be had as Clutch Rain will take a 5-1 lead. Genesis gets the ace, 11-2. The last time that we saw Genesis in the Elite, it has not been really going all his way. I mean, most of it notably, he was playing on that E-Fuse roster. They bowed out, barely even winning a series back in Season 1 of the Elite. Not great at LAN performances continuously for Genesis. He finds himself on this Clutch Rain roster now with Twiz, Cruz, and Nile, and it felt like that we're getting Genesis of Days of Futures Past almost. Like, he is just looking so good at this late stage in the game. The stat lines have been speaking for itself.
And VVV just cannot get anything going at this point in time. Do or die time. Lose this, you finish in top 8 in the final season of 2023 Challengers Elite. Train survive. Look at the mid-map pressure at the moment from Cruz and Twiz. VVV, they're checking the corners, but I don't know if they're going to check this. I don't think I've ever seen a player lay down in this position, and Twisted wasn't expecting that either. Keza will at the very least with the pre-fire double up on those kills.
Yep. Got a lot of rounds to play with. Niles under immense pressure from Joka. I expect for Genesis to at least chow from top kitchen, but Joka's going to go completely unnoticed. Pops dead silence again, looking to make a play around the back. Genesis looking to answer back. That is... Oh, he almost got turned on. Oh, that would have been something, but pistol v pistol battle. Tough scenes when it comes down from Genesis POV off of the ace. You're gonna see this final kill. He's gonna be like, oh, he was just behind the door. That's the most Modern Warfare 2 pistol kill I've ever seen in my life.
I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure you've seen
It's
more
definitely
Modern
up there.
Warfare 2.
It's definitely
it's
up there
for sure. We've seen some silly things this season.
That door is no friend to anybody. It is unbiased.
Well, VVV going to keep themselves in the conversation here. Still a long road to go before we even consider a comeback. These nades have to land, and that bounce is not going to be good enough. The stun might be. I don't think that even connects, though. Now for VVV. Here on the defense, reliant on Twisted. Dead Silence about to run out for him in behind. He's effective. Pretty good kill versus Cruz.
Hold on a second. VVV are really starting to cook up. There's Nile. 1v3. And he gets his ankles nipped just a little bit there. So his position is more than known. Has Dead Silence if he wants to invest it. But in a 1v3 situation, if you could work this pick, that'd be great. And more players hidden behind the doors. No sound cue is actually collected from Twisted on the outside of Billiard. So Nile's going to have a pretty good shake of this. Has the bomb as well. And the timing has been working out to maneuver across this entire map. But he has no information on where any of these 3 players are.
At the very least, he's been given the space to get this bomb down. Gets the hell out of dodge and does have the Dead Silence utilized if he wants to. Gonna go for it. Please don't get too touched, you know. It feels like that might have already been the case. Yeah, he should be caught off guard by Vital here. Dead to right, and that is going to be all she wrote for this particular round. Clutch Rain still can't close out just yet.
Nope. 1 round at a time, VVV. They're in the 3v1, even in a post play. I mean, it does really say a lot for Vital just to hang out top tower, just to maybe expect a wrap to come through from the A control zone, either on that top catwalk as well. And the positioning just pans out so wonderfully. But Joka with this Dead Silence play, again, through so many different rounds, is just getting away with so much space, finding so many different gunfight wins. And these past few rounds, from VVV's perspective, have just been settled in the early stages. It's their throwables for me, Brody, that are just finding a lot of good information, a lot of good damage, and then immediately collected on that. If Keza doesn't find that 2-piece off of the trade that should have honestly came through from Clutch Rain, I believe it was Twiz in that upcoming gunfight. I mean, that round very much so could have gone a different way. We could be singing the praises of Clutch Rain and continue on the lower bracket. Not the case.
Viper Curse? Question mark? Would be pretty harsh if Clutch Rain were to lose it like this. Still, like, early aggression from VVV. Not having to be concerned too much about Red Tower position. Instead, it is Nile who's moved all the way towards that back position. It's not something the Twisted expects, and he goes down.
It's a very passive defensive setup. It allows Joka to actually push all the way past the football field. He's past the truck lot. Genesis is all the way behind Pride Rock. He's sniping back here, keep in mind you. Joka wants this kill. He's going to see Genesis going to get the better of him. 3v3.
Yeah, I was going to say, VVV are playing very individually here in this play. Gotta be careful about how you do play this. This is going to get the bomb down. Bit of a stretch plant coming through. It's all for coverage. I'll, of course, trying to play off the early information. I don't know. I mean, I know Joker's got a lot of angles to watch there. Why he's not cautious about that lane, but Niall's going to make the best of the situation. Twist just flies straight towards the side, and Kez is more than happy to take that one for free. And now a 1v1 for survival. Vital's already revealed his position here in the play. But he's got a sniper rifle. This is bold. It's audacious. Ooh. The snipe is good, though.
Well, one shot, bolt action, kill action coming through there for the final kill. And full of rounds in a row now. 3 on the bounce for VVV. If Niall just gets a single bullet before Vital pulls the trigger, his crosshair goes to the moon. Not going to be the case at all. Get an egregious push nonetheless. Comes out in VVV's favor from Clutch Rain playing a very passive defense, which we do see work out quite often, but VVV, they exploit it, which just comes through with Joka pushing all the way past the B bomb site. What's the response going to be here? Clutch Rain offensively, trying to get themselves that admin billiards control.
Trade's going down. Twist getting aggressive. Will catch Twisted off guard. Now Joker, I mean, really needed that gunfight. Will not get it, but at the very least he gets away with his life and actually gets Genesis for free. This now becomes a 2 versus 2. Bruise and Twiz, the last ones left alive here for Clutch Rain.
On planet, this is going to be individualistic Vital. He's coming through the A control zone. You got Joka. He's all the way inside of Kegs, and Crew's going to get that information.
And they're playing off position as well, right? VVV are going to expect them to be both top bar watching it from there. That's not the case. Crew's down low. Is the opposition good enough here to catch Vital off guard? Vital going to get the snipe versus Cruz now, and Twiz up top. He is in that position. All he needs to do is play time here in this scenario. Joker's going to jump straight on the bomb, though. And I think Vital is just going to have eyes on this position. I don't think, yeah, Twiz is not going to get there in time. Yes, he does last second, but not enough for the defuse. I don't think that bomb defusal comes through. But they do stop the streak. I think it was, what, Vital on 5 in a row at the end of the round?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he was. Oh, my God. I mean, Twiz was just about a few seconds, like about a whole second away from getting that timing. He was waiting for Deddy. And by the time he popped Deddy, you were already on the bomb. That's so tough. Round 11 we go. It was a 5-1 lead for Clutch Rain. VVV back from the depths.
How did we get here? VVV have just been clawing back round after round after round, and it was close, mind you. But they do find the round to put us in this situation. Now for Clutch Rain on the defense, they're pushed heavily in towards A. This is extremely passive offense coming out from VVV. They're pushed all the way back, expecting aggression.
Well, they all kind of showed a lot of face over towards the A lane, but didn't get any information whatsoever. So now we're back towards Vital's POV. He is top house, trying to find this pick. Knows that there could be a player in slot of tools. He'd be right. His name is Twiz, but he's not going to open up that door, not egregiously. Genesis is that sole defender, more or less, over by the B bomb site. He has Twiz nearby for assistance.
Yeah, it's Genesis, right? He's playing slightly out of position comparatively to where he's been in the past. Generally speaking, he's been up top in bricks. That's not the case anymore. I think they're hoping that that's able to catch a player off guard. Not going to be the case now. In towards the A-bomb site. Cruz able to draw first blood. Twister going to be down. Second is through as well. Keza falling. And now this flank from Joker does not have dead silence as Vital goes down. It needs to be a Joker 1v4 to save the game and save their elite lives. It's just not to be. Clutch Rain, they almost throw it. But they will not have to go to round 11. They survive in towards the round 2 they go.
Oh my goodness. And, yeah, by the skin of their teeth, honestly. And what was a 5-1 lead, making it all the way to a round 11. You really got to sing the praises, give some flowers to VVV, what they've been able to put together there at the very end. Obviously, Twisted didn't have a Herculean map number 5. But, I mean, Joko with these dead silence pushes. You also had Vital with the boomstick in hand, which is finding a lot of good value going tit for tat versus Genesis in that sniper 1v1. But more or less, I mean, look, in that final few moments, it mostly comes down to that this is what you have to offer. All cards on the table as far as a round 11 is concerned. When it comes down to it, VVV, they wanted to maybe try to find that pick over by the B site. You called it. I mean, Genesis is playing in an off position. He's not top AC. He's not top Pride Rock. He's playing over by the back B truck. And by that point, you have to give up so much time just to clear all that space away. So if you are VVV, you try to make the right call and going inside of the A bomb site where Clutch Rain had all of the crossfires, the flanks intact. They will take that round 11 search and destroy on Ellasilo and stay alive in the Season 4 championship bracket.
Ooh, sigh of relief. Everybody can breathe now as Clutch Rain do come out on top after a Game 5 thriller between themselves and VVV. Again, we got to say, I think it would have been disappointing for Clutch Rain to even not make it out at this point, to kind of fall out in top 8 after how good they'd looked in the group stages. So this was a necessary win for them. I think for VVV, again, I believe it was last season, albeit with a slightly different roster, they did also get top 8, I think is where they finished, and that was a surprise enough. This is par for the course for VVV. I don't think this is disappointing in any real way. VVV have shown face over the last couple of Challengers Elite seasons, and they are, I think, really on course now to have a good end to the season, especially as a team that has been challenging for one of those top spots, the qualification spots for Challengers Finals. Here's a look over towards the lower bracket then, as it stands, as Clutch Rain finally do close out the second round of play here today with that 3-2 victory. They now await the conclusion of the upper bracket semi-final, as do Team Notorious with that much-needed 3-0 over Strays.
Yeah, and again, if you're looking at it from Team Notorious' perspective, you know, they kept it close. They made it all the way to a map number 5 versus Deviants. In round 11, they falter in that Fortress Search and Destroy to win it as cleanly or as close as it really was. I mean, that hotel control was definitely an awkward one for Team Notorious, I think is where they want to find themselves at. They're not going to know their competitor until the end of the day, and that matchup will be going on next week. Same for Clutch Rain, as, again, they finished the entire season at a crazy stat line. Again, only losing a single series, but here's where our upper bracket will go. To the winner semifinals, Affiliation versus Deviant's former teammates, again, going up against one another, and then a Wubble Bobs going up against Noctum White. Should be a good one, Brody.
I mean, I'll tell you what, mate. Look, I've kind of underestimated this bottom side of the bracket, and I still think, for me, it feels like Wubble Bobs should get through. I do not want to underestimate this Noctum White roster, though. I mean, they've clearly beaten Clutch Rain in a game number 5, and that was a surprise enough. So, hey, maybe they could pull another one out the bag. But as you say, mate, it's Affiliation Esports versus Deviants. That is going to be the match to watch because it's Vortex taking on his former teammates. A roster in which they dropped him. I mean, it's the first time, I think, I want to say in like 3 years. I think it might be the first time ever, at least in Challengers history, that Vortex has ever been dropped from a Call of Duty Challengers roster. So for him, there's a real grudge match, a real vengeance story going on there. Even if I don't think the bad blood is that extensive, right? It's European Challengers. I think if we will learn anything from all the smack talk we've seen on Twitter, that's the nice way I can put it, that there's these players, they have short memories, they don't care. And it's going to be a fun time though anyway. Deviants versus Affiliation Esports, that's next up on the docket. On the other side of this break, folks, we've got the winners bracket semi-final to close out European Challengers Elite. Welcome back here, folks, to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for the final slot of European Challengers for the night as we go in towards the winners bracket semi-finals. We're about to put some team in the upper bracket finals, and one of the matches to get there will be Affiliation Esports versus Deviant Gaming, two top-tier teams in European Challengers going at it for a spot in that upper bracket final. I'm Infinity. Joining me, as always, is Proper. We've got a great game coming up here, mate.
Yeah, no, this one should be a good one. Former teammates going up against one another, even some former champions playing with against one another as well. It's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. I think this is finally going to be one of the biggest tests, especially for this Deviant's roster. Are they actually the truth coming out from their group, going up against this Affiliation roster who have just been playing lights out through the entirety of the group stage?
Right, big question to ask there, right? Because they've beaten Team Notorious, now they're going to take down Affiliation Esports, who are maybe an entirely different threat, because so far this season has been so good. They finished the group stage flawless at 5-0, 15-4 in terms of map count. And again, this roster has just looked so great. There were obviously those questions to ask whenever a team, I think we asked the same questions of Abuser when he did it after Season 2 of Challengers Elite, of jumping ship after winning. And for Furious and Mythics, it's just like, is that really going to be a good idea? Feels like the answer has been yes. Obviously, we don't know what they would have been like if Unnamed had just stuck together. But nonetheless, there has been that layer of success here for Affiliation.
Yeah, I think we almost knew as analysts and Call of Duty enthusiasts alike that Denza and Harry definitely needed to go through a roster change, obviously, for Abusa. Whatever the call was, he wanted to go back and play with the French boys back there for the Wubble Bobs team. Mythics and Furious are a great pickup, and I will continuously sing the praises for Mythics. His rookie season was last year, did not end the way that he wanted. Started off the season hot. This year, it was the opposite. Started off the season rather cold, and he's been fired up towards the end of the season, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a lot of that going around, right? I think just looking across the board here, these players have, this is arguably the best point they've looked all season long. I know Denza and Harry had quite a little bit of success at the start of this season, Denza especially. But again, for Affiliation Esports, it's just about kind of trying to finish the season on a high as we approach Toronto and Challengers Finals. This has been a really good roster, but they do go head-to-head. The Deviant Gaming roster that are out for blood. One player in particular, I think it's fair to say, Vortex, who was dropped by Affiliation Esports, again, for the very first time in quite some time. I don't know when the last time Vortex was ever dropped from a roster is. He's been a really valuable player for any team to have, and he has brought a lot of value to this Deviant lineup.
Yeah, he really has, and we got to see that a lot, especially in that best-of-5 map set versus Team Notorious, where Vortex was going completely AWOL. I mean, even losing that Ellasilo Search and Destroy 3-6, we still got to see some really cool plays come through from Vortex, joined with Journey, Lucky, the Spaniards, and as well as longtime EU player of Joey Gizmo. And honestly, the storyline in between both Vortex and Gizmo, again, former teammates back on Elevate, playing with the likes of Harry and Denza, made it to second place at that Raleigh Open, way back when the season kicked off. And then Journey and Lucky, I mean, we've always been seeing these guys really team together one way or another. Journey's now back to the sub. It felt like that this team kind of found new strides, as Journey is just forever lurking and hitting routes across the map.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where it's just like, has Journey ever looked this good? Or has he looked this good in a long time, maybe, is the right way to go about this? I would argue certainly not. He is really coming to his own for this one. Just a very brief look at the map set then as we go in towards this best of 5. Show you guys kind of what's going on here. Mikado Hardpoint, this is news to me, by the way. This is the first time I've seen this. Map set, Mikado Hardpoint, Fortress Search and Destroy, Ellasilo Control, a Fortress Hardpoint map number 4, and Embassy Search and Destroy. Any quick thoughts here, mate?
Well, surprisingly, as far as records are concerned from this season, it actually favors Deviants. Funny enough, that when we get down towards that Ellasilo Control, Deviants are 0-1, Affiliation are 0-2. Affiliation have not played Fortress Search and Destroy this entire season. Deviants are 4-0 on it. Mercado Hardpoint, Affiliation are 1-0. Deviants are 1-1. And while we got to see just a little bit of lick from that opening series versus Deviants, just how good they can be on certain maps. But this Mercado is going to be quite telling. Let's see how these two teams stack up against one another.
For sure. Let's take a look then as we go in towards this one. Affiliation Esports going to be starting things off on the better side of the map. They want to hold it to begin with. That is a lovely nade at the top from Lucky. We'll create some space here for Gizmo to start to move forward. And yeah, the spawns have actually just immediately flipped out. It's about what the reaction now looks like from Affiliation Esports. Is the recognition there that this has happened? Well, the answer to that is the most certainly yes. But I think the follow-up isn't that great, as Lucky already able to double up. They're on the hunt for the final kill in the form of Harry, who is able to survive for a very long time here. And this is going to be really frustrating for Lucky, who's already started here on 3 in a row.
Lucky's still trying to find the kill, and he's just spam shooting in all the wrong directions. Lucifer, aka Harry, is still alive. The demonic ways will finally be put to rest. Even where he falters, his teammates looking to at least try to pick up the slack. But Vortex is here on his own 3 spree. He needs to anchor out this back alley, but can't get the better of Lucifer. Now it comes down to Lucky to try to pick things up as P2 becomes active. No team really getting a firm grasp until those last 2 kills come through. Deviants are in.
Deviant's now looking to build up some time here. Journey trying to find some of those coverage in and around this cantina, but unable to get one before falling. Furious now from the tunnel side, looking to make his way in and through, and he will pick up that second kill as Affiliation break on in for the back 30 seconds. Bit of an awkward timing here for Deviants as they do not currently have control of the rotation. They ideally do want to get a little bit of this scrap as well. Vortex will be the first player to touch on towards New and will immediately find himself in a 1 versus 2. In Vortex's mind here, he might be a little bit early. That is not the case whatsoever. It's going to be 3 kills across the board. Den's responsible for 2, Harry for the 4th, and well, just like that, Mythics goes for the full clean house.
Ellasilo are 8-1 for hardpoints throughout the entirety of the Season 4 of the Elite. Everybody has a 1.10 KD or better. Harry is leading the charge at a 1.20. You're seeing exactly why. 7-2. Denza 7-3. Up on the 5 spree as the rotation toward 3 was called for a few seconds ago. And Affiliation Esports are barely even letting Deviants anywhere near this courtyard to sniff some time.
Out for sure. Affiliation now just looking to really build up a lead in this game, and for Deviants, it doesn't look like they're even going to get close. And it's even awkward here for Lucky as he goes for a little late hit in. He is not going to be able to get anything more than just the 1 kill. These are very individual efforts coming out from Deviants, and I don't necessarily a choice that they even particularly have as we look over towards, again, one more player pushing in for the scrap. That's Vortex, gets cut down by Harry. There's no trade because there's nobody home to do so. They are being put in these awkward positions where they have no choice but to go in individually. It is not good whatsoever. And even when we look over towards the rotation here, over towards Barbershop, it is Affiliation who are touching first. They are giving themselves a really good look at yet another rotation. Denza for the kill against Vortex. This just can't happen.
Brody. Journey is 2-10. Deviants have 17 points.
Okay.
It's about to be a 100-point lead going in towards P4, but Joey finds the challenge on Denza. Will be in for the initial time, but I mean, hey, this has been a crazy start coming through from Affiliation Esports. You have 3 members that are already at 10-plus kills in this lobby alone. It's going to be the call for Vortex as well as Journey. You can see on the minimap trying to manipulate around the parking lot and middle of the map, trying to keep them at bay before Affiliation can even get close towards his hard point. But they fall. It's up to Gizmo to go big.
And Gizmo still going to do that as well. 5 in a row for him. He already got the earlier 3-piece that was huge enough for Deviants to get the amount of time that they did. But a back 20 now looking pretty good here for Affiliation. And again, even the rotation looks pretty kind to them. Journey needs to go huge. Finally now going to pick up his 3rd kill in this one. Looking to double up on his kills and will do so with that 4th. The teammate is extremely helpful. And what was an unfavorable situation looking over towards this rotation has now gone in favor of Deviants. But this needs to be a hold. You're already in a hole early on in this hard point.
Yeah, I mean, you're trailing by about 100 points. Furious is going to drop down that cruise missile they earned quite some time ago. Double positive, by the way, 15-7 for Mr. Klaus. The break's not in. Keep in mind, Joe, I mean, it started to open up with the cruise missile, but I mean, nobody from Affiliation was really in a position trying to get Elephant Room in their favor. Finally, Lucifer gets in that position. He's on the staircase. He's about to get overwhelmed by a handful of players down to 4 HP. His teammates still spawning out. Need to try to come assist Lucifer in such an area. Doesn't even need the help. He's got players down incredibly low. Vortex is going to get the read on Lucifer jumping out from the window. This is big time to soak up for Deviants.
Whenever we see a player jump out of a window like that, I don't know why, and it's such an obscure reference, I will just always call it the Yakko Chow. It is the Yakko Chow from like the early play where Yakko just dives straight out of the fortress double windows. I don't know, man, it's funny every time I see it. What's not funny is the position that Deviants are in. At this point in time, you're down 66 to 138. That'll be about 76 to 138 by the end of that hill. Affiliation Esports will be the first team to touch over by P6 here on Cantina for the second go around. First few waves of gunfights going in your favor too. Deviants again faced with that kind of stark choice of do you even want to wait to have a full force hit here? Do you have much of a choice in that manner? Ends up putting the first few shots out to try and keep these guys at bay. Journey and Gizmo looking to make their way around the back alley. The first kill for Affiliation is good to keep these guys away. Lucky now coming from the other side too, but it is going to be an opening here for Deviants. Going to try and hit this together here are Gizmo and Lucky. Lucky draws the first blood in the advantage. Mythics are going to be overwhelmed there by Gizmo up top. It takes 30 seconds, but Deviants, they are in.
Yep, going to be able to get that break for 30 seconds, but I mean, any chunk of time is going to be good for Deviants until they are somewhere near the 20-point value rather than double the amount of point value that Affiliation still hold over their heads. This would be the time to do it. P6 to P7 is a big moment in time for any of these two teams. Could be Affiliation to either build their lead more so, or Deviants to fully bring their way back in towards the game, and it's rotating battles once again. I mean, from top to bottom, just statistically alone, you could just see Affiliation having their way just with every single gunfight. They are slaying the hell out.
Yeah, for sure. And this is arguably more egregious, arguably more concerning, is the fact that there was a moment there as Deviants broke in towards the last kill that they did have control of this one, and that would have been the path back into this game. Now they need to fight to break back through. Mythic's already looking to take down by Vortex and Lucky over here by Lockers. There's number one, there's number two. Goodness gracious. Mythic's makes it look so damn easy. And those players will spawn close by. Deviants, again, have no choice but to just hit this individually. Gizmo knows he needs to take Mythic's out and just cannot get it done. It is right back to that early game pressure where Deviants have no choice but just go at this in a rather silly way. You just have to go individually, and you can't even do that.
Yep, I mean, even when you think about taking these individual challenges, you're going to have to be dealing with these SMG players that are lurking in the middle of the map. Furious gets taken down. Mythics on that 5 spree finally gets traded, but immediately traded back was Vortex. And again, like you were talking about through that first set, as Affiliation Esports will cement a 100-point lead going in towards the second set of Mercado at 209 to 111 now. Is that the way that Affiliation are manipulating this map? You're right, Brody. They are forcing Deviants to take these individual challenges because it feels like even when Deviants do spawn up, they still have no numbers anywhere near the hill, that they're almost forced to make these heroic plays happen. 213 to 112. Deviants need to have one hell of a second set here.
Yeah, and it's just not happened immediately right as we get into the second set. The first wave of gunfights for Affiliation Esports is, and the usual suspects for Deviants that you normally expect to come out and slay out are just not there whatsoever. We've been hyping up Journey to Kingdom Come, and he's 10 and 20. Needs to have a better go at things here as they've put themselves towards the brink, but Vortex now coming in for a double as we're moving towards this second set, as we do move in towards what could be the period where Deviants really do need to step things up to the plate. They're not giving away this time on P1 just yet to Affiliation Esports, but it's a big 13 seconds to grab. Affiliation, they know it, they're going to go for it.
Yep, might as well. 233 counting on up. Average differential not looking too good for Season 4 when it comes to the Deviants, and I think that this is getting accentuated. That stat might just get inflated with his 120-point difference. But Deviants are in P2 first. Just 10 points Affiliation need.
Yeah, and one good break is all it's going to take. Vortex and Gizmo now need to go huge. Vortex, I mean, he is going to double up. Fair play to him, but Gizmo inside now, facing a 1v1. Journey will come over to try and help out, but I think that Lucifer might get over towards the point just in time. No, that's not going to happen as Journey will deny. That has to be perfect from here on out. Every single gunfight has to go in your way, and it just doesn't. Furious Mythics already start the brigade. Furious up top, looking for the last 10 seconds, just trying to catch these guys off guard. Vortex is a free kill for him outside, out in the open. Now Furious trying to get involved in the action. It's Mythics and Denza with the final 3 kills. Deviants, they're spawning out. This game is done.
It's over. Oh man, if it didn't feel like it was over after the end of the first set, it is truly over. Quite literally, as the game is done. Wow, 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 wow. Oh man. Just the ferocity that Affiliation came out of the gates. Deviants just could not meet that pace whatsoever. Both SMGs just absolutely flying and frying. Denza, Furious just having their ways. We'll talk more about the stats here momentarily. I mean, it felt like that Mythics could just quite literally ride in the back seat throughout the entirety of this because, I mean, everybody was hitting routes. Everybody was trying to play for the rotation. And even by the time that Mythics was inside the hardpoint, Denza, Furious, and Harry were just creating so much space for Mythics just to sit there, kick his feet up, and said, all right, guys, you go crazy. I'll take my 19 and 17 KD ratio at the end of this one. It's just absurd just to see how good this Affiliation Esports roster does click in a game mode like Hardpoint.
Again, yeah, this Affiliation Esports roster, I mean, they look so good in Hardpoint, just generally speaking. I think it's just kind of like the way that they're playing together is, it's almost reminiscent of like the very first like Elevate roster back in like Season 1 for good reason. Because Denza is obviously playing on this lineup, as is Harry, but it's just like, it looks good. I think just the way that they play together, able to kind of hit things at the same time, just have a lot of trust in one another, that they're watching things at the right time as well. And it just throws Deviants just such off guard here in the game. We'll take a look at the stats, but I mean, there's just nothing that they can do, right? I know it sounds really simplistic, but when your key slayers, which have been so successful for Deviants in the past, are going 12 and 24, and 15 and 19 for Gizmo. I don't think Vortex needs to be that Slayer. I don't think he ever has been that Slayer. That's not his role on this team. But still, I think, particularly speaking, there is kind of a lacking in the Slaying department here for Deviants here in this game up one.
Well, just look at the time in between both Journey and Vortex as SMGs around a lot of these different hardpoints like Mercado. I mean, take a comparison for like Furious as an example. 15 for 24 kills non-traded, 9 assists along with 2,700 damage in a minute 20 seconds worth of OBJ time. The legwork was shared the majority for Affiliation as far as OBJ time is concerned. Denza obviously being that route man, finding a lot of success in that. Only 5 of his kills were traded, 16 for 21. Keep in mind you that a lot of space was being provided by all the damage that Lucifer, aka Harry, was laying down. It just felt like that Vortex and Journey never really had the space provided for them to try to make these plays. Like we were saying, it was very individualistic because it had to be for Deviants to maybe showcase some of their heroics, but it just simply was not meant to be. Not in that map number 1. But so long as the series will continue to trek on, again, there's a lot of unknowns when it comes down to this Affiliation roster. Again, this roster got formed for Season 4 of the Elite. They have not played Fortress Search and Destroy. Deviants are 4-0 on it. We know that the hardpoints were going to be a tough battle for Deviants regardless, but I'll call a spade a spade. I think the longer the series goes on, the more it should benefit Deviants to potentially take it away. But, I mean, Affiliation, those 4 players for Search and Destroy as well, their stats kind of speak for themselves. They are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, for sure, right. Deviants are just a roster that I think, again, we discussed this when we came in towards this season. Search and Destroy was terrible for Deviants last season. It was not good whatsoever. And again, I don't know. I think I'm just impressed with what we've seen for so far from the Deviants on Search and Destroy, just generally speaking. They look really well put together, especially, I think, on just kind of their early round plays of how aggressive they can be. But something very clearly has shifted from that Season 3 with Brezzy on roster, and again, that's not Brezzy's fault. I just think something maybe just wasn't clicking in that camp during Season 3, to Vortex now joining this lineup, and Search and Destroy seems to just work for this team. We saw them play Fortress Search and Destroy earlier on against Team Notorious. Again, a map that historically speaking, Team Notorious have been very strong on, and they managed to take it in a round 11 fashion against them there. Had to fight for it for sure, but they most certainly did end up winning it. The only thing I will say here is Affiliation Esports, again, this team in Search and Destroy also been pretty handy, right? We'll say that. I'm pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to say that a team that has Lucky on it is going to be bad at Search and Destroy by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, that was cemented for sure. Even we were looking at Rocker Academy last year when it was a full Spanish roster. Lucky was the jack of all trades, sniper, AR, SMG, didn't really matter. Lucky was finding value continuously in the map. That continues on, especially through this season of Modern Warfare 2, playing along with Elevate, now, of course, playing on this Deviants roster. It's almost what we come to expect. I mean, if Lucky gets in a first duel or an opening battle for that first blood, I want to say like 66% of the time. I haven't checked it since that opening series versus Notorious, but it's probably closer to 62% of it is further away of him winning that battle more often than not with the boomstick in hand. So I think that Affiliation are going to have the work cut out for them. Obviously, the slaying, the pace is going to be there, especially in between 2 SMGs of Furious and Denza's caliber. It's just something that you feel like that Deviants can almost wipe the sweat off their brow. Map 1, it happened. You got to forget about it. You just got to get the job done in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, this is going to be big, again, for Deviants. We talk about kind of the overarching story here of Vortex joining this lineup after being dropped from Affiliation Esports. And we've always discussed, what does Vortex bring to any given roster? It's that Search and Destroy pedigree, which, again, I don't know if that's the exact reason why things have turned around for Deviants. I'm not too sure I'm not even sure who their coach is, actually, when I look over towards the lineup. Not too sure if it's like a coaching staff thing where they just recognize, hey, look, we need to do this, this, and this in Search and Destroy, and that adaptation has been made coming in towards this season. What I do know here is that this team is looking a lot better in Search and Destroy, a lot more put together. Early round aggression from Journey. We've already talked about how kind of Journey has adapted to this team a lot more now that Brezzy isn't on the lineup. He is now that aggressive SMG player, and it's worked out, I think, just really well for this team. So those are the things that I think Affiliation are going to have to keep an eye out for. But as you said, mate, I mean, talk about Lucky with a sniper rifle. How about on the other side, you've got a player like Harry that is also somebody really need to be careful about.
Oh, I think that is an understatement of the century, isn't it, right? Because, I mean, when we talk about Harry being reintroduced, even playing along with that old Elevate roster, even for the Wubble Bobs roster that we got, there's a reason why you bring Harry back into the mix, and it does start and stop with steady shot for one, always willing to make plays, be selfless as well along with it, and the guy can snipe and search and destroy. I mean, Harry has been that guy for, you really do feel like, at the top for an AR here in European Call of Duty for a decent amount of time, that it just feels like he's just trying to make that continuous argument. Same thing could be said for Joey Gizmo, that they need to be back in the league as an AR because they can absolutely hang with the best. And that much has been pretty apparent, I will say that much, when it comes down for this roster as Affiliation and for Harry included. 1.38 overall KD. Here's the final few moments of a Wubble Bobs versus Noctum White. This one is very, very close. I will let you know that, Brody. I already saw the ending, but I'll let you live it. Yeah, I'll let you live through it.
You cheated. I didn't know. Normally when the Observer shows us this kind of thing, it's like, hang on, did they make the comeback happen? Did they do it? Which obviously, technically speaking, the positioning that they have, they might be able to do it. We'll see though. We'll see. Wubble Bobs now trying to make their way through, looking for the tie. And there's the break that they wanted. Maestro and F-Dot, though, they're going to be fighting back. There's still an uphill battle, though, to go for the final few seconds. Anyway, I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous just looking at this.
Trades. Player number 2, Chunk, coming through line. Ooh, doubles down, but Rezi going to keep that hill contested for a decent amount of time. 239, 228. And if Noctum White walk away with the majority of this time, that's going to call for the rotation. You could still technically close it if you are. Wubble Bobs trades coming through from Gabe. Gonna force the rotation over towards New, where a Wubble Bobs already have players over here, and so long as they keep finding kills and they deny anybody from Noctum White, they should be able to close it.
Yeah, one more player looking to contest it. Gonna be Chunk to try and save the game. Maestro is gonna bring the streak down. It's whether or not he's able to splash damage against the wall, and I think he actually does connect it. Might have even been I'm not sure if there was a hitmarker there. I don't know if there was. Either way, it's not gonna do anything. Wubble Bobs are gonna finish that hard point out. 250 to 234. The one thing I will say, Andy, mate, is that Noctum White, I mean, they do well enough to contest against a Wubble Bobs for that long, a team that haven't really lost much hard points this season whatsoever. So if you guys want to watch the conclusion of that series, you can go do so at twitch.tv/weareclutchgg. We've got observers and wonderful casters in on that too. Back over towards our main focus matchup here with Affiliation Esports and Deviant, as Affiliation looking to extend their series to a 2-0 lead. Deviant's just clumping up in the middle of the map.
Just expecting this overextension to come all the way through. There are 3 players that are thinking about it for Affiliation. Furious is just inchworming his way over towards the P1 Cannon's journey. He's holding it, expecting the challenge to come through.
And he's still looking for it. Waiting for some free information. Furious, though, with the snaking, and just take him down. Goes wide for the kill. Big frag to make as well. Could have been a 2 versus 4. Now no longer the case, and it gives Affiliation a chance to put the bomb down, but great reaction coming out from Lucky to make sure that does not occur. Now Harry also being peppered up by shots, needs the support of Furious, and Furious has arrived. Lucky going to be trading things out, and very quickly this becomes a 1v1.
Former teammates, former London Royal Ravens players going up against each other in a 1v1. Harry's got that silence. He's going to pop it. He's going to rewrap this entirely. Joey's, I mean, Gizmo, his dead silence about to run out, and even before he can even think about it, Lucifer is top rails. Gizmo has to take the challenge. 27 seconds remains.
Still got a little bit of time to work with here. Harry taking some shots, and it's preemptive. A little bit too early. Gizmo trying to play around it, but Harry's just seen him. Bring him around the Rosie. Harry wins the one.
And again, we talked about Harry coming in to search and destroy for this Affiliation Esports roster. Listen to a couple of these stats. 1.69 overall KD for the season so far. As far as opening duel is concerned, he is currently sitting for a 1.40 KD in opening duels. 58% of the time that Harry gets in an opening engagement, he is winning that first blood. That is just absolutely absurd. Plus a 69% true engagement success rate in the search and destroy. That's gross. And you got to see why, with 3 in that round alone. Nope. Fortress, again, seasonally has been very good for Deviants. They have not dropped it quite yet. Really all thanks to this guy on your screen right here. Lucky, 2.23 KD.
Lucky looking to have some effects here in this round. Early on wants to provide some coverage as Journey has already been peppered up. Back up towards 100 HP he will go. The fact that they've already lost Vortex in the round is not exactly promising for Deviant's hit. Yet still, it's a lot of pressure now on towards Furious coming out from Lucky. It puts Furious away from the play here momentarily, but Affiliation not too concerned. Deviants haven't acted on that just yet, and now they will.
Ooh, nice shots from Harry. Immediately gets traded out by Gizmo. 2v3. Biggest issue is that you have to try to retake that bomb, and Lucky through the egregious chow through the window forces out the 2v2.
Furious in from behind. Gizmo's not going to expect this at all. Gizmo gets the first kill though, and now activates. Back to a 1v1 we go. It's Lucky versus Furious, and Furious activates the dead silence to try and make the play. Big utility to come out there for the 1v1, and it does not work.
I had no idea where Lucky was located at again. His last known position was top boat. And when Gizmo finds that kill, nobody's in a position to at least expect for Lucky to come through. And look, Furious knows a lot about search and destroy. He's always been really good at it. That timing is a weird one. Would have fully expected where that bomb was planted for Lucky to maybe fully wrap around the back, but he doubles up. Will come back through bottom single, through the closed doorway of arches. We even the round count up, one apiece.
Early round play from Affiliation. It's going to be Harry watching the cross. Lucky will tag him up with the sniper rifle, down to 9 HP. He's very fortunate. He survived. Now for Deviants, that's information. I know they cannot just cross in towards the site. Uncontested. Furious looking for the kill versus Gizmo, and he's very happy the fact he's able to get away with that one.
Lucky's still holding the boomstick underneath the doorway. And if anybody crosses, you feel like Lucky's going to convey that information, but the issue is that nobody's in open for Deviants, because you have to have Journey committed towards the flank. We know Affiliation love this late wrap towards any bomb site and any search and destroy. We've seen it all season long. Journey gives up the angle, and by the time he turns around, he gets eviscerated. Lucky drops within the same breath. Vortex, 1v4.
And this would be magical, wouldn't it? But I don't really know if there's much of a chance here for Vortex. The bomb has already transitioned over towards B. He's picked up the first kill. That's information for Affiliation. They're more than happy to trade Furious's life for it. As soon as the first kill comes through, if it comes through for Vortex, the trade should be effective here for Affiliation. Still gonna look for it. And there it is. Yep, not even gonna... I think you probably saw, like, the hair of that player just sitting up top there, and that was about it.
If that. Yeah, it would have been, like, maybe a mere pixel that you can see. We'll see it from Harry's perspective. And that's just a gross head glitch. Jeez, I mean, he had to crouch walk around the corner just to kind of keep his footsteps muffled, but what a good round coming through for Affiliation. Not only to find that first blood, then to also re-wrap all the way back around the street side and just completely overwhelm the defensive members for Deviants. Whether it was information that they had or not, that's just unfortunate timing that Journey gave up that angle and all three of those players crossed, finding kills along the way.
Affiliation now taking the lead here in this S&D. Deviants early on. Want to try and get that early advantage. Furious getting aggressive up top of doubles. He climbs through the window. Journey sends him straight back down. Now for Affiliation here on the defense, reliant on just stopping this bomb from even getting to the site.
Ooh, Denza, big trade. 3v3 now. Oh, he's got 10 silence, and he wants to try to take more munitions away. That bomb has been dropped, by the way, over by the double arches. Now, Harry's holding that position, expecting Denza to find a valuable play near top boat.
Big kill from Denza. Deviants still certain enough that they can get the bomb down problem-free, and they will. And they might well pass like 2 ships in the night kit. Gizmo going to catch Harry, and he will catch Denza too. Push him away from the plate. That'll definitely make certain Journey's positioning in the middle of the map. Gizmo, up and down he goes. It's enough to just keep Denza away from the play, and Denza now needs to waste 4 or 5 seconds to hit the regen. In this moment, now swinging wide. The shots are good, but not good enough. Gizmo has the coverage of the gallows.
Yeah, I mean, losing Harry, unfortunately, when that bomb is getting dropped, just makes Denza's play just so much more difficult, doesn't it? You can get all the munitions control you want. He dedicated Dead Silence just to clear top rails, cleared back up steps as well. Could fully wrap around the back, as Deviants really did not lose any semblance of numbers there, and even in the 2v2. They knew that all of Affiliation were quite literally on the outside of the bomb site looking in. Wonderfully exemplified there from Gizmo. Journey gets on the board finally with 2 kills in that previous round. Blow for blow, we continuously go into round number 5.
Affiliation not successful this time around. They have been previously at stopping Deviants from getting towards the site. Deviant's going to wrap right back, though, in an attempt to try and back up Vortex, but even that is not good enough. Vortex does get taken down, no trade.
If you are Deviants, again, you are forced to play in this position because Affiliation very much so could still fully wrap back through the P1 cannons. Mythix is holding that flank just in case Journey wants to try to push all the way through. Some wallbang shots going to come through. It's going to shrug Denza away from the A bomb site here on the stage. 40 seconds remain.
Journey tries to flank. Gets cut down. Trade potential for Gizmo. Oh, Mythic's almost denies. Keeps Deviants in the play here momentarily, but as the bomb goes down now, the urgency will be up quite significantly. Gizmo actually picks up Harry on the cross back. So that should give some modicum of site control to Deviants. They know where the bomb is planted for, though. They know there's going to be players at the back of the map. Gizmo takes Furious for a free kill. I'm not too sure why Furious is playing so vivaciously there. So spaciously around the backline, and now Denza just needs to try and catch these players off guard. Hide and seek time. Denza is well hidden enough. Lucky's already cleared that space. They're not going to expect Denza. He's got to go quickly, though. There's the first against Lucky. The stick is through, though. Gizmo is not getting off that defuse.
Bros don't fake. Gizmo holds down the square button. He's going to be able to get himself that reload. Or not the reload, excuse me. Wow. Where my brain's at. Even I'm like a PS4 controller almost trying to favor for the reload rather than the defuse. But he sticks it. He's going to be able to at least clutch up that round for Deviants in one way or another. Now Gizmo finds himself up on 5 in a row. A big round coming through for Deviants. That if Gizmo can get himself this cruise missile, also win the round to boot, you would surely feel like that Deviants are in a firm control of this. Good stun to open up the door. Nate's also going to tag Denza. That at least confirms for Deviants that there's a multitude of players around this A bomb site.
Yeah, look at Furious, though. Living up to his name. Playing aggressive as ever. And he's managed to go for a full leap here, mate. All the way back towards the defensive side. Gets away. And provides Affiliation a lot of space. They will lose a little bit of that space. And once again, Affiliation just going to have to retreat back towards the middle of the map. The Deviants now at least have a chance to get this bomb down.
Maybe Furious' second time looking towards the streets. Vortex, he's got to be getting some audio cues. He is tracking these people around this building. And Gizmo, he's going to find that kill number 6. 8-3 now for Joey. Probably got himself that cruise missile to boot. And even the burst through the open doors around the back. Vortex trying to chase Ghosts. 30 seconds remaining. Numbers advantage for Deviants. Now 2v2.
Yeah, this round has been so back and forth in terms of control. And Vortex loses control of the bomb. Rios takes him off. Mythic's now around the backline as well. Gets too aggressive into it. I think these players are committing way too much sometimes. Bomb is now down. Mythic's under the truck for the kill. And they know where Vortex is because he's already taken shots. And there it is. Mythic's will double up. Doesn't matter how aggressive you get. Mythic's is going to somehow win both of those fights. Affiliation with a retake.
Shot dead bodies and just snap towards the body that's actually still breathing. My God. What a retake to come through for Affiliation. Again, Furious... I mean, he's that first player to cross. When Gizmo stuns open that door, he sees him cross. The nade tags Denza, forces him back in towards the closed archway. But then, like you said, I mean, Furious was just running laps around the munitions building. It pushes all the way back towards the gallows stairs, finds that kill, re-wraps around through the streets, then comes back around the street side, maybe intact a full-on flank. That if Vortex can find that kill onto Furious as he narrowly escapes top dub steps, that should have been a round win for Deviants for sure. But let's not forget, Gizmo was able to get that 6 kill in a row. A big streak to have in his back pocket.
Oh, Furious, no way! He still actually gets the kill, to be fair, against Vortex, so he gets away with some value there, but that's still an egregious moment. In fact, he almost makes that happen. Now still, Deviant's facing that same problem as previous, where they're just trying to bait Affiliation out. Instead getting involved, and it is Jody. He gets aggressive. Reaction play coming from Harry, and Gizmo reads it perfectly. Now Mythic's for the 1v3. Bomb down, has to be retrieved.
And he's feeling it. That silence pop. Second.
And welcome back here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We apologise for that little disruption that we had, but we're right back in towards Affiliation Esports and Deviants. And just to give you guys a conclusion of how that search and destroy did actually go, it was Affiliation Esports taking it 6-4. So they now go 2-0 up in the series versus Deviants. And this is a brilliant start to this Ellasilo control as well.
Yep, and you can see the overall control records has been a little bit more favorable for Affiliation, though they don't exactly have losing track records across all the game modes. For Deviants on the other side, 2-4. In control, and one of those losses was, in fact, your 0-2 on Ellasilo or Affiliation, though, with that very quick A capture, you would think I am a bold-faced liar, and Affiliation Esports going to add 60 seconds onto the board quite early, have a 2-life lead.
A great start coming out from Affiliation Esports now. It's about the transition as we move towards B. Denzer already knocking at the door here with that first blood against Journey. Would have been nice if Harry could have played his life a little bit better by bricks, but Denzer is still over here, still threatening at 4-1 as a start. Problem that Deviants will need to keep an eye on, even with players push forward in towards green, up towards the football field. Denzer will be at the back of their minds, and he is going to pick up a kill over by AC, but Vortex again, that ever-present threat, that ever-present danger towards the spawn, and Denzer, again, he's been here for so long, for about 30 to 40 seconds now, and he needs to just try and get as active as possible to try and grab as many kills as possible, because the rest of his team aren't really doing anything.
The throw balls and throw towards that station wagon, which Lucky is still finding value at, all the way to the back of his base. And how important it is for Denza to stay alive over here. It's very important to always try to turn more heads of the of Deviant's defense, but most importantly, he's got to have the trust that his teammates can somehow work out from the spawn trap. You got player number 6 of Vortex controlling the house, has assistance from Journey up inside top admin. Journey's also on a 5 spree now, is finding more kills galore, and is getting some information potentially where Mythix is at off of the sun that comes through from Vortex. We'll take it away from Journey after he gets taken down. But this has been great map coverage so far, and already shaved a minute and 20 off the board.
Yeah, for sure. Has Denzer died?
He's
died once. He's just been, yeah, it's just been big chilling, waiting for the rest of the team to make their way over. And it just, every single time they get over here, it's been met with just resistance that has not been favorable whatsoever. Furious hasn't even got a frag yet. Lucky will follow that kill up with yet another one on towards Harry. 21v9, 15 seconds. This has been horrendous for Affiliation from the start. It was nice, and then after that point it's been all looking like Deviants. There's a combined quick maths here for a moment. What was it, 14 spree across the board for these guys? That is honestly insane, and Journey will make that 16. Finally Vortex goes down right at the end of the round, but that is an indomitable defensive beat.
And you remember when Affiliation just came out of the gates and captured the A zone and had 2 minutes and 6 seconds on the board? I remember. Deviants, man. I mean, talk about just the resilience against all odds. They chalk the A control zone. They know exactly where they need to be. Vortex never really relented off of that house pressure. Journey was just very quick to get the top and bottom billiards all around of the admin building, and it's just so potent. I mean, you could see what it means. Furious was struggling just to maneuver across the entirety of the map. He comes into this one 0-8.
I gotta get something. Just anything. Just contribute something in these first couple of rounds, please, Furious. 0-9 now. I think we're well past the agency at this point, mate. Furious not having a good go at things whatsoever here. You just start finding some resistance as Denzel will pick up 2, the only player to do anything from Affiliation Esports early on in this control. Mythix does go down for doing some damage, but Deviant's now enough here to start moving their way on towards the point. Vortex pushing forward, looking for the kills here, but not going to find anything just yet. It's a player up top that they do need to be concerned about. Furious finally finds himself off the donut and on towards the breadstick, but it's that power up top that they're going to need to deal with, and well, just like that, Lucky will cook up an nade to take him down.
Furious was that player that was up top tower. That's the last line of defense you really had to worry about for Affiliation. 60 seconds out on towards the board, 2 minutes to work with over towards the B control zone. And it's mostly just going to be battling from bottom lockers to make sure that they can try to flip the map. Player number 3 of Mythix. He's over by the house. Got a player inside the football field as well. Deviants stacking up around each other, trying to find where these players are located at.
Affiliation have not been successful so far whatsoever in clearing any of this space. Looking for it. Finally, Denzer going to activate in bottom tools. Looking for more. Has to switch to the knife. Unfortunate time for the YY there, and Lucky more than happy to take that gunfight. There was a bit of a street utilization, I presume. I don't think Affiliation had one on side coming from Deviants to try and clear that space, but it does not work. That's okay, though. Deviants now have found their way on towards the point. Affiliation needs to go for it. Mythix at the very least can proceed with the first kill, but look, from Affiliation. They are heavily reliant on the fact that Harry and Mythics will provide some kind of value, and, well, to be fair, they do. So now it's these two players stuck between 4 of Affiliation Esports and Journey repositions.
That first segment over at B, lives even 18 apiece, and as you were talking about, Lucky did invest that cruise missile to try to get more value over towards B. At least they got those players out from the house and got that first segment over at B, but the map has restabilized itself for Affiliation. Furious inside of Tools should have an easy one versus Journey. No! Oh, Journey just completely takes down Furious inside of Tools, but you also have to worried about the battle. That Vortex is also still trying to find where Denza's located at. Because this is taking so much time, Deviants cannot find the kills and get themselves on that B zone. We're down to 50 seconds in the round.
God, it is not a good day to be Furious Klaus, is it? 4 and 13.
On the
it's
control,
eviscerated
anyway.
like that. Yeah, it's certainly not in this control, mate. Ooh-wee. Affiliation looking to stabilize, though. 35 seconds now on the clock. Got to defend this B point. Gotta have it. Denza through the middle of the map, trying to provide that coverage with the first kill versus Vortex. Gizmo elsewhere, does get shut down around green. Journey, at the very least, will trade things out. So they don't have anybody to contest within and around green. And as a matter of fact, Deviants do have players pushed all the way through here. A chance now for Deviants to get themselves on the point, and indeed they will. They'll stop the clock at 21 seconds. They fix a player to contend with from afar, and yeah, just stuns, utility, nades galore in that direction. Mythics will fall, and now for Affiliation, this defense coming from Brick's side. Harry has to do something furious. Now is the time to go huge. Denza in on the flank as well. Players just too much to handle here for Affiliation Esports. 15 seconds on the clock, and Deviants now relying on Vortex to try and get at least one frag here inside the lockers, or maybe just coming back through Tool's side. They're not done just yet. There's 6 seconds on the clock. Somebody can at least touch the point. Vortex flies towards it, will fall down. Gizmo, can you get anything done? No, the drop shot from Denza is good, and that touch will not come through towards the end. So by the skin of their teeth, Affiliation do get that round.
And it was by way of just continuous flanks, always coming through for Affiliation off of the respawn. It was Denza that was hitting it more often than not. When he was spawning all the way over by the defensive shack, he was pushing through the old A control zone, was re-wrapping around top or bottom admin, whichever was more convenient for Denza in that moment of time. And it was that final play that really did stick. You saw Journey, at least on the mini-map alone, Brody. He was playing on those metal stairs to try to watch over by the B control zone, top AC, over by the trucks, whatever it may have you. Denza got the freest wrap underneath his nose. Comes into this round 16 in 10. 5 segments were earned for Deviants in their last offense.
This has to be better for Affiliation Esports. Now is the time to start greasing the wheels. Get them turning, move forward. Big gunfight up top here. Journey just positioning out of play, and yep, Furious just plays it so perfectly. Still has an idea, even if he doesn't immediately see Journey, that he is hanging about still. But he's going to be traded out by Lucky from afar. Affiliation Esports now do not have that coverage from up top. Going to have to just get involved down low themselves. Shots over the top from Mythics will not result in a frag just yet. But Gizmo still on the threat here as Denza finds his way on towards the point for the first. Looking for the second will be Denza, not able to connect all of those shots. Gizmo's just playing his life so well up top. But this point is about to fall by the wayside. Gizmo needs to get involved and will not be able to. At the very least here, though, A has fallen by the wayside. Deviants can now just set themselves up to try and make sure this transition does not occur.
Yeah, I mean, even if the A zone does get fully captured, look at the positioning on the map as well, as Gizmo just goes for the heat check versus Denza takes him down in return. You had Journey over by the house, and as well as Gizmo down over here by this lane. It's going to constantly force Affiliation to spawn right where they are on the minimap as well. Player number 4, Furious, going to get the better of Gizmo, trying to get a little bit past Billiards. Now Furious is looking to pick up more slack over on the backside of green. If he can exist back here and find a couple spawn kills, that should help out Affiliation's efforts to try to get out from the spawn trap.
Journey trying to do what Affiliation did to them all the way back in round number 1. Setting up a spawn trap, or excuse me, Deviants did to Affiliation in that round number 1. Journey will pick up 1 kill, but no more than that. Affiliation not falling foul to it this time around, and it is Furious in the position that we saw Denza in earlier on. He's not had a good game thus far at 7 and 17. I'm going to try and really turn things around, and it would be a good start if he could try and create some space, but he falls down and tools to Journey. And long-range shots at Vortex is keeping Affiliation at bay as well. Deviants just looks so strong on the defense at the very least. Finally, Journey does go down, and that's some good news for Affiliation here.
Yep, now you mostly are playing from your side of the map. Lucky, though, looking to pick up the slack. He's 21 and 8, by the way. He's just playing so passively, just waiting for the challenges to come to him. The trophy system to boot, so he's not going to be able to push a little bit further forward. But Furious, back with the Dead Silence play. It's about to run out. Burst through the door like the Kool-Aid man. Finds Vortex in the back. That should open up the football field for maybe these Affiliation Esports players to push up.
Yeah, trades looking pretty good, though, for Deviants here on the defensive side. Mythic starting to push forward once again. Premature shots, does not land a single one of them. On towards Gizmo, at the very least, has the awareness to check in from behind, and team shots on towards Lucky will remove him from the play. Mythic's still trying here, and is playing his life, to be fair, relatively well, but challenging from behind. Vortex will get the better of Mythic's there in that moment. Journey with a lovely Semtex takes Furious out of tools. 7 seconds now for something to occur for Affiliation, and it has to be Denza. It's felt like we've said that so much here in this game, and he just cannot produce any of that magic. Affiliation, once again, just cannot get themselves moving. And I gotta say it, mate, I mean, Denza is the only one actually slaying at all.
Yeah, again, I wanted to actually point out that single statement that you said. I mean, it always seems to fall on Denza. He is delivering. He's like 21 and 17 right now, and all of his teammates are still struggling to even get to double-digit kills. Yeah, what? What's going on over here? Lucky's 21 and 9, by the way. 22 and 14 for Journey. The Spaniards are absolutely frying in this lobby. Total of 6 segments on the board for Affiliation, comparatively to the 5 that Deviant's got in their opening offense. So if Affiliation wanted to get that round 5 defense, they got to go for a full hold.
Yeah, in from behind, Lucky looking to take Affiliation out. We'll catch one player off guard. Reposition now coming out from Vortex. Will the call be made that this is happening? Going to be counting names again. They're going to know that Vortex is still hanging around early on in this round, and he has found himself a route all the way over towards B, but it's Harry up top that will be the player to catch him off guard, if anybody. Red Silence will run out here for Vortex in the play, but up close and personal, Vortex goes for the first kill, doesn't quite anticipate the second to be there. So Denza will take him down. A long route for Vortex doesn't really produce that much.
Oh, Furious. Better late than never to start heating things up. Just getting inside a house. Lucky will hold his irons and will take him down. But realistically, it's going to be Lucky that's trying to get over towards the A control zone. He's going to get stunned up. That's good information to have if you are Denza. Elsewhere on the map, Journey's trying to produce a little bit of a push going over towards B, trying to split these defenders up. Big 1v1. Denza wins it.
Yeah, but nobody up top. That's the big problem, and Vortex knows that that's something they can exploit. Fairly on away from this point, but they actually have to get the players in the position first and foremost. They haven't exactly done that. Denza again now getting hyper aggressive in towards the Deviant spawn. 15 seconds left now, and that's a lot of time you've got to waste to even just get him out of that position. On the other side now, Affiliation looking to try and take Vortex out of the red tower. They're able to do exactly that. Furious keeping Gizmo away from this point with 3.5 seconds now. Finally, Deviants get themselves moving here in this round. It is still an uphill battle for sure in a 22 versus 14. But Denza looking to close things out here. That's 2 for him. The third will be denied, but it's okay. Vortex, the last player to do anything, and he is stunned up, not ready for the engagement with Furious.
Oh, is that only a single segment? Did Deviants even get that first segment over at A? Even if they did, that would even up segments at 6 apiece. And that's the gamble, isn't it? Because Deviants now evened up as far as segments are concerned. It comes down to kills. Who's going to get that round 5 defense? I did not do the maths as far as the kills are concerned. This one's going to get interesting. You almost feel like that if you were failing, you really want to get that defense. Because although offense has been okay for you, you've only been able to capture the A zone twice on over and have not been able to even sniff any capture progress over at B. And wouldn't you know it, it was not enough. Deviant's gonna have that round 5 defense.
And again, it's one of those questions, how do we even get here? Affiliation feels like they've not really been even in the game, to be honest. Apart from that last round. Just kind of got by on the skin of their teeth. Now in towards this one, Affiliation. It's an early push over towards B, and it's just been completely fallen apart, hasn't it? Journey in from behind, Gizmo by the AC. Those positions way too strong for Affiliation to kick things off. They're going to have to resort to A.
Again, that's what you get. If you are Affiliation, you want to try to go for B very early. It opened up the flank for Journey, who unfortunately gets traded down. So now this hit is mostly coming through from the front of the building. And Affiliation, they're fighting trades. Lucifer is going to be able to find that long-range shot onto Gizmo. And now you can get Harry up top inside that tower from the outside looking in. The stack is here for Affiliation. You got to chalk this, you'd think, if you are Deviants, and just try to set up for a B defense.
That'd be the idea, right? Just do not put anything more into this one. Just make sure no players filter through towards B. That's a good little sniff out of Furious, who was sitting in bottom tools, looking to cause some havoc. That has fallen by the wayside now. A whole 2 minutes for Affiliation to make this capture happen and make a 3-0 happen there on out. I'll tell you what, if they did this, mate, Denza needs so many awards for the way he's played in this control thus far. Deviants, Not able to deal with the threats just yet. It's Mythic's already starting to challenge this point. Nice chow coming out from Lucky, swinging wide for that first kill. Denzer unable to trade it out as Lucky will double on out. But Yell still, you look at the white arrows at the moment. Deviant spawning out and Affiliation, they do not have anybody to contest with over by green.
Yeah, Lucky aware of it. He's going to back all the way up over by this back box truck. And some assistance has arrived. Gizmo's going to be top AC, but you really have to pick and choose how you take these gunfights. Deviants cannot afford to go 4 down.
Big kill from Lucky and big kills by Gizmo as well for the double, but Harry does have a response, and that is not good for Lucky. Needs to get this first kill, has to have it, and will do so. Harry goes wide, but the trade is good from Denzer, and now these guys are spawning out so far away as Denzer finds that second as well. This is a horrific turn of events for Deviants. They're going to look to retake this one through the middle of the map. Journey swings to the fences a little bit prematurely, and now it all has to be on Vortex in from behind. There's the first kill. Shots from afar here. Great response coming out from Mythic to take that player down. First tick now coming through. Denzer finally removed from that position, keeping these guys in the spawn trap. It's a double player count on this point. Second tick, now just a few moments away. Deviants have to hit this right about now. Can Journey save the point from the middle of the map? Can Gizmo do so from top AC? The ladder of the 2 players down. Journey down as well. And Affiliation Esports from the back row somehow managed to capture the victory from jaws of defeat. It is a 3-2 victory here in Control, a 3-0 in the series.
Huh? I mean, better late than never to show up, I guess, if you're the rest of Affiliation, because, I mean, Denza was doing everything he possibly could. 32 and 25 with 3,500 damage. I cannot believe Deviants just lost that control. I mean, they had everything going for them. They had the round 5 defense. They had the majority of the segment's progress. But I think when you go back and you look at the turning page, was that round 4, specifically for Affiliation, something started to really click for them as well. To rally behind Denza, you could really trust that so long as somebody's going to bait for him, or if you're going to have an AR to overwatch that play, either Denza's going to find 2 or 3, along with the damage from a teammate, or he's just going to get traded immediately afterwards as well, which is always running routes, running circles, keep in mind you, around Deviants throughout the entirety of that Ellasilo control, excuse me. But it just was not enough for Deviants, you would feel, just to outslay the adversaries of Affiliation in the final hour, in the final round. All of Affiliation show up. Let's not forget, I mean, Furious also started off, what, like 0-9? Finishes 19 and 26 with 2,600 damage, 7 assists, whatever, but I mean, so long as there was some semblance of follow-up coming through in that final round to open up the floodgates for Denza to fly, who finishes at 32 and 25.
Dude,
I think that's the win condition for Affiliation, is just set up Denza for success. Just give him some team shots, give him some coverage. Miseration's to Lucky, who goes 29 and 17, got that very early kill streak and dropped it down to little to no avail, but man, I really thought that Deviants was going to force us to a map number 4. Tough scenes.
Mate, I'll tell you what, Denzer, he's same age as me. He's 24 years old. His back should not be hurting that much at the age of 24. He carried that team through the early rounds. And granted, to be fair, the rest of the roster absolutely came out in those last couple of rounds. I mean, the end KDs would not look that kind if they didn't, but nonetheless, still just absolutely crazy that Affiliation are able to pull that one off. And that's going to be so frustrating, I think, for just Deviants, just generally speaking, because the way they started that control, they definitely feel that they should have been in a Fortress hardpoint right about now, but that is just not the case. It's a 3-0 for Affiliation Esports as they clean sweep Deviants to book a place in the upper bracket final. Convincing hardpoint, a Fortress search and destroy that we didn't quite get to see the conclusion of, but it did feel relatively back and forth when we were in that map mode combination, and then of course an Ellasilo control, which, you know, I'll be honest with you, mate, they shouldn't have won. That is just disgusting.
Even in the Fortress Search and Destroy, albeit, like, unfortunate for the power outage that we had to go through, but I mean, like, I felt like that Deviants were in a firm control for even that game mode, too. I knew that this was going to have to be a 2-3-5 for Deviants. It was going to be their only way to try to deal with Affiliation. Their pace in hardpoint is just so electric, as you got to see there in that map number 1 for between these two teams, but woo, Deviants, you got some splaining to do being as high as on the group stage as you came out to be. But man, that's going to be a tough one, a bitter pill to swallow. But Affiliation, I mean, the stonks are looking pretty darn good. Down, but certainly never out. Not when you got players like Denza that's putting up Herculean efforts like that in the control.
Damn, Affiliation Esports in the upper bracket final, their place is booked. I know that we did have another match going on simultaneously with that. Of course, Wubble Bobs taking on Nocturne White in the other upper bracket final. I'll be honest, I don't actually know how that one has gone down. We did have an observer in it with all the outages and such. I don't know if we even know who is going to end up in the upper bracket final alongside Affiliation Esports. All we do know is that Deviant Gaming will be in the lower bracket, and I'd be intrigued to see which of the two teams they get. Who do they get to face there in that lower bracket is going to be the real question. You just got confirmation, by the way, that the conclusion of Wubble Bobs and Nocturne White will be played off stream, so we'll give you guys an update when we can about that. It won't be right now, for sure. But regardless, Affiliation Esports, we've one of our teams at the very least, mate, in the upper bracket final.
I'm pretty sure Deviant should be going down to be facing Clutch Rain next. I'm pretty sure that's how the bracket should be fizzling on out, and then obviously the loser in between a Wubble Bobs and Nocturne White will then face Team Notorious, so on and so forth, because then that would have been an immediate rematch if Team Notorious were had to face Deviants again. That's just how things do shake out. But man, this top 6 now is just getting down to the nitty-gritty. We had close series galore even through the early stages of this bracket with Deviants versus Notorious. VVV versus Clutch Rain was also a banger of a series. It really does feel like that cut above the rest. If it's not Affiliation, it could very much still be a Wubble Bobs. Can never count Notorious as well, man. At this top 6, you do not want to miss out on the conclusion as far as playoffs are concerned for EU Challengers Elite Season 4.
Yep, the second week of play now is done and dusted here in European Challengers. We have our top 6 teams more or less now going into the final week of Challengers Elite, the 2023 season. Boy, it feels so weird that we're even saying that. It's May, mate. Time has absolutely flown by. But we've got North America coming up very, very soon, folks. If you want to see the conclusion, or at least the first day, of playoffs in North America, don't go far, because on the other side of this break, we'll have North American Challengers and all the fun and games that comes with it.
Lordy, welcome back, as Challenger Elite is just not ever going to stop today. We are rolling right on in from Europe into North America, where we'll do the exact same playoff format that you may have just witnessed. The whole shift with me, I've got Visions, and like we already just framed up, it's the first day of playoffs in our final season of Challengers Elite. It's going to be a spicy one, too, because the group action that finished yesterday left a lot of these top 8 teams really close to one another in skill.
I mean, did it ever, right? We had so many round 11s, map number 5s coming down to the wire. I mean, it was everything that you could ever ask for and then some. So it'll be really tough to top that for today, but I think we have a lot of really close matches and a lot of really close teams right now in North America.
I agree. We, again, had 8 teams make it to this double elimination playoff bracket. And unless the teams that had missed out are going to have to kind of scramble, figure themselves out before we start to look towards Toronto. But let's take a recap over how the group stage action has gone in case you did happen to miss any of the action in North America, because, well, it was a long set of groups. It felt like this time through because everyone felt like they were very evenly matched across the board, especially here in Group A. Hive and Amit find themselves on the top of the group with the head-to-head tiebreaker going to Hive for first, but then Convoy Gaming and Boston Academy also weasel their way into the playoffs. And, well, I will say for these 4 teams, based on not just roster but organization, they may be some of our most consistent throughout the entirety of the year when it comes to making this postseason, if you want to call it that.
I mean, that's a really fair shout. I think we've seen these guys, a numerous amount of times. I mean, even the players and teams that we kind of have near the bottom here of Group A, like Rockery, we've seen them a lot in the playoffs, but maybe not so much throughout the last season in this one. So I think we got a great group of teams here from Group A, and, well, we can see it with these top 4, clearly the best coming out with it, and are all still very, very close with each other.
Well, taking a look at Group B, things were a little bit different over there as we had kind of a battle for the top 4 positions. Decimate was really clean all the way throughout.
Yeah.
Only really dropped maps to M7. That was the best of 5 series that went all the way to the distance. But the Orbit, M7, and NRK little toggle kind of led to potential seeding changes going into their final day of action. Orbit, M7, NRK all finishing right around the exact same tally. But I think, again, that these top 4 squads, there is barely any separation between them. They all looked really solid from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, look at the map records, right? Like, that kind of tells you it all. I know Decimate maybe have, 15-5 record overall, but, the other 3 teams very, very close with each other, taking maps back and forth off of each other. A lot of game 4s, a lot of game 5s. So once again, these 3 squads coming in alongside Decimate at the top, looking like the clear favorite, seeing if they can potentially, keep this strong road going now through the postseason here in playoffs.
Yeah, and this playoff run is going to be really interesting because Orbit was able to take down M7 yesterday, and more importantly, maybe NRK lost a round 11 map 5 to Need an Org. So kind of a wake-up call for some of those 2 teams, as this is exactly what our upper bracket will look like. Hive X Street Mob Gaming will go up against NRK Anarchy to start. Orbit versus Convoy. But our main focus will stay with Decimate and Boston Academy, 2 teams looking really, really tight right now. And then Amit will take on a very tough M7 team. Any kind of those individual pop-off matches kind of stand out to you?
Well, I feel like you could do like eeny, meeny, miny, mo here, and I think anyone would be happy with the matchup that we would get at the moment. But I think, the clear ones for sure, Omen, M7, that's the one that was really standing out to me. M7 are, our previous champions through North America. Can they keep up what we saw during the last playoffs? But Omen, I think, is also going to be a really tough opponent. So I think that matchup's going to be a good one to keep an eye on.
I agree. And so, with that said, it is time for us to start framing up our opening matchup. We are going to have winners round 1, lower round 1, and the upper semifinal to get through this evening. So lots of challengers action, and I anticipate that every single one of those games are going to be must-see TV. So let's take a look and get to know both these 2 teams. As mentioned, Decimate taking on Boston Academy. That'll be our primary focus here on this broadcast. And for Decimate Gaming, dude, I mean, you got to remember that this team is not even close to the same roster when they had gotten through Boston. Every single one of those players essentially picked up, but this newly formed squad, so to speak, has looked really, really solid, and that may be a bit surprising considering that these are all very young names. I think Noisy's the oldest player on the team.
Yeah, you know what, that's actually probably true, and that's kind of a weird, kind of thing to say now, because it feels like we've been casting Noisy for a very long time, and he's always been with these other vets, but yeah, he very well might be the oldest. These guys almost kind of feel like, maybe like a group of misfits that have kind of been tossed around a little bit throughout this year, but have come together, and they have just been lighting it up. I mean, the chemistry that they're already showing, I think, is terrifying for the other top teams that we have through North America.
On the other side, Boston Academy, you know him, and you either, well, love him or hate him, I guess. There's really no two ways about it, but they have been also one of those squads that has seen a lot of success in kind of, if you want to call it like that 3 and 4 position, getting picked up in towards the league. Sensor and Shawnee still the mainstays of this roster. Pentagram, who had joined just previous to Dallas, but Snoopy is the new addition after the second place finish he had last season.
Yes.
And this squad, again, had one of those opening rounds where it's just like, what Boston are we going to get? But they did clean things up and showed why they are a possible playoff favorite.
That's right. Did clean some things up. I think in the hardpoint, S&D starting to get a little bit better for them. But, the big question, I think, is can Snoopy do what he was doing on his team throughout that last playoff stage where he was taking over maps? You can't rely on him specifically, but I think you're looking at him to potentially step up, be this duo with Pentagram, and see if they can potentially lead the charge here for Boston Academy in a great round 1 matchup that they would love to win.
Yeah, I like that shout out. But here's the head-to-head between both of our two teams. Again, perfect for Decimate, only dropping 5 maps in the process. But a lot of those maps do come in the 2, 3, and 5. Haven't lost a hard point yet. That is ridiculous to say, considering the group they were in especially. Whereas on the other side, Boston comes in as the 4 seed out of their group, but they have looked much better in Respawn this season, I think, compared to seasons past.
Yeah, I think we've always praised Boston for being able to clutch up an S&D and kind of maybe calling them that 2-3-5 team, and that's how they've won a lot of their series throughout this year. But I think that it's rightly so, to kind of talk about their hard point getting slightly better, at least throughout these last couple series here. But the ultimate test versus a Decimate roster that isn't just good in one map. I mean, they play every single map through that 100% win rate, so they are a force, to say the least, here in that in that game mode.
Well, taking a look at some of our star players to keep an eye on, I think a lot of this matchup could just be determined by what happens at range. I know it's really hard for us to say considering that Noisy and Snoopy are in the lobby, but Flames has been great, and this may be one of the best seasons we've seen out of Shawnee so far. The control, he is just a turret that is just so hard to displace. He's been unbelievable for Boston, and I think with the series kind of leaning towards what happens in the 2-3-5, I think these are your 2 players you really have to keep an eye on.
For sure. And I mean, when you're 7-0 in hardpoint, how are you not going to have at least above, a 1.0 KD? So it's rightly so that we see 1.18 here, but Flames has been great. Shawnee, on the other hand, I think has been really the backbone, I think, for Boston Academy throughout this season. And, that's been very surprising. Shawnee's had a little bit of a rough year through some of these seasons, but he has really stepped up as of late, and Boston Academy need him more than ever.
I'll say so. I think especially considering the circumstances that when he kind of rejoined the competitive atmosphere last year in Vanguard, jumping in, didn't even have a controller, just signed on for
PS5
LAN.
controller.
Yeah, dude, and just ended up
How about that?
making that Boston team real special by the end. So looking to do the same thing here as we wind down the Modern Warfare 2 year. Here's our best of 5 map series layout, though, for this head-to-head matchup. Mercado Hardpoint to start. Fortress Search, Ellasilo Control. That Mercado Hardpoint's an interesting one. I don't think I really expected it to come through. I think we've seen some great moments out of really both teams on it, so it's not a surprise to see it still in, but I kind of had a feeling that Boston would maybe stay away from it, considering that I think when we saw this Decimate team play it before, they played with a lot of speed, a lot of tempo.
Yes, they do. I think that's what you really praise this team for. Their ability to play so quick and to shut this team down is really difficult at times. But I think they got a great little map mode here, coming through in the second map too. They're really good on Fortress S&D, so might be more important for Boston Academy to come alive, try to steal away this map number 1. It will be on Fortress Hardpoint. Let's get into it. I'm ready, Alan.
Here we are. So a little bit of a miscue on the maps, but regardless, still same principles apply with how fast this Decimate team can play. Boston already looking good, though, as they neutralize the hardpoint and start earning some time of their own. Decimate looking to rotate largely from the north side of the minimap, trying to help out these kind of minimap defenders, if you want to call them that. It's Snoopy trying to track him down, and that's a big elimination. Boston still soaking time, and now a chance to flip the map.
Think in the back, trying to make some moves, but he's all alone. His teammate's going to be spawning on the other side, and it will be cleaned up. Shotty's going to do a great job of removing one of the key ARs, and it's also a lot of time that comes through on P1. Pentagram, chance for a 2-piece. Instead, it's Noisy that's able to at least find one, and now Snoopy flying to new. 4 in a row will be able to get some early time.
Really good stuff, man. I mean, it's one of those things that we know Snoopy's going to bring together a team of any form when it comes to his ability just to take over. But I feel like this season, he's learned a little bit of restraint, where he's not just always zooming and going and going and going. He's trying to find the right gunfights, and it's allowed Boston to really have a nice, solid set of control here, opening this hard point up. Shawnee in the back corner, going to be tested from multiple angles. He's trying to get a little bit of help from his teammates, but Sensor's already focused on rotation, so it's kind of a war on two fronts. Shawnee wins it on one side. Snoopy left to try to clean things up on the other end, almost. I think we all were imagining how that gunfight could have gone. But Boston ultimately will just have to concede the rotation in order to play for the full scrap time.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty happy with that overall. I mean, they got about a full 60, right? So they will have to try to battle through mid, where Estriel is holding a pretty good position inside of P1. But they deal with Estriel, then they can start to set up their break. It's a matter of, do they want to try to flood the spawn here through the right side, or will they just flood right through the front and gate? And it looks like they're going to attack different angles at the same time, have to get through Noisy, and it's going to be a bait play. Some nades come through maps, and they're all going to flood the front.
Oh, Estriel gets a pretty solid read, takes down two. Snoopy trying to slip through to get to the staircase, but denied. Shawnee, the last one left, and he will also be put down. Flames, Estriel, Bink, doing it all for Decimate. But even with that, you've got all four members here. The next hit's already on the way. And fortunately, Decimate get a pretty solid read on where it's coming from. Noisy getting shot at by Snoopy, but he gets turned around, and with that, the scrap time of the back 25 looks pretty solid here for Decimate to get back into this game.
Yeah, great hill for Decimate. You can see, though, where Boston was trying to break into the hill, just kind of throw a little bit of a bait up top, flood through the front. Gunfights don't come through. So try to keep the pit to the back as long as possible. That's kind of the next goal here, but already players able to get across the map. You can see it, Flames down low, creating some moves. We'll be able to find Sensor, and almost there to beam Shawnee, but the quick trade is there from Noisy as trades go back and forth. And overall, it looks like Boston able to contain Decimate here through the back.
Yeah, looking good for it at the moment. It just comes down to, will there be an opportunity to actually get a read on where this four-man hit's coming from? Because it is coming quickly. First blood in, Sensor. Nice little snap from Sensor. Gets himself two. Shawnee cleaned up the third. Last one is Bink on the corner. And Sensor will not feel good about the gunfight. Just backs away for now. Snoopy on the cross through mid-map. Good for one. Turned away from anything further. So now Decimate a chance to try to flip around the back. Pinstripe goes the kill feed. Sensor still inside the hard point. Backs out for just a moment. Resets. Teammates on the way back in. 109 to 51, but Sensor will be taken down, and with that, Decimate will secure their break.
Able to get back in. Decimate need this time here, so critical break comes through to make sure Boston Academy don't just run away with the lead very early on into it. But we'll see if they can even collect these remaining 14 seconds. Boston going to send a couple of numbers to see if they can at least play for exit. Snoopy was kind of lingering through the back there, and he will give it one more hit through the top. Flames is ready for it. Scrap time will be secured, and Decimate bring it back to just about 30 points.
Yeah, really nicely done by Decimate, just clawing their way back into this game. A convincing start for Boston, but need to start seeing something, I think, from Pentagram. He is getting a little outpaced at the moment as that secondary sub. Nade from Snoopy, good. Controlling bottom maps, even better. Long-range shots onto Bink. I mean, this kid just doesn't miss, does he? 11-9. Bink does get the kill through the doorway, but ultimately Boston still have a really solid setup around this hard point, and their lead will continue to grow because of it.
Looking good for it. Shawnee gonna get a read on the spawns at the back here as well. He's got support from top single. Pentagram's up there with an AR. He's able to find at least a couple kills before falling, but some of these engagements going to fall now on Shawnee's shoulders to come up. Big stuns coming through, trying to get a read through maps, and he is just looking left and right, but not getting any clean gunfights, but still decent time. Boston also have a little bit of map control here. Snoopy's in a great position.
Yeah, and he just continues to be in this position, doesn't he? I mean, every time he's off spawn, you can see he's trying to get towards maps one way or another. No one on the inside yet, but he continues to be a distraction. Bink already set up towards new. This could be problematic here for Boston, who are a little bit caught looking for players to shoot at. And with that, Decimate will take the scrap, get numbers over towards initial. Sensors put down, and really it's just Shawnee who can only do so much from this angle. A little bit of a split spawn situation, though, does allow Boston to overwhelm the hard point. But Decimate in a position to make a decision here. Do they want to fight for the hard point or fight for the map control? It's on them to kind of make that call.
Estriel can really break this setup open here for Boston. He's hearing a lot of footsteps. He's going to find the first one there onto Snoopy, and well, second kill comes through. Estriel puts together a two-piece, and that's just about all you could ask from him. Shawnee's now forced to back up. His teammates are spawning all the way across the map here. He's got a pivotal spot in the back to try to play his life.
Oh, really well done by Shawnee, now on 4 in a row. Still anchoring things up. Long-range battle with Flames, who we highlighted that 1 versus 1 for a reason. Flames gets the win, plus one more. Bink, oh, well read. Taking down both Pentagram and Sensor, trying to stretch in towards Gallows. And now Decimate a chance to get them set up, and hopefully for them, put themselves in position to flip the lead around for the first time this game.
Noisy is still kind of lingering through mid here. He's got Estriel right around him as well. I mean, Boston's not going to get a clean hit, and this might be another kill for Noisy. Get some clean shots there onto Shawnee, who's going to have to be forced to kind of back down, wait for that regen, and Bink is there ready to pounce. Sensor gets gunned with the help of Estriel, and Decimate starting to pick up the pace.
And there's their first lead of this game. Flames on 5, Bink on 3, Estriel on, well, at the moment, he was on 2. Pentagram looking for a way to get in. He has started to pick things up when it comes to getting in the kill feed, but is it enough for his teammates to still break through the old time? Still indeterminate, though. Estriel's here for the time being, but Boston spawning in the back are going to have numbers. Estriel just playing his life. Catches Snoopy completely unaware, but the stun will allow Pentagram an easy trade, and we'll continue this tug-of-war game as we rotate over towards Fountain.
Scary moment here for Boston Academy. Last time they throw that bait play into maps, it doesn't work out successfully. What do they do differently here to try to break it open? And while they are going to know that Estriel is behind them, he takes some shots on the mini-map, so he's going to be a problem. Boston, again, will they get a clean look and a clean team hit to actually get to the back of P3? So far to the front is where they're going to be looking to break through. 2 kills come through, and Noisy's forced to go big, but he can't find anything. Boston, they managed to break through.
Oh, huge from Snoopy as well, just to get right back over towards this double doorway. Lock things up, make sure there's no follow-up. Semtex tags him, but really, a lot of clearance here. Regen should be good. Sensor inside the hard point. Gets taken down. The trophy system doesn't actually land onto neither of the cruise missiles, so 2 kills come in for Decimate. They're still not in, though. Shawnee, pressured, will be turned away. And just Sensor, last one. Little snap from Sensor! Oh my goodness! He must have spawned up in place or something and completely caught Decimate by surprise. And with that, Boston will earn the scrap.
That's a massive investment that comes through for Decimate. They use both of their cruise missiles to break that, and they only get it off the time for maybe a couple seconds. Boston get the scrap. They're over 200 points in Pentagram, already lurking in the back, and now Flames has just taken out his duo Estriel. Pentagram knows it's his time to pounce as he's looking to break it open.
Looking good, but oh, Decimate. Little 2v4 situation. Noisy Estriel hold on to the hard point, and look at Boston spawn. Oh, about to say, this should be an easy lineup here for Bink, but he doesn't actually catch anything. Estriel now kind of has to be the next defender inside mid, but Pentagram reads him, no worries. So Decimate in a little bit of trouble here until Flames spawns up and finds himself a double. Chance for Decimate to once again not just tie, potentially take a late lead. 200 plays 200. Boston looking for the scrap time.
Well, big scrap time at that. 20 seconds up for grabs, and it's just lit up with green in that kill feed there. Noisy puts together 2 in that last kill, and well, with that said, 5 in a row now for him. 1 off of earning another cruise missile. Decimate going to take the lead. Boston forced to set up and try to lock down some time. They're in a great position to do so. Just need to find the kills.
A couple of kills here from Boston will allow him a chance to jump on in towards Blacksmith. Pentagram, stun out. Semtex to follow. Has to go up the angle. Tries to play back forward into him. Just surprised he doesn't just hold the staircase heady right there. But Snoopy, dead silence, trying to get around the play. Takes down the first, swaps to attack quickly, but could do no further damage. Decimate secure their break and a chance for them to win right here.
Oh, the kills aren't necessarily coming through for Boston anymore. Noisy's just starting to pick it up. I mean, he's on 10 in a row, like silently just going on yet another spree. Probably doesn't even need the cruise missile, but has it available just in case. 234 to 205. Decimate can still end it here, but Johnny answers back with a 2-piece to try to keep his team in the game.
It's all feeling a little desperate, but there's still plenty of wiggle room here where Boston can find a comeback. Big exit kills. And even on top of that, they're so clean. They can actually jump onto the hard point. Bink. Oh, shut down by Pentagram. Huge kill. And now for Decimate. They're spawning a little bit all over the place. Shawnee's going to get into new first. Boston a chance to go scrap to initial. Get right back into this game. But here comes Noisy. Cruise missile in. Not going to connect for anything this time. Third Boston on top of that are finding kills. The only thing they don't see is Estriel. Oh, and he actually sneaks around the back to get 2. And now Decimate can break.
Oh, they lost track of Estriel, and he might have just made the play to win the game for Decimate. Pentagram desperately trying to fly in and contest the hill. He'll fall. Estriel snaps on another for 5. What was that? Estriel puts together 3. Ends on the 6th free. And Decimate, they bring it all the way back for the win.
Oh my goodness, so we're gonna have a series that looks like this, you're telling me, huh? Are you kidding me? That is just one of the greatest Fortress hardpoints I think we've seen. It had a little bit of everything. Streaks, sprees, individual nonsense, spawn craziness, whatever you think you know.
It showed up. But goodness, Noisy, like you mentioned, I lost it as well. Like, how did he get onto 10? It just felt
Right?
like every time he was on his POV, he was in a tough gunfight where surely he gets traded. Not the case. And at the end, the subs really getting it done for Decimate. The little flank play, the big snapper at range. What Vaznev nerf? Couldn't tell Decimate about it. They take map 1. Close one, though.
Yeah, very, very close. I mean, you know, for the most part, majority of it led by Boston, but, you know, they started to slip up a little bit around those P3s, around those P4s. Yep. That's where it started to turn a little bit there for the other side of Decimate. And Estriel, I mean, that was just like the one moment where he's sitting like at the bottom there, just waiting for like a big play, waiting for his teammates to give him some information, and then he pounces. But he made a play like that like 2 or 3 times that map where his teammates were always pinned to the back of P3, and he manages to get them out with a big 2-piece, a big multi-kill. I mean, such an explosive player. He's making big plays. You see it a lot throughout that map on Fortress.
100% yes. So here's the final moments. Again, at this point in time, you see a little bit of opportunity for Boston with this exit, with the kills being as good as they are, to earn a little bit of time, put yourself in a good position to head over towards New. But it's this little play. Watch number 7 in green on the minimap. No one sees Estriel because he only gets a nade kill, so they don't 100% know where he's at. They know he's got to be somewhere around. Noisy causes a distraction with the cruise missile, and that's enough for Estriel to hit the dead silence, sneak around, and this double changes everything, because at no point can Boston stay healthy on the site. And then the spawn awareness, Estriel pops up and puts together some unbelievable shots here with the Vaznev.
Look at this. Boom. Snapper on the sensor. Shotty's tagged up. Boom. Another snapper. Ends on the 3 right there in the kill cam, but it's 6 in a row. Man, what a play from Estriel. And you can even see Pentagram on the minimap, right? He backs up to his spawn. They're looking for him. They're thinking maybe he's playing for the spawn flip, but he is making the play up top, putting together the multi-kill. And you see it there. How about the subs there from Decimate? 32 kills from Estriel. 31 kills from Noisy.
And so many of them go non-traded. It's not the most amount of non-traded kill percentages that we've ever seen, but still, the fact that they're running around the map with that kind of speed and still coming out with huge streaks, that's the biggest point about, I think, that comeback effort. And then, of course, the final nail in the coffin. I mean, look at the amount of highest streaks across the board. 10, 6, 6, and 7. That just goes to show that in those particular moments where Decimate were able to put those streaks together, it led to those moments of comeback. And then, of course, at the end, their ability to put the game away. So 250, 223 for the Fortress hardpoint. Fortress will be still our location for the search and destroy. And this is the one where I think if you're looking at from Boston's perspective, you got to find a way to take this one away. It's your most played search map. But on the other side, Decimate happens to also be 3-0 in this map mode combo.
Yeah, both teams, you know, really like to favor this Fortress S&D. So, I mean, who knows how that clash is going to come through. And, I mean, when you have two teams that, you know, play this map so often, there's so much footage, but, you know, how creative can you really be and how much risk can you start to throw in knowing that you've probably been able to prep the other team's game plan a little bit? We'll have to see. We're jumping right into it. A huge map for Boston Academy to try to tie this one up.
At the moment, it's just a couple of nades back and forth. Bink had a look that Shawnee is playing over towards this stable side, but everybody from Decimate offensively is just bunkered up. Maybe a little bit of a nod here, thinking that they're going to expect Boston to get aggressive. The thing about it is, Boston have gotten aggressive, and they said, all right, we're good. We got a player down below at mid. We got Pentagram up top at boat. No need for us to do anything crazy here.
Yeah, and they're not gonna. Probably still have a good amount of stuns and nades to potentially clear out the site if they need to, and you can see them starting to make their move, realizing no one's made an aggressive route. But Pentagram could be in a position to follow up on this play if he picks the right timing to kind of hit a flank. But Estriel gonna use that trophy system, gonna go down, and might be trying to stick the plant, and that's what he's gonna do.
This is really on Noisy. He's the only real offensive player who's keeping their eye over towards the middle of the map. Snoopy trying to flush him out. Noisy killing off time, but ultimately does get traded. We go to an early 2v2. Bomb planted, 35 seconds to go. Snoopy with the early dead silence hits the triggers, and he needs to make this play onto Bink. Tries to go the long way around. Estriel also helping guard this. Bink resets, steps away from the Semtex. Good read onto Snoopy, but he can be so slippery and shoddy there for the crossfire. Estriel tries to step away inside the palm tree. Oh my goodness, and it's a knife from Shoddy to get the kill. Plenty of time for him to also get the defuse. That's a round of search if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Shawnee, he's not interested in playing any games there around the palm tree. He just goes right to the knife, just runs at him, and just brings home the kill. Comes down, I mean, to the clock, though. They got 10 seconds when they get to that bomb to stick the defuse. You had an idea of what the setup was looking like, but it's a very tough situation to be Estriel and Bink in that spot. You're waiting for the challenge. You're trying to get a read on the second player. The read never comes, and then the challenge is great. 3 kills here for the first round for Shawnee.
Love that little crossfire setup, too, just to watch Snoopy hit that backside angle. But it's not just Shawnee that we need to see. We highlight him at the top. Pentagram has looked really good in the search, especially on this map mode combo for Boston. And how about the opening shots? Lots of damage, but neither player involved will drop. The only thing that really does change the situation of the round is the bomb being planted, but Decimate's quick on this retake attempt.
Not giving them any time to breathe here. Snoopy might be forced to make a play. Connie does a good job of at least finding one at the back here. And now Snoopy puts together the second. Not looking good for Decimate. Might be pressed to try to push forward and just flush Shawnee out of this position right now, as he's going to be lining up another, but Flames will shut him down, all on Snoopy.
Snoopy for a second dead silence, trying to change up the angle. Everybody from Decimate knows that he was playing on the inside. He's got to go, though. Bomb already defused to halfway. Snoopy's going to have an angle at this. Gets the first, transfers! And the 1v2. So well won by Snoopy. It's all about, hey, look over here. This is where I'm at. Never mind. Coming from their backside for the easy double.
Oh, man, I almost want to see a replay on this. Bink must have been so close. I didn't know Snoopy had enough time to come around the back here. He even takes it very slow with the pre-aim, doesn't rush out. And yeah, we do get it. Shut out of production. Look at this. Look at that at the top right here. Oh, my God. It looks like it's in. It looks like it's diffused.
Oh, man. Not here, not now. Snoopy gets the ace. Now he's 4-0. Long-range shots from Bink to start things off towards bottom side. Art. Oh, it's actually a nicely placed frag. Shawnee kind of learns Bink's position from the first round. Takes care of him the easy way. But trades come through. We go 3v3. Estriel still looking for a chance to plant. Snoopy up top. Noisy gets the read, but he's not interested. I don't blame him.
Yeah, doesn't want to try to take that shell. Going to back up, reposition. Look at this spot here from Noisy. Noisy's going to be threatening now the hate position. And yeah, Shawnee is completely off guard. Sensor's like, what the... Noisy's just put together the two-piece, and, well, that really should solidify it here. Snoopy's just caught in between all 3 members, but is on 4 in a row. Could maybe work for some kills.
Snoopy in trouble, though. Does get tagged. And Decimate are saying, let's not give him a chance at this one, please. Hold angles. Play these crosses. Snoopy will not have a chance likely to do too much with this. Not a lot of time on the clock. You figure he's probably just going to value his life, maybe for streaks, but no. Does try to poke out top single. That will be where he drops, and Decimate will use that as a chance to get on the board.
Chance to get on the board. I mean, it's a huge round, a pivotal one, especially how the last one ends.
Yeah,
Noisy does a really good job of finding that kill inside, gets out with his life, doesn't take the secondary chow, and then just makes a beautiful play here through that left side tunnel. Just completely catches Boston off guard. Shawnee's kind of watching that cross there from top maps. He's just not ready for someone to challenge that because there's almost always an AR holding that Eddie. But it's Noisy able to find couple of the holes here in the setup. Huge round to come back. He is now 7-2, doing it all himself.
Yeah, I'll say. We could just have a 2v2 if you want, I think, at this point.
Yeah, at this point, might as well, right?
Sensor looking for a stun out the front window. Trophy denies. So this defensive stack right in front of A will be just a touch more concealed. Noisy playing forward. He also has a trophy to keep him safe. Sensor gets the offense some clarity as he gets the trophy system down to try to defend against any early defensive aggression, but Boston are not actually looking to go aggressive yet. I think a lot of this is, can we flush out these players that have these trophy systems kind of guarding this setup? And I think the longer this stays, the more Boston has an idea that this is a 4-man stack right outside the arches.
Very well could be the case. Sensor trying not to make too much noise. Does have the sub in hand, as he's going to try to inch across. Estriel playing point of contact, just watching this little sliver underneath the door here for any feet that might tread across to the site. Information now there. Nade stun's coming out. Retake immediately. Estriel flies forward, takes out Sensor.
Yeah, that was with a little pinch from Noisy, who steps into the site as well. So now Snoopy kind of has to get to work clearing. He's already got the dead silence on. Pentagram hasn't seen anything push through, so Snoopy should know it's on one or the other sides of these doorways. Nice little double hit, but Flames goes to the drop shot. Shawnee can only get one around the back. Pentagram does get the regen and the bomb. but it's going to have to stick for the plant, and there goes his window. Flames will check it right at the 5-second mark, and Decimate will go back to back.
Decimate. I mean, I love how fast they hit that. They see Sensor cross on the bomb. They know Sensor loves to plant the bomb when he gets on site. That's kind of something that was, you know, circling around the community there for the last week. But overall, they're like, if that's his game plan, let's just rush at him. Let's get the stuns and nades in. Let's try to set up our retake right away. Don't give them a chance to play post-plan. And it works out very, very nicely. Stop the bomb plant, find the kill, use the numbers.
Yep. And the timing of those little isolated hits from Decimate was just poetry. Beautifully done. So 2-2 we go. How about this? Decimate trophy system down, looking to maybe hit the early cross, but Sensor is chipped. No. I mean, I get it. We're trying to throw curveballs out here, but the percentage success chance of off the break making it through over towards B, it has to be like 2%. Like, across every game of Fortress Search and Destroy ever played in Modern Warfare 2, this has to be like 2%. That includes like rank play.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often, but to see what she can get away with, I suppose, something a little bit different. Doesn't work out very, very fast round, and they'll happily grab themselves another to pull ahead 3-2. This one has been very, very close. A lot of it led here by Pentagram and Noisy, these two being kind of the star standouts on each side, but back on the attack now for Boston. Last time it was about getting the bomb down just about immediately. We'll see what changes, but Sensor still has that sub in hand.
And Decimate are actually still opting to play pretty aggressively here. Noisy's going to be playing right through on this double door connection with the trophy system behind him to keep him concealed. So it's a different defensive stack towards A this time. Of course, Estriel right there to kind of watch the cross, but that was the play. Noisy was meant to get first blood on that setup, but now all of a sudden, as Sensor gets through, oh, he doesn't actually stay alive. The nades are good. So Sensor will drop Snoopy quickly to follow up, looking for the bomb and then also the plant, but these nades are going to allow Decimate a chance to check.
It's mayhem right now on the A side. Nade, stuns, everything flying over the top. Going to stop getting another plant here from Boston. And Snoopy might be looking to reposition with his team. They do exit the site there for a second, maybe expecting a retake to come through. The Decimate's still very much holding here. Member in each corridor. Ready to watch that cross. Estriel going to call it again. Noisy could pounce.
Oh, and there's the shots, just spamming through the bomb site. Pentagram, Johnny last two left. They have to clear out so much space, though. I don't really know what that play was. Just a little bait and switch, I guess, with Shawnee. Works out for one kill. It's actually enough for Shawnee to get the bomb and still plant, so hold on a second. They can still try to hold this. Problem is, Pentagram is not a part of the play. Shawnee's going to have to do a lot more, and oh, he nearly lines up a couple. Shots are out. Pentagram now for the 1v2. Still on the pistol. Secures the kill. Picks up attack. Does it actually have one bullet, though? That's the question. No, it has more! Pentagram secures the 1v2 in Boston. Reap for a 2v4.
Yeah, that is a round that you need to get back here if you're Decimate. I mean, that is just unbelievable. 2v4, like 14 seconds on the clock, and a lot of it is on Pentagram, right? He jumps across the left side, gets a nice little bait and switch, plays his life, and then essentially does the same thing again, just doesn't find the kills, creates enough of a distraction, allows Shawnee to get that bomb down, back up. He has an unbelievable gunfight to find the first, and then Pentagram beautifully over the top there with the 1v2.
Man, great stuff. Pentagram looking to go aggressive. Top single already there. Noisy watching for it. Stuns and Semtexes will be tossed, and with that, both teams will kind of back up to their respective corners. Stuck? He just got stuck by Snoopy!
Oh. That's gonna hurt. Now Bing. Oh, he's able to at least get one, so best you could have asked for there. However, numbers drop very quickly. Flames takes out Estriel. And look at this hit from Snoopy. He just doesn't stop. And a little 360 dolphin dive as a kill comes through. 5-2 now for Boston.
Yeah, love this gut check call for Boston. You've seen a lot of passive setups out of Boston, ultimately outside of maybe their first round. This time they try to get aggressive up top. Snoopy kind of jumping to watch the double windows. Pentagram obviously gets to the ledge on the single window, topside by boat. And after they get a read on where Decimate are positioned, there's just no hesitation. Quick runs lead to Boston now up 5-2. And Decimate, what do you do defensively here? Because you've had a couple of offensive, or I guess aggressive defensive looks that you think should work, but has not really worked out too well when it comes to actually holding the setup. Flames up top. Gets freed to stay alive by Bing's support, but Decimate not really getting much here off their opening setup. Had to play this the old-fashioned way.
to be the case. Lots of time to work with. Snoopy, you know, he's working angles here, dodging nades yet again. Seeing if maybe someone is following up on that nade play, and yep, they get a good read on it. Shawnee's there to punish Noisy. No wrap around the back will come through for Decimate. Now they're gonna have to be careful about holding here through the front. Done it with numbers a lot of the time, but Snoopy's just picking them apart. Estriel, last one left alive, 1v3. Snoopy spots him out.
Yeah, this is tough for Estriel. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's about to get dead silent, so maybe a chance to flip the map around here. Pops one of the doors. There's the dead silence. It does actually pull Pentagram back a little bit, so he may have made a comp saying, I heard somebody, and if you can take Snoopy off the bomb, maybe there's a chance, but no, Boston, too much team support, and they will take a convincing search, 6-2. Great reads, great responses against this Decimate team that was really trying to get away with a lot throughout a lot of those defensive setups.
Were they ever? And they were shut down so many times. And I mean, when we watch over this Decimate team, you know, they take over the map through aggression. It's by, you know, getting Noisy to a forward spot like we saw in that last round. But it felt like Boston Academy were all over it. The changes and the adaptation they make about halfway through that game was certainly felt there from Decimate. They could no longer get themselves into good positions. And well, when you're playing against Snoopy as well, he is just so frustrating to deal with. It feels like he's up top, you know where he is, and all of a sudden he's like behind you getting a two-piece. You're just like is he spawning behind us? We do not know, but he's that guy. He finds a lot of key plays there in the end, and that is a great one for Boston to take. 3-0 coming in here for Decimate on this map mode.
Yeah, and how about Shawnee just as kind of, again, the overwatch on a lot of those setups where Snoopy was running around. He gets 12 total kills, 8 of them non-traded. I mean, it really did feel like that duality between Shawnee and Snoopy is really starting to light things up. We saw it at different moments in the Fortress Hardpoint, but there were definitely a lot of moments here in the search where you could tell there was some inherent trust being built between those two. Pentagram also with a nice impressive 1v2, working with Shawnee for a total 2v4. That's another round that's like, okay, Boston here to play in the search. But that's kind of their route to victory in this series, though. Like, you have to be able to take away, I think, the 2 and the 5. If it ends up being a control win or the second hard point, I think that either is plausible. But I think that the search and destroys have to go the way of Boston if they want to beat this very good Decimate team.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think that is absolutely the case for us. They do have at least a really good Hydro coming up. You know, that's a map mode combination they've been pretty decent on. And they do play, you know, the very close Fortress Hardpoint there versus Decimate of the map number 1. So don't want to count that one out, but you'd love to be able to grab an Ellasilo control here, that's for sure, coming into it. The ARs are firing, right? We just praised Shawnee. He had a pretty solid map number 1, has a great map number 2 to get them over the top there for the map win. So maybe looking at him again coming into an Ellasilo, excuse me, to see if they can try to grab this one and pull ahead in the series and try to put Decimate on the back foot, which is, you know, not a position they've been in too often through this regular season.
Yeah, and I think just on top of that, when we talk about Shawnee's control stats, he really is the only reason that Boston wins control maps, if I'm being completely frank. And on this map mode combination in particular, just expect him to either be somewhere near top tower on defense or over towards that B half wall on the staircase. And if you're looking at this from Decimate's perspective, I think you really need to take a look at the subs to say, okay, stay away from him, win the map some other way, stop Snoopy, and then we'll isolate. Keep Shawnee out of the play. Because I feel like every time we watch this Boston team, especially on this map, it's like people just keep running into Shawnee. It's like, just don't do that. Like, find a different part of the map to work with, and then all of a sudden, you may be able to kind of wiggle yourself in towards the zone, or at least into a position to contest against Shawnee, because he's just not missing at range. He has been an unreal turret when it comes to defense, especially on this map mode combo.
And that's like that old school kind of veteranship play style, right? Like the Shawnees, you know, like your Claysters that have, you know, been around for so long that love to set up and just, you know, funnel into me. Take chows. Let's do it. I'm here to play that game. So I think that's a really fair shout. Try to play around him. Try to work through mid, but that's almost a different, you know, beast in itself too. Getting through Snoopy isn't always the easiest task, but we'll see if they're up to it. For now, we'll take a look at the replay here in the ending to Omen and M7, as it looks like it came down to the wire.
It did come down to the wire. I'm telling you, there is not a bad team in North America left here in these playoffs. Doesn't matter what your seed was coming out of the groups. So this is going to be another one of those marquee matchups. And you can already see how tight it is across just the individual performers. I mean, the KD ratio is pretty much dead on even, except for Neptune, who's 36 and 23. But M7 find themselves down here trying to finish off the second hard point and then having to rotate over. And Amit are kind of in this decision-making position where do we try to win it on old? Do we try to rotate early to new? And they're kind of caught at the moment, kind of doing a little bit of both. So now you're short-handed. M7 have kind of a breathe-back opportunity. And as the kills start to get traded, M7 will hold numbers. So that decision could have been everything for a mid who end up dropping this map because of that rotation.
And then their final push, just have to flood into the point by this point, and M7 enough to hold on. How about that rotation from M7? But a bigger fumble, it feels like, right? Some of that pressure that maybe we saw set in throughout last playoffs there for that squad be coming to life a little bit versus M7 too. But for now, we'll jump back in. First tick of progress. Looks like it's going to be already locked here for Boston, as there is Bink kind of lingering through the outskirts, but he'll be shut down from Sensor.
Yeah, nice little kill from Sensor off respawn. Trophy system to make sure they can get the rest of this A zone. Decimate not just giving it up, though, for free. Estriel still on the long pinch. Pentagram stuck behind boxes. Johnny trying to assist over the top, but he's not able to save his teammate, even though the kills are good. Noisy, who just gets a little bit of cover, may allow an opportunity for Decimate to still contest this third tick of progress. And yeah, they do, including the depletion of it, as Sensor looks to try to regain some semblance of control around the zone.
See what they decide to do. Might be looking just to try to push through mid. Have options to go over to B2. You can see Pentagram maybe flirting with that idea. Just seeing how many defenders are going to be on this point. Well, he will be shut down. Sensor also taken out from Noisy. And, well, Noisy may have just done enough damage here. Kind of stop Boston from getting any play off the ground on this hit. That will be the case. They're now down to 20 seconds.
Yeah. Really good clearance from Decimate. Now Noisy gets to work. We've seen this before. Not going to be able to do the same kind of damage that he had in previous instances, as Shawnee will stop the clock at 11.3 on B, but he is by himself. Bink gets the call from his teammates saying, don't worry about him on the zone. Just make sure no one else can join him. But he gets a little bit surprised here. So now Boston, maybe a chance to actually see a little bit of daylight, as they will have an opportunity to stack over towards A. Noisy on the way over, though, gets the opener. More help on the way. Stuns in, but Sensor shuts him down. This could be the extra 60, but a lot more still to be done. Shot's good for Decimate, and the defense will regain control. Pentagram, last one left, gets absolutely destroyed by a Semtex, and the defense will prevail.
Yeah, that Semtex looks like a heat seeker. Just lands right on top of him, just blows him apart. But you even see it from Flames in the final kill cam. Would have been a touch, maybe a chance, but still only about a 1 second on the clock. Good defense, though, coming through. And it comes off a couple of those flanks through mid, right? Like, Bank, you can kind of see him lingering there when he loses that battle versus Sensor. But then Estriel, like, immediately follows that play up with a little wrap around the back and really stops a lot of Boston from getting numbers in there. And from that point on, they started coming up a little bit staggered. Never really got a clean team hit after they got shut down in mid. So, Great opening round here for Decimate.
And that's something to come to expect for Decimate, is that they're always going to have somebody trying to hit her out. Doesn't matter what weapon that they have. Just get around the back. Force the offense to have to consider multiple angles on these approaches. Nice isolation early from Decimate. Sensor, last one left. Absolutely gunned by Bink. He had a lot in front of him, though, so can't take too much away from Doug, trying to hold on to the high ground position. But Decimate have gained entry over towards A. Semtex at Pentagram's feet. He's going to chase through it. Estriel aware of it, and how about the help coming from behind? Decimate start to get some progress here at A.
Oh, Estriel even puts together a second with the hip fire out of the attack. Has a Vaznef to play with, but will be shut down on the 5-3. His teammates, however, are good for the trades. And now Boston might be looking to potentially concede. Snoopy does get a good nade kill and is threatening a gunfight onto Noisy, who's not going to toy with him a little too long here. Going to back up, reposition. Second tick looks to be locked. Still a chance for Boston to get in, however.
I don't know. They're thinking about it, and Pentagram may still give it a try. Doing it by himself. Pentagram's going to go 1v3 on the zone. And with help now from Shawnee, Flames all of a sudden shoes on the opposite foot. He's going to have to kind of hold on for a moment while the rest of Decimate are struggling to get out of spawn. But Flames turns the tides, moves around the back. That will open up the point again for an opportunity to jump on, but Boston are not going to give this away so freely.
Will not. Flames try to dodge nades, and Snoopy is there again to shut him out. The subs constantly going clutch in, while Sensor, huge gunfight there, trades out Estriel, and that's now going to force the attention over to the other side of the map here, where Bink's starting to get a good spot through the back. Might be able to cut down some of the ARs and get his teammates into a forward position.
And he's got a lot to do here. He's the only one that can contest against the high ground positions. I think he did just see Shawnee pops up, tries to win the gunfight, but again, this is not a position that you want to fight Shawnee on. Semtex stun out, just trying to keep Shawnee at bay. First tick locked, second on the way. Help has arrived in the form of Estriel, who's also still on the point. But as he drops, Bink still ends up being the last one left. Decent look at a couple of different Boston Academy members, but end all be all, Boston still hold.
They hold, and if they hold this push right here, they're good for the defensive round. Flames, good entry, opens up onto Snoopy. gives them a chance. Pentagram gets a read on this A-play, says, I know what's going on over here. Gets some good tags and will dodge the nade, but Bink is now here for assistance. Has to get a read on it. Snoopy there to help out through the back, and while Bink there for two, he does it again. Weakened up, can't fully take the third chow, but he's trying to keep the play alive.
And while all this is happening, there's a double stack over towards B. Boston were so worried about trying to get the elimination onto Bink that they kind of lost track coming off a spawn of how many members were on the B zone. So an extra 60 is added. Lifeline here for Decimate as they continue to find kills, and Boston are not in a good position to deal with this. Pentagram really the only one in stopping position, only gets one. Double stack on. Pentagram has to rush forward, tries to touch the contest, is in, the clearance is better, and a chance to deplete. We go 7v6.
How many times can Pentagram be the hero here for Boston in this second round? Another moment you might be calling for with 45 seconds left. One single tick is needed for Decimate, and they can't throw away free lives. Good job from Estriel getting out there with the Dolphin Dive, and will now try to reposition through mid. They have a little time to work with, 30 seconds on the clock.
And with the lives being where they are, Snoopy doesn't necessarily have to go super aggressive. He just needs to cause problems for Decimate, which he's already done. Semtex will allow Snoopy to back up, get the regen out. 7v5 the situation. Decimate not quite in a position to get themselves back on, at least as of yet. Defense for Boston looking solid. Bink turned around. Trade is at, though. 6v4 now the situation. And Decimate will have a chance to touch. Wait, where's Boston at? Where's Boston at? You have to touch this if you're Pentagram, and he's the only one nearby? Who was top tower?
Oh, that's gonna feel so bad for Boston. Look at where Noisy and Flames are. They're both concealed from Shawnee's position. He can't get any free shots onto the members on the zone. They're thinking that it's safe. You know, Snoopy gets a read on the play through mid, but they just stack it, and Pentagram is the only one there to contest. I mean, that is a round that Boston should almost always win. Oh, that feels horrible.
I think a lot of that is just, it was Shawnee on the final kill feed that was trying to work his way down from tower, but I think as soon as you get the read from Snoopy that all of this hits coming from the interior, you have to give away that position. You've got the life lead. The clock is already running low. You just had to be in a spot to contest, and it all went wrong. And now all of a sudden, Decimate up 2-0. Quick pinch around the back, frees up Noisy to be another early problem as Boston see the first 30 seconds come and go quickly.
Yeah, not a great start here. Gonna be forced to maybe go over to B. Shawnee is winning ridiculous gunfights, doing whatever he possibly can to give them a shot, give them a chance. Estriel through the back is gonna be taken out there, fairly exposed at the top of Pride Rock. It does leave a moment here for Boston to actually have numbers on the point. They're gonna be good for this first tick potentially.
Yeah, it would be unbelievable if they could keep this play up. Just to try to, again, force Decimate to have to maybe consider chalking and rotating. Trophy system down. Snoopy on 3. Turned away. Double stack still in for Shawnee and Pentagram. Big win for Pentagram to open things up. B-Zone looking good now all of a sudden, but Noisy's double turns things around again. Sensor trying to find the trade. Trying to keep the play alive. Looks like the call, though, is going to be for him to keep his life. Try to contest these high ground ARs, but those are tough gunfights. And at least he's allowing Snoopy a chance to trade, and Boston continue on their way towards B.
Still very, very focused on getting this B zone. Just need one singular tick, but it feels like there's just members now getting behind them. You can see it, Bink, Noisy, starting to find themselves in good positions here to pick up kills on a Boston. Not the best stand we've seen from Sensor, as he's just trying to clear out the top of bar. But 18 seconds left. I mean, Boston gonna have to make a move. Sensor might look to go over to A here, but I mean, they're running out of options.
They're running out of options very quickly, mind you, as well. Nice little double from Shawnee. That should allow Snoopy to jump on, stop the clock. Help from Shawnee to stack. Only player that can contest this is Estro, and he's going the long way around. He's not going to get here in time. So the extra 60 seconds is in. Boston, a lifeline, and they're going to try to go all the way around the back, and Decimate will punish him for that rotation.
Yeah, that's really going to hurt. Pentagram needs to play his life. The dead silence has popped, so all of it's going to be unheard here from Decimate. Can he get a read on some of the members? They're going to spot him first. Aggressive chow, punished again from Bink. That entire play through the back has not worked out successfully so far for Boston Academy. Sensor going to give it another try, though.
I think the biggest thing here is Sensor's got a solid read that I could maybe get a couple of spawn kills, and that could turn things around for this offensive hit. Snoopy gets one from the front. Sensor along the back, doing his job well. Flames top tower can only do so much from this position. He needs help, and he's getting it in the form of his teammates spawning way away. So here we go. Flames knows he cannot sit top tower anymore. Shawnee denies. Trade in, though. Snoopy trying to hold his ground. Second tick of progress locked. Third, trying to be worked on. Snoopy still finding kills. Help around the back is looking good. Snoopy now for 3 in a row. Pentagram to join him. The stack is on. 9 plays 10. Stuns find some success. Snoopy by himself. Still slips away from Decimate's defense. Eventually, though, the kills come out and the defense regains.
30 seconds on the clock. Sensor trying to play his life, able to find Flames. Keeps the play alive here for Boston, and Pentagram puts together a second. It is once again mayhem on the 8 point. 4 lives playing up against 7. No respawns here for Boston, and they've just lost another.
Yeah, the problem is that third tick is fully depleted, so someone's going to have to absolutely pop off, and it's not looking likely. Pentagram stunned, taken care of, and Decimate will take a 3-0 in a control that was a lot tighter than the score may suggest.
Yeah, I mean, every single round came down to the final 14 seconds, and then there was a clutch capture or a clutch play just to get the final tick. I mean, a frustrating map to be sure for Boston, because it felt like they were playing it pretty well. You know, outside of maybe the round number 1, they were controlling it. They were doing really good on defense. Just a couple of those slip-ups there, right where you get near the end of that control, really going to hurt them. And now 2-1 advantage. Decimate still looking good on Ellasilo.
Yeah, man, and that's, I think, another one of those things that you kind of harken back to the Fortress hardpoint. When you have the ability to see those SMGs start to dominate space, turn that Boston defense or offense around completely, that's where things get really crazy on Ellasilo control. Something that we've seen very regularly from this Decimate team throughout this entire season, and it did make itself known once again here. And I think the biggest thing, we framed it up at the top of this map, it wasn't just that they were controlling space. They kept Shawnee uncomfortable throughout a lot of that map, which was a key to victory, I think, for this map mode combination in particular.
Yeah, just 15 and 18 there, so finally able to shut down the construction worker, but Snoopy was doing everything he could. He had a lot of just hero moments, it felt like, alongside Pentagram to keep a lot of those plays alive when they were making some of those offensive pushes, but just not enough in the end. On the other side, yeah. Bink, Noisy, great plays coming on through. Bink had a lot of key moments, I'll say. He was able to put together a couple of key multi-kills through the back, just shut down Boston from making any proactive plays like they were looking to do, exiting that zone. But overall, great stuff and a huge map for Decimate.
Yeah, big stuff through, and this is what the series layout now looks like. Hydro hardpoint looms. You already talked about it. This is not a bad map for Boston by any stretch of the imagination. They are 2-0 on it, and by average, they win it by 50 points. Thing about it is, Decimate haven't lost a hardpoint yet. So, you know, that's where things become like, okay, what the heck? Because on top of that, it's not just that Decimate haven't lost a hardpoint. They've played every map in the pool and won hardpoint. On average, they win by 70 points. These guys are filthy.
I mean, they're the best. They're the best at this game mode, you know, flat out. And you have to outplay them. You have to outslay them. And every single member is going to have to do it. I think if there was, you know, ever a time to call on, you know, Doug, this would be one of those maps to do so on a Hydro with an AR, right? You need that second AR firing if you're going to shut down players like Flames, you know, like Bink, who have already been putting on a stellar performance. You know, Shawnee can't do it all by himself. He needs help there creating space for Snoopy, because we've seen what happens. We've seen it even with like the old Boston roster with Kremp on it, right? Like he can find those moments where he can drop 40 kills on a Hydro, but he needs everyone there to support him in order to do so.
And it's the key of, like, the way that I like to think about it is not just like you need your ARs to start winning gunfights. They have to be lockdown ARs, like watching the long cut through mid-bridge. You have to be able to get kills and transmit information. Other opportunities, like being set up first and foremost, locking down a singular lane, make life difficult for the opponents that are trying to break through your setup to force them into the worst position possible. That all starts with the assault rifle. So I like that comm out of you for sure. We'll take a look to see what's going on. How about Hive Street Mob? They find themselves up 2-0 in this series, although they do find themselves also having lost the first opening offense on this Expo. Mock did not really quite get it going, 2-10 in his first round, as Hive will start to get their defense now moving through the B site first.
NRK team, very, very fun. Never count them out, and well, have to put together something special here in the Expo to keep the series going. Lunar's good for getting on the point here. Has been able to at least lock in that first segment. Second on the way. Dax got support here with the help of Rupert, trying to get an angle in, but will just contest. Won't stay on the point long enough. Second tick locked. And well, this play so far successful here for NRK.
Yeah, but the lockdown duo of Thresh and Rupert still stands tall to keep the A zone from being fully captured. Cruz. And towards B. Stops the clock a little while longer. Hive looking to make a rotation over, seeing if they can kind of control this from lobby side first. This is a bold rotation. Instead, decide to take their focus up top. Dak from the low ground. Nice shots. Helps Cruz out for one. Mock trying to clean things back up, but he's tagged, and Dak will just step back in towards the zone and keep this clock stalled.
You have Thresh still lingering in the back here, trying to find Lunars, who's also checking his corners. Will be shut down. Block, though, still paused. B going over. Thresh has done a good job of cutting off the reinforcements, but Cruz alongside Dak are just making plays inside of B.
Yeah.
Feel like that might just be the third tick. If Dak wins that gunfight, but Mock comes alive at a good moment. May have came in at 2 and 10, but that 3 spree does stop that final tick.
Yeah, problem is this is still looking like it's going to be an extra 60 seconds. There really wasn't enough help here from Hive Street Mob to get onto the zone, get a full setup, and then beyond that also deplete the progress that was already done. So NRK will get the extra 60. They are down 4 lives, but there isn't a full wrap on this A zone defensively. This is going to lead to NRK quickly getting on towards A, and they can just put it away right here.
Yeah, it feels that way. Lunar's going to jump on 2, helps out,
Wow.
and yeah, that's the beauty of kicking off, that first round, going for this zone. You get those first 2 ticks, and that's why I said it was successful. You don't get the full zone, sure, but you can just make a fast track over to B, and if you have clean exits on that B point, I mean, it is so easy to fly right over to this one. That's what they do. They stack. Very clean first round here on the attack.
That's the thing about it is, like, Hive kind of looked like they got a little stuck because there were some good kills coming out of Thresh and Rupert. They're probably thinking, hey, we could defend B. But in that call, they stretched maybe a little bit too much. Don't quite get the defense around the A zone. And now Hive, under threat of losing their first map, onto the offense. Heavy stack over towards the B side. NRK, looking to kind of control from top bar. Good opening frag from Mock. Deters that setup, and this is going to be a lot of early progress here at B.
Good shots, though. Lunars, trying to keep up with what we saw during the regular season. Crazy stat lines. Cruz alongside him. Good kills. And, well, that's 3 of the 4 down. Make it all 4 down. Thresh just coming out of spawn. Does win a critical gunfight to try to give some kind of movement forward here onto this B point. But he's got a lot of corners to check, and Gunsy's in a good position.
Yep. Doesn't get tagged by the stun, though, so awareness on where he's positioned may not matter, though. I mean, NRK are just flying forward. Hive Street Mob just kind of hoping that they can hold on to this A zone. Long-range shots from Lunars are good. Mock just completely distracted by the chairs and tables in front of him. And NRK's defense looking dominating as they are up 3 lives. Only 45 seconds remain in the round.
Mock still struggling a little bit. We saw that 3 spree in the previous round, but still 6 and 16. A little bit more production out of him. Gunsy now going to be the first one to drop, trying to get any kind of foot into this B point. Looks to be the goal, but it just feels like you eliminate one, there's another one somehow lingering in the back here in another corner that just cuts you down as you make the move in, and now down to about 25 seconds. Velux trying to keep the play alive.
So much work to be done, though, and you can already see off spawn. Hive Street Mob are worried about the defense coming around their back. So it's just on to Velux to hold on to the zone. Dak trying to cut over towards the top windows, but long-range shots versus Mock are not going to work out. Now the double stack is on. Looking good for the extra 60 seconds or Hive. And with that, the live's still relatively even, considering the domination that NRK had to start this defense off. Still a chance here for Hive to get a setup over towards A.
Clean exits now. Name of the game. Can't waste too much time, and any kills you get here are great. Gunsy going to be positioned all the way here in the back, and, well, Velux actually gets a read on it. Tags him up a little bit. Might be ready to take that chow. He'll give it a go. Has the support, and Rupert's good for the kill. So Gunsy now down, trying to open up this setup. Just have to figure out where the rest of the defenders are at.
This is just on Cruz. He just has to lock down this sauna position. Do not allow them to transfer over and break down the setup that Dak and Lunars has. But easier said than done for sure. 40 seconds on the clock. 1 life advantage for NRK. But Hive Street Mob have gotten out of the spawn trap, at least for now. Just comes down to, can they actually get a look at where this defense is positioned? Because at the moment, NRK are just going to use the control zone as the alarm system. No one's moving. Cruz for first blood. Lunar's on his cross. That will work out for the first 2 kills. And NRK, a convincing setup, even though Hive do have a chance to get a couple members onto the zone for now.
That's a beautiful crossfire, but still some of the members able to get through. Rupert had the last one up. Has to play his life, but he is overwhelmed. Dak is there for the kill with the help of Lunars, and now we're just a little bit too low on time. Hive Street Mob down to 14 seconds. Have to go. Have to find kills.
Lunars just getting a read on the play. Gunsy also trying to pepper out this play. Nades will flush him, though, out. It doesn't make a difference. NRK, as soon as the kills start to be known through the front, they deal with every single one of them. A 3-0 control for NRK to keep them alive in the series.
Heck of a way to win a control map, that's for sure. We joined in, and, well, we can see just how aggressive they were with that opening. Very, very nice attacking round. They make it look swift, and they now have a shot to start a reverse sweep heading into a hard point. But we also have this hard point on our hands. Decimate 2-1 up themselves, looking to put it away here on Hydro.
Boston looking to break, though, at the late stages of this drill hard point. Trades back and forth. Shawnee stepping away. It's just the ARs that are left for Boston. Good read by Noisy. Just shuts the door literally on Sensor. Stun will connect, but realistically speaking, no damage dealt here for Decimate as they will lock down the scrap time and look to have a chance to rotate. This is where the ARs for Boston need to lock things down. Cut off that mid-cross. Do not allow Decimate a chance to freely exit.
Have to try to keep them at bay for as long as possible. First kill is pretty clean. Pentagram just going to be able to give information over. Sensor, though, in one of those positions where he can lock things down. Gonna get some shots onto Flames. Gets a read on the bank, but falls off the top of the rock here. And does now allow Estro maybe to make a play through the front. It's Noisy has just opened up with a 2-piece here outside of the hill. That gives him now 3 in a row as he looks to take the high ground.
That, and it also wins the spawns for Decimate. Boston split, trying to come back in from the front. They're in the hard point for now. And that could lead to some success because Snoopy's one of the ones that are still inside the hard point itself. Estriel needs to finish his food. Not able to quite get the first elimination, but Flames to follow up. It's just down to Snoopy, and Flames will get the job done, finding the final 2 kills. And with that, Decimate will come away the victors of the scrap time as they rotate back over towards Bridge.
And Estriel has just found Pentagram, so Boston all going to spawn on this side of the map, and Flames is starting to run forward with the sub. We usually see it with the AR, but he can do it with the Vaznev as well. 4 in a row for Flames after what has been a pretty slow game here. But he has now picked it up 5 in a row. He's looking to keep it going, 1 off of the cruise.
He just keeps putting himself in untradeable positions. He knows that his job right here is just to make life hard for Boston. Do not allow them a free look in towards this hard point. But eventually, Sensor will get the kill. It does come at a very steep cost. The first 25 seconds, largely good for Decimate, but the backup for Boston looking good. Noisy looking for more than just the first. As the Vaznev off reload, split spawn situation. Watch out for number 1 in green. Bink is behind this play. Read, though, from Shawnee. A huge shutdown, and Boston continue to collect kills.
Oh, and Snoopy still trying to press forward, but they have to get through Flames, who's once again holding the line at the top of Dome. Ready to pick off some kills. They're going to jump up to him, and Flames, are you kidding? Just puts down Sensor, tucks him in, and sends him to bed. Another huge kill for him as he's really starting to get fired up.
Boston do at least get themselves a good amount of time in that back 35 seconds. Problem is, they're not finding a lot of success trying to get a look here at P2. Think off the regen. Flames looking to get aggressive. Denied. Nice shots from Nate. Pentagram for the double. That will open up an opportunity for Boston to try to work their way in towards the front. Well, actually, Bink already spawns out. So Boston, they may not know that they already blocked the spawns. Just comes down to, can they actually get the kills they need to break the hard point? Not looking good, but Pentagram's not done. Works his way back through, and that'll be enough for Boston to get in for a little bit of time.
Yeah, Pentagram is fighting here, and he's able to find another one. Takes out Estriel. Very nice trade. 4 in a row for him. Nate has broken this open. Still has to continue to fight, and Bink will be there for the trade. But Boston with the close spawn will be able to overwhelm. Will get there for the scrap time. A very close game. Just 10 seconds here through the differential of both teams. And now Shawnee swimming to the back. Wants to try to influence the spawns.
And Boston will be able to utilize this as a chance to at least block and hopefully find an exit. But now Shawnee's giving away his position. Surely Noisy will try to get this kill quickly. Did they know that he was being shot at from behind? Wait, he didn't get any hit markers, so no one's actually reading that Shawnee's behind this play, but late stun comes out. Noisy gets the kill. Think about it, is Shawnee created enough time and space for Boston to start working from the front. Break good for now. Decimate still spawning into the back. Estriel looking for a chance to open things up. Lives through the first stun for the first kill, and Boston still have numbers, and how about it? Sensor on 7 in a row. Keep Boston in the hill.
This is what I called for. Sensor needs to have a big game. He needs to step up, and he is doing exactly that. Vaznev in hand, can't put together 8, but that's just about all you needed to do here for Boston. Now again, have to contain them, and Pentagram says no problem. I'll contain 2, but Estriel still able to fly through, and oh my, the spawns have flipped. Decimate in a good position, but Snoopy is in the back.
Gets the first but not the second. Quick trade out for Decimate. You also saw there for a moment that there are 2 cruise missiles that are in play. 1 on either side. Decimate win the rotation. First 20 seconds looking good, but careful here. You've got Estriel and Noisy so far out from the hill that one kill from the front may flip these spawns around, but Flames feels the pressure, calls in the cruise missile, and that will alleviate the potential pain that was coming for Boston. Pentagram had already committed to the play through caves. That won't work out, and Decimate will regain the lead.
Decimate's blocking spawns. They're getting a lot of map control. Estriel is forcing gunfights through this mid-bridge area. This is not what you want if you're Boston. With 30 seconds left, I mean, you can't even really dedicate every single member to this hill because you have to make sure you don't let the spawns flip out. Streak comes through, finds nothing. Snoopy over the top, maybe does it all by himself.
Dude, what?
Snoopy! Oh my! Jumps off the top ropes and puts together a two-piece.
Oh, he just doesn't quite stay down, though. There is still the trade that comes out. But Decimate, I think we're going to feel pretty happy about the amount of progress they got on the hard point. And with that little spawn up, Boston will actually spawn out here. So even though it's an impressive moment for Snoopy, it doesn't quite go the way it's planned. And now Decimate will have a chance to put their final hold maybe together. Estriel trying to control through ruins. Pentagram in his way. Another player down low. I think this has been scouted out. Estriel, I think, has been known, but it doesn't make a difference. The kills are still in. Estriel finessing and gets a double. Shawnee the only one to collect the kill, but that's from the front where Boston will ultimately have to put together their maybe final chance.
That's a costly trade that doesn't come in here for Boston, and Estriel has finally figured out. Three-man hit from the front. Boston need to find a way to get inside this hard point. Snoopy looking for angles, shooting over the top, but the kills aren't all there. Noisy has just put together two. Fink follows up with a third, and Decimate can do it here.
Sure, looking good for it. Boston, a little split spawn situation. They are having a chance to get in from the back, though. Shawnee, nice kill as he tries to continue to turn things around. Snoopy on 8 HP just has to fight for his life, but a late Semtex will take him out of the play. 245, 201. Boston, a bit split again off these spawns, but Flames. Oh, wait, he actually kind of dunks himself down and surprises Pentagram, who was focused on the OBJ. Maybe if that kill comes out, there's a chance for Boston to contest, but no, not gonna happen. And Decimate stay perfect in the hard point. No one has beat them yet.
9-0 at hard points. It doesn't get any better than that. This team is here to show up in North American playoffs. They take out Boston 3-1. Just about everything that we call for comes through for Boston, but a couple of those late rotations, those spawn flips that come through on P3 and then P4 just really hurt their chances on getting any kind of a setup that they would ever want. And very, very tough stuff, but I mean, that's Hydro, and that's kind of the difficulty of making some of those decisions in the moment where it's like, do we hit this? This is a lot of time to give over, but will it cost us the spawns? In a lot of cases, it did for Boston.
Yeah, that's exact right, Com. I think especially on that last play from Snoopy that we saw over towards P4.
Yeah.
You're kind of fighting the war at two fronts when you decide to go play a 1v1 on old like that, because you lose it, it's kind of like whatever, because you're still going to spawn with your team. But if you win that 1v1, in that case, it was actually a 1v2, all of a sudden, you just tell your teammates, oh, wait, you're spawning with me now. So it's kind of a tough situation, ultimately, to kind of read. And again, in that moment, Snoopy's just thinking about, I have to stop them from getting time. So I can understand the play, obviously. But thing is, it does cost you on that rotation to get yourself to set up late and do a game that's already super tight. So, heck of an effort, but once again, this Decimate team, like you mentioned, 9-0 in hardpoint. And on average, they're still winning by about 60 points per map. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a stat line, man. I mean, it's got to be so insane, you know, to be a team like this that, you know, you can pretty much guarantee yourself at least one, but up to this point, it's been a guaranteed two. Have to imagine it's going to get harder and harder as they make this run through playoffs, especially through the upper bracket, but that is a team that is looking so good right now. And the thing is that it's not just hardpoint. They're looking good through just about everything. They get worked a bit on the Fortress, but they get the job done on the Ellasilo. Clean 3-1 victory here over Boston.
And, like, what a cool story because of this roster for Decimate.
Sure.
Like, Noisy really is the only one in the course of, like, the last, we'll say 3 years. I think we could be real generous and only say 2 years if you wanted to get real extreme with the example. He's been the most consistent player on this team of 4. When was the last time we saw back-to-back good years from Bink? I don't know. I don't think we ever had it. Same situation for like Flames. Estriel kind of newer into the scene as well. Those two guys were like duoed, grinding BO forward, even during the Modern Warfare 2019 year. I think Cold War was their first year that they actually were eligible to compete. But like Cold War and Vanguard, they didn't really make the biggest of waves. So it's just kind of strange to see how dominant this Decimate team is in Respawn, considering that the oldest player and the most consistent player on the team is Noisy. Like, not to throw any shade, that's incredible for Noisy, but it's just not often that we've ever been able to say that.
I know. No, it's facts. Like, Noisy, in my mind, has always been like that role player, right? Like the support player for the team. But he has really come into his own, it feels like, so far during Modern Warfare 2. Maybe more so at the end of Modern Warfare 2 because we're getting a different Noisy, but it's been special to say the least.
Well, we're going to take another replay action here on our secondary matchup, which Amit and M7, we saw the Embassy, how that finished off. M7 was down late, made a comeback to win 250 to 247. They're down here on Hotel, but the guy that saved Embassy looks like he may save Hotel as well. Proloot! Wait, off the reel? What? Dude, there's no way.
I guess there is a way, Alan. And, well, it probably doesn't end there. Maybe ends here for Omid on the restaurant point, but Proloot puts together another. That's the 6th spree. Phantom's desperate just to contest, and the trade is there. The Yeez and Gwyn keep the play alive here. Mohawk the last one up, and he finds 2. Money
again.
Mo. How about it, baby? Let's go.
I mean, dude, the Embassy hardpoint, it was Proloot who won a 1v2 situation to allow a chance for M7 to rotate over towards servers. It's Proloot again that takes down another 1v2. The last 2 contestants for Amit. M7 get back to the point, and that is going to be a map 5 affair. Now, the thing about it is M7 have only, of course, won the 2 hard points. They got smoked on map 2. It was a hotel search that Amit went 6-2 on. So they're going to have some work to do. That'll be an Ellasilo map 5 for them as we take a look to see if NRK Anarchy can pull off the reverse sweep here after a strong start from Hive Street Mob.
And looks pretty solid so far, at least on the Hotel. Have a position here to maybe come up with time on P2. Lunars and Crews together try to battle up Velux, but Velux does it by himself. Big moment here to try to keep Hive X Street Mob in the game with 30 seconds to go here on P2.
Yeah, and I will say for this Hive Street Mob team, by organization, they are your runners-up from Season 3. But Thresh and Rupert, the only 2 to persist on the roster. But boy, I'll tell you, Velux has found a way to not just be a significant influencer in the course of this Challenger season, but on this team in particular, it feels like he's really shining as we get near the end of the Modern Warfare 2 year. Mock working with Rupert on the inside of Kitchen as we're just about to open it up. Good kill, good elimination on the way in, and the only player left standing for NRK is Cruz, and he's going to have to wait to try to hold on to this freezer position.
Yeah, just waiting to get together. They don't have Lunar as a part of this play, and, well, Cruz able to at least get a 1-for-1. Rupert, however, has responded with a kill himself, and it's still going to keep NRK out of the point. And this play to the back is finally in. Lunars will be blocking and might have a chance to be able to pinch this up.
Yeah, I mean, really nobody from Hive is quite watching this, so if NRK can just hit this with the right timing, this should be a break. Dak gets 2 from the front. Velux still alive, trying to assist his teammates. 2v2 for the hard point, and now it's just down to Mako.
Wow.
Pops up, takes down the final 2, and Hive and Street Mob Gaming will hold on to the scrap time, and now the mad scramble ensues as we head back over to the other side of the map.
Yeah, we got ourselves a hard point now. NRK maybe starting to sweat a little bit. Have to find a clean transition over to the new hill. Try to zone out some of these members here from Hive X Street Mob as Velux pops the dead silence, looks to make his move and see if he can try to get something opened up in the back.
Good shutdown early from NRK. Over 220 they go. Dak trying to finish off Mock, but doesn't get the kill. Players will spawn nearby him. This is a 3-man hit around the back. Gunzy surprised by Velux, who would need to do more. And with a little bit of help, the pinch is now all of a sudden on. Good prediction from Velux. Oh, what a smoke show. It stops at 236. Hive for the break are over 200.
Oh, Velux again. These impactful multi-kills just come in at the perfect timing. Dak now up top, trying to see if he can create an opening. Rupert there to shut him down. And now numbers may be looking good enough for Hive X Street Mob to hold on to some of this time. Try to force a new hill, and Velux now 1 kill also off of earning the streak.
Oh boy, Rupert shuts down the play through mid. Bar's still open for 12 seconds. Rupert trying to contest a little while longer. Not going to be able to, but NRK cannot win here. They will just be really darn close. And Velux is going to be really careful about the timing of which he wants to maybe pull out this cruise missile, because if you get caught in the tablet while the hit's on the way, you could just be dead meat. So here comes the play. NRK looking to pinch this from both sides at the same time. Dak tries to keep this front side alive while the back play is on the way in. Dak, though, going to be contested. Velux still holding on. He's now on 7. Turns his attention for number 8. Velux keeps it going, and Hive a chance to take the lead.
Oh, Velux, can he find number 8? No, he is shut down. Lunars is there for 2. Lunars there for the 3rd. And that should do it. Maybe an attempt, but no, can't get there in time. NRK Anarchy. The reverse sweep is still very much alive.
Oh, what a set of matches we've had so far. Map 5's pretty much all over the place, except for our series, I think. Everyone else went map 5. So M7 in a minute will go to an Ellasilo search. Hive and NRK will go to an Ellasilo search as well. And then Orbit and Convoy are going to be on an Embassy search, which I believe that Hive NRK and that Orbit Convoy game are both being covered over on the We Are Clutch GG channel. So we'll take our focus to the M7 and Omit game. And you can see how the map 5s have fared so far. This is what has really been kind of the thorn in the side for M7 in a couple of really key series for them during the group phase.
Pretty telling moment here. If you get it, now, it's going to give you a really good chance to the rest of playoffs, but could plague you if you don't. Rolu, we've seen him in this position a little too many times, but Gwyn, now about it. Snaps onto Neptune, and now all down to Spart for a 1 versus 3. Has a shot maybe onto Gwyn, and he will find him. Looks like he's able to reset. The problem, though, getting a little bit low on time.
Yeah, that is really the biggest issue. And he's also going to have to work into this with just the trophy system as his field upgrade. Bomb collected. Purge up top. Doesn't quite see him on the initial cross. So he's going to double check it, and that will be all that's needed. Amit gets the round win. M7 just completely pinned up down low by the look of it, allowing Amit to get around the back and just completely overtake that A site.
It's a good moment there from Gwyn as well. I mean, if they trade him out cleanly, you have to imagine they probably get a bomb plant down. Spart's able to play up top here potentially. You can look for a clutch position, but not the case. Huge TPs, and well, that's something we've said a lot throughout this year when we talk about Gwyn, especially in Search and Destroy. He delivers in a lot of key moments. Another great one there. Omid ahead by 1.
Yep. What do you do offensively here? This M7 team has been kind of, I would say, caught between 2 different identities when it comes to Search. You know what Neptune wants to do. He wants to get aggressive. Perlit's going to work with him right on this A site. He's up top, just waiting for contact in it. They may just wait to see if Purge can get even further through over towards B. Thing is, Spart is on that deep cross, the one that should be making contact if he does try to sneak into this B site.
You got to get a read on Spart, unless he decides to hold and eventually gets the sound cue, but you feel like this one's going to be pretty hard-pressed to pull off without some big play happening through the back. And now Neptune has just found ease. The patience will pay off for Purge, but he's now isolated in the back. Going to call for the dead silence pop. See if he can try to find another.
Well, timing here on the Mohawk is going to almost not work out. Mohawk got a lot of them there on that gunfight. The Purge does take it to a 2v2. From a 2v4 situation. Clock an issue. Purge running quickly, trying to use as much of this dead silence as possible, but Prolute catches him lurking through billiards. Timmy Phantoms, last one left. Pops the door open. Neptune there waiting for him. And M7 respond to keep us tied at 2.
Yeah, it's a really good look, but once again, it's kind of M7 winning it on the engagements through mid. You can see where Purge was at, though. He had an idea of where Spart would likely be kind of positioned at through the back. Gets a read on it. Eventually comes to him, but not able to kind of turn that into more even after finding Mohawk. Good attempt. Not going to work out. M7, I mean, that is a critical round, right? 3-1 compared to 2-2. Good to stay in it. Neptune's also been great here so far. Yep. A lot of great gunfights for him as he's on 3 in a row heading into round 5.
You could always expect consistency from Neptune in the Search, without question. Every time we've seen him drop back down between CDL and Challengers, he's always been able to turn heads in the Search and Destroy. Stunts, nades being exchanged from both teams' high grounds. M7, Prolute with the bomb, looking to possibly encroach on towards A. A little look by Prolute. Careful. And, well, with that, Byron will get out of there, and we'll stay 4v4.
Neptune also a little bit tagged here, so sub-duo down low for M7, trying to work into the site at A, but Gwyn ready for him alongside Yeez. This round very well is going to come down to what the SMGs do, who opens up, who finds trades. Door's going to open again.
Dude.
Gwyn is spotted. Neptune finds him, and now Yeez left alone.
I love that from M7. That is all about seeing if anyone's going to be laying prone on either side of that closed doorway. Don't fight through those bunks. Don't fight on the backside door. Just try to see if you can pick someone off early. It works out. M7 now controlling the map, getting around the backside of the high ground. Yeez trapped, not anywhere to go. Phantom's looking to go quickly, needs a double up in. Well, he was thinking about the second before finishing the first, and M7 will win back-to-back rounds, taking their first lead.
Yeah, and like I said, right, it comes down to what the sub-duo does on Ellasilo. It feels like that has just kind of been the trend all year long, especially with this down of scope and play. But you said it, man. Just a nice little bait and switch, open the door, work the angles, figure out what we're working with, and then find that kill on Gwyn as she's just laying on his belly. Headshots easily come through there with the engagement. Huge round. Spart follows it up with a nice flank as he now goes on 3 in a row, and M7 putting together some rounds back-to-back.
Yep. Time for Amit to consider possibly a change here. Last offense, they try to sneak Purge in towards B. This time, eyes towards A. 3-man stack up close. Yeez with dead silence and the bomb. What does he think he can get away with? Neptune playing the side of Checker's door. He's got a little bit of help from Mohawk. Do they try to maybe do a little bit of a, hey, I'll open, you look, type of push through? It would be a greedy call as Amit continue to kind of hold the brakes and see if Purge can get to work cleaning out kegs.
Spark should have got info here. Purge gonna bang open the door as the door slams into his face, but he's good for the kill. Meanwhile, kill goes through on the other side of the map. 3 versus 3.
Bro.
Neptune gonna follow this up with speed. No hesitation. Tries to go for another, and Spart there for 2. M7 starting to clean him up.
We didn't really get a good look at it, but Neptune, he doesn't just get that second kill. He stopped Prolute from getting in. Or pardon me, he stopped whoever the bomb carrier was from jumping in initially. I think it was Yeez who may have been up in front of him. And then he gets out. That's the thing, is he uses that position that Mohawk is watching from top statue, or pardon me, from top tower, gets out of the play, re-wraps back along the side, and that leads to M7 still defending the A site, even though there was that nice little route by Purge to get an early trade to get us to a 3v3. So M7 and Neptune continue to just overwhelm the Submit team, whether it be from the defensive setups or in that particular instance, shutting down the attempts for an opening attack. Mohawk first blood. Prolute jumps right in, denies Gwyn over the top of the couch, and Phantoms will just be sitting here playing observer while the bomb likely gets planted.
Yeah, bomb should go down. He's just trying to work an angle in, but you can even see the pre-fire, I think, on the other side of the map there. Not going to be able to find Prolute. Nade very well could, but now it's all down to Yeez. Yeez has done some very spectacular things so far in Modern Warfare 2. This would be another one to tally up.
Stun hitting on him is the worst possible thing that could happen, because now you've got players just watching in the corners. Although, Yeez does get a kill for free. The trade did not come out. Mohawk still thinking he can just surprise him in that corner, and yep, he would be correct in thinking that. 4-2, now 5-2, M7. That's what, 4 rounds in a row for them?
Yeah, they're putting together a lot of rounds, and it feels like a lot of it's happening right through the bottom of the map, right? Like, usually we're used to seeing, like, teams switch it up on Ellasilos, maybe throw a bit of a flank play in, some kind of a route through the outskirts. A lot of these battles have all just been taking place inside, and that's what's been dictating a lot of these rounds. And, well, M7, they've been coming out on top in just about all of them. The last 4 have been great. 10-5 now for Neptune as he continues to build the kills up.
Yeah, he's just so hard to keep track of. Purge looking to get maybe aggressive here through B alley. He's got a little bit of assistance from Phantoms. Thing is, once Purge gets to the side door, things become a little bit more difficult to manage. But the thing is, he stayed alive and stayed concealed away from Neptune, who's trying to make almost the exact same play happen on the other side. There's the information. Oh, and both players are on the hunt now. Yeez, Gwyn come out favorably in the trades. Into a 3v2 situation for Amit's offense, but they still have not had a chance to get the bomb in towards A. Prolute trying to contest, but he decides instead to value his life, and Yeez will step on for the planet A.
It's a very scary spot, though. Both players are positioned inside of the site. Not going to have any information, and, well, Spart's going to maybe start to figure it out. Shots coming through, all up to Spark, and now this round looks to be solid. Not even the kill on the bomb planter. Very nicely done. Omen able to stay alive.
Yeah, huge. So much work to be done, though. That's the thing. And even in that round, you know, there's moments where it's just, you could almost feel the panic because of the aggression from M7 around the back. The thing that's different is that Amit just come away favorably with the trades right off the rip, because both teams are looking for aggression on the opposite sides of the map, at least in some regard. So what do you call here if you're Amit? I mean, defensively speaking, I think it'd be really easy to say, let's just play a default, play passive, see if we can get a read on M7. But at the same rate, with how much Purge has tried to be proactive, do you try to just get him forward and to blow up around single-handedly?
Feels like it would be a good call. He's been that guy so far. Nades coming through. M7 putting a lot of focus here. Try to get through this right lane. And Frollo will get pushed up. What a gunfight! Just obliterates Purge in the 1 versus 1. Gwyn now feels pressed to try to make up for it and make a play himself. He's caught out of position. And Omen, they have crumbled under the pressure.
Yeah, that's so tough when you're down at this tally on the scoreboard. You're trying to get a little bit of a poke and prod, feel out where M7 are, and then try to take them by surprise. But the problem is M7 had so many rounds to play with. They're the ones who get aggressive, and that 1v1 outside, that probably wins the round right there. Both Vaznev players, both at range. Just a little bit of who's better. And Neptune finishes off for a 13-6 KD with that final set of shots. And M7 will send Amit down to the lower bracket with that map 5 winner.
Yeah, I'm gonna take another run through the lower bracket here for Omen to try to make some magic happen through our final playoffs here. But man, I mean, that's just incredible. But that's why we always praise all 4 of those players on that roster, isn't it? Even when they only have like a 3-2 season, or maybe don't look the strongest, I feel like you never count a team like that out. Even when they're 0-2 in map 5s, man, they can turn it on at any given moment.
Yeah,
that's another great example of it right there, as they put together so many rounds in a row just to take over completely.
Yeah, it's just, dude, jeez Louise, man. I mean, every single one of these teams that's left are so freaking good. Just flat out. Like, flat out. I can be honest. I think Europe, we've got 3 teams that are really good and the rest that are okay. But all 8 of these teams in North America, I think, have a chance to win. So here's a look back at how this series went. We only had a couple of glimpses and pictures in towards how this one was going, but a lot of it came with M7 just being heroes in the hard points, because Amit was up with a chance to win the Embassy hardpoint. That could have, and I think ultimately one decision away from should have been a 3-0, with that late hit for Scrap on P2 kept them limited on an attempt to get over towards P3. M7 take the heroic comeback. Similar situation on the hotel hardpoint. They were down like 200 to 220. Still made that late comeback happen. And we go into our third matchup here. NRK looking for the reverse sweep against Hive Street Mob in a map 5 situation where they're already up 1. Lunar's opening snipe, though, not going to connect, and we stay 4v4.
Lunar's going to be looking for maybe that nade kill as well, but just going to find a tag. Going to reposition with the scope. Still all 4 members very alive for both sides. Lunar's going to be making a lot of noise, and you can start to see at least Hive Street Mob working into that site, just trying to search for a little information. Gunzy, though, going to slam the door right back in their face and try to force the gunfight straight up.
Gunzy's still trying to keep his life. He is by himself inside the site. If he could go 1 for 1, that would be incredible. Hold on a second. He gets the kill, keeps his life. Crew's there to assist, and NRK walk away the victor of the first 2 kills. Bomb down. Cruz going quickly with the dead silence. Could just win the round right here. Last player in his way would be Mock. Mock, ooh, nearly found a second. Dak watching the open window, no worries there, and NRK will sustain their numbers for a 2-0 edge early.
And so much of this map just comes down to what the subs do on the site. Like, I just got done talking about it in the last Ellasilo. There's another great moment right there from Gunzy. A 1v2 does get help from Cruz a couple seconds after he finds the first kill, but to be able to play his life and finesse his positioning around the bomb was just beautiful. Buys more than enough time. And with that, Dak now 4-0, has a chance maybe to earn a cruise missile here coming into these future rounds.
So for Hive Street Mob, what do you do to get into this search quickly? Cruz. Pistol out. Pops the door, looking for some action. He may get it. Yeah, Reaper's right there to meet him. That's enough for Cruz, apparently. Solid read, though, knowing that you've got a player forward in towards soccer. That could influence NRK to maybe try to go to A quick here.
Rupert wants to follow up with this play. See if he can actually get Cruz, and he
Wow.
will. He'll go sniffing around, and he's able to draw first blood. So that's going to hurt a little bit of Anarchy's idea around the site. Does force them into it. And Dak wants to try to get the bomb down, and it looks like it will be planted safely.
Lunar's trying to watch over this, sniping the high ground. Dak inside, holding the plant. And Velux has scouted all the information that Hive Street Mod know in order to play for this retake. Pistol out, Lunar's good damage. Tries to close the door, but Rupert still wins the elimination. Now on to Dak. Trying to get some assistance from Gunzy. Oh my goodness, Gunzy goes prone, surprises Rupert. And now just like that, we go from a 2v4 to a 1v2. Velux, clock working against him. No dead silence. Gunzy just allowing some space to come through, knowing that Dak can be the contact needed to secure the round, and Velux is not going to have a chance for the defuse. What a play from Gunzy and Dak individually.
And I don't know if that was one of those dead silence pops into hip fires or what, but that was a ridiculous second kill. A kill you feel like shouldn't have happened, but Gunzy makes it happen. And yeah, that two-piece is everything. Dak plays his life in the corner on the site, wins his 1v1. And Velux, I mean, not much he can do with 20 seconds left. Also doesn't want to feed that final kill to Dak there to make sure he doesn't have the cruise missile coming into round 4.
Man. So a 3-0 start for NRK. A huge 2v4 to play the mind games with Hive, who now all of a sudden are going to be feeling like they have to take a win somewhere. Dak has got tower control. You see the angle on the snipe from Lunars. Gunzy's still playing just on top of the bomb, and Hive Street have not given away any information as of yet, opting to play this one a little bit slower.
Look at this position from Dak, though. If they decide to fly out here, yeah, I mean, Dak almost loses it, but it's fine. He gets the streak. That was really all he was playing that position for. Just trying to get a freebie. Streak is earned. Information gifted over to NRK, but
Wow.
kills still coming through. Huge gunfight there on the cruise through that B site. And now a little bit of a wrap around here. Might give them an option to go to either A or B.
Yeah, the Lunars just does not have an option to play inside of A. So Gunzy, once again, is going to be by his lonesome. He's feeling the pressure, pops the dead silence, and will exit the A zone. Velux, little wrap around the world. Lunars, wow, actually gets a hit marker onto Velux, puts him down to 2 HP, but doesn't secure the kill. So now it's just down to Gunzy. 1v3 situation, stun over the top of the bomb site. Does not land. Bomb planted. Gunzy still in the dead silence. Tries to pop open and just doesn't check. His left Hive will find the kill and use that as a chance to get on the board.
Yeah, they get on the board, but NRK, I think, really get what they were after. That was the streak. Sure, they lose the round, but you have to imagine they'll get one back with the cruise missile, hopefully, in the future. However, really good attempt from Gunzy. Almost gets himself into a position where he forces a 1v1. That wrap through, good call, great strat. Go right to that B site. Unfortunate hit marker maybe comes through, but Velux will take full advantage of it to make sure he gets himself on the board there.
So at what point now, with an early cruise missile, if you're NRK, do you try to use this to maybe put this out of reach a little bit here? Do you want the extra cushion, go up 4-1? Or do you want to save it as maybe an insurance policy in case Hive start to work their way back in? And we're going to get the former. Cruise missile called in. Here comes the play, quickly over towards B. Velux is defending from inside the site. Oh, and a key 1v1. Rupert just pushes outside, doesn't care about the cruise missile. He says, I know you're using this towards B. I'll just wrap the other side. And with that, now NRK, they're stuck inside of soccer. They don't have an exit.
Yeah, they don't. They're going to have to go through very quickly here because you can see it. Rupert on the minimap. He's going to get a lot of info, but how about that gunfight? Cruz maybe keeps it alive. Lunars does drop in the process, and that will turn us into a little 3 versus 2. Both members going to group up here side by side, but now low on time, 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and how much has Mock heard? That's the real question. It looks like he's actually maybe scouted out some of this information because Thresh is quickly rotated outside of B. Rupert's also rotating in towards the side door. Shots through the doorway closed on the site. Do tag Cruz. Stun also connects. And the frag just bounces its way in. Rupert on for the potential ace. Gunzy again. 1v3. Shots good. Finds the kill. Steps away. But he's tagged down low. He knows he's going to have to check this again. Maybe saw Mock on the cross. Checks the bomb. No one here. Where's Rupert? Where's Mock? Why are they taking so long? Gunzy's gonna run out of dead silence. Mock on the cross. Shots are in. Stun goes out, but Rupert gets all 4 and will leave the defuse to Mock.
Oh man, those are almost like 2 back-to-back 1v3 clutches coming through for Gunzy. I think he thought the other player was on his left side as well, so he was just holding the cross, hoping to win that first battle, throw the stun out, and then fly at the bomb. You can see where he was at, but Rupert gets there in just the nick of time for the defuse, man. And now that's going to sting, right? That was the investment in the cruise missile in that previous round. You no longer have that. You've lost it. Back-to-back rounds have come through for HiVex Street Mob. They are right back in this, and they've got rid of the streak.
Yep. And that's just such a heads-up play again. Like, I don't think we've seen many players try to do something quite like that in the face of a streak, saying, okay, well, we know that you're throwing this over towards B. I'm just going to wait till it's already halfway down and then run. And either you see the information, you hit the panic button, or you don't see it at all, and the first bloods are good. Speaking of, Cruz gets the kill on Rupert. That will be enough for NRK as they will back off, hold their numbers, and go into a 4v3 defense.
Keep HiVex Street Mob guessing a little bit. Are they still here? Are they down low? It's going to force them to clear out a lot more than they typically would. Information there, I think, for Thresh. Maybe not. Doesn't stare at it, but we'll see what he decides to do. Might be looking to tussle here through that outskirts and that long-range battle, potentially versus Lunars. But now half the clock gone. Bomb's still in their possession. A feels like it's going to be the target, but who's going to be the first one to go?
Yeah, that's the real question, isn't it? That sound's going to be earned. Thresh just trying to see if he can clear anything out up top. No one's home, though. 30 seconds to go. Gunzy down low in kegs. Likely going to stay safe here, by the way. A lot of nades have already been thrown. Thresh thinking about checking this, but he can only clear so much. Runs right past him. And Gunzy may have seen this. Sure looks that way. Changes the angle, finds the kill, gets out of there. 4v2.
No time. No time here for Mock. He might be able to grab a kill or two, but no shot. He's winning this round. NRK, man. That is beautifully done. I love that little strat, you know, through the outskirts, just up top. Find that quick kill, back up, and you could really feel the pressure, right? All 3 of those members that were left there for HiVex Street Mob just really bunkered up, and we're hoping for a gunfight really to come into them.
Yep.
Until they eventually, you know, had their hands forced, had to make a move, and well, Gunzy just laying down in the perfect position yet again.
Yeah, I like to call that measured aggression, where you're only going to go so far, and you're only going to accomplish one thing. Get that first blood, get out of there, play the rest of the round in a normal 4v3. And then Gunzy just, with that, again, extra man advantage, just feels like he's going to be safe enough to play an off angle down low by kegs, and how big that was to allow NRK a chance to really lock in the round defensively. So 4-2 the count. Cruz back over towards this outside building. Shots were sent his way by Thresh, but NRK not really looking to threaten too much outside towards B. It's nades on opposite corner of this back middle position at A, and that's going to be enough for Gunzy just to jump in, see no one home at the A zone, and play for an early plant.
Oh, yeah, it goes down right away. Rupert trying to play for that exit. Should be able to give his teammates the information that Gunzy is playing on site. But it's where the other 3 members are located at, trying to protect Gunzy. Early tanks come through. Gunzy! How? How does he win that? How? But it turns into a 3v2 out with 25 seconds left.
Oh, they're still getting isolation, though. Dak's going to fall. We go to a 2v2. Clock going to be the biggest issue, especially considering that Lunars is up top in the post-plant clutch position. Spam comes out, though, and all of a sudden, now you're known. Velox pops the door open. Shot's good for Lunars. Follow up, and the 1v2 is good. Hive were looking for the quick isolation and the quick kill, but Lunar says not interested. And NRK a round away from securing the reverse sweep.
Clutch play after clutch play coming through for NRK Anarchy at the moment. Gunzy shows us the first glimpse of it there in the 1 versus 1. Looked like that was an impossible gunfight. Tagged down to about half HP, finesses the bomb. And then how about Lunars at the end? Clutch position, gets a read in the back, puts together the chow for the 2-piece. Anarchy, they look like they are ready to win this, and they could do it here.
Sure could. Hive in a very problematic position. Looking to take an aggressive approach. Topside office. Cruz does get taken down. Good nades coming out for Hive, but do they get a read that there's a second player? Dak was down low. He's going to get 1 of the eliminations, back off, and go to an early 3v3 where the defense is going to work around the outside of this offensive play through the outer areas at A.
Oh, if this takes too long to unfold, It could get a little bit scary, but doesn't look like they've spotted it just yet. You can kind of see up top Gunzy looking for footsteps, looking for information. It's a matter of can he put something together. But now, player on the site, it's Thresh. He is there, but he is going to be met by Lunar's potential.
Yeah.
Who could catch him off the bomb.
Lunars is checking for it. Oh, wait, no. He doesn't quite see him. Footstep sounds heard by Thresh. He stops from the early plant. And now Lunar's position is known. Shut down by Thresh. Gunzy up top, also read by Mock. And Hive look good to stay alive as the bomb gets planted at B.
Oh, and Dak, I mean, he was playing on the other side. He had already gotten through, hoping that they would maybe come back to A. Tough spot to be sure. We'll get a read on Mock, turns it into a 1 versus 2. Dead Silence just about here, and now has an AR to play with in his back pocket. This is doable, but he's got to get a read on the player on his right.
Yeah, that's the big one. The one player sitting inside of Tools. Doors open. Dak doesn't check it. Chance for a turn. Velux just holding down the trigger. As they go round and round. Dak killing. Hold on. Still maybe a chance, but the possession from Thresh just knows. He's got the time. No worries. But boy, heck of an attempt for the 1v3. But Hive, see another round.
Yeah, not just the time, but also the tree. I don't think I've ever noticed this tree, by the way. I don't think I've ever really seen anyone finesse it, but Thresh is just right behind it, perfectly blocked. No line of sight, going to be able to see him there from the site. And he pops out for the easy kill. So still alive here as Hive-X Street Mob. But what are they going to do differently, it feels like, on the defense? That's where Anarchy have really been picking them apart, have been making a lot of aggressive plays through this A site led by Gunzy. We'll see if it continues, or if they're going to try to change it up themselves here coming into what could be the closeout round.
Yep. And Anarchy have shown us a lot of different looks. So there's a lot of things that Hive will have to consider on this defense, but Ruper's just going to go straight aggressive. Dak is behind this, but they don't see him, they don't hear him, and oh boy, Ruper can win the round by himself. No one is even prepared for this. Cruz will drop, but Ruper does kind of self-isolate himself here in this back green building due to that elimination. And it's just the question of, does NRK want to wait for the chance to get the kill or push forward? They will do the former and take it to a 3v3, 45 seconds on the clock.
I think it does is at least slows down a bit of this offensive pressure coming to you for NRK, but they should be good to regroup here momentarily. Try to create some kind of an offensive play, maybe on A. Dead Silence pop for Gunzy. He is ready to go. If Thresh pops up at a good moment, he could almost just about shut it down. And now Velux. He's also made it through the back here. This could be bad news bears for NRK. Will they get a read on this? No, they will not. Lunar's down.
But the bomb does get planted. Oh, but Dak now the last one left. Be a 1v3. Dead Silence earn. Pops it, gets out of there. Tries to go high ground on the defensive side. Does not have a look at the bomb. We'll have to check it. No one home. Turns around. Dead Silence. Oh my goodness, the hip fire is perfect. Mock drops. 2 HP for Dak. Velux is not in a position to trade, nor try to put the early toggle on the defuse. So Dak will clear it once again. Velux has to go. Dak runs out of his Dead Silence. Both players moving slowly. Here's the next check, but Velux has hopped it. Dak's going to get the read and the kill. A 1v3 for the reverse sweep, sending Hive down to the lower bracket.
Gunzy got close to a couple 1v3s to close it, but this one certainly takes the cake. He gets it done. Dak with the unbelievable hip fire there as well onto the second member. I think it was Mock. All those hip fire shots just connected onto his head. Obliterates him up close. A frustrating one to be sure. Hive-X Street Mob, I mean, they stuck with it, but NRK started to pull ahead a little bit, started to put some rounds together, and it felt like it was just clutch play after clutch play. And even to end it, it's another clutch play here for NRK.
No other way about it. Sometimes you just got the sauce. And Anarchy put together the reverse sweep, getting into the upper semifinals, sending Hive down to the lower bracket, which is where our broadcast coverage will be going next. Again, just a recap of the results. M7 took a map 5 winner versus Omit. Decimate took the 3-1 winner onto Boston Academy. Convoy map 5 winner versus Orbit. And then right there, the map 5 win and the reverse sweep for NRK over Hive. So our winner semifinal matchup, NRK and Convoy, Decimate, M7. Ho-ho, rematches on both sides. And in the lower bracket, it's Last Chance Saloon. How important these challengers' points are not just for things like Toronto seeding or LCQ seeding, but it could put you in a position to qualify for champs off the regional leaderboard. Getting through this top 8 is crucial for it. Here is that lower bracket, and our next matches to happen on broadcast. We've got Hive and Orbit. They will be playing on the We Are Clutch GG stream. We're going to get another taste of the Boston Academy roster as they square up versus Amit in the must-win matchup.
That's going to be a fun one, man. I mean, both of those squads known for making lower bracket runs. We've seen it just about this entire year with Boston Academy, right? Omit, they do a similar thing through that last season as well through playoffs. So both these guys, I mean, known for it, but only one of them is going to be able to continue.
Well, we'll see. We're getting everything set up. The vetoes, I believe, are just about fully done and in. We're not too far away from lower round 1 action. Amit, Boston Academy, coming up at the backside of the break. action here in North America to kick off our winners round 1 of the playoffs in season 4 of Challengers Elite. But now it's time to put up or shut up, at least for now. We got lots of action still to come. Toronto, LCQ, finals, all that stuff. But for season 4, this is where the line starts to be drawn. We go down to the lower bracket, and our first matchup, and our featured matchup here, I should say, is going to be Amit taking on Boston Academy. The We Are Clutch GG team will take on the Hive matchup versus Orbit if you're looking for that coverage. Austin, I don't know what else to say besides these two teams are just about as tight as you could figure. I don't know how to pick a favorite in this one because both these two squads have looked real fierce, not just today, but also through the group stage.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Like, both have looked really good. I didn't expect Omit maybe to drop down this early, but, here we are. And now they have a big task because Boston, have shown us that they're not easy to put away, but, do need to step up in a couple different game modes. However, this is, massive. Points on the line, being able to make any kind of a run to build confidence going forward. A lot rides on this round 1 matchup here in the lower bracket.
Yep. So here is your Amit roster as we get ready to see them on stream. Of course, a lot of familiar names, not just because they've, players like Phantoms and Yeez have been around for so long, but Gwyn picked up to Seattle. You had a lot of praise to send his way early on in this group stage, rightfully so. And Purge, who's had a breakout year, continues to impress. So this Amit roster, definitely not one to be trifled with, but another one that also kind of combines some more experienced vets with some up-and-coming promising talent. And it's led to a lot of success for them up until this point.
Yeah, it's been a great team, I think, to say the least. This squad has definitely been able to shock a lot of people and, have been able to make a hell of a run throughout last playoffs as well, just falling short there. But overall, this is definitely a team I think you always have to look out for. Austin, on the other hand, a team I'm sure just about everybody in Challengers should be familiar with now, as we know these guys, of course, Censor, Shani, Pentagram, and Snoopy. Snoopy, the newest addition to the roster, and this team, when they're on, they get hot, Alan, and they're very scary.
Absolutely. The problem is their first matchup today played up against that Decimate team that had not dropped a hardpoint, and that continued to be the case throughout that series. So Boston looking to try to find a way to win one of those opening hardpoints or some sort of combination of the 1 and the 4 as we get to look at where the strengths lie between these two squads, who, you got to remember, they came out of the same group, so they had played each other once before. Amit took both Search and Destroys, though, very comfortably, and that's why that 83% Search and Destroy win percentage is real menacing if you're Boston on the other side.
Yeah, that's going to be a really significant problem for them because even when we look at Boston, they've only really been good on one map, right? The Fortress S&D is where they found a lot of their wins when it comes down to S&D, so that could be a massive problem for them. And while the other bad news is that, with hardpoint, Omen, just about as good, 80% when it comes down to this game mode. S&Ds and hardpoints, they're just about always winning them.
Yep, it's really just the control that has been their weak point throughout the group stage, and it led to some map 5s, one of which they won, one of which they lost. Of course, the one that they won was against this Boston Academy team. So a little bit of history, and it is I won't say ancient history, but it's a long history because these two teams had played each other way back on the first day of the group stage. Looking at how some of the players, though, are looking to pop off, of course, after what we just saw, it just has to be Snoopy highlighted on one side. But this is kind of a battle between up-and-coming, promising young SMGs, because Purge, like we had mentioned kind of briefly in the roster breakdown, he's been great and had a great previous series.
Yeah, I think this has been the best year period for Purge, right? We've seen him around for a little bit. He came up in the S&D scene as well, alongside Mohawk and a lot of those names. But he's finally, starting to hit form. It feels like in the respawns, and that is huge. We just saw what Purge was able to do in that last series. Just about put them over the top. But on the other side, you said it. Snoopy, he's got the most crack movement right now in Challenges, surely, right?
Yeah, surely. At this point in time, I think it's going to be one of those things for Snoopy. It's just like, just wait till the next CDL season starts and you'll be there. I think it's just one of those things that you can tell there's something different about him. But Purge will have to try to match up to him in a face-to-face gunfight to see how things go. Over, though, in the map series layout, what do we have in front of us? Embassy, Fortress, Ellasilo, Fortress back in the mix again. And, kind of comparing this to the first time they played, very similar setup. The only thing that's different is the control. It was Hotel last time. It's Ellasilo this time. Otherwise, the other 4 maps are the exact same maps in the exact same place when they played before.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, in all fairness, it feels like Boston has always played a lot of these teams very, very close. You know, even when they're losing some of those hard points, we saw it in the last series, they're losing by about 40, 50 points. So can they get over the top? Can they take down this Omen roster and stay alive here in playoffs, man? I am so ready to get into this one, Alan.
Urge good for the opening kill. Also a little bit of help to clear Pentagram off the site. It was a 250 to 122 game when they had played here way back on the first matchup in groups. So can Boston find a way to try to recover, clean up the hard point that eluded them in their matchup versus Decimate? So far, I will say this has been pretty solid. Good opening time. They did have at least an initial look to try to rotate over towards parking, but as Shawnee locks down another kill, the next effort starts to unfold as Boston try to make a play around the back.
Making a play through the back. Gwyn's going to be able to shut down sensors, so we'll stop one of the ARs from getting through, but still more work to be done. You can take a look at least at the office. Snoopy's trying to make some moves. Probably has the SMG in hand, so going to be hard-pressed to do so, but the movement good enough to stay away from the nade. Will be taken out eventually from Yeeves, and the back will stay safe.
Yep. Just comes down to can you lock it in? Purge. Tested by Pentagram, no worries. Shawnee not quite on an angle to get the trade. Sensor working with them, and then Snoopy wins through the middle of the lane. So now it's just on Gwyn. Last one left. Oh, great shots from Shawnee over the top of the heady. And Boston will get their break in the first 20 seconds, and Amit only have 7 seconds worth of time. Looking good for Boston early. Shawnee on 5 in a row.
Yeah, Shawnee hasn't even died yet. How about that for the opening hill and a half here? And might be good to try to bring home the second half. Purge, though, finally able to get involved here on the hill. We'll be able to clear out one, and that could be a chance to press forward. Shawnee, oh man, good shots here onto Purge as well. Should have been an easy call for Sensor, but Sensor doesn't see him, doesn't react, and now it's 1v1 on the point, and Purge makes a big play.
Okay. Thought that they were just about to run into each other there for a moment, but yeah, Sensor never even reacted like you mentioned. Now Purge can try to cut things over. Shawnee, denied, turning, almost, but Snoopy doesn't miss a shot. Doesn't allow the double to come through, but ultimately, Amit still get the rotation over towards New. 20 plays 55. Gwyn just finessing for now. Looking to see if anyone wants to contest for the backside of bridge. He is by himself, though. Amit gonna get tested from the low ground at the same time. Kills coming out for Boston, leaving Purge by himself. No kills to speak of, and Boston get the break.
I mean, I love that double stack, right? It's in both of their ARs up top so that they can deal with Gwyn over the top of the heady. The shots are clean, good enough for the break. The subs get some clean kills down low. Sensor does take out Pentagram with a little bit of hip fire, so might hurt them on an early rotation, or very well might hurt them for this remaining 20 seconds. Yee's gonna give it a go. Will be a 1-for-1 trade, and now Phantom's trying to sneak up the ladder. Gonna catch Snoopy off guard. Now might be good, but no, never mind. Pentagram finds him, now backs up for 10 seconds.
And realistically, this is all fine for Boston. Great first 3 hills for them, ultimately speaking. And now you've got Shawnee. Oh, I was going to say, he's actually working earlier on the backside of the new hardpoint, looking to block the spawns. But Amit, deal with it. Get their setup going. Sensor up top. In a position to win office. Decisions to be made. Does he bounce out? Try to play for spawns? Does he assist down low? By just hitting the hardpoint? Hard to say. Gonna go with the former, though, and I don't know what he's shooting at right there. Phantoms gets the easy kill, and Amit will hold on to their first 20 seconds.
Sensor still struggling maybe to get settled here into the map, but holding his own at least thus far. Teammates alongside him have been great. But it's Omit with control, and Omit with a chance to still bring this one back. 25 seconds up for grabs. He says, I'm going to pop out of the hill, use the dead silence, and see if I can try to finesse through the hallways. But Phantom's good for one. He's now take advantage of this. Flies right through mid. Beams the first. Won't have the gun up for the second, but creates a lot of space. And now Gwyn trying to threaten New.
Yeah, big save here from Pentagram getting that double. Boston will still spawn right around the new hardpoint, but that is a perfect hardpoint for Amit. I mean, Boston never even contested the hill. That was the definition of a full 60 right there for Amit. We now will have to break through the full 4-man setup of Boston on the other side. Pentagram on the corner. Denies Gwyn. That will lock things down on the outside. Pentagram taking his efforts towards the interior, and actually the little fadeaway Semtex also lands, so Amit are going to have to concede the first 20 seconds and try to set up again, and Shawnee's already deterring that.
And we don't usually see this much zone control on a P5 hill, but no 1v1 gunfights are really coming through on either side or even up front. Pentagram still able to put down 2 before eventually dying. Should be able to get a pretty strong read on where this hit's coming from for Omen. Doors being open. Gwyn trying to fly in. Shawnee says no. Need to see a trade, and Yeez is only able to come up with one. Boston still holding strong.
Little handshake here between both these two teams. All right, you take 60, we'll take 60, and now it's just down to the final scrap. Purge Denied by Pentagram. Hardpoint goes neutral for a moment, and Boston will exit this first rotation up about 55 points. Amit trying to find the exit kills, setting themselves up for new already. Gwyn on the hunt. I mean, they know they got Snoopy trying to pin into this hardpoint somewhere, but they're having a hard time finding him, as you often see, and, well, goodness. Snoopy just completely bamboozles Phantoms, and all of a sudden, Boston will use that as a chance to even find more on top of this. Dude, I mean, come on.
Rise.
No one can track this guy down.
He's moving, baby. He's about to kill player number 3 right here. Watch this. He's laying down. Snoopy gonna throw the nade. He's now switched the position, but he's able to gun him. All right, I'll take it. A little nice chow on the heady. Not one we often see lost by Snoopy, but it's still a lot of damage done. As Omen able to finally get some presence around the hill. Pentagram maybe taking a route here, and he should be good maybe through the back alongside Shawnee to clear out that P1 side.
Dude, really good AR control right now for Boston. They are doing such a great job of locking down these outer lanes and allowing these subs just to run through the interiors of these buildings where Snoopy can do Snoopy things. Pentagram had already earned the early cruise missiles. So, I mean, the SMGs are really lighting things up here for Boston. Yeez with attack in hand. Looking to set himself up over at new. Sensor was looking the other direction, so it's an easy kill to open up this hard point, but Boston still have numbers to try to threaten this from the interior.
He's trying to get a read on this, and old tanks coming through, not ready for Pentagram. Kind of maybe assuming that Phantoms was watching over this side, but now they've been able to slip through mid. The timing's a little awkward. Phantom's still able to come up with one, and his teammates with the assistance will find 3 of the 4. Last one up is Pentagram. The rest of Boston Academy going to be spawning up and not really in a position they want to be spawning.
That's a really impressive break for a minute. I mean, Boston, I think, just honestly overwhelmed every instance of that opening time. It was just as clean as you could ever expect, but Amit just take all the individual gunfights. Snoopy trying to break back through. Bad side of this last 15 seconds. Looks like it's going to go the way of Boston. So from 55 points up in the lead, initially, as we got into this rotation, they will reestablish that, but the difference is they're also winning on rotation here. Boston Breach Academy looking good to get over 200 points here quick.
Would be a really good moment to do so. They even shut down Purge, slow down just a bit of the rotation, but Gwyn and Phantoms respond, and now they're already bottom orange, so Sensor going to have to hold alongside Shawnee in the back. The AR is going to have to go big, up close. That's going to be a couple kills here already. Wow. They're going to do a 2v4. They'll find 3 of the 4. Last one is going to be Purge, and Purge guns both ARs. But Pentagram answers back and gets himself right back in time.
Yeah, a little punishing right there for Purge, but still, Boston a chance to still fight for this back 30 seconds. You've got Sensor watching the rotation through mid. He's going to get one. Yee's trying to find a way to flush out Pentagram, but now the hit from Snoopy around the back with support from Shawnee was going to work out. A little bit of tag from nade damage, but this is, again, this is so much better for Boston across the board. Everyone's fulfilling their roles nearly perfectly, and Boston are going to be up 80-plus points as we rotate over to new.
Have to have a good hold. We saw a full 60 here last time. Boston trying to switch it up maybe and attack the side door. Gwyn's got a very tall ask here to try to shut this down, but he's doing a great job of it here thus far. Trying to chow out for more, able to put together 2. Gwyn maybe has a read on the 3rd. Wisely just holding his position, though, and, well, eventually gets the chow. Pentagram opens up. A moment here for Boston, but still shut down, and now they'll try through the back.
Yeez is going to have a read that this hit coming from the front will be double stacked. Teammates will reinforce. Sensor not quite in a position to get into the hard point, so he can't take away these angles. Trophy systems also keeping Amit safe as they get numbers back onto the hard point. 30 seconds of time still remaining, and Amit have not shrugged away at all from this setup. Boston looking for one more hit. They have to go quickly here, too, because if you get put to bed here, this could be a quick rotation for Amit. Sensor, the last one left. Phantom's playing with him just a touch, wins the gunfight, and that's going to be another heavy amount of time for Amit with a chance to rotate early with Yeez already starting to put together the threat.
Yeah, Purge is able to give Yeez just a little bit of information and maybe allows it to pick up 2 just about, but Shawnee switches over to the Vazdev, holds strong, and will get the eventual trade. Boston still hanging on here, but you need to find a break a lot quicker. Last time Omet struggled to get inside. This time they're here a little bit quicker, but can they find the kills and execute?
Yeah, Gwyn is catching Pentagram dancing around up top. Shawnee, whoa, good shots from Gwyn. He had good help from his teammates. And there's the break. Snoopy looking to contest. Doubles down. Phantoms, Yeez still trying to contest. Pentagram last one alive, and Pentagram's going to get the double. 22 and 19 for Pentagram. The break is in, and Amit have to go.
One final attempt to try to break this one open. Amit really running out of time. Have to come through the front. Snoopy gonna get a read on it, but doesn't finish off kills. Pentagram for 3 in a row. Could he end it? There it is, number 4 for Pentagram as he shuts them down in Boston Academy. They grab map 1.
Oh, man. There are so many great moments in that map for Boston. I think their ability to play on rotation, though, is really where this map got out of hand.
Yes.
A couple of moments where, yeah, maybe you don't quite get the initial setup that you want if you're Boston, but on their second chances at, like, breaking and these 50-50 gunfights that are happening around the outsides of the hill, the ARs just did such a nice job. And Shawnee in particular almost gets the 30. It allowed Pentagram and Snoopy just to fly. And when you got 2 SMGs that are really, I think, probably some of the more capable that are out there right now in challengers, and they are feeling hot and putting together those kind of strings of kills, your ability to eventually win a hardpoint is going to come. The only time it didn't happened over towards P4, and maybe there's something about that because they never a single time did Boston hit through the hallways. Everything was trying to come around the outside, and Amit got reads on it, but every single instance that Boston was trying to break from the interior of hardpoints, it led more often than not to a successful break. So great stuff there for Boston, giving themselves an edge and holding it the whole way through.
Ooh, 25 of 29 non-traded here for Shawnee. Doesn't have the best map there in the previous series on the Hydro, but does he ever find redemption in the map number 1 here in the lower bracket? Man, that is a heck of a game, and I know Sensor doesn't put up a huge amount of numbers, but I feel like the way that Sensor and Shawnee were playing off of each other on some of those rotations, like specifically through the top of the bridge, is something that we have not seen a lot out of Boston Academy. They heavily rely on those 1v1s to come through, and then they set up for the breaks, but just using some more of that coordination and teamwork was great.
And I think on top of that, like, you could kind of see it across those rotational moments. Shawnee's the one trying to cut off reinforcements. Sensor's the one trying to win spawns. So, like, you're not going to expect to see Sensor getting as much kills as Shawnee, just generally based on that. That's actually the mentality that they're running off of. So, I think everyone, based on the roles that they kind of put together for that map, came through successfully. And now we go to a Fortress Search and Destroy. Again, this is the same map set when these two teams had played day 1, except for the Ellasilo control. When they played here last time, Amit dominated 6-2 when they had played way back in day number 1. But thing about it is, you look over towards Boston, they just put that same tally up against a very good Decimate team. So, end all be all, bets are open and off.
It feels that way. I mean, with any team that we have right now in playoffs, not even just these two, but that does feel like it could be the case here. Boston played very well, and I mean, players from the past that have played up against Snoopy just talk about how annoying it is to play against that guy, especially on Fortress S&D, because it feels like that guy is Houdini on this map. We saw it a lot. We were watching over it, of course, just previously, just in and out of different areas, just so flexible and can pivot just immediately to be able to find big multi-kills and big plays. Have to find a way to shut him down, you feel like, on the other end. And I mean, they did come out, a little bit deflated, I would say, from that Omen squad that we're used to seeing. They're great when it comes down, to Embassy specifically. So the fact that they get worked a little bit on that map, I think is really good news here for Boston going forward, bringing a little bit of that momentum very early.
Yeah, I think that if you could find a way to go up 2-0, the opportunity for you to actually just sweep through this series, I think, is right at hand. Not just because you have the ability of doing that for, being up 2-0, but I think going to the Ellasilo control is going to feel a little bit nicer for how this team is currently playing comparatively to when they had played Amit previously on the hotel control. It just feels like the map is going to feature Shawnee a little bit more. His ability to play lockdown is great, and if Pentagram and Snoopy are running and flying like they just were on Embassy, I think you feel good about their opportunity just to kind of go rogue and take over the map at any given moment in time. So, Search and Destroy is what comes up next here. And with that, I think the thing about it is, how much do you look towards what Boston was dominating with in their last round versus when they played Amit previously? And again, the result was opposite. I think I more favor the recency bias, of course, just based on especially how well put together this Boston defense was. Lots of 2v4 winners, things like that they were able to kind of finesse because of the positions they continually won.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the role change that has really, I think, elevated this Boston team to get better at S&D, because you look at the beginning of the season when they had Snoopy in, like, it didn't really feel like they kind of had like an identity, I felt like, when they were playing S&D. Like, they were trying to figure out how they want to fit Snoopy into the roster. It felt like that has really come together, at least off of how we saw it last time. Sensor's the bomb carrier now. He's the one that's going to try to go for the plants. Let Snoopy free, Don't put this man on the leash. Let's let him make plays. Let him just kind of read the situation at hand and trust in him to be the playmaker like I was talking about.
Well, we'll see how things go here, because as good as Boston looked in their recent round in winners round 1 on this map mode combo, The search and destroy record for Mitt is pretty darn incredible. Johnny looking for an opening duel versus Phantoms. Gets a lot of them. Doesn't quite get the finish. This frag may do the trick. No, not quite.
Ooh.
Phantom stays alive with just 19 health.
Yeah, just eats that nade. Shawnee felt like he did enough damage there for the nade to follow up with a kill. Not to be, and now even with that's a tough gunfight to take. The team shots are there. Pentagram follows up immediately, and while Purge is left out to dry. Wow, flawless opening round for Boston.
And I love it's just off the simple notion that, okay, we have someone peeking through the backside of this this rotation on the outer areas towards P1. Let's see. I've already pushed him back, says Shawnee. Maybe we can take this for ourselves. And that's a really good gut check call if that is indeed the comm that comes out. So it leads to the flawless round like you mentioned. 2 for Pentagram on that quick follow-up from Shawnee's initial. And now it's on to the Boston offense, which we know very regularly we'll see Sensor with the bomb. And this time it'll have Snoopy watching bottom art, Pentagram with an AR watching deep, as Phantom's opening nades actually kind of wins the angle on the outer archway.
Great nades over the top, just slowing things down a bit. Gonna play point of contact. Boston were working really well with this last time, where teams were just setting up to play point of contact, and yeah, Sensor just doesn't waste any time. He's like, let's just plant it. Throw some nades out, get the bomb down, and now he's able to get out and exit safely.
It's so genius, but the action still coming through. Pentagram locks down one side. Sensor, Snoopy, clearing out closed. Just down to Purge. Nothing. Dude, here's the beauty of this setup. The opening nades that come out from Amit don't really get them much, besides Phantoms taking away the early angle. But as soon as Sensor gets a read that Phantoms is playing towards outer with those nades that come out, he drops a late trophy, which stops any peaks on that early closed archway cross. And then all of a sudden, all it takes is Boston throwing their nades, push Phantoms off, and just plant. Get out of there. There's nothing that can contest you once you make that cross happen. That's a really heads-up play for Boston.
Is there map mode, man? It's just 1 kill so far here for Purge. Other than that, it has been flawless. 2-0 up, need a response round, and look at the aggression. Boston going to do a similar strategy. Watch this B lane, get some members through. You'll see player 1 back up. That's going to be Phantoms, and he does actually get here in the nick of time to shut down 1, but there is a trade. Snoopy finds Purge.
Sensor trying to feel things out, stun out. That will land. Gwyn in trouble here. Counter nades come through, though, for the offense. Shawnee lurking forward into the gallows. He knows someone's nearby. Can't quite find Gwyn, though. He still doesn't see him. Oh my gosh, they're right next to each other. Meanwhile, Snoopy gets a kill on the other side of the map, leaving Gwyn kind of isolated by himself. Long-range shots to Sensor are good. The 1v1. Bang!
Oh!
How about that for a little 1v3 for a minute?
Oh, it was not looking good for Gwyn. He's isolated on the site, and you're thinking, oh, surely there's going to be a quick trade, but the shots onto Sensor into the snap onto Snoopy. Not a gunfight. We see loss from Snoopy often, but a moment of it there from Gwyn. That's the reason we talk about this kid and why he's been so good at this game. A huge 1v3 in about 5 seconds here to get Omen on the board.
Yeah, just stay in this map early, because honestly, Boston was getting away with all of the play that they wanted to execution-wise, save the fact that Pentagram got caught on the opener, but other than that, Boston had full map control. Snoopy down low, controlling art. Forces a team nade out. Yeez will drop. And now early numbers for, once again, Sensor getting to work on the A plant.
I mean, that's a critical position. Yeah, nobody can watch that cross, and you know, they're just going to funnel into Snoopy now. And it just feels like this round is over, and it sure is. Gwyn comes off of a 1v3, and well, now has to one-up it with a 1v4. Right. I don't know what that chow is at a Sensor. I always blame the third person to die. Unnecessary chow if this does come through. 1 more kill off the streak.
Oh, and the thing is, he sees Shawnee. It just comes down to, does he want to play for this kill or rotate through him on the other side and just try to isolate into Pentagram? There's the comm. May not have expected him to hold that angle. So, got a little testy for a moment. I think we all kind of were like, oh, not again. But maybe Gwyn didn't actually realize that Shawnee actually backed into this corner. Maybe he thought he was underneath the pallets a little deeper, the scaffolding.
Maybe. Either way, not able to get it done. Good look at it for sure. But Boston's still so much better off these opening engagements. I mean, a lot of these aggressive hits they've even thrown into, like, their defenses, like, in specific, have been great because Omid haven't really been given a chance to kind of get a bomb down or to play slow. So do they try to change it up a little bit here? I have to imagine they need to do something a little bit different.
This time, Boston not going to play with the same aggression through the B side of the map, nor through bottom art. Late stuns and nades coming through. Yeez responds to the frag of his own, but how about this, Boston? They may go aggressive through open here. They're trying to get on towards site. Pentagram is going to take away Gallows. And now, all of a sudden, with not a lot of nades left, Boston are going to be in a really good position to deny any entry towards A at all. Snoopy's going to hop out from behind. Whoa, Gwyn does deny one. Pentagram thinking about it. Would be an unwise challenge considering the work that was just done over the site, as Boston will exist into a 3v2.
Yeah, you got to hold on to this position. Bomb should be picked up from Purge. But look at the setup here. You got crossfires through mid. You got support on A, and Pentagram's position in a spot to really stop everything that Omen would be able to do here in this round. Purge still hasn't been able to grab that bomb and will be forced to go in now. But Gwyn does a hop up from behind, actually catches Pentagram off guard. Turns it into a 2v2, and are they looking to fly to B?
Oh, Shawnee's going to see this. No, but it doesn't matter. Gwyn doesn't miss a bullet midair. Now the cross is in. Sensor has to go for a 1v2 from a 2v4. Sensor shots not quite going to land to stop the plant, and Amit steal away another round.
Gwyn is just coming different at the moment. Those shots mid-air, he didn't miss a bullet. The whole transfer was just so clean. He knew exactly where to look. The prediction is on point, and the bold call to hit B with 20 seconds left in the 2v2 works out beautifully here in their favor. Gwyn is now 9-3, man. He's refusing to lose this one.
Yeah. He's literally got every kill. It's just about every important kill, at least. Purge's one kill ended up not really making a difference. Phantoms, I think, was the same case. I mean, literally has single-handedly won the 2 rounds for Amit. Sensor once again looking to get across for an early plant. Nades are out. Trophy system's down. Shots from Pentagram trying to keep Amit at bay, but Sensor not going to get the bomb down this time. It's Gwyn who gets the kill because, of course, it is. He's on 5 in a row and 60 seconds left. Boston do not have the numbers for the first time.
Oh, yeah, weird position now, too. Yeah, Pentagram caught in between 2 players and won't be able to play for the plant. Snoopy's done this play quite a few times, but he still manages to come up with a kill. Yeez finds Shawnee in the process, so this would be for the ace, and now a 1 versus 3 for Snoopy. 40 seconds on the clock, has to retrieve the bomb.
Yeah, he will get dead silence here eventually, but how much will he be able to do with it is the question. Phantom's first one up. Bomb collected. AR also taken, but no. Phantom's backside heading on the stairs, no worries there. And somehow, some way, Amit are tied in this search and destroy. This feels like it should be 5-1.
It does feel that way. They shut down the streak at least, but Gwyn again with the opener, shuts down Sensor, and it felt like once they lost Sensor, there was no real strategy in place to kind of play for any kind of a plant right after. Started to lose some of the members, started to dwindle away. And everyone else starts to go big here. A couple of kills come on through for Phantoms and D's. More players getting involved. What you need here for Homit, that is for sure. But on the other side, man, Boston, led by Snoopy, he's been that playmaker. They're starting to shut him down, starting to figure him out a little bit here.
Yep. Boston, once again, trying to feel things out over towards the B side of the map. Shawnee's nade's not going to land. Snoopy, Pentagram getting to work, trying to contest over towards top boat, which they do get into freely. Snoopy still holding under the dead silence, could use this as, I imagine this will just be contact defense. As soon as Sensor sees a cross, then there will be some action from Boston to try to get around the back of this, and here go the subs.
Snoopy. Oh, has to get a read on Gwyn. Shots come through. He's still throwing shoulders, but they are well aware of this. Gwyn going to give maybe another challenge to Pentagram. Snoopy finds the first. Pentagram's alive, needs to get out with his life. The support's there, but they do lose Shawnee. 3v3, and there's still so much uncertainty, it feels like, though, for Omen.
Yeah, it's a little bit on, shoes on other foot here, touch, as, yeah, Amit needed to clear out this position that the subs had previously taken. Purge on the hunt. Pentagram avoids him just barely. Phantom's last one left. Nice shots to Snoopy. What a tough 1v3 here, especially not knowing what's over the top of the A site. I don't know if Pentagram actually saw him in that cross right then. Sensor, Pentagram looking to challenge this together. Phantom's not sticking for the plant yet. Sensor drops. No, not again. Pentagram now by himself. He's going to let him plant and get the regen. Here's the challenge. Phantom's over the top. Almost.
Oh.
The pentagram saves the day from what would have been, out of the 4 rounds that Amit would have had, 3 of them have been impossible clutches.
Yeah, a lot of rounds to be sure that it felt that way. Pentagram, though, able to get it done, make sure Boston still maintain this lead. Hold on to it by a round, but you can see how awkward this gunfight is. Just so much cover both players are trying to shoot through, trying to get a clear angle. Never really given one until Pentagram jumps to the right side, but a huge round will keep them on top. Still seeing a lot of fight back. And I mean, even like despite getting a read on what they were doing, Boston still were able to make their play successful, which is just wild to me.
Yeah. It's all Gwyn, brother. A little bit of a different setup here for a minute. 3-man stack towards that outer archway. They are done with this little sensor poke and prod antics. Same trophy goes down again. Delayed in the round. Oh, that frag. What, Doug?
Always gonna pick it up again.
Okay. I was about to say.
He's gonna run into it. Like
I was
boom,
like, brother. I thought he maybe thought it went through the doorway initially.
Well, bomb will go down. Once again, Omen have lost a man. He's out of the equation. Snoopy in that same position we always see, and somehow he tends to win this gunfight just about every time. Everybody worried about that flank. That slows down their push now. They have not cleared out anything through the back. Johnny's still in a very safe spot, and now Snoopy does make his move to find 1, make it 2, make it 3. Snoopy says, thanks for the 3-piece, and thanks for the round.
Bro, this third kill is stupid. I mean, the first 2, cool, but guns out, swaps to the Vaznev. Oh, man, what can't he do? And just for what it's worth, I mean, obviously we know Snoopy's going to be the guy to hit that early pinch when there is contact made, but that post plan is just so hard to break. Pentagram's just hopping over the logs. Good look at the bomb. As soon as he sees a head pop up, he goes, all right, Snoopy, go kill things. And Snoopy says, okay. Okay. Not sure about
They're not happy with Snoopy just did.
Yeah.
Can't say I blame them.
Okay, Snoopy, you're not going to be able to kill 3 of us if we kill 3 of us.
Let's see your highlight reel now. Yeah, that's tough. We'll figure out what happened. Not sure, but either way, I mean, Boston have been leading it. They have been in a very good position. Snoopy's at 13 kills. We got to keep like a mental tally of that before we jump back in, because we got to see where that man's going to end at, as it feels like he can't be stopped at the moment, as usual when we get to Fortress S&D.
Yep, feels that way. Man, that's some crazy stuff, dude. Gwyn on one side, Snoopy on the other. Just really great, promising players. Once again, taking over challengers. Haven't seen any words in the group chat or the match chat for both these two teams as far as why there was that little last bit of a kill frenzy on the mid side, but I assume it was some sort of a connection issue that will probably, I imagine, reset into the 5-3 with a mid on the offense. But we'll kind of keep our ear to the ground on that one. Other update, Orbit has taken map number 1 versus Hive on Mercado. I think I saw 250 to like 158 or something like that. So a convincing map number 1 for Orbit after Hive just got reverse swept. It was 157, not 158. So big opening map there for Orbit. Hive kind of reeling at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, too, because they just, lose, being 2-0 up. So it's got to be difficult to bounce back. And that's kind of, the beauty of playoffs is that you're forced to immediately on the same day. So have to find a way to regain. I still think, you always expect that team to be able to find favor, maybe potentially in the S&Ds, maybe even the Ellasilo controls, but have to see if they can get it done. Orbit, one of those squads that feels like, they have a lot of players on that roster that should be at the top, but we haven't really seen them put it together so far this year for the most part.
It's a roster that has a lot of promise. That's the kind of way that I look at it. I mean, because you've gotten some long-standing players that have seen the league, like Gravity and Jimbo. Of course, they played together on Paris. Didn't really go all that well, but, nothing went well last year for Paris. And then you've got Gio, this has by far been his most successful season. Wiz, who really popped onto the scene, I would say, during probably Cold Wars when I really kind of took notice with him. I think opening that season he was playing, wasn't he playing with Cruz when they were like winning scrims versus Optic early? Yeah. So, I mean, that was kind of when I think we all kept an eye on to Wiz. He had a pretty solid season to finish through Vanguard, but it's by far, I think, been his also most successful season. So it's a roster that carries a lot of promise, and I think on top of that, just the right amount of veterancy. where, you know, players like Gravity and Jimbo still are looking to kind of reprove themselves to get back into the league.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like when I look at that roster, I feel like they would just be disgusting on LAN, right? Like even with like Wiz and his performances, like with Cruz at the beginning of the year when they were making like top sixes and stuff like that. So you'd expect that team to certainly get it done maybe if they attend Toronto, but online it's been definitely very, very much up and down.
Yeah, it's the case, I think, with a lot of teams, though. And the way that we always say it is, what direction the wind blows, that's what happens. You know, Modern Warfare 2 can be a different animal at any given moment in time, especially with the online environment. But, hey, this is one of the last things we're ever going to see online for challengers. Today, next week, you know, the 2 days to finish off playoffs, and then we have LCQ. Everything else is Toronto and then champs. So we are right near that edging point where everything comes to a final head. And for these players that we've labeled as promising, if they can make it to champs, that's when all eyes are on you, because that's the last thing people are going to see before they start considering rosters for the upcoming potential Modern Warfare 3 year as we were leaked today.
Yeah, I mean, that's always so important. And I mean, we see players, right, that maybe don't always have like the best start. And I mean, that's kind of been a trend even through pro play over the years, where there's just some individuals that maybe don't learn to pick up the game that fast, but they get to the end of the game, they get to the end of the year, you know, they turn into like those LATs where they start to put it together, start to figure it out. And yeah, you get to that end of year tournament. I mean, we saw what happened last Challenger Finals. Who knows what's going to happen to this one?
Yeah, it's for sure. So it is going to be a 5-3 reset. Amid on the offense, needing to get 3 straight. Phantoms over the corner. Trying to find a way in towards A, but an opening stun kind of keeps them contested. Boston playing a little bit passive on the backside of this. Really don't give away much information defensively here, but Phantoms does commit to try to get the plant off. Here comes the early challenge. Sensor denied. Gwyn, of course, trying to find a double up, but no, not going to happen. Amit still walk away, a 4v2 in the plant.
Yeah, big thing. No trophy systems here on the reset, so not able to really provide any support as the bomb goes down, but able to come out on top. Johnny, free pickup on a Phantoms, checking the other door in a gunfight. Now it's 2v2. Low on time. Gwyn spotted at the back. Pentagram needs to find the player inside, but we're going to play for the 2v1. They do find him. Pentagram turns, and Johnny's on the bomb. Purge, will he get a read on this? Gonna pop the dead silence, but is it too late? Needs to get there, and oh man, they do get it done. Purge finds the 1v2.
Oh, it was so close. I love that hop from Shawnee, though. Pentagram just could not hop out and keep his life for an extra, what, 0.2 seconds? I mean, that's really all there was between it. It's a really good read from Pentagram initially, but yeah, take a look at the top. It's close. Oh, God, literally 0.2 seconds again. So that's a huge clutch up for Purge and Amit stay alive.
5-4 down the tally. Switching it up. Trophy systems and dead silence should be a lot more active, especially on the side of Omid after that. Look at Purge. He is right into the site. They know that Boston Academy love to get aggressive. They love to go for fast plants, but they have kind of read what maybe the play is here for Omid, but will they spot Purge in that corner?
Oh, Phantoms is trying to bait Purge in. Wow, that's a bold call. I don't know. I don't know if I like that. You had Purge in a... that was a first-time position. We had never seen him try to do something like that before. So now Gwyn has to make a play. Sees Sensor. Instead, pops around the back. Good read onto Shawnee. Shots aren't there, though, but there's a player behind him. Hello? Pentagram doesn't turn for the kill, and all of a sudden, Gwyn's won the back. What? How has nobody seen Gwyn? He stops the plant, and all of a sudden, we get to a 2v2.
Man, it's another one of those moments. No comms, no red dots. Nobody tries to move and react. They try to protect the bomb on the site, and it backfires. Snoopy maybe looking to press forward, though, with Pentagram Yeez. Will he spot this? Will he hear this? He does see Snoopy. Gonna take some early shots, but, I mean, they've given up B control. They could push through.
Pentagram, though, holds this position. He doesn't actually go all the way back around, and he gets the final 2 kills. Oh, I guess for Nate, that's kind of making up for things because Shawnee should have been dead to rights. And then when he initially escapes the gunfight, Pentagram doesn't turn to secure the kill because, like you mentioned, he was trying to play to make sure the bomb got planted safely, but he still recovers, gets the 2 kills needed, and Boston will take it 6-4 and go up 2-0 in the series as we hop on over to Orbit and Hive in their search and destroy an hotel. And Orbit looking good initially, although Thresh does turn this into a 3v2. Post-plant still needed.
Thresh known for his multi-kills back-to-back throughout this game. Another delivery there. Will they get a read on Jim? Oh, Rupert Rooper with the pistol! Oh man, that is not a gunfight you see lost. I mean, Vazev in hand, ready and waiting for it. Rooper just opens up with a huge kill, and they're going to stick to the fuse. Huge first round.
Wow. Just continuing on with crazy chaos in the search, dude. Just come on. All right, big recovery from Hive. Need to get some breathing room here, though, after, again, they got reverse swept by NRK. They also got put down pretty bad in the opening hardpoint. The last thing you want is to lose 5 maps straight. That would be a mental killer. But Thresh on 3. What's the call here for Hive? Looks like they are going to try to make a play for Thresh to create noise at B while everyone else focuses on A.
Yeah, I like this. Thresh is, kind of used to being that isolated island player. He's great at it. Wins a lot of 1v1s for you. Might be able to make a big play. Geo spotted down low. Rooper also knows there's one up top. And, well, just going to cross right away. No hesitation. Lux is through. Now has position to make a play. It's a long battle with Wiz up top. A lot of damage coming through, but no kills just yet.
Oh, Geo's in trouble here. I mean, he's giving away his position. There's the cross. Geo tries to step away, but Velux secures the kill. Thresh in the middle of the map also tallies gravity. So Wiz, who has already been seen on this bottom corner, will be really the only defense for this plant initially, but no, does not see Rooper. So the bomb gets planted. Exit also established, and Wiz does scout a bit of information here. I mean, no one knows that Jimbo's all in the back. He's going to get one for free. Now Wiz looking to try to pinch, and oh my goodness, now from a 4v2 to a 2v2.
They have a lot of time to work with. 30 seconds on the clock. Both have SMGs, though. Have to get up close, and no, Velox able to put down Wiz. All down to Jimbo. They know where he is, but he's able to get the trade. 1v1. Gonna stick it. Thresh, what is he gonna do? Is he gonna check this? Thresh is gonna have to. But I think it's good. The defuse should be good, and it is. Thresh doesn't check. Shots come through. A 2v4 for Orbit. How about that?
Bro, that is unbelievably great. Comes from Wiz and Jimbo on the backside of that play. Jimbo sneaks around the back, but Wiz is getting all that information from in the corner. So, that's just a really good transfer of responsibility between the two of them. Into round 5. Orbit up 3-1. Hive crumbling at the moment. Need a regain.
Big regain. Rooper's going to bring out the scope to do it. Will be shrugged off the angle. The stun's not great. Challenge down low. Jimbo's flying. Rooper is not ready for this, and Jimbo just grabs the easiest 2-piece ever. Mock will eventually get the trade, but the bomb is down, and this is not a good position to be in.
No, Mock will give the sniper rifle a go. Geo, seen, scouted, toes, calf muscles, all of it being seen, but no connection. Thresh, right in the flank, but whoa, his frag hits, and then he goes to the drop shot to win the gunfight onto Geo. So now it's once again back to Wiz. Both weapons in hand. Semtex also at the ready. Clock favors him. And he's going to try to play this from just behind luggage. Here comes Mock and Thresh. First gunfight good. Wiz backs off. Changes the angle. Hops on for Thresh. Wiz, does he check it? Sure does. No worries. Kill comes out. Orbit get the elimination, the 1v2, and a 4-round cushion. 3-round cushion. Matt.
Yeah, that's a veteran play coming through for Wiz, though. I mean, he just sticks it. He stands right on top of luggage, takes the chow head on, says, you need to come to me, finds the first one, is obviously not interested in taking a secondary chow, knows he's got time to rewrap through the front of the bedroom, and they're there to find that kill. This is another look here at the round number 2 here, where they were able to make some magic happen.
And this is just so heads up. Again, just kind of keeping Wiz in this inside position. Doesn't seem to make a difference what round we're in. There's just not an answer for him. Oh, dude, that's dirty.
This?
Are you kidding? Oh, my goodness. Wiz is hot. He is hot right now.
Oh, is he ever, man? Oh, that boy moving. I like it. I like what I'm seeing, but this round looking like finally Ivex Street Mob were able to get themselves back into it. Jimbo is kind of like, oh, man, lost all my teammates in the center of the map. I guess I'll give it a college try, but no Daddy has a stun and a nade. We'll see what he can do.
Yeah. Give it a go. Why not? Or don't. Thresh gets the kill. No worries there. Clean round for Hive. Needed that badly. I mean, just, you've had the numbers now in like 3 straight rounds. Yeah, so like, you gotta win one eventually.
Exactly. Gotta win one eventually. Finally, they do. Thresh, it feels like he's just been like standing out. Like he's been great. He's put together some insane multi-kills. It's just those clutch 1v1s really plaguing them here in a couple of these rounds. Geo yet to even get involved either. So you got to take advantage of this. If one of the members is not shooting back, got to try to grab a couple rounds here. See if you can get yourself back into the game. Will be another attacking round coming through for Orbit. They've been great at finessing around this A site. We'll see what they do differently.
A little early stun check over towards Couches. Thresh is kind of caught on this rotation. He's got nowhere to go. Should be an easy elimination, and it is. Velux looking to follow up with the trophy system. Denies what could have been a really big frag. So numbers will hold with Orbit. Positioning as well as Jimbo gets to work. Clearing out top bedroom. Yep, catches Rooper in the corner. Now down low. Not done yet. Goes to the drop shot, but no. Velux too keen to it, and turns back towards the bomb site. Finds a second. Problem is, Wiz has turned the map inside out by playing through mid. This bomb should get collected, no worries, and Velux is going to run out of dead silence here soon.
Run out of the dead silence, but I don't think they're going to expect this wrap here. Wiz just cleared it. If Velux can play for an exit, this is such a winnable round, and Wiz, I think, maybe got a shoulder on him, so gravity even going to start to turn. Going to be a very difficult spot. The stun's going to connect. They know exactly where he is. Velux is going to have to shoot and shoot straight.
It's tough angles here. Gravity over the top of a heady. Velux responds with one of his own. No dead silence, so he's got to move very loudly, very quickly. SMG out. Gets the isolation onto Gravity, but the shot's clean from Tom. And Orbit will put themselves on map point. And oh boy, you kind of just feel like there is just a mental barrier right now for Hive.
I mean, they're getting so close. So many of these rounds, man, just go so much differently. One thing is communicated, you know, one trade goes the other way. It could be a much different game, but it has just been Orbit with the numbers, taking these 2v3s, these 2v4s, just getting away with murder. And now 5-2, 1 round away. Chance to go 2-0 up. You said it, Alan. They could do it right here on defense.
Yep. And you have to look for Wiz. Is he going to play that same bottom corner? No, this time Orbit's going to go for a 3-man stack in mid. They have not done this yet. Trophy system denies the offensive nades, while Orbit will get a lot of connection here through Archway. They get the setup that they want. Now it's just down to, can they actually hold this after spending a lot of their utility just to get here in the first place?
Taking a very slow Thresh again, still playing the island role, just watching the flank. So a lot's going to have to go right here up front with these 3 individuals. Rooper just going to send it as Thresh calls in the streak.
Yeah.
Geo is down, and Rooper is through. He could wrap around. He could go up top. He's got a lot of different options. Jimbo's going to check, and he guns Velux. Does he get a read on the second? No. Rooper gets the trade.
But the defense is still in a pretty solid spot here. Thresh is nowhere near this play. I think he probably saw all 4 members at mid scrambling to get over towards Restaurant. But Rooper once again going to come out from behind. Gravity, no chance to respond. And the early streak usage in the round will lead towards Hive getting their 3rd round overall. But man, even in that moment, it still felt like that was not going to be as convincing as you would have hoped to, considering the streak did find value.
Yeah, I mean, it's really been this entire map in a nutshell. Just no freebies here for Hive Street Mob. Got to work for every single one, grind it out. And, well, that's going to be a lot of these next 3 rounds. Going to have to grind these rounds out. Thresh has been leading the charge. Velux has been great as well. Rooper and Mock looking for a couple of special plays from them, maybe to get them over the top. But going back on the attack, Orbit, this is, again, where they've been so difficult to shut down. They get to this A site, they get across, and they just fly.
Yep, that's exactly the case. But there is a defense in place for this time. Velux is playing a little bit more passive. Trophy system denies any early information from him. He's also got Mock on his deep corner through luggage. Here comes the double hit, though. Goodness, it's just so perfectly executed by Orbit. They even clean up Mock at range. Oh, boy. It goes from bad to worse, because now Wiz is in mid-map. I mean, come on, dude. Orbit is just flying. Thresh, last one left. No chance. And Hive have now lost 5 straight maps after being reverse swept. How do you regain after that? I just don't know.
Mercy. I don't know. I don't know, Alan. That's just a huge mental block. You almost feel like at this point in time. Man, Thresh, it felt like he was playing out of his mind. So many multi-kills, so many moments. Orbit just steal away. and now have a chance to advance to that next round. One more map to do it. We join in here to our main focus matchup as Boston are able to, it looks like, rebound back 1-1 the tally in this control on Ellasilo.
Yep. Looks like it's been both defenses with not too much concern, at least until this point. Hard to say, obviously, what happened in the first round, but that one right there is solid hold around the A site. So now you've got 1-1 count, and Pentagram and Shawnee, the ones kind of ruined the day at the moment. And, oh boy, 5-0, the segment count. So Boston were that close to winning their opening offense, and Amit get nothing, even though the kills would suggest maybe otherwise.
Yeah. Johnny just right through, dolphin diving right into the soccer field. Will be tagged up by a nade, going to slow them down just a tad bit. This B hit might not be successful off the break. We'll see what Snoopy can do, though. He's got himself at least forward and might be able to work his way to the back.
Oh my goodness! I imagine Gwyn was shot at by one of the ARs deep, but those were still polished shots from Snoopy. On to B they go. Sensor, the one currently stalling the clock. Pentagram trying to win top patio. Yep, that works. Phantoms will drop. High ground control now for Boston as well as they continue this pursuit of B. Boston looking good. Pentagram around the back. 6 in a row. Looking for 7. There it is. And Boston looking excellent over the top of the B zone.
Oh, they're just coming alive here round number 3 right off the break. It wasn't looking great, but they're able to get back out of the zone and might be able to finish the zone here. Still 2 members alive. Pentagram's thinking about making moves to the next point. We'll just watch the line of sight here on the cross. Challenges out. Pentagram flies that Gwyn for kill number 10.
Think they're just going to take this 3-0 or what? I mean, come on. Nate has been frying this series. 11 in a row, 22-8. Quickly on to A, go Boston. And at the moment, it just may be Nate versus the world. That might be all you need, too. Tack up, sees he's popped the door. Kill number 12, now to the Vaznevs. Knows that Gwyn's on the corner. Kill number 13, nearly able to step away from Purge. But job done. Second tick of progress. Looks like it is locked here at A. And as Sensor starts to take away the defensive reinforcements, it's all feels like just a matter of time.
Does feel that way. Sensor will be pressured, will be dealt with. Still a defense standing, but Shawnee just playing his life up top. This position to try to keep Boston forward. It's going to be pretty important, but the push comes through in the back. Snoopy just can't add the assistance in time, and now needs to put together a 2-piece of his own. Shots are good over the top, goes to the knife as he runs out of ammo, and eventually will be finished off as well.
This kid's twisted, man. He tries to go for the knife to jump over the rock to get the kill. Like,
I love it.
I love it. Beat down from Sensor. Kills looking good for Boston. Still over 60 seconds to fight for. 16 plays, 12. Amit trying to get this defense together. They've got some decent control around the zone, including Phantoms up top at tower. But as Pentagram works his way in, has a chance to try to put this out of reach. But Phantoms, he's still in a good position to get the kill. So the third tick of progress will be depleted. And now Amit are just down a life.
Yeah, this is not over yet. Boston spawning pretty far away, just outside of white. And that's going to be now a forward position for Phantoms on the minimap, so he can really look to cut down the reinforcements, but the kills are looking pretty solid, at least for Boston. They're able to get through. Pentagram and Shawnee trying to keep it going as he responds back. And now it's Pentagram trying to make the magic happen. Once again on the point, just bobbing and weaving, playing his life.
Oh, he's getting absolutely feisty with it. Shawnee around the back. Keeps the defensive flank safe. Snoopy on the zone. Gwyn, last one in the way. No chance. Little pinch from behind. Doesn't get there in time. Boston Academy having their way with this series. Up 2-1. Swapping to the defense. I mean, Amit just look completely chalked right now.
I mean, this is probably one of the craziest scoreboards I've ever seen. Like, take a look at Boston's scoreboard right here.
Correct. It's a 3v4, it feels like.
Sensor has 3 kills, and Pentagram, I think, had 28.
Yep.
28 kills.
26 non-traded.
Like, oh, dude, that should be illegal. I mean, to be fair, Sensor doesn't have any kills to get, it feels like.
Exactly.
It's just a funny scoreline, man. 28-3, jeez.
He just, we saw, there was a round in the group stage where this exact same thing happened on this exact same map, where it's just like, Sensor doesn't need to do anything. His SMGs are flying, Shawnee's locking down the other lane, and the lane that Doug is responsible for just never gets hit. I mean, because even on top of that, like, I know a lot of people are going to be memeing on Doug for his line, but, like, Snoopy's 12 and 21. Like, he's not exactly doing all that well. It's just that Shawnee and Pentagram. Apparently that's all you need. Amit lose the first 4 lives right off the rip. Not a single death for Boston. Just again, re-influencing the point that you just don't need to do anything. Everyone's just getting kills anyway.
Yeah, it feels that way. Pentagram just not missing. 1 HP will be tagged up there from behind. Purge maybe looks to try to keep this forward position alive here for Omid. Still not out of it just yet. They are low on time, and Pentagram is going to call in the streak. What will the Crews find here? Dropping it right down on A. Everyone's going to scatter. When looks like he has got a trophy system to keep him safe, but will force them off the zone, at least for the time being.
Dude, what? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Snoopy through the window, hip fired for 2 shots at range. It's just some days you have it. But a bit, battle back. Twin, stunned, but not hit by the nades. 3rd tick on the way. Pentagram shut down. That's Raid Boss down in a very quick extra 60. And how about the the clean kills, leading to rotation to B very rapidly.
Yeah, Boston, I think, got gifted with the spawn in the back right, but are they going to read the player just running at them? Look at Yeez, he takes the high ground. Snoopy down the last one up to try to play defense for Boston. He's going to fall. It's a full wipe, and Boston are nowhere to be found. And with 30 seconds on the clock, Olmec capture back-to-back zones.
And this is going to be an Amit offense for round 5, but boy, that may put a little bit of a mental tax towards Boston. Who I'm sure after round 3 are saying, dude, we got this. Like, come on. No one's killing Pentagram. But, hold the phone. Quick transition for Amit. Sees exactly what they need on the offensive side to all of a sudden, maybe just quickly give us the knee-jerk reaction saying, just do that again and you're fine.
Hate to say it, but Sensor didn't even find a kill in the round. So, I mean, I know this has been all Nate so far, but need the 4th member now to come alive. Heading into a round 5, need more than 3 kills right here from Sensor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what's going to happen off the break? Can they have a clean break? Last time took them a little bit to get off the ground. This time they're great with the opening kill. Yeet over the top of the Semtex. Pentagram battling from a tough position. Does have the AR in hand. The nade's going to follow, but does not connect, and they're on the point, stopping the clock.
Yeah, and Pentagram feels like he's got to make the play. I mean, Shawnee's just not in a position to see these contestants. Purge laying prone just by the side of the window. Is just waiting for this cross. Gets the kill, no worries. Amit with the lives now. Sensor, a little bit of trouble here. Purge gets the read, and that may be the B zone. I mean, the only player that can contest this is Snoopy, and as he drops, hold on a second. It can't happen like this. Not after Nate dropped 30 kills in 3 rounds. Just can't happen.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Got to be feeling for Nate here, and look at this. The pressure is just being poured on. Streaks are coming through. Omid starting to take control. Purge going to throw himself on the point. Huge contest coming through from Snoopy and Pentagram. And they do manage to at least clear it for the time being. But once again, members nearby, they throw themselves right back on.
Nice angle from Pentagram. Takes care of one of the stackers. Trade is out, though. Sensor follows up. Purge still nearby. Phantoms waiting to try to find these defenders on the cross-off spawn. Purge takes down Sensor. Amit can have a chance to get onto A here. Shawnee's the only thing in their way at the moment up top on the tower, and he gets dealt with. Okay, here come Amit. Pentagram down low. He's going to have to do it all by himself again. Help from Snoopy, not going to be able to do too much as he gets taken down. Nate also traded, and now it's on to Sensor. Has to be able to clear off some of these offensive members because the second tick of progress is going to get locked. Sensor lots of damage, but no kill, and that may lead to another follow-up double stack in the mix. Shawnee has to go. Help from Snoopy down low. They get on to stop the 3rd tick for a moment. Pentagram, last one left, gets 2. One more in his way is Phantoms. And Phantoms is going to go. He's going to get onto the zone. He's going to try to win this back wall. Sensor jumps down to try to deplete, but Omid got numbers, and Boston don't know that Phantoms is on this backside wall.
Yeah, they have to know he's close. Sensor looking, starting to throw shoulders here through the outskirts of the courtyard. Pentagram still doing it. Pentagram does best. He's almost at 40 kills. 4 in a row. Will be shut down and denied the 5th. Sensor needs to stay alive on the point. That full tick has been depleted, but look at the overwhelming pressure. Over right here. They clear off Sensor. They clear off Shawnee. Snoopy needs to do it, but 1 HP in a dream. It's not enough. And Omid, despite the performance from Pentagram, they're able to overcome, and they're able to win back-to-back rounds on Ellasilo.
And what can you say? It's pain with a capital P. I mean, oh,
your heart just goes out for Pentagram. 33 of his 39 are non-traded for 4K damage for the L.
4K.
Bro.
I mean, say like that is just so deflating. I know they're up 2-0. Well, they were up 2-0, but now they're 2-1. But like that has got to, like, Nate's got to be sitting there like what just happened? Like he's got to be completely mind blown.
Yes,
like, literal
absolutely.
nameless mean. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
How do you put that together? I mean, 5. He's getting. I know. Sensor takes a lot of it, but a kill per round.
Yeah.
I'm putting on more than 5.
You're absolutely right. After round 3, and even this is one of the, like, round 3 for sure. That is that is the best comment I've heard from you in a while. That is the wildest scoreboard you're ever going to see. Just off the fact that at that point they were winning.
Yes. 2-1 up.
So maybe this is even wilder just because it's not just 40 for the L. I mean, Snoopy goes nearly double neg, which is rare. Shawnee goes -7 on his best overall game mode so far. And yeah, the 1 kill per round at a sensor. Resilience is the name of the game. And Amit, I can only imagine at a certain point you got to feel pretty deflated, but back-to-back offenses with a lot of conviction all of a sudden starts to turn the tides just a touch. Fortress hardpoint is what waits for us coming up next. I don't even know. I just don't know what. I legitimately do not know what to say.
I mean, it's just one of the most mind-blowing things that we've seen for sure. In a moment like this, where it is a must-win, where you really need to step up, you need to get the ball rolling in the lower bracket. It's just never something that you'll want to see from any player. Doesn't matter who it is, but. I mean, there's something that we praise Doug for, and it's his ability to bounce back and shake it off. Well, he's going to have to shake that off completely because that was not a great look. Here with Orbit and Hive Street Mob, we're going into a round number 1. It's 2-0 up for Orbit. I mean, they very well could do the same thing and end this 3-0.
Yeah, Hive just trying to get off the map loss streak 5 in a row. As we continue to mention the reverse sweep from before, but Orbit convincing so far in this series. So if you're Hive, you just want to put together something solid here offensively. First tick at B is already locked, so that's not terrible news considering that you still have a lot of lives to play with. But Wiz, mid-map, just not going to get traded. Steps aside, and Orbit will hold a 4-life lead. And a chance for Wiz to get around the back line here completely concealed. No one has any idea he's back here. Oh, now they do. Doesn't matter.
Dude, Wiz just immediately flies back out, Charles. He's not looking to run and hide. Geo now looking to get involved over on the A point, but Control still looking good up top until Jimbo is able to deal with one of the key ARs. So now down to about 18 seconds. Not looking great for Hive Street Mob. One final attempt to try to get to his zone.
Yep. Gravity in their way. Shuts down the play from the high ground. Thresh down low has already been read as well. So Rupert is the one to kind of make the go call here through the interior. They do get on to stop the clock and secure the first tick at A. Gravity waiting for help before he commits to jumping down for the contest. Feeling it out, but as he looks for the exact right landing spot, he gets dropped. Jimbo now going to be tested, but big double from Jimbo. And the third! Oh, no way! Third tick. Gone and depleted. 6 seconds. Hive, one last chance to get there, but Geo's finding kills off spawn. And no, Hive will not touch again. Oh, they were that close to getting the extra 60.
Man, Alan, these poor guys just can't get your break, can they? You know, like, it just feels like it's been stolen away from them every single time. Oh, a moment where they have a chance, they have numbers, and then boom, a three-piece, just like we were seeing a lot in the S&Ds. Oh, boy. Well, at least the good news is it's just an offense, a chance to try to do something similar, I suppose, here on the defense. But, I mean, how many more times are we going to really talk that story up right now for Hive Street Mob? We just have not really seen them get over the top. They haven't been able to get around win, you know, get themselves to a point where it feels like they can do it at the moment.
Yeah, that really is everything. Thresh can be tested up top. It's Rupert for first blood through the middle of the map, but this hit is all towards B. Big pickup by Velux. Wiz was nearly able to get through. And that would have put a lot of pressure on the defenders up top, who still are not out of the woods yet. Geo for 6 in a row. Trophy down. He's on B.
He's looking to keep it going. Look at him. He's flying. Just about everyone will be concealed inside except for Thresh at the back. who is just gunned. Geo now looking for number 8. Will be finally taken out from Rooper. And Rooper puts together 2. But Jimbo's position is still pretty great. He's getting a lot of work done in the back, and Velux might have to deal with him.
Yeah. Tough call, though. Doesn't have a lot of help here. Semtex lands right behind him. Jimbo now up top. Yep, completely throws away the defense from the high ground. Second tick of progress looking good, but Mog holds on for a moment. Geo denies the trade. Second tick not fully locked, but Rupert, that will be enough for the rest of Hive's defense to start to make their play and start to establish some control here around B for the first time.
Orbit maybe flying just a little bit too fast there. They do get picked off pretty easily from Hive X Street Mob. Just all set up, pretty much waiting for it. Wiz trying to look maybe back over to this B point. They did almost secure that second tick. I'm sure they would love to lock it in, and well, they may very well have to actually capture the zone. They're low on time, 25 seconds. An A play maybe still exists. Jimbo with, I mean, those are difficult shots over the top at long range on the Velux, but he does manage to stay alive, and he is on the point.
Gravity stacked with him. First tick in, second on the way. Defense looking to regain. Try to find a way to contest this. It's Velux quick. No, denied immediately. Mock up top, the only other option. Contest is through, but Gravity had that covered the whole way. Extra 60 seconds going to get added here. Rupert not able to find any exit kills, so he'll just back off, try to play his life, and see if he can get the defense going on the backside of the play.
No one depleted that tick at B, so this play just feels like it could be successful with one good wipe, but those are good kills. Rupert also threatening the back now, so maybe able to stabilize now for Hive X Street Mob. Just need to be good on defense for about 1 more minute, and spawn kills are great kills right now for Rupert. Looks to put together 2, but Geo will trade him out.
13 plays 13. Velux AR over the top of the tents. Good shots to Geo. Gets the final bullet in for the kill. Still, though, like you mentioned, that second tick was never depleted, so Wiz may just secure it by himself by stepping on, and yeah, that's indeed the case. Help now from Gravity as he gets 2. Rupert, the only one left remaining. Gravity's on for 3. There's only one more to find. Rupert's got to play his life. If he drops, the zone's gone. Gravity jumping across. Little dolphin dive, and Rupert provides the kill needed to get this defense back into place.
Yeah, Thresh and Rupert always rely on those guys to go big when they have to. Some of those key moments we saw a lot through last season. Maybe coming alive here, and you need it to come alive. Rupert 14 and 10. Going to be at the very front of it to play defense here on B. Just 1 tick needed with 20 seconds left. Likely won't come down to the lives here unless they can get on the point and stall the clock. Geo looking for angles. He will be denied. And now Jimbo has to get it done in the back.
Thing is, he's going to have an option here to find this player in the backside of the fence line. Those shots will also reveal the player on the staircase. So there's the kill. But he's got to step on. He's got to stop the clock. Shots come through. Rupert for the double. He's in a little bit of trouble, though. There's the trade from Gravity, who's on for a little while longer. Geo on for the double stack. Trophy system down. Thresh up top. Has an angle at this. Geo tagged, but no, can't get there to touch. Late decision. And this all about Hive was trying to play for those last final kills. Didn't make the call to go down. I was just waiting for the moment for Rupert tries to commit, but that never happens. And Orbit steal away the offense.
I mean, everything has been stolen away. I mean, they're missing every appliance. I mean, everything in the living room, it's gone right now for Hive X Street Mob. They just can't catch a break. Another final heroic moment comes through as we turn back to the main focus. We just saw Boston lose a devastating control, and they're not off to a great start here on Fortress.
Not quite, but they are going to get the scrap time here at the 4th, plus kills off exit. So 73 to 114. Amit looking to kind of finesse the map a little bit while Yeez takes a route around the back, and oh boy. I mean, you can see the stack up coming. Phantom's on one side, Yeez on the other. Shots from Sensor and Shawnee decent, but the trade still favor that of Amit, who get themselves onto the point. Snoopy quickly trying to contest, and his kill at least allows a chance for the hard point to go neutral while Boston recover off spawn.
Oh, Gwen's been firing again. 17 and 9 here for him. Have to imagine that's going to keep up. And now time going back to the way of Omen. He's in a great position, just finessing his life. Sensor, though, does spawn in the back, trying to come around to see if they can try to break open the hill. Still a huge amount of time left on the anvil point. And, well, Phantoms doesn't give Sensor anything. Finds the gunfight head on, and time's still going the way of Omen.
Yep. Not great news here for Boston. Convincing finish to the hard point as well. Starts to regrow that gap here for a mid on the scoreboard. Sensor inside new. Only gets 1. Purge for the trade. Looking for more map control on top of that, but they actually don't get a read that Shawnee's all the way deep. So even though Mid are winning kills here around the hard point, what happens with the spawns? And it looks like Shawnee eventually gets red. Semtex puts him to rest, and Omit now a chance to jump onto the hard point, starting into more crucial time.
The Yeez can do 6 in a row. Oh, gets caught with a dead silence. Maybe should have popped it before jumping out, but nonetheless, Boston trying to push through the bottom, and none of it's really worked out too well as of yet. One player does manage to get to the back. That is Sensor. Huge moment here to try to play for the spawns, and Yeez is just bamboozled him. Looks like he was tagged early, wraps around the back, and now Boston have to maybe push through P1, or maybe now have actually been gifted the spawns.
Yeah. The thing is, this is still punishing time, and the play is not out of grips here for Amit to still win spawns. I mean, there's still so much time left on P1, so now that Yeez starts to fly forward, that will deter the spawns from being locked for Boston. They're still looking to play anchor with Pentagram in the back, but I mean, it's going to be 200 to 75. This is just so much free time given by Boston. You now have to win the full 60, or at least the majority of this hill, and win rotation to even get anywhere near close to being back in the map.
Pentagram, he's got a lot to deal with. Has to block, has to play his life, and there's still members lingering up top at the moment. Here comes the cruise missile. He's going to call it in. Trophy systems should be down. Might get an explosion off the wall. No, it finds nothing. And it's going to have to be by way of gunfights here, likely through the front.
Doopy trying to dissuade it. Red only gets one. Amit trying to play this through Archway. Sensor over the top. Good first kill. Tries to snap to the second. Purge still walks on in. Boston won that exchange 3 for 2, but somehow Amit still in a position to fight for this hard point, and there's the shutdown. Shawnee Snoopy playing forward. That will get the convincing scrap in their name, at least. And Gwyn will be the only player on rotation. Boston have to win this rotation right here, right now.
Yeah, this is for the game. This is for the game, and Gwyn could end it. Only there for one. Pentagram Snoopy, though, able to come up with 2. And it looks like Boston might be good to hang on. The spawns do get a little wonky.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Have to go big again. Pentagram trying to chase down the kills, and it's not working out for them. Gwyn also positioned at the gate. Only there for one. Censor the last one forward.
The timing of the hit was so close for Boston, but the hard point was not open yet, so they don't fully get the spawns in the back. Amit respond with the kills needed, and now they lock in the setup. Boston reeling after the control. Purge, mid-map, tries to hold down the trigger for the double, but it may not make much of a difference. Amit can still win right here, and Purge! A little transfer. Yeez got credit for the final kill, but Purge was a part of it without question, and Amit continued to find kills across the middle of the map. No one gets Purge on a mid. He's reaping, he's frying. Amit will get map number 4 convincingly on a way to a 5th, and Purge is going to finish with a huge spree. Only finally put to rest by Sensor, but it just does not matter. We're going to 5th.
We're going the distance here with Boston and Omit. I mean, another devastating loss to lose the way you just did on Control, and then to just about get 100 point club on the Fortress. That does not feel great, man. And Purge just has his way with Boston at the very end of it. Man, not looking good right now here for Boston Academy. Have to go the distance to stay alive after losing those last 2 maps the way they just did. Omen might be getting it done here, Alan. This is looking a little terrifying.
It's starting to kind of feel that way. How quick things can change in Challengers, man. In the face of a 30-plus kill, 3-round effort, essentially, by Pentagram. Looking good to put it away in 4 rounds. Maybe not. I mean, everybody on Boston just got worked. Everybody got worked. Except for maybe Shawnee.
Yeah. Man, oh man. Yeez 24, Gwyn 24. We saw it when we jumped in, right? I think Gwyn at one point in time was like 17-9 when we had first jumped into the map. So he was already off to a heck of a start that led to the lead we saw by about a full hard point there. And he's a couple of great moments himself. A lot of non-traded. That was the biggest difference, right? You take a look at the non-traded kills on both sides. I mean, Omen, we're walking through them.
Yep. And, well, Austin, I've got, do you want good news or bad news?
No.
What frame do you want? Do you want the good news
Give
or
me
the
the
bad
good news. Give me the good news, Alan.
All right, so you're Amit. You're on the track for a reverse sweep. And coming up next for map number 5 is really one of your bread and butters. It's Mercado Search and Destroy. On average, after playing it twice, they have won 6-1 and 6-2. They have dominated on this map. It's their best overall search and destroy. The mode, rather, is their best mode by far. And, well, here's the icing on the cake.
The bad news.
They also played this map in their first meeting against Boston, and they beat them 6-1.
I think I have more bad news, is that I'm pretty sure Boston are also 0-2 in map 5s, are they not? If not been great this season, I want to say. Okay, so, I mean, 0-2 in map 5s. You just went 0-2 in the last 2 maps, and I mean, again, if you did not tune in, it's the way you lose that map 3 that I think leads to the loss in map 4. But, I mean, you need an ultimate regain of all regains coming into a Mercado, because Mercado's one of those maps where, like, if you're just a little bit stagnant and not ready, like, it can just hit you like a truck. Nade stuns come over the top, they run at you, boom, round 1's down in like 20 seconds, right? This is one of those maps. Boston, a lot rides on what happens, I think, in these opening like 2 to 3 rounds. That's going to dictate a lot of, I think, what ends up happening and whether or not they can bring it back, or if they're just going to be completely deflated and out of it.
And the other thing about this map, thinking back to when we've seen Boston play it in the past, with a number of different rosters, but I think even with this roster, because they have played this map quite a bit in the group stage, they love to try to get Pentagram and Snoopy into forward positions, whether that's on defense, like cutting through tunnel, for instance, or the opening hit to try to get Cantina control on either side of the bomb. We often also see Pentagram kind of be the lurker to see on offense if he can get over towards B. So, like, this is a lot of Boston relying on their SMGs to create the opportunities for them to win rounds. Thing about it is, when you look at Amit and who does well on this map, you have a 1.89 overall KD from Gwyn and a 1.75 overall KD from Phantoms just on this map. And there it is. Pentagram already looking to get aggressive through mid. He sees the sniper rifle, backs off, but Sensor does still drop for first blood.
4 versus 3. He's able to get a good nade off, but Snoopy! I mean, that is a moment right there from him. We'll see a return kill there from Purge, but able to keep the site safe, and will also now have to retrieve the bomb here on the other side is Omid. How do they decide to get through? It looks like it might be through a flank around, or maybe right through the tunnel again.
Tunnels is, this is a really tall ask if you go tunnel, just because you've got a sub or a sniper as Purge gets a Vaznev off the ground. This feels a little bit better. Just get a clean look at the windows, maybe catch Shawnee off guard, and oh boy. Gwyn gets one onto Snoopy, getting maybe too greedy around the back, but wait, they don't actually see Shawnee jumping out from the window. Here's the challenge over the top. Nice shots from Shawnee. 1v1. Gwyn on the corner. But it's the trophy system for Shawnee. Gonna be moving pretty loudly. Gwyn on the play. Coming around the back. He must have that silence. Shawnee has no idea, and the kill comes out. Gwyn saves the round with what? I think all 3 of the final kills that Amit get.
Yeah, I think he gets a good amount of them there, that's for sure. And Gwyn hears him the whole time as well. Like, the whole time, he knows where Shawnee is. Trophy system stomping through the back alley here at Graffiti. That's going to sting. Felt like Snoopy had done enough there with that 2-piece, and that was everything to get them control of the site. They had the bomb down, but that pick from Gwyn opens it up, gets there for the second, and a round you thought would maybe once again go the way of Boston. Omit there to steal it away.
Quick hit from Boston. Trophy down. Nades over the top. Trophy denies the entry of the Amit defensive nades, but it's a 3-man stack defensively over towards tunnel. Do they expect this? Wait, Sensor still gets first blood. Follows up. Shawnee, Snoopy, everyone collecting kills, and Sensor's going to plan early.
That's a fast round. That's what I talked about. Those 15, 20-second rounds. Purge good of our first shot, but not going to be ready for the chow here on the second. And Boston, just force, speed. Very clean opening, too. I mean, every single 1v1 is you know, it comes through for all the individuals here on Boston Academy. That's just a great confidence round, I feel like, coming on through, and Snoopy's also off to a decent start here, 4-1 for him.
Yep. Man, that's a quick response on both sides. Both teams looking to get super aggressive, just in different ways. Boston come away with the victory in a key second round. Amit, nades over the top. No trophy down in front of them, so they will have to hold off just a touch. As Purge is going to watch over through mid. And now the delayed hit for mid. They're going to have to clean out Cantina, though. They've given up a lot of space here because of that no trophy being down.
Pentagram just laying on his belly up top. Ready for that door to slam open. You have to be very reactive, though. The door could open. Stun nades could come through. And no, Pentagram might be looking to chow himself. Hipfire is there. but doesn't finish off the kill. But look at Snoopy. Snoopy's taking this moment to fly, and there's the sub duo working in action. Yeez is caught out here behind the hedges. Should see a trade come through. Got in a pretty difficult spot. Sensor does have him pinned in, but he's got support now.
Yeah, thing about it is, wait a second, Purge. He's gotten 2 through tunnel. Hold on a second. They know where Sensor's at. There's the shoulders. Purge gets the intel, collects the bomb. Does he want to play for the kill or play for the plant? He's going to go for the plant. Sensor's going to give him the space. And we'll reset to a 1v1 where Sensor will not be able to have any sort of dead silence, carrying the trophy in the round. Purge, though, up top, has just been scouted, but that seems like it was mutual information.
It's going to be tough. Going to come to the tunnel. Purge knows. Purge hears him. Does give an angle at the gunfight. And does he reset? He will. He can go back into Cantina. He could simply hide. Sensor's got a lot to clear. He has no idea if he went back inside. And, well, you just got to work the clock here. Should be hearing a couple of those hops. Purge just needs to play the time. He'll check. Doesn't commit to the gunfight. Very well played. And Purge able to get it done with Yeez. That was a 2v4.
And he tries to go for the style points. The 360 out the window dolphin dive. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a 2v4. Purge really kind of did it all himself if we're being honest with one another. I mean, the initial isolation by Pentagram and Snoopy was beautiful. They picked it apart perfectly, and I was about to say, figuring that Boston was going to win that round, that's kind of a bad call for Amit. With no trophy right off the rip, to still committing to play over with just 2 members to winning over Cantina. We don't often see that, but they still make it work. Purge through the middle of the map, gets it pretty much all done himself again.
S&D Star living it up here in Mercado so far. 4 kills to his name. Aggressive chows right off the break. It's a 1-for-1 here, as Pentagram might have found an angle to actually slip in from behind. Purge not ready for it. Pentagram good for 1, trying to put together a second. A lot of footsteps going around in Cantina, and Pentagram gonna pop the Deddy, but he's taken out from behind.
Oh, it's starting to get a little messy around the point. Snoopy, I think, was trying to track back to see if he could isolate this top Cantina player in Yeez, but he's not able to get here in time, so Shawnee drops, and now it's just down to Snoopy for the 1v2. Both weapons at his expense if he wants to use it. No dead silence as of yet. He's got plenty of clock plus the bomb if he wants to wait for the field upgrade. But instead decides to make a little bit of noise, pops the doors, see if he can bait anybody out. Shots over the top. Goodness, dude. I mean, he's putting himself in a great position to win this round. I'm not going to lie to you. Dead silence still not earned. There's the damage. He gets the first over the top. Oh, my goodness. I thought Phantoms was going to pop up at the exact wrong moment. But no. Phantom stays alive, if only barely, and shuts down Snoopy.
Ooh. Oh, man. Snoopy almost does the impossible there. Phantoms just barely gets away with it. Man, those were very good prediction shots. Just not enough of them tag over the top. Good attempt. Snoopy almost worked through a 1v2, but it's still Omit in firm control here. Everyone getting involved across the board as well is what you like to see. And Purge, he's going to try to bring the scope out again. Looking for a shot, not going to connect.
Still, the threat established. This is going to win the middle of the map for Amit. Boston, once again, playing forward in towards A. They could possibly hit an early flank if they want to make a move through back alley. It would be a risky one, and they will not really take that endeavor on early. Sensor is the only one defending towards B, and he's playing in a corner. Help on the way. Phantoms climbs. Some footstep sounds being made. Sensor just needs to go 1-for-1 here. If you can just get the first, that's fine.
First, second. Oh, Sensor! 4! Give him 4! Just about gets there. Purge now stuck inside, and he's got a scope and a pistol. They don't read Sensor's position. And that is a hell of a moment to find a 3-piece.
Yeah, it's the last thing I think you expect if you're Amit. It's like, there's no way he's
100%.
hiding in this corner as the sole defender. Are you joking?
It's a day 1 spot, so yeah, you're never expecting it.
Yeah. First look towards B, though. Leads to a lot of question marks. And yeah, I mean, trigger discipline, Sensor just gets a little blessed. Everyone just runs right in front of him. If he would have gotten 1 kill, that would have been perfectly fine. But for him to get all 3, come on.
Works out beautifully for him. Maybe gonna breathe a little bit of momentum into Boston Academy. They certainly need it. Back-to-back rounds potentially coming through, and now looking even better for it. I mean, well, just like that, they'll find the 3 opening gunfights, and it's all down to Gwyn.
Yeah, first time we've seen Amit try to stack in towards Cantina like that from either side of the bomb. So it's one of those that's just a curveball that tries to get thrown out for Amit, and Boston just knock it out of the park. They were more than prepared for it. The sub's in place. Leaves Gwyn by himself. Now, he was special in the map, too. But this would be something different. And Silence at the ready. Looking to see if he can catch someone who's trying to use the bomb as a heady. Not the case. Sensor checks. There's the shoulder. There's the intel. Decent shots to Shawnee, but just too good of a position. And now Boston get us all tied up at 3 apiece.
There, good attempt there. Tries to bait out the sound cue there with the jump. See, players often do that in those 1v clutches, but too many players to deal with. Johnny was up top, already holding the angle. Gwyn gets a really good look at him, but you said it's the opening, right? It's the Cantina trying to get a little aggressive. I mean, you have a couple rounds, or we have a round to play with, so maybe wanted to try to at least bully them out of it, take full control, secure another one, but now Boston have done what I've said. Back-to-back rounds have come through. It's all tied up.
This is a big round here for Amit, just due to the fact that they had not really found a lot of opening success. And once again, there's no trophy system here. So last time this happened, they had a late hit over towards Cantina, and Boston just ruined them. And that's once again going to have to be the case. If Amit want to still commit to getting into A, I mean, they need to save some of their nades to clear out Cantina, because Pentagram's up top with that Silence. He does get seen on the shoulder, but Boston are still going to be completely unknown on what this defense largely looks like in Cantina, and Amit are not going to have an option to really commit to this.
Yeez has opened up through the tunnel. No one's watching mid. That's the problem with this play. The stacking Cantina is great. But if Yeez can find one kill here, it could be huge. And there it is. Yeez able to find the gap. Takes full advantage of it. Puts together 2. And they know Pentagram was also inside.
Yeah, I'm not in love with that defensive setup from Boston's perspective for what it's worth. I mean, you're playing a passive crossfire where no one's checking mid like you mentioned, but they're not really in tradable spots. Now Pentagram's by himself, but that may still work. Sensor rotates over. How have they managed to pull this one back? Gwyn again, this will feel familiar. This time just a 1v2, but is hitting the exact same angle he was previously. Has to check that top left, no one home. Sensor up top, shot at, but no kill comes through. Sensor puts him down. It's another 2v4 this time for Boston.
I mean, Boston, they get away with it. 3 rounds in a row now for them. I mean, they know Pentagram's inside, so that's why I'm a little bit, puzzled on why do you stick for the plant there, right?
Absolutely.
And even like the member that was battling with Pentagram, I don't know if it was Purge or who it was, but it been Yee still, but he gets heavily tagged up, so he's not in a position to defend the bomb planter if he decides to pop up at a really good moment. And obviously, Pentagram picks the perfect moment to do so. It binds for 2, Sensor gets there for the 3rd, and it just falls apart for Omen.
That's a heartbreaker right there. Boston, trophy system down early, looking to get aggressive in towards Cantina. Stuns, nades for Amit, still landing in the first floor. Pentagram clears. Yeez on the doorway. Shot at, may have been tagged right then. I think he backed down for a moment. Phantom's trying to make sure that Yeez stays safe, but he's got a lot of things to watch. Yeez is actually going to try to get proactive. Shawnee watching for this. Yeez will back away. Phantoms for 1 kill. Yeez does not get finished, and we'll go to a 4v3.
I think Yeez has been 1 HP like 3 different times here.
I agree.
He's alive. And it looks like a rotation out for Boston, but look who's watching it, Purge. They are going to go the long way around, but he spots Shawnee, and that should signal, hey, I'm going to back up. I'm going to head over to B. And this puts Boston in a really tough position because Snoopy is still at A, so they could come back, but Snoopy almost needs to open up with a kill.
Yeah, and Gwyn is rotated into mid-alley just to see if there is going to be a track back. Doesn't quite see it, though. But doesn't make a difference. Snoopy dropping on A. Now all of a sudden leaves Sensor and Shawnee in a pretty impossible situation mid-map. There's the check. Kill out. Yeez will drop. Trade should be here, though, and it is. Bomb now down. Shawnee by himself. Gets 1, but can't get away. And Amit will take the round and put themselves that much closer towards that coveted 5th as we get locked in at 4.
Look, they used 3 or 4 different magazines just to try to deal with Yeez, and he was still able to finesse his life for as long as he did. That's really kind of the saving grace there, feels like, for Omen. The deal with Yeez, all of a sudden, that site becomes a lot easier to break down, but never finding the player up close just kind of keeps them very hesitant. They go for a late rotation, and Purge also has a great read onto it. Doesn't commit to the challenge, just simply plays for the info, backs up, gives his teammates the calm.
Yeah, I was wondering, okay, so Amit, once again, are going to be on the offensive side. They have not found a lot of success at A. The only thing that really foiled their B play was Sensor hiding in a corner. This time he's going to play behind the desk. First contact, maybe to stun deters Sensor from being able to cleanly take the gunfight. Now Purge has one dart. Snoopy going to give it a test, and wow, that's a heck of a test to be sure, but the bomb's still going to be planted here at B.
Bomb will go down. No contest going to come through mid. Everything pretty much to the back. Unless Pentagram decides to take a route maybe through dark. But you're going to need to gun somebody if you're playing it like this, or you need to at least get Snoopy forward.
Yeah.
Could he get up top in 10 and try to blow this play open? You need something big from him.
He's got no dead silence, though. He does good reading the player on the top of the balcony. Also baits out a Semtex, so Snoopy's going to use that smoke cover to try to get across, but Purge puts him down. Trade is in. Pentagram tries to predict someone behind the desk, but Amit just in too formidable of a setup. They're going to take the round, get to 5-4. Pressure on. Boston try to stave off defeat. Need 2 rounds in a row to keep in the playoffs.
And it feels like this series has round 11 written all over it, but it very well still could end here. One good play call, one good aggression call maybe comes through for Omid. They could very well put this one away and complete the reverse sweep. After what felt like an impossible story, they have brought that story to life. 1 round away, Alan. You said it. They just need to hold on the defense.
Oh, it's going to be all 8 members over the top of A as well. Little double hit over towards tunnel, so Amit will have a different look at this defense, but they're going to run all the way around the backside of Barbershop. We have not seen this yet. Oh boy, it's a dead silence push around the back. Boston have not fully gotten into Cantina yet. There's the pinch. Quinn gets the opener, and the follow-up. He's nearly puts it down himself. It's going to have to be the 1v4 from Snoopy. A gut check call for Amit. Works out nearly flawlessly. Snoopy in trouble. Is looking for a way to keep his life, to get a regen. Dead silence out, but he's still taking shots. Changes the angle. Kill comes out. Hold on a second. Now a 1v2. Dead silence on the reset. Phantoms and Gwyn, last 2 left. But they're in a really good crossfire.
Snoopy may have read it. He's checking those angles. He has to know someone's still up close. Banging open the door. Might have got a glimpse of him. Trying to take shots, but he's running low on time. Chow comes through, and Omen have done it. No 1v4 for Snoopy. It is a reverse sweep and an absolute breakdown here for Boston Academy.
Oh, it's heartbreak. I thought for a moment Snoopy was about to do it. He had the perfect read on that final 1v2. Shots to Phantoms were good, but you have to maybe think and wonder how much of that last 1v1 that Snoopy and Phantoms had in those exact same positions came into play right there, where Snoopy loses the eventual gunfight because Phantoms keeps bouncing up. Even though he's getting tagged, Snoopy just holds that same angle. He got the shoulder check on the outside, but does not make a difference. And boy, Boston should have 3-0'd the series flat out. Get absolutely blown out in the round 4, round 5 of the Ellasilo control. They absolutely get ran over on the Fortress hardpoint. And then here in the search, just Amit's final little knuckleball at the end catches Boston completely off guard. And Amit will move on. Boston will finish top 8.
I would love to know who made that final play call there for Homan, because it was an incredible one. Wow, man. So much back and forth. Boston, they go on, what was it, like 3 rounds in a row. They pull ahead. You're thinking this is where they've turned it. This is where it happens. And then Omen respond with 2 rounds of their own, make it 3 in a row to get the job done. Wow, man. What a series. Unfortunate events. You really have to feel for Boston. You have to feel for Pentagram of all people, I think. Just out of that individual performance, that is, one of the best control performances we've seen so far in this stage. One of the best ones we've seen throughout the year. And to lose like that is gut-wrenching, without a doubt, man. Tough scenes, but great news for Omen. They stay alive, and they do what felt like it was impossible, like I said.
So they'll get a break now. After winning this lower round 1 matchup, they will be done for the day. Continue on to next week's games, where they will be waiting for the lower matchup, or the loser of the upcoming winter semifinals. Orbit as well, 3-0 versus Hive. They ended up putting together, I think, a 3-0 on the control. So Hive, after being reverse swept, got flat out 3-0 swept. Orbit, Amit, move on. Continue for a chance at some very coveted challengers points. But coming up next, we head back towards the upper bracket for winter semifinals action. We'll be covering the Decimate and M7 grudge match. This one went 5 last time these 2 teams played in the group stage, whereas NRK and Convoy will be squaring up over on twitch.tv/weareclutch. GG. final matches of the evening coming up after this. We'll step away for a break, get everything set up for you guys. More NA Challengers coming up. Don't go far. right back into the mix. We're up to the winners semifinals now for our final match of our first day of Season 4's Challengers Elite Playoffs, and we've got a grudge match. Decimate playing up against Millennium 7. These two teams met week 1, day 1 of Challengers Elite. It went 5. Decimate came out still on top, but I mean, they've only lost 5 total maps, so nearly half the maps that Decimate have lost have come to this M7 team. I'm expecting good things out of both these two squads.
Yeah, I think you expect these guys to really bring it and go head-to-head. We already talked about, a bit of the grudge match. A lot of these guys have a lot of time spent with each other, through S&D challenges over the years, outside of challenges, before challenges. So a lot of history here, I feel like, between these guys, and they obviously want it. We have our previous champions looking to try to get that run going here to the upper bracket. But, man, this team, they are very good.
Yeah, this Decimate squad is just looking just so different, man. And again, like we mentioned in the opening matchup that we had, watching over this Decimate versus Boston game is just like, it's just so surprising to see this much respawn domination from a team that is as young as they are, with, again, not really the most proven of histories. Outside of Noisy, everyone else is kind of enjoying their first best competitive stint. I wouldn't even call it a full year, because it really wasn't until they found each other that they found this kind of success. So maybe one of those instances of the perfect formula coming together late here in the season as Big Kestrel, Flames, and Noisy continue to dominate and respawn.
Continue to dominate and respawn. I think that's like the big thing, right? Is Estriel and Flames and how they've been able to really pick it up and respawn. That's kind of been the big factor, I think, for this team, and why we've seen them get very good with the help of Bink and Noisy, just filling the gaps perfectly. But you take a look at least at our other team here, Millennium 7. These guys, man, I think are very special when it comes down to what we've seen so far this year. Mohawk takes a break. He comes back. They're able to win that last elite. It's 3 of the 4 of those Cold War champions there at Challenger Finals with Neptune.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 that are just recently kind of out of the CDL with a chance to reprove themselves. For Spartan Neptune, a familiar position. Prolud, of course, in a bit of a more unique situation overall, considering his initial fill-in, then moved over towards the Legion. Now finds himself down here in Challengers once again. But like you mentioned, lots of history between the core group of this M7 roster, trying to get them back into Cold War championship form again. Let's take a look to see how both teams have squared up so far, where those pros and cons lie in this particular map set. Again, the respawn, just stupid. Decimate have not dropped a single hard point. That is ridiculous. Whereas on the other side, M7 are putting together a great playoff run so far, and a lot of it has been done with just good, complete COD from top to bottom.
Yeah, I think that's what you like to see. I mean, M7, they don't really necessarily have one strong game mode. You could call out their control for being, pretty strong. I think only losing it once here thus far. But overall, for the most part, it feels like this is really a team that is well-rounded, like you said. On the other hand, it does feel a little wild that Decimate had made it up to this point, and they still have a 100% win rate in those HPs. So you feel like a lot of that will likely come down to those map 1s and those map 4s here for M7 to potentially take this series.
And that's incredible, because their group was a tough group, if I'm being honest, especially considering how many veterans and just great respawn players there were, respawn rosters there were in their group. So that is an unbelievable tally. On top of that, just again, to reiterate it, on average, they win by 60-plus points per hard point, and they've played every single map in the pool. So it's an unbelievable statistic without question. Taking a look at our 2 players to keep an eye out on, though, on this particular match, Noisy and Neptune, a little head-to-head, both players at one point tied to LAG, but I think the biggest thing about it is both players have, in particularly, looked great today. Neptune, huge for this M7 squad in their most recent matchup, a winners round 1, whereas for Noisy, it's just been all action all the time from him, a 1.3 across every single game mode.
Yeah, you want to talk about somebody just having an MVP performance in every single game mode? I mean, it is Noisy, but at least the man on the other side that could very well match him is Neptune. I think you looked at Neptune when it comes to S&D. That's when he's really able to clutch up. We saw it there in that last series where they were able to edge out over their opponents. So you're looking for that potentially again, but this battle between these two is going to be a great one.
Absolutely the case. So with that, now it's time to see where exactly this best-of-5 series layout will be. Again, the history for these two teams saw an extended series all the way to 5, but this is actually interesting. The only maps that are going to make repeat performances, or appearances rather, for these two squads from their first matchup is that Ellasilo Control and the Hotel Hardpoint. That was what was played last time around. Biggest point to know is that it's easy for us to say that the 1 and the 4 should go the way of Decimate. Just based off the fact they have not lost the Hardpoint yet. I'm curious to see where you think that the route towards success could possibly be here for M7 in this series.
Well, I definitely think you have to win just about all the S&Ds, and I think this is a team that, has the ability to really punish them in the S&Ds. This is almost looking like a 2-3-5 angle potentially with the help of maybe that hotel hardpoint. I think that's maybe the good news here for M7 because this has been one of the maps that they have played a little bit, so there is maybe potential to steal that one away, give Decimate their first hardpoint loss, but I think more or less, you really do have to capitalize here in those search, destroys, and controls.
Yeah, getting rid of the fortress, by the way, for M7 is just a really heads-up piece of intel on them because they have played a lot of fortress hardpoint and just nearly an equal amount of fortress search and destroy. So good counter-stratting here for M7, kind of taking away some of Decimate's go-to map selections. Just comes down to, is that enough? Because like we mentioned, Decimate has played every single hardpoint map. Just comes down to, will they actually be able to hold that perfect record here? And I think the biggest thing, if you're M7, come out, do well on this map number 1, really assert yourself that you can hang with Decimate tempo-wise, because you're going to need that going into the map 2, as we saw for that search and destroy as well.
Yeah, and as much as we've seen Decimate be very dominant in the hard points, you can't count out M7 because they've played a lot of very close hard points of the day and have actually clutched up in a lot of these key moments. We saw a lot of it in the replays, right? Watching over like that 3-point differential on the Embassy. We saw it again, I think, on one of the hotels, or it might have been Mercado. So they've shown us that, they can at least bring some of that ice on the day.
Yeah.
Different beasts because they haven't lost. But this is where things, could very well happen. These are our previous champions. This is an M7 that's getting better and better, and also just clutched up in a game number 5. So these guys are feeling pretty good on the night so far.
2 major heavy hitters squared to play up against one another, as well as the other winner semifinal will be happening simultaneously. The NRK Anarchy versus Convoy gaming matchup will be happening on twitch.tv/weareclutchgg. Matt, Man, and Epiphany on the cast. Give those guys some loves. They're working their tails off over there right now, and all of their series have been just as good as the ones here. So make sure you open up 2 tabs, get all of the winner semifinal action going for you. And, I think the thing, too, just, framing up that series is NRK is on a big bounce as well, right? Like, they get the reverse sweep versus Hive, but it's still kind of a similar situation of this matchup where, like, you've got a younger team of largely more unproven talent going up against a very veteran roster of Convoy on the other side. And just for, a peek's sake, here is what their best of 5 series looks like as they're about ready to go with their map 1.
Okay, we got an Expo in. I want to say off the top of my head, this has been a map that NRK have definitely favored. Like, we were actually tuning into them, and they had won it 3-0, actually, when we had jumped in, right? But they started the reverse sweep here. So I think the Expo jumps off the page. We've seen that team be pretty good when it comes down to the hard points and S&Ds. But I think an interesting map set. I love me some Hydra, love me some Expo. So I think they got themselves a great set over there.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. So again, open up both tabs. Keep an eye on both series because, man, I'll tell you, these final 4 squads that we currently have in the upper bracket, just like we already framed up, it could be anyone's ball game to get to that winner's finals. But we'll stick, again, like we mentioned, with Decimate M7. We'll try to give you guys look-ins to that NRK game when we have the chance to. But all of our eyes and attention will stay primarily with this heavy hitter matchup. Like you mentioned, man, I think we've got 2 Toronto favorites right here. I'm just going to say it.
I think that's a fair shout. I mean, coming in, these are the 2 teams that we could very well see in the grand final. A lot of these guys have stepped up on land. I mean, you can kind of remember it a lot earlier on in the year, what we got at a making big moves. But I'm ready for it, man. One of the last matches on the night. North America's been a banger, and I'm ready for another.
There we go. Opening kills for M7, looking good enough to get them onto the point for now. Estriel denies that a little further, though, and whoa, long-range shots, really good with the sub. Staying on to the hard point for just a little while longer. Decimate still also trying to negotiate for that left side of the minimap, that bottom part of the minimap, rather, I should say. A couple of kills will kind of keep things in contest, that both teams are kind of avoiding the hard point, just playing for the favorable spawns.
Both trying to make some deep moves here to the back. Big battles right through the tunnel now as Estriel tries to fly forward. Will be shut down, but he's got his SMG duo maybe ready to do the same thing. Scrap time very well should be picked up here for Decimate and give them a slight lead as they make their way to new, and Noisy pounces 2 in a row for him. Should be able to break this open.
And that's been, I think, the most impressive thing about Decimate. We talked about this briefly against Boston, where on rotation, it looks like it's going to be a 50-50 fight. But in the last 10 seconds before the new hard point opens up, Decimate put together a setup. They crack on through. They find the kills convincingly. And now a chance for them to really open up this hard point early. Noisy on an opening 4. Goodness gracious. Decimate just make it happen so darn quickly.
Do they ever? And they start to run away with it. Look at Bink's position. He's already thinking about, the next play, the next move. We find a good wipe while we start to transition over to the Tin Hill. And this is going to force Millennium 7 to actually set up at new. They're going to send a couple members to play for kills and maybe it contest this crown time. But look at Estriel just flying forward, shutting down a lot of the defenders playing for exits. And now there's a chance to actually get to the Tin Hill and contest.
And this is the other thing about Decimate is off the exits, they make you feel like you're in a blender sometimes because honestly, as soon as you lose the rotation, you're already essentially giving up 15 to 20 seconds because you had to put your setup together. And then once that setup gets crumbled, you're like, oh shoot, we can't just let him get a full 60. And that's when Decimate just run at you and turn things into a snowball. Good moment of recovery here for M7. First 2 kills as the third hardpoint opens up, go their way. Flames on 4 is in a tough spot over the top of the trash can, but he at least keeps his life, and the rest of Decimate are now here to try to flood this. They get a look at Prelude. Spart over the top. How about it? Good timing on this challenge. Spart for the double. Almost gets the third. Estriel gets the trade, but M7 hold on to the hill.
Now Spart makes it an easy trade there for Neptune. Huge play. Able to make sure M7 do not just get completely blown out in the first 3 hills. It is Mercado, but you love to keep it close now moving into the next hill. At P3, Bink is being bombarded with stuns and nades. Is going to have to set up and try to hold the line through mid. Going to get a read on Prelude. Good shots come through. Trophy system comes out. Goes for the secondary chow, but Spart will have none of it. And how about those shots from Spart? Beams Flames in the back and gives them a solid chance at Barber.
Yeah, really good shots from Spart. And now all of a sudden, Estriel's in trouble. Still isolates onto Neptune. Turns back towards Spart, but no. Spart good for now 3 in a row. Bink looking to chase him down to secure the trade, and he will find the kill. Again, right as the hard point opens up. Ooh, tough though. Trophy system doesn't get placed. So now all of a sudden, Decimate are going to have a hard time staying alive on the point, you would think. Noisy's still going to opt to play on the inside. Estriel creating space, backside truck, but can only get one. So now the flood for M7 can start to come through. It's just Flames mid-map trying to watch this cross from the front.
Flames just needs to stay alive as long as he possibly can. Just buy his teammates time inside of the point. And even Estriel off spawn can come and reinforce here at Barber. Here comes the push. Double stack in. He makes slight work of Mohawk, and Spart barely takes any damage in return. And Flames now getting it done at the new hill as well.
It's Spart, I mean, he puts together a really good look for M7. You think that last hit was going to get it done, but Noisy just denies everything, like you mentioned, barely even taking any damage. So now Bink gets the trophy system down for Decimate to possibly put together their setup for a break on the courtyard from this right side of the map by Warehouse. But Noisy on 3 has a chance at Mohawk, who predicts that play nicely, and then also follows up to make sure that Spart stays alive a little while longer. Decimated the hill for now, but M7, an opportunity to still try to overwhelm this with numbers around the back. Mohawk on 3, Mohawk on 4. Last player for Decimate, and Estriel drops, and M7 still a chance to get this back 30.
Yeah, I think some of those rumors maybe put a little bit more fire into Money Mo's veins here as he's starting to get himself off to a very nice start. 10-7. Beautiful little sequence there from him. Puts together 4. And that very well could be the remaining 20 seconds. One more hit could come through, and we'll see if that player decides to stick around. No, Bink wants to reinforce that new because he's feeling the pressure through the back alley. Prelude's been able to create space, and maybe Spart could open up something.
It's just tough, though, because take a look at the current status on the scoreboard. It's the ARs for M7 that are getting the job done, but the subs really haven't been a part of the plays yet. And even though there have been some good savior moments from Spart and Mohawk, unless you can get your subs into position to actually set up in these hard points, it's going to be hard-pressed to change the trends of this game because Flames now up top is going to get a lot of information to Noisy, who's right in front. Little bait and switch from them. I mean, that is just poetry in motion of how to play an AR sub combo. Your AR gets the information, Noisy follows up the cleanup, and once again, Decimate dominate the opening portions of this hill.
Oh, it's getting out of hand. This is 30 seconds. You cannot afford to give. Spart fighting with everything he's got, man. He's been great so far in the map. The ARs have been here, but the important kills haven't always. Mo able to fight back from up top. Will take out Bink, but Noisy still nearby. Could very much threaten the time as he's starting to get swarmed in and around some of these members from M7, but his teammates do the job from the back. He does the job from the front, and Decimate, good for some more time.
I mean, this is just, you could do a VOD review over this one map up until this point for like 2 hours to talk about how perfect this has been from Decimate's perspective, even amidst a really good fight from M7, trying to get themselves back in. And actually, I think Prelude may have swapped off from the sub right here, going into this final hard point of our rotation to get an extra AR in, because he's just not able to be a part of these gunfights. Yeah, he's got 2 now with the attack, More on the way. Okay, this transition could be solid here for M7. Maybe this is what they need. Just bring out more ARs. Don't let these subs get in your face. Prolit looking for the full wipe, and he's going to get it. 5 in a row for Prolit after swapping to the tack.
Oh, how about that play from Byron? Nice little 4-piece. Oh, he's going to make it 6 in a row now. Keeping it going. The nade will finish him off, but more streaks to work with. A battle back, though, from Decimate, able to force their way into the point to try to secure the remaining scrap time. They've gotten just about all of it. Mohawk got to get a read from the behind and won't be able to do so. Noisy again. Puts together another multi-kill, and nobody was surprised. Decimate getting very close to 200 points now.
And Prolo did just call in the cruise missile while there's only about 15 seconds left on this hill. That was the intention of get the scrap, also win the middle of the map so you can start chipping away at this lead by winning time on the first. But only a single kill comes out, and Decimate's setup is still fine. I mean, it's just one of those things that it just feels like M7. I mean, even Neptune has swapped over to the tack by the look of it as well. They're just not finding the space to get these subs into a good position. You know, immediate trades. There's not the same untradeable moments from the SMGs that we've seen from the hands of players like Noisy and Flames, who are just running rampant at the moment. So, I mean, it definitely feels like Decimate's hardpoint record will stay fully clean and flawless through this. M7 have to put together pretty much a miracle comeback at this point, down 100.
Yeah, they certainly do. It starts with a P1 to P2 transition and then a flip it of the spawns. It's a good start on the bank. Astro, though, has got himself in a pretty prime position to cut down anyone that works through the back. And it's going to be a bit of a wraparound here. Player 1 is going to spawn out. That is Bink. There's a chance maybe to kind of attack from all different angles.
Dude.
But oh my, Noisy just beams the AR in the back. Astro gets it done for the front. And while Decimate, I think they want to get it done in Cantina.
Looking likely. Looking very, very likely. I mean, Noisy's got a minute 42 in the hill, and he's +4. Estriel 24-19, cutting off mid. I mean, oh my goodness. And he keeps his life a little while longer. That leaves time for Flames and Noisy to pinch up the hit. I mean, it's just, you've got one player putting the feelers out there. Where are they coming from? They go 1 for 1. The rest of the team follows up, cleans up the hit. It really is. I mean, this is some of the most perfect hardpoint that we have seen in any form of challengers, North America or Europe. Decimate absolutely embarrass M7 on this opening Mercado hardpoint. 250, 129, no chance to touch. I mean, goodness gracious. That is, yeah.
Yeah, that is getting outplayed to a T. Wow. I mean, just no mistakes. And the beauty of it is it when you like look at the minimap and you're watching the Decimate members, it just feels like everybody knows like the next step in every sequence that unfolds. Everyone knows when to play back, when to play for spawns. The rotations are always the trades. I mean, it just feels like they're not even like heavily outslayed for the most part, but the game is not even close.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Apologies for the no game sound throughout that map number 1. Just a couple of tech issues. We'll have that resolved for map number 2. Jump over to see how things are going on the first map between NRK and Convoy. Much tighter here in the Hydro. Rex having a good game. He's had a great season, for being honest. No one's talking about Dylan Rex. I don't know why, dude. Like, put him on The Bachelor at this point. He has been dominating. I don't know why The Bachelor came to the mind, but I feel like everybody should want him. Maybe that was what I'm getting at.
There you go. Everyone should want him. I like that. He's been great. And how about that little moment there from Pristini? A little push to in the back, puts together a little 3-piece, and he's keeping it going. Good moment here for Convoy to come away with a lot of that scrap time. And look at Nero. He's already flying the new AR in his hands. He's trying to make something happen here, and he's in a good position to make it happen as he finds Dak for another.
How did he even see him, dude? I mean,
I don't know.
I was like on the name tag or something. He just snapped on him. So Convoy a chance to put them in a position to maybe win it right here. I mean, NRK are spawning way across the map, but no one's anchoring. Gunzy in the back. That kill should allow these kills from both Cruz and Lunars to pop up on the backside of this. No, it doesn't. Okay. Convoy will see Nero instead spawn in the back, and Gunzy's sitting here saying, what? I'm back here. Please?
Yeah, no explanation for that one, but either way, numbers to the point now for NRK as they start to bring it back. 30 seconds left on P5. Cruz looking to put together something else, but Nero there for a beautiful 2-piece. And maybe Convoy Gaming might be able to keep numbers on the point. One last hit coming through for Lunars up top.
Pristini and Gunless are both holding on to cruise missiles as well. That makes life very difficult as we rotate not just back to the first hard point, but also potentially to this second side. Gunless holding his life all the way back over towards Ruins. You've got Dak on Dome. And honestly, with Convoy spawning deep and trying to help Gunless, this could lead to some really easy time for NRK. You figure there's got to be a trophy on the hill, which is where Gunless is sending this at the moment. No, Lunars does actually fall to this, so hold on a second. Now Pristini follows up behind this play, and what looked to be a good NRK setup all of a sudden gets contested very early on.
Yeah, these spawns get a little bit wonky, a little parallels kind of coming through, but now Gunless anchoring the back should be good here for Convoy Gaming. And well, Dylan Rex, 24-18 now for him. He can put them in the blender. You have to deal with Rex before you can look towards the point. Dak gonna try to take a different position. Rex says, no, you won't. 3 in a row now for him. Trying to get a read on the player in the point, and finally, Gunzy able to put together a couple kills, but the problem here, NRK, they have to fly.
Yeah, and Convoy are trying to hold this rotation by way of Pristini's cruise missile. Doesn't quite land. Information, of course, known. 226, 233. You got Cruz working around the outside. Nero there to meet him. And Convoy winning the gunfights from the front. It all now rests with one. And wait a second. Chance to contest. Lunars almost gets the double, but as Gunzy drops, the hopes of NRK to break through this start to go out the window. Last chance.
One final attempt. Full flood through the left side of Ruins. Nero watching the back. Oh, he gets gunned by Dak. Dak gets a second. Tries to keep it alive, but Convoy, too many bodies in the point. They'll play out the trades. They'll hold on, and they grab a pretty tight map number 1 on Hydro.
Man, Guns is going to have some questions on what happened to those spawns behind the 5th hardpoint, and I wouldn't blame him for it because he's in the back anchoring. Maybe he's not quite, far enough towards the middle, like the middle left side of the map. Like maybe he's too far bottom left. I don't know, but that's going to feel bad because Gunzy puts himself in a great position. Dak nearly also just brute forces his way in to still contest that second hill, just not quite able to get the kills needed onto that final little 2-piece setup. So that, again, is happening over in full, and overall total coverage will be happening with that whole series continuing on the twitch.tv/WeAreClutchGG stream. But for us, Decimate M7, Decimate 10-0 now in hardpoint, and this one wasn't close. From across the board, it's just everyone dominating across every single category.
Yeah, that was just a question of, how far is it going to go, right? How long is the streak going to go on for? Are they going to go through this whole playoffs just flawless in hardpoint? It feels that way with the way that they are just manipulating the map and the fact that they can play every single map. It is a pretty big problem for a lot of the other teams to have to solve coming into this. But at the moment, this is what we kind of mentioned. M7 maybe didn't expect them to get beat down as badly as they did on the map number 1.
Yeah,
we're forced to try to get a huge response here and hopefully find a way maybe to get some of these playmakers more involved. We talked about Neptune and his influence with this roster, but he was heavily shut down throughout this map 1.
Yeah, and I think that, again, we kind of saw the search and destroy moments for M7, as well as also kind of the late comebacks they put together on the hard points in their winners round 1 matchup. And it really was Neptune and Prolut that did a lot of the work for them when it came down to making those comebacks happen, and then, of course, creating a bit of a difference in the search. But you don't see it all the time. And that's, I think, one of the things that have always kind of been the impacting factors to the CDL longevity of those two players. It's just like moments of brilliance, but other times it just feels like they're not a part of it. And when shutdowns like that happen, it just turns into a very punishing affair, which we see kind of represented in that first map score. So now we got the Mercado Search and Destroy. Again, we kind of mentioned for M7, their Search and Destroy has been great. In particular, you get to this map, and things have been really solid for them here as well. Just the one overall time they've played it, it was a 6-2 win. But, I mean, they were dominating across the map. So a bit of onus here that Decimate need to put together an opening that makes this M7 team react. And Noisy stunned up. Neptune pushes forward, and that's what we talk about when it comes to Neptune and Search. Huge double to open up the first round.
Yeah, that's going to force the play from Decimate over to B, which they have been able to clear out a little bit of this space through, the courtyard here. Estriel does give away his position, and that's the alarm system. Everyone from M7 should be able to get here pretty swiftly, but Spark caught throwing a nade, does give away his life, and that's maybe going to give an opportunity to get this bomb down for free.
And a pretty solid post plant, honestly. Flames is going to have to just hope he gets good timing, though, on contact, because Estriel's kind of playing a 1-for-1 spot inside of Dark. Ooh. That's actually huge clarity on what's not around the back. So now you know that M7 has to be hitting this from the front. Good kill through mid-map. Flames gets a look at Pro. A couple of tags are in. Here comes Estriel being a part of the play. Time ticking. Neptune, gets the third. Looking for the ace, and Neptune will catch all 4. Give him the defuse as well. Why not?
Fine, I'll do it myself. Neptune says 4-0 to kick off round 1. I was almost thinking like Flames Estriel 2v4, like that is the duo you would want in a 2v4 situation. Longtime friends, played just a countless amount of S&D games together, and they almost managed to pull this off. But Neptune, flashy plays, great bounce back after the map 1. That's definitely going to get the blood pumping here coming into this S&D.
Yeah, I'll say the last thing you want to do is go up that big early with that open double and then still lose the round. And just kind of again talking about Neptune's brilliance in search. How about it in the opening first duel? 17-6, 74% win rate, plus a significant KD. Trophy system down for Decimate's defense. Late stuns trying to cut through the middle. Prelude in a little bit of trouble here. Noisy working with Estriel, and it will go back and forth. 2v2 situation early. Estriel controlling the first floor, but M7 all over the high ground, and Spart will clear him out, and now it's all just with Bink.
They have to know Bink's at the back here. Just a matter of will they be able to spot him before they make a move for the bomb or try to cross Mohawk. It's all about that balcony spot. Thinking about throwing a shoulder, but the challenge comes through. Mohawk able to snap. Looked good for Bink off the transfer, but not going to happen. Millennium 7, 2-0 lead.
Yeah, man. For a moment, though, Bink has a really good look at it, but that's a 1v1. I think if you were to pause and say who's still left alive, I think a lot of people would put some channel points down on Mohawk winning that 1v1 from that position. So a 2-0 start for M7 after Neptune's ace. That one looked a little bit more comfortable across the board. And Decimate, who's tried a couple of times now to get maybe a bit frisky over towards these early contacts at A, are going to do the exact same thing. Nades over the top, trophy system down. Trophy on the other side, keeping a lot of the team safe, but no, Semtex does land. Pro that also caught. Good opening kills here for Decimate as it's just already down to Spartan. He can't get out.
Yeah, not much follow-up to that round, other than they came through, they won the gunfights, they had a great Semtex nades kind of over the top there to kick it off. But overall, Spartan just gets one. You can see him panic like, oh man, I've lost everyone. I'm just going to try to reset. Not even given that opportunity, just flying at him. A lot of aggression, much needed a round comes through to make sure it does not get out of hand early.
Yep. And again, that's just one of those, like you mentioned, their nades hit, M7's didn't, end of round. Like,
yeah, Lisa.
Back at it again. I don't know if there's a full trophy down here for M7. It just felt like Decimate were not really playing for kills, and that's exactly why. Noisy's going to get all the way around the back with his dead silence. The thing about this is M7 have found success to get on towards the plant, but Bink changes it with the kill coming out. Noisy now can get this play underway. There's the trigger discipline plus the double, and Noisy and Decimate all of a sudden have Millennium 7 kind of scratching their heads a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Very fast rounds come through offensively and defensively, and Noisy just kind of takes a play out of Omet's book there, right? Just runs right up mid on defense. Says, well, I know you're pretty much going to go to this site, you know, about 90% of the time. Why not send this for a little bit of a risk? And it works out, pays off beautifully. Does it with the AR as well, so he can even take that shell through back alley in case somebody is watching it right off the break. But nobody was. Couple of freebies. Noisy will take it.
Yep. So many things that's going to do to the mental as well for M7 when they come out to their next offense, as we once again go back to 7 of our 8 players playing immediately in towards A. Neptune in trouble, caught. Noisy gets the first blood. Up top, Big, good look at Pro Loop, but can't finish the kill. Well, it doesn't matter. Flames through mid, Noisy following up. I mean, Noisy's on 6, and oh my goodness, it doesn't get any better, does it, dude? It's just, wow. Snowball after snowball, blender after blender.
That's 3 rounds in a row, and I mean, these last 3 rounds that have been won for Decimate feel like they've all come in within a total of a minute? Maybe?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's been pretty swift rounds. Oh, man. And you know, how long is M7 going to play into this, right? It hasn't worked out these last few rounds. Noisy's now on 6. He's got himself a streak to work with in his back pocket. Do you still even go for this A play if you're M7? Looks like that answer is going to be Somewhat, yes, but are going to split off some of their members here throughout the map.
Yep. Man, dude. I mean, he's going to get high ground control with Dead Silence. Doesn't need to go any further than that, but you even see Decimate throwing a couple of late stuns up top to see maybe if there's going to be a connection. It's just, dude, this team looks so filthy. Wait, late explosion onto Flames through mid. Prolute gets a second on top, but Noisy could still foil this by hitting a good timing, but Bink drops, and now Noisy's window has essentially closed. M7 will look to just completely overwhelm this A setup. First kill good, second on the way. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Tyler Bailey, what did you eat for dinner?
I know he doesn't win the round, but I wish that was the final kill cam. I wish I got to see that again. That was one of the most impressive transfers we've seen, man. Holy. I mean, you could take a look at where everybody was from M7. They had no idea Noisy was inside. He almost did it. If Spart was just a little bit further in the back alley watching, or maybe from a different position, Noisy resets.
Oh, man. Ooh. That's a win that feels like a loss if you're M7. Flames watching over the top. Here comes Estriel. Prolute caught. More on the way. No, Spark gets the easy trade, but of course, Noisy's here. 10 kills. And we're not even done with the 7th round yet. And we have a 3v2 as Noisy's going to flip the bomb back over to B.
What is it about Noisy in, like, Modern Warfare titles?
I don't know, dude.
Those are his best games where he just doesn't even look human. My goodness. Well, he's made his way over to B uncontested. Millennium 7 have no idea, and now they'll be alarmed as they're going to have to probably do this from their side of the map. Very limited information, but have to try to go big here in the 2v3.
Dude, Noisy's still alive. Like, that's step number 1. Kill Noisy. Not easy to do. Bink playing as the alarm system on the 2nd floor, just checking through the window. Noisy drops quickly. Neptune gets the first and very furious kill. Flames Bink up top. Glass broken. Bink checking for the defuse. Flames has a pistol out as he's still carrying the sniper rifle pistol combo. Mohawk has to go and go quickly. Kill is in, but no time for the defuse. Decimate will go up 4-3. Didn't need Noisy this time either. That's going to feel pretty good for the rest of the team.
He was only responsible for just really dropping the bomb, getting them there, and well, they follow up pretty nicely. I mean, a 2v3, it's pretty difficult to set up defensively on Mercado S&D. It's just kind of taking a gamble of which site they're going to be at, and well, a huge percentage of the time, they're typically going to be at Cantina. Doesn't work out that way. Noisy's got 10 kills. Feels like this team is just unstoppable at the moment, which is so crazy to say versus an M7 roster. Oh, we'll see it again. Look at this transfer.
Bruh.
Look at that.
Dude, he nearly gets the chance at the 4th, too.
I don't know if people, like, really realize how difficult it is to go from, like, low to high like that, to snap. That is very difficult to do.
Flames first blood. Pushes in. Takes over Cantina. Noisy following up. No. Trade from Neptune looking for the double down, but not to be. So 3v2 again for Decimate off the rip, but Spart isolates. Estriel down low. They know where Flames is at. Or they should have. Flames gets a freebie onto Sparty, and now it's just down to Mohawk. I'm surprised that Spart doesn't even come around the corner and even look towards bottom bedroom there.
Doesn't feel like the M7 that we saw from last season at the moment. Just a little bit frantic. Always down in numbers. Mohawk going to make a move through. You saw an adjustment, though, from Bink. He completely repositions. Almost like you heard him. He's pretty far away, but he's in a pretty tight corner. Tough to read for Mo. And I don't think he's going to check it. No, he will not.
Wow. I mean, is it just me, or do they feel like they get better every map, too? Like significant.
Yeah,
like, I'm talking, like, significantly better every map. It's just like, oh, yeah, these guys are impressive. They're looking pretty good. Wait a second. They look even better. Wait a second. They still look even better. It's just like, stonks are high in the Decimate camp right now. I'll tell you that much. Probably trade publicly better than FaZe.
Okay.
Too soon?
Pull that pocket. Get late at night, though. Here for it. Decimate are here for what looks to be a 2-0. Good nades come out through mid. Estriel back into one of those key positions. As Prolute's actually going to send it for There's a wraparound. Noisy's caught, I think, in his streak. So Pro's able to really make this work out here. And we'll see if a kill comes through for Noisy. Tries to weave it into top Cantina, but it's just information.
And Noisy's just lucky to be alive. He also reads that, like you mentioned, 3 members are here at A. They're trying to rotate the bomb back over towards B. Bink is out, technically speaking. But he has no idea what's behind him, no idea what's in front of him. And as Noisy only gets 1 kill, and now stays with just Bink, and Mohawk gets the read up top. No worries there. Good response from M7, staying alive through the streak. And on top of that, just kind of, again, asserting some aggression of their own, because at a certain point, it feels like Noisy can just do whatever he wants, and that's a good little response round for M7 to kind of hold him at bay just a touch.
Feels good to get one back after how a lot of these rounds have gone, especially on how fast they've gone. I think that's the biggest thing here for M7 is that, you know, a minute went by and they lost 3 rounds, so good to get one back. Now have to try to make something happen on the attack. I mean, they've just been pretty down with just kind of sending it over to A with nades and stuns over the top, but this time, different break off. Right away, going to head over to B.
I love the call, too. Look at this. Spart watches through mid, so Noisy was trying to get aggressive. Once again, backside Barber. Stun gets tossed Spart's direction, but he stays alive through the following nade. Pro looking for the quick plant, but Decimate have a good read that this is going to be a B plant. It just comes down to it's already too late, I feel. M7, it's just all about holding this setup. Spart will still watch for any long flanks, and Decimate will have to try to break in through the front the hard way.
Up ask. Mohawk, good tags, easy cleanup for Prolude. Prolude comes up with 2. Mohawk gonna chow the last one, and that's the M7 I think we really wanted to see, right?
Absolutely.
This type of aggression, switch it up, show us a little adaptation. And that's enough to get us to around 11 here, Alan.
And those back-to-back rounds happen so convincingly that I feel like if you're Decimate, you kind of have to consider, like, oh, what is M7 going to want to do here? Like, you can't just play your playbook. You may have to put something together that is a response to what we've seen from M7 now in the last 2. Will be M7 on the offense, though. Decimate, what's the call? I have to imagine this is going to be some sort of a 1-3 split up. I think they're going to play this one real safe.
Love this from M7. Bink's got an important role here at B. It's all about either playing your life or just getting one and getting out. Shot's going to come through. Nade's going to follow. Bink is sticking around a little too long. And yeah, they fly at him. And luckily, there is a pretty quick trade, though. They do find Neptune in return. Flame's able to get out with his life.
This is still a dangerous cross, though. I mean, Decimate are going to try to stop the plant. That's really the only play that they have. And it's kind of the same footing on the other side. M7 are kind of rooted into having to play for B. Prolude catches Flames on the aggression. Tagged up, but Estriel's nade gets us to a 2v2. Noisy off the regen around the back. M7 are trying to be cautious about moving out of this top 10 position, but Noisy gets the read on the Prolude. Drives in. Mohawk gets the kill. To the 1v1 with Estriel. Does he know he's mid? Mohawk seems to have a lurking suspicion that he is. There's the cross, and the shots for Mohawk are good. Oh my goodness, the kill comes through, and M7 put together 3 rounds and win the search in the face of straight domination from Noisy.
It felt like they were just overwhelmed. They were frantic. They were no longer the M7 we're used to seeing, but something changed after coming through with some different play calls, good calls over to this B site. Finally able to stuff Decimate, shut them down, and stop them from doing what they've been doing the entire time. And then Mohawk for a 1v1. You'll love to see that there. Big shots coming through. I mean, 2 S&D stars for a 1v1 round 11. You can't make it up.
Nope, sure can't. Wow, what a bounce back from M7, bro. That is unbelievable. And it's in the fashion of what they do. But we'll talk more about that in a moment. We've got another good one right here. Non-stop action. Round 10, NRK looking to put this one away, tie up the series on the We Are Clutch GG stream. Convoy on the offense. And how about this? NRK are heavy stacked through B. They're going to go all the way around the world. And interestingly enough, the timing of this could work out because Convoy are not getting a read through tunnel. So they're not going to be able to plant this for quite some time. This could work out really well.
It could. It could. Will somebody turn to watch flank here? Player 5 might be the guy to do it, but is it too little too late? No, Rex should be able to hold this. Bomb's going to go down. Crew's just going to hold his side. Look at the nades coming through, though. They should know everyone's flooding through the back.
And now Cruz kind of has to play. And now that the Semtex is out, yeah, Cruz has to go. I mean, this whole setup is completely trapped. Lunars gets 1. Rex still trying to get contact. Nice shots onto the follow-up. Here comes Cruz from behind, but oh no. A frag grenade has gone wrong. Now Cruz is by himself for a 1v3. Great shots to Rex. He's going to try to hop it. It just doesn't feel very likely. Pristini should check this, and he will. Hell of an effort, but Convoy get the read, take the round, send us to around 11.
I love the idea of it, but you can really see when there's nobody that's willing to hit the go button and kind of be the bait in that play, nobody ever gets anything done. It's just kind of all hoping for that first engagement to come through successfully to enable the other members to kind of get there, but nobody really wanted to be the first one through, and it leads to what was kind of a stalemate there and a lot of time being burned off the clock. Not enough for Cruz really to put together what looked like a really good attempt at the 1v3.
Yeah. So what's the comm now? Nades over the top, trophy system down. Small hesitation here, though, from Convoy. Dak is trying to play forward on the windows. He's going to get the balcony play. He's actually all the way into the second floor. Hold on a second. Dak is in a great spot. Drops down, finds Nero. Looking for more. No dead silence, but still 4v3. He's got Lunars and Gunzy right outside. And Convoy need to get him out of here. You just cannot allow Dak to stay here.
Yeah. As long as he's alive, you can never plant the bomb safely. A little bit of time to work with. Flying out, Dak might be caught. Oh, wait, Pristini doesn't react in time. Dak gets another and gets out. It's all down to Gunless.
He's in trouble. He's tagged. NRK know exactly where he's at. Here's the long play from Cruz again. Gunless, the trophy carrier, gonna have to get the read. Cruz's shots are good. Follow-up even better. NRK take the round 11. And both of our upper semis are going to be locked into a 1-1 map count.
Just the way we wanted it, let's be honest. As close as ever. Man, what a crazy play here from Dak. Even finishes off the third. Final couple bullets onto Gunless, who was weakened up. But that second kill into Pristini, man, he was absolute. And Pristini just doesn't get to pull his gun up in time. It almost looked like Dak just kind of jumped right over his head and didn't even give an angle to shoot back.
I think it's just one of those, it's like, we know we've got Dak kind of weak, so there's no way he kind of moves and takes away more ground, and I think Pristini just gets caught on straight timing, flat out. But an impressive play from Dak. That's 2 back-to-back round 11s here in our upper semifinals. And with that, we look towards the controls for both series. We already kind of mentioned both series layouts. For that one in particular, for NRK and Convoy, they go to an expo, and your suspicions were correct, by the way. You were leaning towards, I feel like NRK is really good on this map. They've played it twice. They've won both 3-0. So, yeah, they're really good on it. So that's an opportunity for NRK to try to go to back-to-back maps. Whereas for the matchup that we're focused on, M7 and Decimate in a 1-1 lockup. M7 played, actually won this map in the first time that these two teams had played. It did go 5, though, and it was really, really close, if I remember correctly. So I wouldn't say there's really much separating these two teams as we look over towards our featured matchup and our map 3.
Yeah, this is the map mode I think you have to win, though, if you're M7 coming in. I mean, this is where, they've been pretty much their best. It has been their control. They've been able to rely on this, through numerous series to get them over the top, whether that be their Game 4s, Game 5s. This is where they typically get it done. On an Ellasilo, I think, overall, based off what we seen at the map 1, the arrows were shooting. But they weren't always able to actually get something done on the objective. We'll see if that changes. Map number 3, huge swing map here with M7 and Decimate.
Have to have something, I think, here from M7 just to try to stop this Decimate respawn flat out. I know that their hard point is perfect, but even though their control stats aren't great, they still have the ability to dominate, especially if players like Estriel and Noisy could get through. We've seen this so many times before, and Noisy's already trying to assert that. 2 kills for him off the rip. Offense for Millennium 7 was looking towards B, but they're shut down. And now look at the minimap. Estriel's now in place to work the other side. I mean, they're so good about passing the baton between these two subs.
They really are. Prolute, though, will stomp the clock at B. Noisy finding kills from behind. You can see the insecurity from Prolute trying to turn. And, well, Noisy's there for Spart. Last one up is, in fact, Prolute, who went for the touch. They should know he's still on that side of the map.
It's just one of those things. It's like, again, not to just completely gas up this Decimate roster, but we don't often see a lot of teams pull off that kind of sub action defensively, even at the CDL level. Like, you create an opening, Noisy takes it, he gets a kill, he backs off, and Estriel takes the opposite side. Like, They're everywhere all the time. It's unbelievable. I think the only team that you could really kind of say has done something similar on this map has been like Thieves. I don't know. The stark comparison, I know, but believe you me, this Decimate team is not one to be trifled with. M7, though, do get the first tick at A, or pardon me, at B. And the stack is in here with a double hit coming through. Second tick looking good, and, well, that elimination, they may get the extra 60 here. Hold on.
Yeah, they will. They will get it. Everyone going to concede here from Decimate. They're just going to rotate over to A. So it's going to give a little time to work with. Up by about 3 lives is Decimate, but can't imagine this round will come down to the lives. Ellasilo just trying to get a read, and as well as his first kill on where everyone's kind of exiting from the back. It only gets some bad timing. Prolute there for the kill. Neptune for a second, and now this play can start to unfold on A.
Yep. Prolute trying to keep his life. Does get taken off the second floor, but okay. M7 working off a couple of sprees now. Spart's on 4 all of a sudden. Flames down low is the real only contestant here for A right off the rip because of Spart's position, which he's got a trophy to try to keep him safe, but, well, Michael Bay had other designs in mind for that truck. Gets blown right out from under him. First tick locked in at A, but Decimate's starting to find some ground to work with here.
Oh, yeah, they're taking it all for themselves. That first kill on a Spart is really the big one. Spart stays alive back there. The reinforcements can never really safely retake from their side of the map. But a good kill. Enough to be able to retake, and now Bank in a good position over the top. And it's a mean heady, but Spart with 1 HP rips him off the heady. Won't be his anymore, but Noisy does a good job pushing out through the front, and now we're down to 20 seconds.
Yeah, Prolo just has to keep his life here. He could hit a long or late pinch or on the back if his teammates could get on the zone, but the same thing is in mind here for Noisy, who's also gotten through the offensive side. Here's the contest. Astriel on the boxes. Mohawk looking to isolate, gets it, but here comes Noisy. Right around the back, denied. Trades go through. Flames up top. Ink on the other side, trying to congest this play, but the contest is still in. Actually, progress being made here. Prolin on the left side of the zone is not being tested. So now Flames may have to give up this position. Bink is the only one that could possibly touch him as he drops. Now Flames has to go. Kills for M7 come through. Third tick's gonna get locked, and give tons of credit for Prolute. We're not getting baited out from jumping into the zone because he was under pressure for some time there.
Yeah, he was. Wow. I mean, both of those zones that were captured were just done at just about the last second. What a challenge it is from Neptune to find that first and then just immediately challenge to the second. He knows his teammates are there. That's the last member that can defend. So even if he's weak, he's going to have a tough time entering that point and trying to find the remaining members there on M7. Very well done here. A round that they just barely squeaked by in, but you'll certainly take it.
Speaking of M7 control, talking more about that Neptune Prolute combination. It's been deadly. It's been good. And boy, did it ever come through right then and there. So first offense goes to M7. Decimate looking to respond. Space for Prolute to work around the back. Kills her Decimate, trying to flush out these players' topside rocks, and a Mohawk's tagged, but still alive. Bink can't quite secure the kill, and with that, M7 will go 6 for none right off the rip. Big start for M7's defense.
I'd love to see this. Everyone pinned to the back of green. Try to keep them contained here as long as possible is the goal. But Estriel might have found a way through with the dead silence. Gonna fly right past the B zone and probably deal with a couple of the members. Really spot out Prolute, likely heard him, says thanks for the first. And now Estriel in a spot where he can touch the zone. He can play for spawn kills. He's got a lot of options.
Yeah, the thing is, he's got a Faznev, so the spawn kill option does not feel like a fruitful one. 3 members on, though. For the side of Decimate, Spark clears off 1. Still a 3-man stack. Spark just continues to bounce up and down, find the shots, find the kills. 13 and 5 for Sparty. Second tick, only locked. Third gets denied.
A little risky, right? All 3 players kind of go for the stack. Estriel doesn't want to play up close and try to catch the spawners running into the point. He backs up, and it's going to cost them. It's going to cost them on the clock here, too. Flames needs to get through. Will be denied. A now the target with 23 seconds left. Spart on 6 in a row. Can he make another big play? There's
Unreal.
number 7. Turns for number 8 and smokes Estriel. Can he find Flames? Oh my, Sparta's done it right there.
When Spart plays like this M7 team wins championships, period. It's just one of those things when he's feeling like that, it feels like nobody can beat him in a 1v1. And we were just proved that very convincingly. So 0.4 seconds on the clock. Well, for a second there was a touch, but dude, Spart is just feasting. 2-0 up, our M7 on the control. And Spart's still carrying a cruise missile. I don't even know if he needs it, though. I mean, he's shooting laser beams right now.
Yes. I mean, from the three-piece from behind, like, he's like shooting just the top of their domes, it felt like, when he was in that back window top bar, shooting them on the B point. Picks up 3, does it again to seal it. 17-6. Wow, M7. I said it. Their control has been the game changer. It's been their standout game mode. Looking that way here again. Very well might just be a 3-0 here as they're back on the attack.
Focusing towards mid-map off the break off for M7. Kills are good. Oh boy, they could just rotate immediately into B if they want to here. Making a decision, though, they decide instead to head on in for the stack at A. Kills continue to come through. I mean, not a single gunfight won for Decimate. Wow, dude. You want to talk about why we say both these two teams could be grand finalists in this season, if not at Toronto. This is what we mean. Both trading heavy blows. Proloot on that same contest corner. Bink still in their way. Noisy trying to join. Proloot backs out, gets the regen. How about that for a clean first? Forces a team kill out from his teammates, but Flames still will stop that third tick from being worked on.
Bart wants to flirt with it. Trying to see if he can maybe find Flames over the top here. Shot's going to go through, but Estriel drops at the perfect moment. They'll take out Spart. Neptune's been able to get himself forward. And he's also got support from Proloot, kind of eyeing up this B point, but Bink has now played, or put himself in a position to try to play defense for the back. He is now shut down. Neptune could push all the way out. He's got an AR.
Have to put something together here if you're Decimate. Still down 2 lives. Threat towards B has been established. Noisy trying to work on clearing. Catches Mohawk with an 8 out. Neptune, they know he's played forward somewhere. And Bink will finally reveal where exactly that is as he drops. Problem is, Prolin on the other side wins a 1v1 towards Tower, and that will get M7 back on the zone looking for the extra minute.
Prolute stunned up, just trying to play his life. Wants to press forward. Streak's going to come through. And now the contest on the point. Estriel, the only one really here on the zone itself. Bink watching over him. Bink shut down. Estriel, can he play his life? No. Neptune wraps around the back. Noisy, the last one up to play defense. And he will fall. And once again, M7 in the final seconds there for the extra minute.
Yeah, M7 is just getting away with just tons of non-traded sprees at the moment. On both sides of the zone. 2 life advantage. You already said it. The cruise missile had been spent already. So getting to B with a minute 10 in the clock is what stands between M7 and a 3-0. Problem is, Decimate's setup is looking real nice. You've got Noisy watching the long flanker on the back. Estriel trying to feel things out mid-map. And then on top of that, Flames and Binker just watching through the soccer field. Really nice setup here for Decimate, trying to hold on and see another round.
I love this from Neptune right here. Look at that little stun check. Here's Noisy outside the doors. And just pots out for a kill. Gets back in. Meanwhile, Bink, he is under pressure and still manages to get through Proloot. Trophy system going to go out. Support now on its way. But Neptune and Mohawk are still alive on the point. Might be able to make the play themselves here on B.
Neptune knows that Flames is going to be a problem from this window position. He's just trying to keep him at bay while the rest of his teammates are off spawn and making their way through mid-map. Here comes the opportunity for maybe a stack in play. Spart gets a gunfight win from on top, plus a second. Are you kidding? From the low ground, the Pride Rock? I mean, the guy's not missing! Holy smokes! Second tick locked. Spart earns another cruise missile, I think, in the midst of all of this action. We'll call this one in, not that he needs it. And M7 will 3-0 the control.
Well, that was a quick map. M7 apparently not messing around. Wow. My goodness. Spart just has one of those maps. See, this is how it was supposed to go earlier with Boston when Pentagram dropped 40 kills. It's supposed to go like this. It's supposed to go like this. And it is just beautifully done, man. There's a reason they're very good in that game mode, and now they're ahead in that series 2-1.
Holy smokes, Rex is 24-7 as we swap back over to our other matchup. Convoy up 2-0 in this control. Looking for the swing map and possibly just to replicate what we've got going on our broadcast. But NRK not going to go down without a fight. B-zone looking good for the second tick of progress. 3 members on could lead to the extra 60. And yeah, Convoy looked like they're going to give this up and instead set up their defense round A.
Very fast zone. Got the first tick on A2. Should be able to push through the back here. Looking for a little bait and switching. And this is where you play the hide and seek game. Where are the defenders hiding? Dak's going to spot one. Does turn a little awkwardly. Will be picked up. 1-for-1 trades coming through. Still plenty of time to work with, but Pristini in a great spot on 3 in a row.
Plus, there's still the bailout of the cruise missile if Rex needs it, but you're going to give him street control with an AR. He just couldn't win the game right here by himself, honestly. He's got Nero for support just in case. Gunless going to be tested around the back. Knows that Gunzy, of course, is right nearby. Nero cleaning things up in towards mid. Heck of a push. And look at NRK. I mean, they are going to be split and stuck in this little 2v2 kind of situation across the map.
Yeah. Not really ideal. Gunzy maybe has a dead silence, but Pristini! Oh, how about that? Little snapper left to right. The back is now safe. Everybody here for NRK. NRK going to spot it in front, and the streak's going to come through immediately. Pristini's going to get a good read on this hit. Might not find any kills, but we'll know exactly where all the NRK members are trying to get out from.
Yeah, it just takes so much time off the clock, too, here. I mean, that's not just the fact that it takes a while for the crews to come down, but the route that NRK have to take just to stay safe from it puts him in a really bad spot. Pristini going to take it away. Oh, boy. Convoy looking fierce here in the control. Lunar's nearby. He's going to have to be the one to touch and contest. But the problem is, it's a 17 plays 9. I mean, come on. Pristini's having his way. 22-11. Rex at 27-9, and they can just get it done themselves, and they currently are. Wow.
Pristini's just keeping a pin in the back right now. They are on the zone. Dak has been able to at least stall the clock at 11 seconds. Pristini's going to chow. The trade is there. The lives, unfortunately, and the time is just not here for NRK. NRK, their final attempt to try to flood through. Looters with a dolphin dive will be cut down as he crosses. And, well, that is it. NRK, known for winning this map mode, but Convoy, they make slight work with a 3-0.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, just based on the scoreboard that we've got, apparently nobody was touching Rex, and then at the end, just Pristini just tees off. Goes double positive, does a lot of it, I think, with attack throughout those last couple of rounds. But, man. This team's got a lot of, I mean, this team's got tons of potential. Like, everyone knows what Pristini and Gunless could do together. But you get blessed by having Nero on this team. And then Rex, like the most underrated player in NA Challengers right now. I mean, come on. What's not to like?
What's not to like? You said it, right? I think I'm very excited to see how that team performs on land because, to be honest, those guys have not actually been the best on land throughout this year. But I'm wondering if Nero can maybe be that X factor for them.
I think it's a good shout. I mean, we're going to have that conversation a lot here in the near future because it's kind of been the same thing here with this Decimate and M7 series because it's been, what, the round 11 search? Everything else has been blowouts on one side or the other. How much of that is because of things like hosts and online COD? How much of it is just because both teams are really, really good? You just can't afford to make mistakes versus one another. Hard to say. We'll find out here soon as we take a look back over what the scoreboard was in that control in Ellasilo. It was just Spart, brother. 21-13, 16 non-traded, 2,500 damage. He almost averages 1,000 damage per round, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's the offensive kills too, right? 13 offensive kills coming through. I mean, that's also very, very impressive when you talk about the side differential. Neptune, though, right there with him. 17-19, non-traded. He had a couple of really great moments around the zone, really kind of sparking the play a lot of the times for M7 with the help of Spart already clearing off maybe the ARs. But either way, very well done. And I talked about this map mode, right? I said, listen, you go into a map 4, maybe you're down, 1-2. This could be your chance to still bring it back because they have been good on Hotel. But now that they're up and they just won kind of in 3-0 fashion, maybe that is enough to potentially put them over the edge and give Decimate their first loss. We'll see. We'll see.
It's hard. It's just hard to frame it when these two teams played before. It was 250-149. I mean, Decimate just does not lose hard points, but this is a heck of a start. M7 not giving up a single kill to open up this Hotel hard point. Bink around the back, denied by Spart. It seems to be carrying some of that energy from the control straight here into the hard point. And this has been picture perfect. Only a single kill tallied for Decimate so far.
Telling you, man, you come off a 3-0 like that, all of a sudden, maybe it changes. The statistics don't matter as much, but not over by any means. Just a great opening. And Decimate got to try to shut them down early. And that's going to be a nice little transition there. They'll find a couple kills. They'll get themselves in some of this time. And now we'll see if they can find themselves over to New.
Yep. Flames trying to get an anchor. Get some breathing room here for Decimate. He is going to be in a weird position. First shot's good into Neptune. Gets the read to pro loot. But yeah, help is just here for M7. The gunfight gets one. And with that, Neptune just spawns right up in place. Decimate looking to set up a hit from the spa side. Neptune's going to watch this, but he's just got the fast Nev out. Trophy system actually keeps him relatively safe. There's the dive across. There was not a follow-up, and Neptune will take that mistake and punish it. 3 for 1 the exchange. Trying to go for the full follow-up on the mini pinch, but Bink denies it, leaving Decimate with maybe a chance to actually break through in their next attempt, and Bink just does it himself. He gets all 4.
Yeah, he finds like 4 heads in a row and just breaks in and really gonna set M7 back here. Bink still going over the top, having a moment of his own. 6 in a row. Bink says thanks for the time. You take a look at the mini-map, his teammates are already at new.
Bro, it's just, you start to feel like, oh man, Decimate's coming out slow. Never mind. Unreal, dude. Unbelievable. Plus the early cruise missile now earned. You already mentioned they won rotation. Bink cutting things from mid-map. Now he can go help his teammates who don't need it on the point itself. Decimate, just like that, have a chance to take lead.
Come on. This will probably be a full 60, right? Feels like it'll be a full 60, maybe. You have to break here. If you don't break here, M7 start to look towards rotating and don't have all 4 of their members. So, really big moment to make sure they don't get all this time. And well, Astrio, left to right, picks up 2. Smart Neptune, though, do bully their way through. And with that said, it's a little 2v4 on the back end of it where Decimate are able to get themselves out and now have to rotate.
I mean, initially, you think those first 2 kills, it's just like, all right, point 1, there's our full 60. Thank you very much. Oh, wait a second. Nice little exchange right there. M7 working through adversity, getting the scrap time, and they will hold on to just about a 30-point lead as you rotate over towards Bar. Bink here first, but shut down. Trophy system in place, but Astral finds himself largely by himself. Flames actually deep, assists, and that will keep the hardpoint neutral off the rip with M7 spawning out.
Flames is in a pretty interesting position up top where if this hit comes from the front, he's going to be able to disrupt everything, just pick off 3 kills from behind. Noisy's going to give him a lot of that info too. And with Noisy's spot, it's going to force him to funnel through main. But through main, Spartan and Mohawk have been able to break it open. What is this game? Doesn't feel like they have enough defense set up through mid. They're able to take advantage of it. And well, M7 fighting for some of the time.
It's just, I'm telling you, uppercut after uppercut from both of these 2 squads, man. So much potential just to pop off and take control so quickly. Flames, Noisy trying to clean things up at old. Noisy gets 3 shades of Bink right here. Prolude off the reload, helping, trying to get some assistance, and he does catch it. So again, Decimate put together a formidable response, but ultimately M7 still in a place of scoreboard control, and now they've got numbers on rotation to do.
Yeah, that's a big kill there on the Bink. He was kind of, you know, the important player. Cut down the cross, hopefully come up with 1, give them a read on where the hit's coming from. And now your numbers starting to dwindle. Subsports to try to go big. As Flames is in the back, picking up heads, and now the support is in. The back spawn is good. Decimate able to overwhelm with the numbers yet again.
You have to take a beat here for M7. You need all 4. You can't just break through this individually. First kill good. Noisy in their way. No, Neptune wins the gunfight. Now the play across. Bink only gets the first. Numbers now for M7 on their break attempt for scrap time. And it's important scrap time at that. Enough so that Decimate want to still contest for it. Trying to play through old to get to new, I imagine, is the call for it. And Astral's double may allow Decimate to hit the route.
Astral wants to try to fly through. This is the big thing. You have to hold here if you're M7. Try to keep them contained. Do not let them through to the back to flip out the spawns. Mohawk doesn't want to stick around, probably doesn't have a trophy to help him. And that means that kitchen control is here, but Prolude has been able to work himself in. How about this little play from the duo, Prolude and Mohawk? 2v3 in kitchen, shut down the push in the back.
What a call. I have to imagine that comes out of Prolude. Mohawk, I'm sure at first is saying, help, 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 help. They're all coming through kitchen. Prolude says, I got you. Just stay alive, wait for my hit, and they destroy Decimate setup around the back. So spawns are going to be good for M7. Neptune getting to work from the front, just causing problems, and he's doing it very nicely. Astriel, big gunfight win. Flames on for the contest. Trophy to keep him safe in the corner. Bink helping out through mid, and it's again just hit after hit, kill after kill. Decimate looking for the break, and with Mohawk dropping, they'll secure the scrap.
Oh, Flames has had a little bit of a slow start, but a great moment there to put together a couple kills. He's been soaking up a lot of the time alongside Astriel, who's going to be there to try to hold on to scrap time. Noisy also was like 2 and 10 at one point in time. He's bringing it back, but Spark just randomly picks up a 3-piece. Not going to be for a lot of time, but it is going to set them up with a bit of map positioning as P1 pops.
That even game. Bink having a big one at the moment. Clears out the first hard point, allows Flames a chance to get on, earn some maybe very key time when everything's all said and done on this one. Tight game. M7 working through rugs. Good kills on the way out. Estriel off the regen. Look to try to turn things back to Decimate's favor, but not going to happen. M7 get the full team wipe. Noisy, backside of the play, just trying to keep M7's heads on a swivel, but they've responded pretty darn nicely for the vast majority of this first 30 seconds.
Pretty sure Spark just gunned Bink with a pistol. It was a pistol in the kill
sure
feed.
did.
That was just filthy. Holy, man. Spark's firing, and he's going to put pressure on Noisy as he tries to cut across the new, and the support is there once again. Estriel with the team shots. Noisy over the top. Going to shut down the rotation. This team is just so electric when it comes down to being in the right place at the right time, finding the critical kills that make the difference. Estriel pushing out to now 4 in a row, looking for 5, but will be finally cut down.
And M7 have a chance to actually hit this through the opening hole and maybe try to flip the spawn drop, but instead they're actually taking all their focus to the hard point itself. Bink gets one, but can't stay a part of the play. Estriel needs some help. Noisy try to step in towards the hard point, but he also has to be responsible for the back. It's kind of, again, multiple points of ingress for M7, trying to work their way around, not just for the hard point, but also the spawns. Now the kills go 3 for 2. Flames over the top. He doubles down and saves the hard point for Decimate. A key 30 seconds still to fight for.
Yeah, it's punishing, and you can see it. M7 know they have to try to give this one more hit, try to get some of the time to go neutral, contest it, whatever you can do. But it's not looking like that's going to be the case. Noisy flying out is going to force now everyone from M7 have to set up in kitchen. The spawns are not going to be there with them, but they do have 2 members already across the map.
Big reads from Spark. No, team shots good for Decimate. Quickly around the back. This is where things can get real dangerous. M7 have to hold this from inside the hard point. Neptune already getting stunned. Just finessing, trying to find information. Estriel's first blood in the Mohawk is another key one. Noisy's damage, good, but Neptune keeps his life. Neptune keeps his life. Oh my, the double comes out. Bink isn't in the play yet, and Neptune nearly wins it single-handedly. Prelude at range, trying to get some help from the side door. Off spawn for Neptune. Decimate aren't fully in yet. If M7 can hold this, we've got ourselves a game, and Prelude gets the read.
How has Prelude been able to play his life like this? He's been one shot 2 or 3 times. Nade stuns all flying in before the trophies were set up. And that is a potential game-winning moment there for M7. Enough to put them back in control of this game. But now have to make their move across the map. Have to get through Estriel and Flames. Set up side by side. Kills are good. Rotation looking solid. And Decimate will be good for the early time.
But do they get a read that Prelude's already working around the back? Flames is responsible for mid and this long flank. If his attention gets pulled towards the hard point, Prelude could open this thing up. But he needs help from his teammates first and foremost, and Noise is not going to allow that to happen. M7's attempts to get around the back denied. Now Decimate taking their focus forward. M7 having to hit this through mid. Spawn still good for DCF. Mohawk first blood. Here comes the hit. Trophies to support it. Flames in a little bit of trouble, but he holds his life. Trying to get the regen off, and Noisy follows up. The crossfire's brilliant, and Decimate hold.
They hold perfectly, and they have no real casualties either. Now looking good for what could be the dub right here in the hill. Bink in the back, able to shut down that push through mid. But what can Spart do? Spart's here. The nade over the top is good from Mo as Mo finds the double, but it's not enough. Back and forth we go. Decimate all the time still.
Oh, it's still a chance to win it here, though. Someone's got to get him off the time, and it may not happen around the backside. The flank comes through. Neptune for the contest and the win. Look at rotation. Prelude is here, but he's going to need help, and his teammates spawn pretty close. It's going to be a 50-50 battle as Decimate set up for their break.
Oh, 1 singular second, 1 singular break. That's what Decimate need in order to force this to a game number 5. Spart, though, he's finding kills around the hard point. Noisy, can he pull his way in? Yes, he can. Noisy! 1-3. It's all on Prelude. Can he hold?
Not going to be able to quite get the kill at all. Decimate flood from the front. I thought maybe M7 could reinforce and at least put together a contest, but they can't quite get there. Oh, it's a barn burner. But M7, despite the heroics, cannot quite hold on. And Decimate just a point away. That gap is just flat out too small. It's going to be a map 5. Decimate 11-0 in hardpoint.
And it just keeps going up. We wanted to know where it would end. Well, it doesn't end here, but Hey, listen, that was a very close map. A winnable map, I will say, coming through for M7. But just a couple of those hills, like the Kitchen Hill, the full 60s that started to come through, that really brought them back into that game. But man, did they have to work for it. Neptune, I thought he'd done enough. He was putting up numbers, Alan. He was doing what he needed to do, but just can't get them over the top there. And you're thinking with 1 second left, is this where it happens? But no, they get there. They go big. Noisy, I should say.
Dude.
Noisy goes big.
And that was after a really, really slow start from him, too, just based on the fact that everything was looking super, super solid from M7 to start. It just, man, you can't put him down for long, can you? Unbelievable map. It's an unbelievable series at this point in time. But we head on to a map number 5. I mean, come on. This is one of those that I can continue to mention that these look like possible grand finalists, not just for NA Challengers Elite Season 4, but also potentially what could be left for us come Toronto. Here's a look back at the scoreboard. 30 and 22 from Neptune. 20 out of 25 non-traded from Spart. Everyone kind of sharing the load on the hard point. I mean, that's a hell of an effort for M7, but this Decimate team continues to impress in their hard point, brother.
No, they do. I mean, M7, outslay them, not by much, but do outslay them. But the impactful kills around the objective, like, it's just insane. I mean, on both sides, to be fair. Neptune, 15 of his 30, half of his kills were in the objective, man. That is a pretty absurd stat. Mohawk right there with him. A lot of players just throwing themselves on the time, trying to go big. Man, these two, I can watch these two play hardpoint like that all day long.
Yeah, I'll say. Come on, man. How are you not entertained by this? I mean, flat out, dude. People say CDL is fun to watch. We introduce you to challengers. Hotel Search and Destroy coming up for map number 5. Again, this is a unique map from one they had played before. But the thing about it is M7 hold a small edge when it comes, I think, overall, down to what they've been able to do in the Search and Destroy. This map, though, in particular, has not been a great one for them. They've played it once, and they got beat up on it. It was a 6-1 loss, where on the other side, a round 11 win is the only thing recorded for Decimate's favor. So for M7, it's just trying to put together some sort of a game plan, you would say. I mean, you get 6-1 blown out in a map like that, you just got to go back to the drawing board, essentially. So we'll see if that comes through.
Yeah, that's kind of the big question coming in here, man. Like, who knows what's going to happen now on the S&D? It feels like last time it was a really good adaptations kind of coming through for M7, but in the end, it just comes down to a singular 1 versus 1, right? Mohawk versus Estriel. Mohawk gets the best of them, but these two were really playing, a fun game of chess, it felt like, throughout that. But being a different map and not being able to just attack, the one bomb site could make for a much more interesting outcome this time around.
Yeah, I agree. So with that now, I mean, you've got that going to a map 5. What's happening in the NRK game? I'm looking at the wrong. I was looking at week 1. Is it actually over? That's the question. They are in Embassy Hardpoint, apparently, by the look of it. I don't see anything on the current Clutch GG stream, so I'm not sure if they're still going or if they have not started that yet. But that was immediately after the Convoy 3-0 on Expo. So NRK need to talk through a little bit before they jump into that Embassy Hardpoint without question.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big surprise, right? Because they were the team that was 3-0ing everybody else on Expo. So I think to get 3-0'd yourself, definitely an eye-opener. But that NRK team, man, there's something about just being able to almost always force it to a game 5 and dig deep. I mean, those guys have done it all year long, so have to maybe try to do it again.
Yeah, I think that's a big shout. I mean, it's just that Convoy team has got so much experience and veterancy. Not to take anything away from NRK, who've looked really solid. It's just, man, the longer that series goes, I think the more that you start to kind of put a little bit of favor towards the ice experience that comes with that Convoy team. But that's just words at the end of the day. Actions have said way more than our words ever could so far today. That much is a guarantee. Just as a reminder, as we're waiting for this map 5 to get going, we've got playoffs continuing next week on both Wednesday and Thursday. It'll be a 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern start for Europe. Then we'll be right back into North America again. Then we've got our grand finals. And then after that, of course, all eyes on Toronto. It should be, maybe you know a little bit more than I do. It feels like we're going to get a lot of EU teams that are going to be there. So this is going to be, I think, one of our first times really since Boston that we're going to have a really good representation of some of the best European teams going up against the best North American teams.
Yeah, I can't say I know for sure how many are coming, but I think there's just more of an incentive knowing that top two are guaranteed finals, right? Like, I think that's going to motivate maybe people to actually, you know, spend the money to travel if they can't find the organizations, because that's kind of always the big problem when it comes down to Europe, is getting across and travel and all that. So I think they'll be a little bit more pressed to maybe, you know, dig into their own pockets to do so, just knowing what's on the line. But yeah, when you have something like that and then prize pool, I mean, it just means that much more, right? So it's going to be an incredible event.
Yeah, 100%. So with that, I think we're just in a position where we are waiting for the game to start, and here we go. Perfect timing.
Love
so,
that.
map 5, Hotel Search. M7, whoa. Bold, cutting through mid to take a look over towards Restaurant. They're going to get first blood onto Bink in the process. Thing about this is Noisy's kind of re-watching over through mid, and he may hit an early flank, while the rest of the hit towards B still is trying to find some success to get in.
Noisy all the way up, as you mentioned. Here, Spart not going to get a read on this, you feel like. Troll, they're going to come through. Proluke gets a stun at what a bait that is. Estriel feels like he's got a 1v1. Not the case, and, well, Noisy does spot Spart. He's going to hear a lot of footsteps here, I think, as well. They're going to push them out. Oh, my, this is clinical.
Yeah, that I don't know what it gives away that Semtex, but, oh, hold on a second. Flames could possibly use the clock as its biggest ally. Spart pushes him off. Prolute trying to hit through mid. Should surely catch him here. Flames takes the challenge at 9 HP because he had to. And yeah, that's a just huge brain Semtex to hit that on bar. Are you kidding?
Yeah, it's almost like they had x-rays that map. That round, it's like they knew exactly where everybody was. They had the opening break off like right through mid, just kind of overwhelming, showing their dominance. Then they transition to a bit of a 3-1 split. And yeah, they just bait and switch out. Both of those members do not let any plays come through for Estriel or Noisy.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. That'll make you think about something if you're Decimate. You're probably sitting there saying, wait a second. Why through mid? Wait a second. Why these Semtex? It's just... Holy. How about this? M7 right back with more focus into the mid map. Stun from Flames doesn't connect. It's going to be a 2-2 split. I mean, Noisy has no idea that there are players through mid. And he may get isolated right here, or he may be doing the isolating. Oh, dude, he just slipped past Prolute on the cross. He's going to hear this. Oh, my goodness, the timing. Prolute will eventually get the secured kill. And that's enough for Decimate to say, we've got numbers. Let's get this bomb planted today.
Yeah, they're going to try to go for the plant. Sparto wins a huge one through mid. Doesn't go for the check on bomb. So Estriel able to get the bomb down, and more importantly, gets across. So it's going to be a bit of a split here between Bink and Estriel. Exactly how you want it, and he might wrap right around the middle of the map.
Bink just has to get contact here. A kill would be even better. Stun out. Oh, it's perfect. It. Two. Tags out, shots good in response, but no, not gonna happen.
Wow, I mean, that's an impressive kill that comes through for Bink on the first one. The second one is just even more out of this world. But it's one of those angles where I think Bink realizes that maybe Tax could be coming through. He doesn't have the ability to reposition from where he is at the back of Spa. So he just holds an angle where he can kind of slowly shoulder it as Prolute's jumping around the corner and catches them in the air. And Prolute maybe thought he was a little bit deeper, but what a play. And what a good read there from Bink to put together the second.
I mean, come on. You have to be thinking for Prolute, it's like, oh, stuns off, easy win. Nope. Now on the cross, Decimate looking to play through Brugs. I think Mohawk may have caught some of this. He's trying to get out of there, but no, not going to happen. Noisy resets the dead silence, cuts across the back. Spart's got a read on this, but man, that is one speedy Noisy. Jeez Louise.
I like that word combination. Spart now through mid. Tough gunfight with Astro, can't stick around for it. Down in numbers, have to kind of find Noisy at the back, and Prolute actually does invest the dead silence to do that and doesn't even find him. So Noisy's still behind this offensive play that's about to unfold likely quickly here for M7. And they're going to try to stick for the plant. And they might actually get away with it. But where do they go?
Wow, this is the right call, because you know that Noise is behind you, so you really can't play back on your side. Prolute left to his own devices. Gets out, tries to reset, but he's going to have to check this bomb again. Decimate are aware of that, and they're playing for the kill. Regen in, hold on. Prolute almost gets the transfer. Predicts onto Noisy for the 1v3. Astral backs off. Prolute, dead silence. Cuts back through. Astrial's on for the plant. Prolute with the shots. Astral backs off. 12 seconds. Astral has to go for the kill.
No
Prolute
way.
denies him the chance. Prolute. Oh, it's going to do just enough. Give him the 1v3.
Oh, it was a 1v4. He took down every single member. What was that from Prolute, man? Come on, dude. That snap. I love that positioning, and it's one of those moments where you're waiting for the reach out bottom to see if he just goes for another quick chow to get a second and get out. He never chows. He goes up the ladder and just finesses them beautifully, man. I mean, what a 1 versus 4 that is. Doesn't get the last kill, but who cares? The round is won.
Oh. Come on, man. These two teams. Can we make it a best of 21?
Can we go higher?
Is it too early in the tournament for that? Mohawk gets first blood, stays alive, top bedroom, Neptune with him. Estro, pretty solid read on this, but can't quite land the shots. Bart also reinforces the A defense by kind of playing through luggage, but some second guessing going on as I think Prolute has heard a couple of footsteps through mid.
Bing manages to get through. Tries to snap on Mo. I think maybe a bit of team shots coming through there. We'll make sure that Mohawk does stay alive. And now another 2v4 would need to come through. Flames at least is a little bit forward, but tries to get across. Does manage to do so. Chance for Estriel to actually get across here too.
Yeah.
Maybe pick off a couple of 1v1s.
Dude, he needs to find the contact on this. Oh, the glass breaks. He's going to hold this position a little while longer. Tries to catch him by surprise. But dead silence runs out, maybe at the worst possible moment. Still takes down Neptune, snaps up top. Oh my goodness, 5 in a row for Estriel, but Spart stops the bomb from being able to transition all the way back over towards B. And now it's Estriel's turn. This would be a 1v2, but still the ace. Not a lot of time, none to plant. Oh, but man, what an effort from Estriel.
It's a great effort. Might actually get gifted the 6th kill. He does. So that's actually a pretty big one for Spart to give away. He was going for the bomb check. Wasn't maybe sure if he was actually behind it or not. Wanted to be 100%, but that does mean that at least there is a streak to work with here to maybe try to get around back. The problem being, Hotel, you don't usually find too many avenues to kind of use a streak successfully for a kill. It's more so to get you to a certain position, whether that be B or A. We'll see how they decide to use it, but M7 starting to pull ahead. That's a huge one.
Wow. Here we go. I mean, come on. Prolute getting aggressive with Mohawk over through restaurant side. Estriel nearby. It's going to throw a shoulder at this, maybe. He's playing pretty forward, and there it is. There's the shoulder. Prolute's going to give him a stun to think about. Being in position to rotate early if he needs to, but this does keep the defense very limited at A, and Noisy's going to read that. Wait a second. They're actually all the way through, and holy, he steps just far enough away from Neptune, who was looking to get aggressive on ladder.
See, just searching, throwing shoulders. Not going to stick around there after spotting one out at the back. And a very wide spread here from the attacking side from M7 is going to leave a little 2-and-2 split defensively. Playing more or less point of contact, and even player 8 now. Flames think something's up at B.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, has this been read wrong. Noisy's the only one here. He is not ready for that gunfight. And that might just lead to a quick plan on A.
And well, the thing about it is, I thought M7 was going to be so deep in towards mid, they were going to read the rotation late, but instead, they're going to wait to stop the post-plant retake, and it's absolutely well-formed. Still, though, the bomb needs to be planted. Semtex is down. Mohawk sticking for the planet. Oh, the flak. Come on. Pops up, finds the kill, survives through the Semtex to begin with, and M7 up 4-1 somehow.
Yeah, M7, I think, are realizing that, hey, listen, we're up a lot of rounds. They're probably going to go to a default setup, and once they figure out where Noisy is, they spot some of the players through mid. I think they get an idea that it might be a 2-and-2 split. And even, the last member rotates over from A to reinforce B, thinking that they might be, kind of sneaking up on it, ready to try to pounce and just flood it. Never actually happens. It's a bait play. The Decimate bite on, and now they are not in a good spot. Have to start to find rounds, especially here.
Decimate looking to challenge through mid. Noisy in trouble. He is in big trouble, but Flame saves the day. Gets a kill into Spart. The counter nades from Prolute will give away his position. Good read from Noisy on Neptune coming to assist. Are you kidding me? Not a sliver between these two teams awareness-wise. Mohawk, though, unfortunately kind of gives up his position, playing for the Dead Silence flank, and, well, Decimate are going to just let him come to them.
They sure will. Well, that one's not a default strat, that's for sure. That's a little 4-man hit through mid. Noisy just kind of understanding what he can do with that position, right? He's got that ledge's coverage. The stuns and nades just don't manage to hit him, don't manage to find him. Not sure if there's a trophy maybe even down or not, but he's able to play his life in clean shots with Flames.
Yeah.
Just coming over the top there to find Spart because Noisy can't move until Spart's done.
Huge savior moment. So Decimate bring it back to within 2. Can they get this defense going, though? Because right now, M7 have really had the beat on them. I mean, outside of Decimate getting that 1v4, it's really just been all M7 from the offensive side. This time, a pretty standard hit over towards A. Spart, making sure nothing is lurking in towards mid. Neptune looking to get aggressive. Semtex will push him back, and everything will reset with the bomb being planted at A.
We go down very quickly. Neptune in a pretty key spot, too. He can push up through luggage, wrap back around. Dead Silence coming up decently soon, but yeah, I don't know what happens to Mo's nade, but it's all going wrong.
Stick.
But there is a response, recovery here. Neptune's found 2, and even with a +1 on the other team, it doesn't matter. M7 still come out with the round.
Bro, what? That is unbelievable. I mean, Neptune's position, it didn't even look like he intended to drop down in the first place. I think he was trying to take away that railing angle.
Right.
But finds himself on the low ground. And Decimate just lose track of him flat out.
Yeah.
The hit coming through bedroom just gets completely red. Everyone was focused on trying to isolate Spartan Mohawk in the back of bar that they lost track of Neptune. And so now it's match point for M7 trying to get the winners finals. Decimate on the offense. Looking for something again through mid, possibly leaning B early.
And Estriel's forced to call in the cruise. Where will the bomb go and how quickly will it get there? Making its way over to B. Not committed to B, though. They're actually going to hit through this side lane. We've seen this play before. A little bit risky, but Noisy opens up with the first kill. Prolute at the back. Will be stunned up. Position given away, and the nade makes it an easy kill for Noisy to follow up with a second. Bomb going down.
And Mohawk, though, I was going to say he's in a position to watch this from rooftop, so you know you've got them either pinned inside the site or, actually, you know for a fact you've got them pinned inside the site. Spart's already on the attack through Freezer. Nade's still ready. Big tagged up, stays alive. Over the top, kills come through, but the trade is out. Now it's down to Mohawk. 1v1 with Big, and Mo wants the challenge. Oh my goodness, Mo is not wasting any time. Dead Silence still out. Big gets bamboozled.
Nice man.
Mo absolutely shreds him. Has Big completely flustered, and M7 dominate the hotel search to take the series in 5.
Oh my goodness, man. Money Mo has not done it once. He's done it twice on the day. That is another 1v1 clutch for the map. Oh my goodness. He does it in map number 2, round 11 versus Estriel. This one maybe doesn't go the distance, but it is still a 1v1 for the closeout. Takes out Bink. Oh man, M7, they are doing it, and they have gotten through that Decimate roster.
Wow. And in the process, Decimate's still undefeated in hardpoint. I mean, like,
true.
Just stupid statistics all across that series. But we jump on into Convoy and NRK, who just have started up their Embassy hardpoint. And what a start it's been for Cruz. 7-4, 5 in a row. NRK up about double the points as Convoy open up servers.
Unless is fighting.
I'll say.
We'll get help from Rex there, but a lot of tags coming through from Gunless to set up for the kill. Convoy Gaming looking for a pretty big response on the point. Just about 20 seconds in, it's been all theirs, but this full push coming to the back of the bridge. Trophy system's not out in time, but still kills decent so far here for Convoy.
Nero trying to hold on off the region. No, not going to be allowed to. 30 seconds to fight for. Unfortunate, Team Semtex comes out. Gunsy's also weak, so you really can't challenge this doorway initially. Tries to predict Pristini in the corner. Follow up from Gunless. Nice effort from Pristini. Not done yet either. Just runs right towards Cruz's direction, but Cruz provides the kill. Rex looking to follow up, and that will be enough to turn the tides here for the scrap time as well. NRK will actually get a late Semtex, and now they actually all of a sudden have spawns and numbers towards New. Oh, Nero's going to be baffled. He would be thinking he's just blocked that spawn for sure, but now he's just walking down the barrel of 4 NRK weapons. But still, Convoy finding the kills they need to contest.
Yeah, they're still here. They get here very quickly, and they'll find just about all the kills. Another big moment coming on through for Rex, who's at 11-8. Has led just about every single lobby in kills. Looking to do so here again. Convoy going to take the lead over NRK. Attack in a pretty good position to make a play from the side. Teammates are basically doing it all for him. It's a team kill from Cruz, but it's enough to get NRK in for now.
Gunless is trying to get a read onto Gunzy. Down low. Gunzy goes to the drop shot. That will work out. Pristini looking to follow up. Still a lot of time to fight for here, but it's just him and Nero together. Pristini tries to dive in, baiting for Nero, but not going to work out. Looters deals with both, and NRK swiftly take their lead right back and continue to grow upon it.
It's just trying to get a read on where the members are in the corner. Shoot his teammates, and oh no! But he's there for the trade. Does make it pretty easy for Cruz to find the first. Trophy systems now eliminated. Setup looking decent for Convoy, but you still got a lot of presence in and around the point here. NRK can set up a big break.
Pristini trying to get in to help his teammates, but cut down through mid. Now NRK with numbers. Oh, so quick to get their retake in. This will break past the 100-point mark. 2 members in, the others searching for kills on the outside, and they are finding them. Oh boy, Convoy's whole setup gets foiled before it can even get put together. NRK in a good spot to try to lock down the back 30 as the next hit starts to be set up.
Yeah, Lunar's just made a great play to manipulate spawns here. Make sure that they know where Convoy's coming from. Will it be enough, though, to hold on? Gunzy says yes. Gunless. One more 1v1 in the snap. There for Lunars, but not enough to finish off the remaining members. That close spawn for NRK really going to pay off, and that's going to give them a very nice cushion now going back into the reset of the hills.
Yeah, I mean, NRK are just absolutely slaying right now. Everybody positive on their team. Everyone sharing the hardpoint time. Convoy just having a little bit of a tough time getting themselves set up. So 74-132. Back over towards Courtyard we go. Gunzy sees the read saying, nope, not interested in those window gunfights, and with that, Convoy will have a chance for numbers as they lock things down on the right side of the map.
See, nice kill. Gets a read on the Nero as he flies through the front door in the Dolphin Dive. And he's now put together too. Starting to go rogue down low. He's going to take that action right up top and try to eliminate one of the ARs. But Gunler's going to drop down, trying to see if he can get himself on the time. He knows how important it is. Doesn't get a read on Gunzy. Now Gunzy going on a bit of a rampage.
Yeah. Neutral time for now. Gunzy trying to turn that around, but no, Convoy, they've spun up their trap, and it works out for the kills. 15 seconds of scrap time. Our focus goes down towards the bottom right side of the map. Convoy not quite spawning in place. Dak, oh, just gets caught. Gunless nearly almost didn't get the kill in time, but still get the collection. Convoy now with numbers. Hardpoint just about to open. Looters in the back, tagged up. Playing around with Gunless, who predicts Dak before the kill comes out. And how about this? Convoy now with big-time numbers as they open up the parking lot.
That's a good moment here. Convoy Gaming can get themselves back in. They'll deal with some of the ARs through the back, and even the mid-control looking solid. So we'll take a look at where the spawns are. Pretty far away right now for NRK, and even weirder spawn ends up coming through here for Pristini. He's going to be able to cut the map and let them know, hey, I got mid. Just watch the back. But Cruz, he's just opened up with a big one. Gunless trying to desperately find that trade.
Trades allowed NRK a chance to contest. Pristini over the top, trying to find the shots. Lands into one. Oh, big second kill. Needs a 1v1 for the time, but Lunars takes the W. And the long-range shots afterwards. Found attack on the ground. Makes good use of it. And Pristini's actually going to try to challenge this again. At this point, Convoy are feeling like they've got to try to win the war across every single rotation, and that will be a gamble that works out for them. Old time good, new time setup looking just as promising.
And that last hill was still active when those spawns came through, so they know exactly where NRK are at. They're all caught on the right side of the map. Pristini gonna get a read on it, but might be in a weird spot to finish off the kills. Dak just turns and burns. Another kill comes through pretty handedly. And now all that pressure gonna fall on Nero. Can he go big? He's got members left and right. Nero puts together 2. Nero puts together 3 and does it all by himself.
That's a massive play for the hopes of Convoy Gaming, who now have reinforcements here. No trophy system, though, so NRK are still finding value, but now it's Rex's turn. He's going to get one. Gunzy at range. Tries to give him the contest, and, well, for a moment. Thought that Rex was going to fall from the ladder side. I think Gunless picked up the kill needed. And that actually allows the scrap time to start to come through again. Gunsy spun around. Kill for Pristini looks good, and we've got ourselves not just a tie game. Convoy have reclaimed the lead.
Oh, they are fighting back, and they are fighting fiercely at the moment. Need to see NRK try to stabilize. Last time they struggled around this point, it was Convoy Gaming that basically just ran through their setup. This time around, Dak and Cruz doing a pretty solid job of holding on through the side door. Pristini, can he break this open? Trophy system down. Cruz just trying to survive to the wall bangs, but Gunless eventually gets him. All on Lunars. Lunar's gonna drop. Break is there for now.
Looking good. Convoy will also have the spawns as everyone fades away. Big gunfights. Rex through the hallways. Turned the numbers now convincingly back towards Convoy. NRK not in a position to really get a break in. Dylan's going to try to push forward. That turns into a double. Oh my goodness, Dylan. And then Gunless behind him keeps his 5 spree alive. Oh boy, the veterans getting it done for Convoy as they get their first sizable lead.
I think Nero has changed this game with that 3-piece that he just got. You know he must have gotten amped, and I think Convoy Gaming feeding off a lot of that at the moment. Kills looking even solid on this rotation. Gunless finds one at the back. Can he find kill 7? I don't even know how he gets that onto Dak. But kill 7 is good. Gunless now has the high ground, and he's looking to try to break this next hill open.
Lots to do from this position, though, if you're Gunless. Do you clear off stairs? Do you try to pinch with your teammates? What's the call? He drops. NRK set up nicely. First 15 seconds go their way. Pristini caught mid-map. Dak secures that elimination. Convoy still with the chance to try to re-aggressive this pretty fast, though. Kill from Rex around the back has kind of spun NRK away from the middle of the map. Now the hit's on the way. Convoy looking for the break. Rex is the first one forward, but with attack. Gunless trying to follow up, but he's completely shut down. And what a hold from NRK.
Oh, it comes at a huge moment as well into this game where this 20 seconds could really play the difference in closing this out and sending it to a map 5. And they know how important this is. Convoy Gaming going to give it another go. Just try to contest some of this time. Corners galore here for all the NRK members. Rex should be able to assist and potentially pick up the kills. And the trade still go the way of Gunsy, who finds 3 of the 4. Nero the last one up. Might have a chance to contest early P1, but no, Dak is there.
Yeah, and him falling there's actually pretty critical because NRK are going to get high ground on both sides and read this response and rotation out of Convoy. Nero shut down from clearing off NRK from the hard point. Lunars gets to work up top. This could be punishing for Convoy. Rex through mid, creates maybe some space to work with, but Nero needs to make a decision. Do you go high? Do you clear the player off the point? Neither decision feels like a good one, and he tries to kind of do both at the same time. Lunars will not be denied, though. He's on 5, and NRK continue to reap the time up.
Convoy can't breathe. They can't win gunfights. I mean, they're struggling to get any kind of map control. Trades have been there. Finally, a moment where you see a little bit of white come into that kill feed. They'll find 3. Dak gonna give it another go. All this scrap time is great for NRK. You had to contest it here if you're Convoy. You have to even get Lunars off, or it's just gonna be out of reach. The nade kill is there, but Gunsy now ready to threaten new.
Both teams have cruise missiles. Keep that in mind. Gunless for one, Lunars on the other. And Lunars is gonna go quickly with his. This is gonna back off Convoy from being able to reinforce, but does it actually find the eliminations? Yeah, it takes down Gunless. Nero from the front has to do it all himself. Stun comes through, the hip fire connects. He's gonna keep his life, but the hard point still contested. Lunars jumps in, immediately denied. Convoy with numbers through mid. Gunless trying to put together a double, but Dak able to keep it going back and forth until finally Pristini has the last word. NRK flooding through mid. Convoy just trying to hang on.
Oh, it's not done just yet. Cruz wants to make the play to end the game here. The kills are clean. Rex has to go big alongside Pristini. Now it's all on Pristini. Pristini's going to drop. And NRK Anarchy have done enough. They will beat Convoy in the map 4. And once again, Alan, we're going the distance.
Holy. I mean, come on. What a map. What a map, dude. NRK just fighting. That, I mean, the kitchen hardpoint would have to be near a full 60. I mean, how tippable is that? Are you kidding? I mean, they get a solid read on where Convoy are coming from, put them into, really, they put them out of commission before they could even get many of those hits together, and then they punish them for having an AR out trying to open up the hill, and it's just, man, what a map that is. So we've got a map 5 for our focus matchup, but a map 5 here as well, as we'll kind of take this one to the end. I know it's happening on the We Are Clutch GG stream, but if you guys are hanging out here, we'll give you the action. Why not?
Why not, man? I mean, God has just been on another level today so far, man. It's been so fun. Like, how many map 5s have we gotten through yesterday and today? It feels like
Almost
losing
all of them.
count. Like almost all of them, right? Like, and if not map 5s, like map 4s at the very least, like not really any 3-0s here through North America, man. Woo, it's been a gauntlet, dude. And I mean, NRK, like if they could beat Convoy here, advance to that winners final, like that roster, it just feels like they have the potential in them to do it. But to overcome it here, I think is going to be a very, very important moment. Because we've seen how it happens in the lower bracket. They put together maybe one win, but it falls apart. This could be what they need to really keep the ball rolling.
All right, we'll see how it all unfolds. We're going to take a little brief break, get ourselves reset for what's surely going to be another grueler. We'll be back after this, map 5 in our final series of the evening, right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are already in the action, and we're already into a 3v3 with 30 seconds to play. This is a map 5 affair. NRK looking to secure the dub versus Convoy after a great embassy hardpoint. Nero trying to secure a trade early on Cruz. Time's an issue here for NRK. I mean, Nero's in the back line with support from Gunless on the crossfire, but they do also, in the same breath, give up the A site. So bombs collected, and Lunars will get the plant.
They should have heard a lot of those footsteps, too. But they will give them time to get this plants off here. I expected Nero maybe to get here quicker. Gunzy now in the corner. Oh, no. He's just found Nero. Gunless does have dead silence. He could invest it, but he has an AR.
This is such a tough fight. You feel like he's got to play this from window side, right? Yeah. Down to can he get the isolation? Lunar's topside corner. Shots decent. Over the top of the bomb. Good prediction on the follow-up, but not quite able to lock down the shots to get either kill. And NRK will strike first here in the map 5.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised it didn't go quicker. Maybe they were expecting one player to kind of sit back, maybe wait down low because they know Nero was, of course, back there. But, you know, with only about 10 to 12 seconds on the clock, you could have hit that, you know, same route that Nero did, maybe just a second sooner. Stop the plant, get there before the play even kind of takes off there for NRK. But they'll be more than happy with that outcome. Gunzy, 2-0. Very nice kills coming through in and around that site.
Yes, sir. All right, here we go. Taking a look at how the game 5s have gone. Convoy's been in a couple, well, not just a couple, just one extra game 5 in this stage 4 so far. Nero with the bomb. Playing pretty slowly. Also, Gunless. Feeling things out through soccer. I mean, NRK is Giving up some space here over towards B. Cruz will change that, and he was not seen by Gunless by the look of it. So that late contact could turn this round one way or the other. We'll see.
Nero going to throw out a stun. Will connect. Opens the door too, so that works out quite nicely for Nero. Forces Gunzy out and says, thank you very much. Come into my web. As it's now going to be a 2v4 turned into a 2v2. So numbers just dwindle away like that.
Yeah.
With 35 seconds left, Nero should be good for a plant here.
Looking good for it. Lunars is just not a part of this play, and he's going to have to likely find a rifle to play with. Don't want to retake towards B with just a scope, but he actually may have to. Looking for the long lane. Oh, Rex just takes it away from him, so now it's on just to Dak. Has one frag to play with, no dead silence. Not a lot of time. Tries to go high. Rex reads it. Nice initial shots, but tough gunfight to be sure, and Rex will get us tied up at 1 early.
I mean, I like it. It was a great start. It resulted in a little 2v4, but then quickly dwindled down to a 2v2, and luckily enough, they had control of the site. They used a lot of their resources and numbers to kind of flush out this side of the map, and, you know, you got to think, if Lunars is maybe playing that brick heady or playing back AC, it would have been a lot harder to try to attack, but he's working through the other side. Convoy take full advantage of that. With a nice play from Nero to open up a little bit of space, they're good to tie it up early.
How about this? Tons of nades over the top of B from both sides. And this is going to lead to Nero going aggressive. Does he predict Gunzy in the corner, though? No, he doesn't. And actually, a late nade from Lunars turns the tides from an initial first blood to Convoy to numbers to NRK. Only thing about this setup is they have no information on what's inside of A. So NRK going to take the safe approach, work the outside of the map, try to clean out the outside exteriors, and maybe then work for an around the world to B. Oh, man, this is going to feel bad.
Yeah, I wonder if he picked up ammo there. I heard the sound cue, not sure if Gunzy did. But, yeah, this is going to result in likely an NRK Anarchy round. Rex just has no idea about this B play that has went all the way through. And it's going to be a free plant, uncontested here.
Yeah.
As it's a 1v3 still for Rex.
Really tough position with Gunzy on tools, Dak on the bomb. Cruz playing deep. Got to get a read somewhere. It's just not a lot of room to find it. I mean, Gunzy's staying so concealed. This is all taking a ton of time. Rex finessing a little bit here, though. Stun over the top. That allows Cruz a chance, though, to peek. And with that kill comes through, NRK hold a really solid opening exchange. And it really just started with the fact that Convoy thought they were going to be able to just win B lane because of the first set that landed, and that was not the case.
Exactly. I think 2 or 3 set nades came over the top there, and that's what drew, you know, Pristini as well as Gunless to kind of hold that left side. That's what kind of left up the lane a little bit here through the middle, through the right. NRK looking really solid, at least off of some of their initial breaks. This is what we've seen a lot from this squad, especially in Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
They have certainly, you know, thought out their strategies. Everyone knows what their role is. But a huge one here now for Convoy. Have a chance to bounce back on the attack.
Little aggressive hit here for Gunzy. Dead silences, and he's looking to go quickly. Dak's watching over the top of him. Oh, boy. Someone's got to turn and turn quickly here. Pristini watches it all just in the nick of time. So first blood gets tallied. Convoy also fulfilling the plant. Dak considering a late peek around the same flank. Lunar's going to try to pinch this from the other side. It's risky, but it may catch Convoy a bit off guard.
Yeah, they have to try to retake this top control. They know the clutch spot's likely being held, and it is going to be Rex in the corner. Should be a trade. Lunar's able to get it. Snaps on Pristini, but not finding all the damage. Pristini runs at him, finds him. Nero, last kill. It's good.
Yeah, that's tough, man. You know, we see teams do this pretty regularly, obviously, when it comes to, like, I've got dead silence, watch over me, let me push around the back, see if I can catch a timing. But more often than not, I think that the more successful option is hold on to that dead silence, get up towards that checker's door, wait until you start to get a feel towards where the hit's coming from, or what timing of the hit goes, and then hit that pinch. Like, if you're not going to double hit that, I feel like solo flanks at this level is just not often going to result in the kills and tallies that you're hoping for based on the intentions. At least that's kind of my read on it.
You too. Back and forth. Back in the attack for NRK. Kind of just praise them for being able to set up a lot of the good breakoffs. Nade stuns, but this time they've now lost Lunars right at the start of the round. And everyone's likely going to slow down, kind of hope somebody from Convoy Gaming comes into them, but they don't need to budge. They got a great setup right now on BNA.
Yeah. They do get information, though, that Rex is pulling up top towards B. So you would like to think that you, at worst, have a 3v3 on A. In fact, it's not a 3v3, it's a 3v2. So based on the numbers, NRK have a real good chance at breaking part this A side. But, boy, Convoy are just staying alive through all this. Are you kidding? So many gunshots from so many angles. It's only a team day that eventually turns the tides, and Dak will use that as a chance to get his first kill in this round. Pop the Deddy. Does he get timing on a gunless? Sure does, and now all of a sudden we're into a 1v1.
A 1v1. Dak already pulling off a 1v3 earlier on in the day. I think it was on this map, too. Had the chance to tally up a second, and he's going to fly right over to B here. He's pretty much got the ideal weapon, but Rex, does he check? He does check. He may have got some kind of a sound cue, maybe just a prediction. Not going to stick for the plant. Still has the right gun for the gunfight. And he's just going to post up in a corner.
But does he expect the quick peek here from Rex on his left? This would be one hell of a snap. Here comes Rex. There's the peek. Oh! Yo! Oh my goodness! Have you ever seen a snap quite like this?
Oh, I mean, you spoke that into existence, and I'm glad you did, because that was a hell of a shot, man. Wow. I mean, no sound cue on the crouch. He crouch walk all the way around that building to try to catch him off guard, and Dak just obliterates him. What a snapper. What a round. 1v3 for Dak yet again.
Oh my god, bro. Give me the finals. You kidding me? Gunless gets first blood quick. It's Lunars who drops Gunsy, trying to filter something out through mid. Just gets completely stunned and locked in place. Cruz around the back. Oh my. Spins around Pristini, but can't get away. It's all rests with Dak quickly again.
Another 1v3? Surely not.
Surely not.
He's got a snap on Rex and won't even really get a shot on him. So Rex able to hold off. Convoy Gaming, throw a little aggression right through mid. Very nicely done. They kind of swarm that site, and they're able to make sure that Dak does not have any clutches this time around.
Oh, brother. I'm so glad that this is our last day of casting challengers today, because I'm not going to have a voice tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying. So many map vibes. I'm feeling it, but I love it. I'm here for it.
Oh, gosh. 3-3 we go. NRK back to the offense. I'm sure everyone's just trying to give Dak a chance to not be left in a 1v3 in the first 30 seconds. Dak's got to be saying, bro, just stay alive. Just give me a chance.
Yeah, that would be a great start. Don's going to open up A, and Dak says, all right, I'll take the free entry. Walks in for the plant. Nero banging open doors. Is going to make noise here, but doesn't want to stick around and hang out. Just going to try to reposition, wait for his teammates to get here with him so they can play retake.
Pops the door again, sees the cross, or does he? Hold on a second. Dak actually just bamboozles him. Cruz up top, able to assist. Gunless creates an opportunity to jump on in. Rex has to get to work clearing the high ground. Predicts Cruz. Clean shots. No trade through office. Gunless.
Ooh.
Hold on a second. Now it's just down to Gunsy. 1v1 situation. Gunsy with the advantage of the clock, plus the angle. Gunless almost catches him, but has to hop now for the defuse. Gunsy may have given him too much space. Does he get back to this in time? He's got to go quickly, and yeah, he will indeed get through the door just the nick of time.
Man, I mean, Pierce almost did it to him, didn't he?
He sure
right
did.
over the top. Look at this, red screened. You can see it. Gunsy almost fumbles it, but is able to get there in the end. And again, it's a pivotal round. NRK starting to lead this one. We'll be up by just a round here, but Convoy Gaming struggling in some of these final moments, but NRK picking and choosing theirs very, very well.
Yeah, I agree. Wow, dude. Come on. This is too much fun. Convoy on the attack. Opening looks bold from Gunless, especially considering that Lunars has sniped in the past, but this time he's just got the tack. Semtech's late, trying to get over to clear up that top position, but Convoy going to be tested here by Cruz around the back. He's got dead silence on that late pop, and he's going to go the long route around. They're going to try to isolate Soccer here. I love this from NRK.
Unless he's just going to be caught with his pants down here.
Yep.
Unless he decides to make a move very quickly. And well, it almost comes in time. That point of contact should mean Cruz is good for a kill, and he is. So he's able to even us up. And more importantly, Convoy Gaming, they kind of have to force their way into A, but nobody's here. So they're going to get a free plants off and kind of set up how they want to.
Yeah, Dak was the only defender inside the A site, so Convoy, who kind of made you believe they were going to be trying to hit over towards B to isolate Lunars, ended up that was not the case. So ultimately, Cruz's long flank doesn't really amount to too much. Convoy on the bunker. Semtex flushes out Nero, but he still gets his own trade. Lunars, last one left, 1v2. He's hearing ghosts. Long slide into the site. But no, doesn't predict the hit from behind. And yeah, I think that's just NRK saying they've got 3 members out towards Soccer. Cruz, can you flank this? And ultimately, Convoy were not really interested in B.
No, they weren't. They were thinking once Cruz has that position, like they were kind of thinking, all right, Convoy's likely trapped. But you said it. You know, once they find Dak, Dak is the only defender. It's the only one protecting that site. And you could see where every single NRK member was. Like, they were all through the outskirts of Ellasilo here.
Oh, yeah.
They had no middle map control, so you're just going in blind at that point. That is never an easy retake.
No, not at all. So we're staying locked at 4 now. 2-2 split defensively for Convoy. Billiards play here for NRK, just looking to try to feel things out with stuns. And then they give it up. They're looking for an early flank, and Rex is playing an off angle from the gods. Are you kidding? That is so bold. Gunzy having some trouble with the fence line, nearly gives Rex a chance to fire back, but NRK get their trade, and they will walk right on into an open B site.
They will. Bomb took it down quickly. Good position, at least for Gunless. He's been able to wrap all the way back here behind Pride Rock. And he is really going to be, I think, the player to open up with that first kill, and there it is. He'll find Lunars, so a chance to still play a retake on the site. Now all down to Gunzy and Dak, both going to be basically in and around it. Gunzy just trying to find another opening.
And Gunzy's in a pretty good spot. He's kind of self-isolated, and Gunless doesn't see him. Oh my goodness, he's looking somewhere else. So Gunzy gets away with murder. Dak opening contact goes his way. Pristini now by himself for the 1v2. Flushes out one. Shots. No! I thought he was dead to rights.
How many times have we said that today when watching Dak? It feels like too many times, doesn't it? Look at this.
Oh,
like,
no.
First 3 hip-fire bullets from Pristini there. Dak still manages to come up with it. And, well, even if Pristini finds it, it doesn't matter. But it's even more impressive to take the gunfight the way he does. 5-4 up. NRK Anarchy. On map point, 1 more round to solidify that winner's final.
What a story it'd be. Reverse sweeping Hive to start the day. Playing up against Convoy. A team that looked like they were in prime form. And they're not done yet, so don't sleep on it. Trophy system down. Both sides, actually. Nero trying to get an aid inside. Stun comes out, though, for Gunzy, who's getting tagged but keeps his life. And in the meantime, Lunars tallies up a kill up top onto Pristini. So numbers with NRK. And the intents of Nero trying to get in towards A have been stuffed. They go to a full 3v4.
Nero the playmaker. Dead silence going to come through for him. It's also the bomb carrier, though. And Gunzy is at the back of the site. Has to read the corner. Corner's not red. Gunzy's there, but Rex responds back. 3v2 we go.
It's tough, though, because the bomb is down and Gunzy's still safe, although he does close the doors right in front of Gunless, but they don't expect that Lunars had pushed through. He had been so elusive through this round. Rex trying to confirm the trade, but cannot get there in time. And NRK will shut down Convoy Gaming in 10 rounds of search, winning map 5, and they will make it on to the upper finals.
Man, I mean, this has been a moment that has plagued Convoy Gaming and this roster so many times. And NRK able to take advantage of it. The map 5s, that ice that we love to talk about with the veteranship on this lineup has not always come through consistently this year. And that's a moment there where it gets the best of them. Unfortunate for Convoy Gaming. It feels like they've always been so close and so competitive with so many teams, but getting over the top, like we always talk about, has always plagued them. Another moment there where it does. That stinks.
That's huge. Huge for so many reasons that we don't have time to talk about. But man, what a day. I think our tech director had mentioned that out of the 10 games that played today, 8 of them are map 5s. So
how about that?
That's I'm telling you,
baby.
This North American region, there is not much separating our teams that remain. We did have to say farewell to 2, though, unfortunately, to get through our first day worth of playoffs. An exciting day from start to finish, though, without question. Our featured match was this one, Decimate and M7. And that 6-2, it was closer than that 6-2 would suggest. Yeah. I mean, come on. So, actually, pardon me, that's the 6-2 up top. Okay. So the scoreboard here is actually the NRK Convoy. This was a 6-4. So that's the final look at this one. Rex goes 12-7, 3 first bloods. I mean, honestly, Convoy just couldn't lock down their numbers. They had, 10 first bloods? No, that's not math. 7 first bloods?
I mean, it's just a lot of those clutches. The DAC 1v3, couple rounds where it feels like they got numbers around the point, and then like a little 2v3, I think, from Gunzy, and maybe DAC a different round as well in the site. Just a lot of plays going really wrong, unfortunately, for them. But this is one more look at that full series there of our focused matchup. M7 with the dub. Decimate still flawless in hard points, but unable to find any wins here in the S&D or the control.
Bro, I just had to pull the old TL up for a quick second. I didn't even realize this because it wasn't our focused matchup, but Cruz just tweeted they didn't win a single search and destroy until today.
Oh my.
You want to talk about ice it up and figuring it out. Are you kidding? They win a round 11 Mercado search against Convoy to avoid essentially being 3-0'd. And then a round 10 Ellasilo search. I mean, come on.
The Embassy hardpoint was also great, too. I mean, like a lot of chances for Convoy to end it there, but that P5 control on Embassy, my goodness. All there for NRK. You gotta love it for those guys, I mean, like, it feels like a lot of the guys on the roster are overlooked constantly, and they have to, always kind of be the underdog, so to speak, in the story. But more often than not, I mean, they've always been able to at least guarantee themselves top 6 when they make it to playoffs or when they make it to LAN. So here, looking to do it again and maybe even pushing it a little bit further.
Yeah. Wow. So here's a look at our bracket from the upper side of things after the action today. The winners round 1. Yeah, I mean, dude, look at the map 5s. Are you kidding me? Decimate is really the only one that didn't get the map 5 versus Boston. But, boy, I mean, pick a storyline. You've got them all in front of you right there.
I mean,
oh, goodness.
It's so hard. I can't just pick one, Alan.
Oh, jeez, that is crazy. So, map 5's all the way through. Sees NRK and M7 in our winners finals next week. To the lower bracket, though, goes Decimate and Convoy. They will fall to meet Decimate versus Orbit and Convoy versus Emit. The only real surpriser was Hive, after being reverse swept, couldn't put together a map win versus Orbit. And then Emit take away a very tight best-of-5 series versus Boston Academy, eliminating them in the top 8 position. So we'll have winners finals, lower semis, or lower quarters, and lower semis next Wednesday. I mean, come on. That's going to be too much fun. It's going to be too much fun.
The battle of the cousins again, just how it always works out, somehow. So, oh man, a lot of storylines, a lot of crazy stuff, and I'm sure more game 5s. I mean, that's a safe bet, it feels like, at this point.
It just keeps surprising us. But, man, we had a grueler today just after the midnight hour here in the East Coast. We need to say bye. We've got CDL all the way throughout the weekend, and they're going to have a hard time living up to what we just did in the last 6 hours here. So make sure you tune in over at the twitch.tv Call of Duty stream to check out all the CDL action. Otherwise, for challengers, we'll catch you guys back next week on Wednesday. Till that point, keep holding it down. Bye-bye.